Stream should be back. Chat flashbang, watch out. 3, 2, 1. Why is it written at French at the top? I mean, we've got 2 French orcs. We get the French off. Cool, I think we're all good. Right, so the team capsules are staying in the shop until 2024. Then you assume that they let the Ascendant teams make their own for the next year. Yep, but what about the teams that are staying? What about people that are staying? No, they'll just do a new one. They'll just do a new collection. They'll just do a new skin. It would be like probably a Vandal, to be honest. Vandal, then Phantom, then maybe an Op skin, but not as many people buy that. Sheriff as well. I think Team Sheriffs makes a lot of sense. People buy a lot of Sheriffs. Yeah, they'll just come up with new things to do each time. Especially if this skin, the classic skin performs well, they're more likely to do more. Chat, I'm just gonna run some ads for a little bit while this is going on. I'll be right back.
Stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. You here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, win, win, win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud. I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets. It's funny, I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak. I like to build things, Empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing depression, exhaustion. We need some healing. I work through the pain. I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through. You don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. 'Cause I've had enough.
French stream? Maybe. Yeah. Oh. Honestly, that's kind of fine. A little bit longer than we thought, maybe. In fact, this is my PC. Yeah, the French stream kind of made me think we had more time. I mean, less time. Don't like that they cut the pre-show days with free games. Yeah, it's an interesting decision, honestly. I think as more people go to watch parties, this might be more common, to be honest. That they'll start cutting down a bit more on the actual, like, traditional style of broadcast. Which teams do you think would be comparatively easier to handle for Sentinels if they managed to go for play-ins? Yeah, dude, Americas is too stacked. I don't think any game in Americas is easy. If I was in any of those teams, it's not like when you would look at some of the others and you'd be like, ah, at least these are here and we get some wins. Doesn't feel like there's any of those teams. Watch China? Nah, I'm just gonna keep it here. I don't want it to be confusing for, like, people that are just coming in and everyone's gonna be asking and no one looks at the pinned message. We'll just wait it out. It's only 13 minutes. 13 minutes out of like a 20-hour day will be all good. I just did little snippets for YouTube Shorts, scrumptious. So I need to actually, like, I'll do like a ranking proper once these games are chill out a bit. Thoughts on EG? They look sick, to be honest. They look really good. Got some new stuff as well. All the players are looking decent. They're another scary team to add to the mix. Gabri, it's best I don't look at it. I don't want to see that. I prefer to imagine that Bacon's never got 30 kills in a match. Yeah, Apoff and Superman were really good, and Derek was. You're right, Derek was performing well. LCK just played a 6-hour 47 best of 3 because of pauses. I mean, that's kind of matching to the Leeds T1 game we had. That was 6 hours for one map. They're almost on par with that. What is the TLDR of the Paper X game? Genji just wanted it more, man. Genji wanted it more. Good anti on Ascent. Good anti on Lotus as well, and just individuals stepped up heavily. Like, honestly, Genji were winning a lot of Angels against Paper X. And spacing was a little bit off from Paper X. It was like, I don't think it was one of the best performances for them. I do just think Genji wanted it a little bit more. What happened to Scream? We don't really know him. I mean, obviously he's still around. And he's playing games, he's just not streaming, and he hasn't joined a team. Like, I always see him, he'll always be online on Valorant or, honestly, League. I think he plays a little bit of League as well, with his brother. I think he's been playing CS as well, maybe, I'm not sure. Predictions for today. Vitality, but Liquid. Liquid Koi is going to be close, by the way. Liquid Koi will be close. I think Vitality for Liquid. I'm trying to think of the first original matchup between all of these. And the Vitality one, I still think they're going to be okay. K-Corp now showing a lot of their stuff looked very similar. And Heretics kind of wrecked them. So I think Foot can do the same. And then Liquid Koi. I guess Kiko. And Nats really popped, but some of the other maps that may be making me feel alright about Liquid. We'll see. Review my Pacific Pick'em. I was going to do that as content anyway for YouTube as well, where I go back and be like, well, turns out everything's wrong. Turns out it's impossible to predict when we're looking at just names and we have no idea about the inner workings of teams. Angie, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate the Prime. I think Existence has cooked some stuff up for MA. I think he'll probably be good once he has some demos as well. But yeah, I think it might be too much. I think Vitality just have a bit of a stacked team at the moment. China shown anything new? I haven't been able to watch enough games to be like, this is what they're doing. They're definitely doing like a good mix of some traditional and some like new comps. So they're doing alright. They're mixing it up. Oh, what's going on here? What is Trav doing? Yeah, Trav's in UCAM. Spanish team? Spanish? I think it's Spanish. Their team's pretty stacked, to be honest, as well. They got some good kind of like unknown tier 2 talent. Don't know how they've been doing, but I kind of looked at their team on paper and was like, actually, they can do it right. There been anyone that runs a KO Gecko and Reina combo? The ultimate overwhelm? Nah, not all three together. We've definitely seen some KO Geckos in Pacific Icebox like run a lot, but not with a Reina. Paper X got close to it. What are you thinking? Reina Dizzy combo? Do I want the next controller to be Wolf Smokes or Bubble Smokes? Bubble Smokes. Or maybe like a mix. Be fine for like one of each. An extra smoke will be nice. There's a lot of Omen at the moment. Square smokes? Okay, now we're talking. You expected more from all of the Ascension teams. How come they are underperformed in China? Some of the I mean, a lot of the lineups changed, and we got to remember it's just the first tournament. Like we're essentially at the point of where lock-in was last year, and we gotta remember kind of like what's the highest highs and lowest lows we can think of. Okay, Talon. Let's look at that as a highest high, right? It looked insane at lock-in, so we got to remember that, and then look how they actually looked in the air. And then Liquid as well, probably the best example of the lowest lows. You got to remember how low they looked in, and then how much better they looked afterwards. So just remember we're like pretty much there in terms of timeline. And yeah, don't worry too much. And I know we got to see a bit more than like one best of 3 that we did at lock-in for some teams, but there is time. That's the good thing about this game. You can switch stuff up in a month easy, and that's what teams have. So a triple overwhelm comp, yeah, depending on the map, I think it can definitely work. Stakes are much higher though. Yeah. To an extent.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from.
Get a Brimmy in there so you can just disrespect whatever util people are throwing at you. Yeah, I'm liking it more now, Lewis. What's on Sentinels versus Lev? From what we've seen, you would probably say Sentinels, but the last Lev Loud game was an absolute scrap. So kind of want to delete that from my memory, because I don't think either team looked that good, if that makes sense. But it was just one of those really scrappy games.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Loud's Ascent, yeah, Loud's Ascent is really good against the main normal comp. Loud have a good comp that kind of wrecks the normal traditional comp I think teams can punish it, but they got to think outside the box. And if you're just playing your own game, you're going to get wrecked by that loud comp. So, I mean, and that's what happened. And that loud comp is interesting because it's just so good at multiple things. Like, as much as when I'm watching, I've been like, damn, I think it has a lot of weaknesses. It also has a lot of strengths, and they play to that very well. Like, you can't hold a sight in afterplant against that comp. It has too much util. So you kind of have to play off sight, and then to do that, you have to hope that you've killed the smoker and that your KO is alive so that you can flash back into the site once they've used all their util. And that doesn't really work, so then you have to kind of go aggro and take like short control if you're over towards A, or like main control, or hold on to boathouse control, and you just have to play how you don't play in practice. And then it reminds me a little bit of like when teams would just bring out like a pocket sage on Ascent, and some teams would just lose to it, especially like us. We lost to a pocket sage so much, and it was just because you have to play so different to it, and we just weren't great at adapting on the fly. It was just too different from the practices that we played. That's when we started, ever since then, that's when we started like messaging Cupid when he was in like a EU team, and we would just like, we would send him a demo of like a team, let's say like it was an Ascent with Icebox, an Ascent with Sage, and we would just be like, can you mimic this? Like, can you get your team to mimic this the best as possible so that we can get practice against this? Because we were getting so wrecked that we needed like practice against exactly how teams played, so that we could kind of get used to situations. Because it's all good and well being like, this is how you play against this, but when you're in the server, it is different. Hope Ascended teams get to play Ascension tournaments and try to keep their spot after year 2. Yeah, it will be a lot of that will be down to the sales of the skins, to be honest. Like, I think the teams that have gone up from Ascension, like, they're probably the ones that, if they made a good amount from like the skin bundle, they're sticking around. If it's profitable being in here, then yeah. That's why I'm pretty sure that next year will be a good skin as well. If we got a classic this year, I'm reckoning it's either going to be a Sheriff or like a Vandal or something big. M8 skins, yeah, they have a nice color scheme. Or a knife. Oh, that's a good shout. That actually might be better than all of my other shouts. We might see a knife before all of them. How do I like Na'Vi at the moment? Stocks are very high. At the moment, what I've seen is I would put Fnatic and Na'Vi in a little bubble on their own, and then other EMEA teams.
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Heretics antied very well. The Heretics I need to see more from Heretics. Very convincing, very good what they did. They antied insanely well. I think a lot of that was the coaching staff having a big impact, which is a good sign. But I need to see more to put him in that box.
Today is Elimination Day, and it is time to meet the teams battling it out with everything on the line. This is a rematch, and our first team came out on top once just a few days ago, but can they do it again? This roster is an exciting mix of 2 young shots alongside an experienced veterans. With new IGL to lead the charge, please welcome to the stage Team Vitality. And the new kids on the block, eager to show that they can hang with the greats of VCT EMEA. And if you think this is a 5-man roster, you are wrong. The crowd is right there with them, loud and proud. Give it up for the Gentlemaids.
Distance has got the notes out again.
Well, it seems to be a crowd favorite in the stadium, differing from at home. You can vote now in chat, Vitality or Gentlemaids. Who you think will take it? Right now, the crowd is with Vitality. But Tom, I think anyone looking closer at this knows it could be a much closer matchup. Gentlemaids, they just don't lose the rematches.
No, Existence has got his magic scroll. You saw him come on the stage with
His
that.
magic scroll.
Might make Salah disappear after this one, who knows? It's one of those things where he is known for those sort of strategical mastermind plays, and I've already got my own conspiracy. You lose the first match, you go to the same spot as if you won the first match and lose to Fnatic. So maybe there was a little bit of a play there from Existence. Gets to watch his opponents, gets to play a comp with a Phoenix on Lotus. Maybe they don't do that again. Maybe we don't see Lotus again. That's the real thing with this. Either way, we're going to be getting into Sealer perfectly timed. It's almost like that was planned.
It was, Tom. We've been here rehearsing that all day. Behind an icebox out to start, and Gentlemaids get to decide where we begin. Breeze is going to be our first map picked out, with the follow-up by Vitality being Lotus. Now, that's a bit of an interesting pick if you watched the last series.
Yeah, it was actually picked by Gentlemaids last time around. Now, Vitality have played very close versus Fnatic on Lotus, and also beat them.
Demolished.
Yeah, basically demolished them last time. We've also got Sunset in there as well, which is obviously the other map that Vitality beat them.
Sunset looks convincing once Vitality got on top of the fact that they were getting locked on all the time. It could be okay. I mean, Gentlemaids might be able to 2-0 this if they got... I have no idea what their Breeze looks like, but there is a potential 2-0 here. I think they probably, from what I saw, lose Sunset.
Maybe you're looking at other teams later on, like a Navi, a Liquid, someone else that you have to beat. You're thinking, okay,
Lotus,
let's not show them any more of our map.
It is the...
There's also the risk that
it is the
given Existence 2 opportunities to watch you play.
It is the Phoenix with the 1 orb.
We expect him to be one of the best coaches when it comes to picking teams apart, breaking them down.
Yeah,
Has that one
nice
map
spot.
that they played versus each other, but this becomes a very different ballgame the second time around, as Apex learned last year.
Well, that's it. They're not the first team to learn it, and I have a feeling they won't be the last team either. Going way back in the past, we've seen those matchups, and now we get another Gentlemaids.
Dude, they play Phoenix. Phoenix Euro. Dude, they love Phoenix, man.
It's a different take.
Gentlemaids are loud. Love a Phoenix at the moment. This is one of the better Phoenix maps. They put a Yoru with a Cypher, Viper, Sova. I mean, they kind of does everything. And then we have the Astra, the extra smoke, the extra bit for after plant as well.
Because they are very attack sided, but this is bold.
I like this from Gentlemaids though. I think this is a good map for it. They can flash, recon, take over towards main as well the whole time. Problem is the Astra's pretty good at holding on to main as well.
When it comes to a Phoenix, is the fact that he can get into those sites, he can run
This is gonna be
aggressively,
interesting.
use his flashes, use his wall to section off angles, and participate in those opening duels. Last time, Time played this.
Why is Phoenix good on Breeze? The wall's really good on this map, first of all. The orbs are relatively easy, at least on the attack side, especially A orb. And then a lot of time, like the actual molly as well, just stopping, just straight up hits. Extra bit of stopping power can really help.
be honest.
Oh,
with you,
really?
because
And then
I think
obviously
Vitality, so
flash
either way,
when
I'm
there's the
fine.
wall
Yeah,
on the site
the
itself,
thing
so
is,
playing
I
on
do
A site and
believe in
defense is
the
good.
comeback of Gentlemates.
Yeah.
I'm just not so sure on this map because I think it's a really bold call to try and run Phoenix here. Like, again, the flashes through the screens I think are going to be impactful,
Yeah.
but you could do stuff like that with a K. I think the ult has its impact, but also where you will
Reprovise, thank you so much. Tier 3, 17
17
months. Holy, thank you so much, Reprovise, for everything. Thank you, appreciate you.
I have to say, I'm intrigued to see how this is actually going to work out for them. The good thing is they do have that Yoru that will be able to take the majority of the space, and in combination with a lot of flashes, it could be quite cool.
Well, questions
Okay,
around
Vitality on
Gentlemate's
defense.
composition coming into this map.
Gentlemates on
they might be
attack.
scratching their heads now. No doubt they feel confident with
And
what
we are
they've seen.
already.
Let's see if the reality
He's playing anti-flash the whole time, and then he has a
Vitality
flash to
than we
pop to the
expect.
left. That's so
Already
funny.
was
Nice
walking
little
it up.
jump peek
He
on
got a
this one
buddy
as
safe,
well.
but they're backing down.
And
They
Phoenix
wanna
with this
control
is going to feel
over
comfortable to
Q.
get the
Instead, there'll
orb.
be a slower approach from that
Yeah.
defensive side. You
Molly
need
goes in as well.
Gentlemates, you're expecting this when you've got a Phoenix playing it slow.
The
grabbing
Phoenix
orbs,
wall
building
can
up
break
that running back.
trips, but
Nice
it's
kill by
pretty hard. It has to be like
He's
close
someone
to
I'm
the
very
wall.
excited to see on this map because his lurks are
Oh.
somewhat legendary.
They still have a lot of stuff that can. I mean,
Valorant over the last
the
few
Gentle-
years, he has been around for
the
quite a while.
Gentlemates comp
Sender already
actually has
had
like a
to
good amount to break
deal
the
with
trips. You can
some
at
of the
least, well,
utility of
not
that
break
Yoru,
it,
and
but at
that's
least
also
find out
something
where they
that has
are.
to be thought about by the side of
We can
Vitality
include the
throughout
wall.
this map. They do not have a Yoru of their own. They can't cause the same sort of havoc that
Gamble
Takas is
stack
gonna be able to work
with
on.
the kill
Already
over towards
pressure
middle,
onto
and
their
the
shoot.
wall
Hotline
just comes
actually
up in
denied
time.
by the screen.
Yeah.
But they know exactly where this player is, and Takas will find that opener.
Quickly able to deal with him. Now, at this stage, for the way back in, it's going to be tough. Vitality don't have a lot of utility that they're facing off against, but haven't got a lot to work with either. That Viper wall will be brought back up to 100 toxins, and they'll see if they can
They're
manage to
patient
make their way
with
back in.
this.
Still, though, there's no need to
No
think
wall,
about
so they just wanted to make
retake
sure that they
until the
could
spike
cross
is planted.
safely.
It takes a while. Gentlemate's
Spike
being
planted.
very, very cautious, knowing there's a good chance they get a fight pretty soon and can close this round out on the back of it. The reason that Vitality have been waiting is that flank. We saw Kicks make it up behind. He's caught Whalers. No Viper wall. That was on A, so it's not that big of a deal. Some utility perhaps lost, but Sender, oh, he might be about to be lost on the way through. Good peek, 26 HP. Over the wall he'll go, but his teammates a little further away, split up and separated by
Yeah, there's a nice
Gentlemates who
recon
take
as well
kills
to get
one
this
at a
guy in
time
sight.
and seem to have tied a nice bow on this round. They had
Very
all the time
nicely
to work
done.
with. Vitality
It's a great
just couldn't
pistol.
get the kills.
In your opinion, which teams will go to EMEA Masters? From what I've seen, it should be Fnatic and Na'Vi, but it's single limb, so anything. And I can definitely see with the anti-heretics being able to
If the crowd can get in the minds
to
of
beat
their
one of them.
opponents, we might just watch them crumble. Even still, though, very early days. 1 and 0. For the start, at least the pistol round, I still don't feel like it's going to teach us too much about how this composition is actually going to run. But already, I do fear the combination of Natank and Takas' ult in tandem. Both players.
I'm not
able
really
to
sure
just
that
run
is a hot
around
take, because
invincible.
like if the groups are
It's always
right,
going to be a bit of a nightmare.
like if we do
I
get
think especially
Na'Vi
someone like
Fnatic,
Safe
then
gonna be sat there thinking his utility belt.
the chance of
there's a
that is
couple
very
rounds where
high.
It's going to be aggressively challenged. And
I think
we've
this is
already
smart
seen
from
how the
Vitality.
couple-
They don't want this orb to be taken from the
Takas, it
Phoenix,
can be every single
so they
round.
decide
This
just to
guy is
go
an
over towards
absolute
A,
menace. Already
aggro
spotted a
with
player
4
up close
people,
left.
get
That's
the orb
Viper, but
themselves.
The toxins are running down and running out. No snake bite to work with. Sender has no chance to really stop them here. But again, it's about
Flash goes
taking
middle,
control,
hits 1.
grabbing an orb, and then figuring out where the gaps are. Right now, they haven't seen one. and
This
the
guy
gate
saw
crash has
2.
been destroyed, so
With
there's
that
no
info, they're
free
so fine to
TP.
descend it
Takas has
over.
to take the space with his feet. Again, though, the weaknesses in play for the side of Vitality are the highlights. You don't expect them to get a lot. I like this smoke usage, though.
Yeah, this
Destrian's
smoke's-
called down a little
Smoke's
bit of
good.
a safe haven for Sender to try and use this.
Can
shorty
Yoru see
close
this
range,
angle?
But they are waiting it out. They're not giving him
Smoke
the
goes soon.
opportunity. Some spams even coming his way. As revealed,
Oh man,
Takas
so
is
many
close.
kills.
No, it hasn't. Oh, they're not fully aware. That's free as can be. 3 already. And a big old farm round for Takas. They don't want to lose anybody else, though.
Yeah, really good. And then can one of these guys get the gun? Yep, Cypher picks it up. Perfect from them.
That's the thing.
And then now they can buy 2 guns on top of this, and they are not even sure we can call this a bonus.
In a random corner, you're going, there is a person there.
Something's going up over there. Yeah. I don't know what it is.
I'm going to be very careful walking into that smoke. And well, angle's not checked already. Obviously not too much of a blunder for Vitality. They were just looking to try and do as much damage as
Trex.
possible. Now,
Yeah,
though,
he's in
as
for the
we've sort of
next.
seen, again, I'm always going to
He's in for the next one.
You go for the 3 rifles, you have 2 pistols, and if you keep 3 players alive, You get 5
Do I prefer single elim or double elim? I will always prefer double elim.
He already has his dimensional drift, and the tank is 1 away from run it back.
Very scary. Those orbs are going to be
taken.
They
This
will be seized.
and this together
up for grabs towards B.
is outrageous overwhelm.
From the Vitality side, not just having your Viper here with a deep orb, but also having those traps to play with. That'll used very early. Takas wants to take the space. He spotted one. He's looking for more.
Spotted one, spots the other.
It's been used many times before.
Yeah, and this guy got tagged by the drone and the Phoenix push. Like, look at this overwhelm. This is their first big buy round. Vitality have to eco if they lose this, and it is looking scary.
No matter where Cinder looks, he is 100% blind.
And we've been mentioning this a little bit, how because of the Outlaw, people are having to use classics more on their second round, and it means that the team that won pistol has more freedom to get some of these ults online, and the snowball effect has never been easier, I guess.
Ludicrous play, but it is. It's exactly what he's done. Takas is crazy.
Yeah, he took the TP in spawn as well here, and we get into a 1v3.
And blindsiding Vitality completely. Nobody can hear him. That gate crash was way too far away, deep in towards the defender spawn. And despite
lovely start to this. Huge start.
The time and the player's advantage was too strong. Gentlemates 3-0, already slicing up this defensive setup from Vitality with ease.
They've got some cool ideas. They've got some cool ideas.
In round 3, they've got cool ideas, Tom.
I love that. So Sender gets blinded by the first one. He's like, okay, I'm going to go into this corner. I'm going to be safe. The second flash comes around the corner. He's like, I'm completely blind again. Nowhere to look.
And now
I feel like
they're against another eco,
so
they have another chance to stack up some orbs. And when I say they're against another eco, like, it is literally
defensive side. I'm gonna be intrigued.
Like 1 light armor,
but for now, I'm
3 sheriffs. Like, it's another,
I mean, you have to be.
another potential farm fest in terms of orbs.
So.
Yeah.
Speaking of orbs, they really want to deny this one on their ecos every single time. They've been pushing over towards A. This is a bold round for Vitality. Sorry, bold round for Gentlemates to go 3 tube.
And how much more do you think Gentlemates have in the tank? That was round 3. And already showing ults online, showing ideas with them, putting the pressure on Vitality. Now these pistols, maybe an advantage for Destrian, but it wasn't to be. He was quickly caught.
Yeah, now this guy fills it out in the open.
Angle, except the one up top. Center picks
Yeah,
up
I'm not sure this is the right round to do it. Like, this in a buy round makes a lot of sense. This in the eco does not make any sense.
To say about that defensive side, but Gentlemates have been isolated, been picked off. Logan's only 63 HP. Now he's trapped. The door's closed.
Yeah, and you're getting traded on that.
Worked out the way he wanted. Bay has left to do it all. No utility.
Okay, he at least knows where they both are now.
Has at least got the spike. But those other players are grouping up. Sender and Kicks want to take this duel together. With 30 seconds on the clock, Bayaz can't really go anywhere else. He has to force the fight.
Yeah, and he was not expecting him to just be instantly pushing on this one. And that, for me, is a really bold call against an eco.
Brings Vitality back on the board.
Yeah,
nicely done for Vitality to clean this one up, but man, you're like hand delivering them 3 guns going into a potential crossfire. The people over towards A main aren't pushing out. They've been wrapped. Like, what is...
Give him a rifle, and well, the round very quickly falls apart. A first on the board, financially not going to do too much damage to the side of Gentlemates, but more importantly, it is going to allow
Rixness, thank you for saying that.
to come online. Runner's going to be
yeah, we should be getting more graphic stuff as well done soonish, which would be cool for Coach Potatoes.
And at least in the early stages of this round,
we got some ideas, but Mini is a busy man.
It's just because the tank wants an orb.
And we've seen this a couple of times. A cautious flash just in case to counter flash.
This whole anti-flash and then flashback malarkey's pretty good. Runner with the op, lovely shot from him. Yeah, and the round before, the fact that 3 of them managed to get upgrades in terms of their guns. Wait, was it 3 or 2? 2 of them, sorry. Means that 2 of their econs are flowing.
Yeah, this is the thing. You might have your own plans, your own ideas. But Vitality aren't just going to sit there and let you execute them. Pressure put onto Destrian. Spotted the players in towards the halls, and well, the challenge is coming through. Safe even coming into support, but in the meantime, a couple of players heading in towards that B site. This is more of a bait. Takas with that ability.
What the hell is this timing? Couldn't have been any worse.
Individually and wins both of them. As said though, the spike's still somewhat heading.
Safe trying to react to the Seekers that went out.
If they need to. 30 seconds left. Runner still the one in a decent place, and I feel like the reliance here is going to be on Sender.
Lovely shot, and yeah, there is a lot of pressure on Sender. Sender needs to kill one, and we have a lurk from Whalers all the way into spawn, and he has like a little wall to play behind. What a weird round. These guys have got to send it through the molly. There's 10 seconds left.
Sender's chance now to stop it, to completely win the round. 8 seconds. He just needs to drop that spike. In comes the updraft. In comes the spray, and they've
nice round from Runner as well. Sender did good to stay alive for sure. Yeah.
That's the thing. Takas, he's been so explosive in this game so far, but it's just that late utility hold.
A group watch party? Yeah, potentially. Problem is literally his mini is just working so much.
Have a snake bite with 15 seconds left on the clock. Like, it's just, he hasn't been pressured at all, so there's been no reason for Sender to actually use any of that utility, and you might be looking at him 1 and 3, but realistically, he's one of the main reasons they won that round.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's just a well-placed piece of utility that can ultimately lead to that success. You don't have to be finding 5 kills. You don't got to be kicks, 3 kills on a thrifty. Sometimes you just got to be patient. Do your job. Play your role. Vitality, 1 away.
Low buy for Vitality.
It's somewhat of a
Triple Marshall.
Wow. 3 Marshalls.
Yeah, and here we go again. Dog sets him up. Swing on this one. Yeah, how many? And he's just like, wait, what?
Like, you know,
is that double Marshall holding me?
What if we're all waiting for him?
Can go to site and he can get a heal from kicks.
What if? Well, there's
EP going over towards Tube.
He's able to get out of there. Reset.
He got healed.
Pedestrian close enough to hear it. That gets shot, so he gets info for that.
Gentlemates have gone elsewhere. This is the ideal scenario, I think, for Vitality. Just with the utility that's in play towards this B site, that drone is heard. And Poison Orb goes
double kill trip on the left side here. Phoenix trying to bait out some util. The shock dart missed the trip.
Players to break through their util on the B site. There's an op on A. Well, it's their choice where they go. There's no easy answer.
Problem. Screen plays down.
Keep an eye on Destrian. Destrian's taking a lot of map control, and they go back for. I think this is good. Wall goes in over towards A. Really does look like an A hit. With only cut of sound and wall invested. That shock dart does get tripped. 1 more on site. 15 seconds. Got to avoid this kill trip and go to site. Lovely. No one facing over towards heaven, even though the wall was done.
It's an afterplant scenario. Weaponry definitely not the best, but
keep an eye on the Astrolurk at spawn.
They do, and they're aware of the flank as well. Watching
Phoenix ult might get a few here.
Advantage of a gun that's unaware, while the tank is ulting forward just to hold that extra control and find the info. He's even
delayed and got an important kill. They're gonna have to save, right? Astra ult goes in. Astra, okay, we're going for this.
He's actually caught Whalers. Cosmic Divide's isolating some of these players, but Natan just isn't giving up. He finds kill after kill, and it's enough to send Vitality running.
Nicely done.
Nor does Runner. He's sticking around. He's looking.
I tell you what, the mid-round call here was really good. It was looking. I was actually going to say it's too obvious that the A hit, right? The kind of fake over towards B, but then they actually put the Viper wall in. It even pulled the Cypher out of there as well. Safe kind of over-rotated a little bit.
Gentlemates in that round, literally the criticism I had.
Safe's actually been called off twice from his over-rotates.
Until the very last few seconds. This time, although they take some damage, they get rid of it very early on. They start pressuring in, throwing the flashes, and then just moments later, go bursting into the site, and there isn't anything to delay anymore. Sender also being isolated, and the tank and Takas are just on fire. 18 kills between them, and only 6 rounds is ridiculous.
Well, I think Natank has actually matched. I can't see the opening duel statistics. I'm using my memory here. It could just be the one, but he's certainly done just as well on kills as he did last time he played Phoenix. So it's only up from here, and frankly, it's a pretty steep climb, and they're making it look easy. Natank, though, there's an opening death. I may just have jinxed him.
Yeah, I was going to say he's doing good until that.
Uh-oh.
Vitality of a chance, and the information is there now.
Runner can just hold door the whole time.
Coming in. Viper's pit used as well for the back of the site. They're patiently waiting. Runner has the
Logan does really good here. Logan has to just wait. There's a lot of 1v1s. Bayas has a 1v1. Logan has a 1v1. 2 people on site hiding in their ult.
It's all going to come down to this fight in middle, and the shot not quite connected. This flank coming in as well is something that isn't really being watched for.
Lovely shot.
Has been bypassed by Ayaz.
Yeah, I need to keep an eye on safe though.
But this wraparound could be everything. It may not matter though. They're picking them apart.
Yeah, and everyone else just dead here on this one. Yeah, and safe was maybe a little bit too late with it. I mean, the people on site just had to win a few duels.
It's a Viper's pit, right? Welcome to her world. Bienvenue dans mon monde. And really nicely handled by Gentlemates to put 5 on the board. I mean, that attack side is looking so clean. And you have to look towards Takas and Natank. Just such irritating players to play against. Sure, in this round, Natank gets dropped early. Can you imagine if he was alive late into the round? You're flashing out of that old... It's just impossible to play against these guys. With both, yeah, double flash, one far, one close. It's, you know, you can't turn from one without seeing the other.
And that's the thing, like going into this map, I'm sure that there was definitely something that was thought about by Vitality.
Yeah, an early timeout, and they've had a nightmare start, to be honest.
I think that's such a common pick at this point, but it is just such a disruptive composition that even if you like manage to shut down the tank early, it's not easy to move from there because straight away they're into the site, the space has been taken, and they're in that after plant. And for Vitality, it only really seems to be round wins if they stop them getting there. From the post plant, it's been nigh on flawless from the side of Gentlemates.
Well, you can see Salah, his words per minute have shot way up. The stress may be kicking in. They need to find a solution, a pretty solid one pretty soon. And I don't know how you handle this. Gentlemates have already shown their willingness to play slow, group up on angles, and watch for your pushes. Runner almost lost his life and his operator to that a couple rounds ago. And then when you sit back and wait, Gentlemates have been able to breach through that site. I think the only successful stop you really have is that Viper Cypher on B. Yeah. But if Gentlemates come out full swinging, challenging that again, I call into question whether you'll see the same result.
Well, they're split across the map. I think it's also worth just quickly mentioning expectations. Team Vitality, they've invested, they've brought in players like Safe. The expectations probably are masters.
The weird duel in Tube.
Promoted team. This is an elimination match. One of them goes home.
Well, I think he did see him behind him.
Fake, but the fake actually ends up being his downfall.
I think he did see him behind him.
Through the decoy. That's a little unfortunate for him.
Because he just committed way too much there in terms of the spray.
Shock darts through already.
Shock darts trying to go in. And this is kind of nice. Like the Phoenix basically frees up the Yoru to do a madness. Yeah, and Safe has to push forward, and then he can call that he's in the trap. And the tank is doing bits. Look at him, and then walked across to get the plant.
But even that wall of fire is keeping them out. At 2 versus 3, and
I mean, he's kind of close to his third Phoenix ult.
To see Gentlemates step into that crosshair of Runner, and then the wall goes up, and so there's just no way to find a free kill. Although the toxins must have been low, and the shoulder peeking hell. Second earlier could have worked.
Still a Hunter's Fury, but I don't even know if Gentlemates.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried with the position, and they definitely need to get this recon off to get a bit of information.
Back and just be irritating,
yeah, and that slows down. This guy has to go back to the dodge shot.
Reveal their opponent. Nice shot from
Gonna be close.
Rifle found. Destry needs to get something, and he will. And it should be traded up, but not quite quick enough.
Whoa, he committed. He committed. Respects, Bears. I thought he was just going to go round and round, and they wouldn't be able to defuse, but guy's confident.
Yeah, I think Beaz made the right call. The second he realizes that the other player was close, okay, I have 2 1v1s. This is the best chance to win the round, and, well, he's done exactly that. That's so unlucky. Oh, man. The angle couldn't have been more perfect. I didn't see that the first time round either. The flash as the wall drops, it's just nasty.
The funny thing is, this round, I don't even feel like comes down to the sort of execution we've seen so far. A lot of it is just the balls on the tank.
Yeah, and the tank is doing, the tank's doing mad stuff, and it felt like his comms were good here, because I instantly saw like most of his team spam the cage as soon as he realized he was rapping.
Literally reloading, didn't have any idea that he could have been that far forward, and that sheer disrespect, I don't think most teams have that level of confidence, but that's the thing with these two duelists. They genuinely don't fear going down. I don't feel like they're criticized or punished by their team for taking these risks. That's what they want them to do, to be irritating.
That was kind of nice.
Takas once again with the entry. Trade come back. Bear in mind it's a low buy, but this is a chance for him
to... Yeah, this is a chance for Takas to get a lot for his ult.
So much still to be done in this round, but...
Man, they are having so much success at B.
Have to lean it Gentlemates' way.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I've seen this one before, Tom. You know, same post-plan setups from Gentlemates, and just so confident. in their not only individual ability, but team play, able to, first of all, they're spotting the angles for info. Once they find out where these players are, grouped up, taking the fights together. Bayaz, ooh, he spotted him, but it's cost him his life. A little wide on the angle. Takas has repositioned. Still has a gate crash to work with as well, so he can throw that out, give his position away, grab a kill, a fourth and a fifth. No, not this time. A chance for kicks. The time is low. The snake bites on. He's losing health and he's
nicely done again from them. I tell you what though, Vitality should be happy with how much damage they did. For sure.
Whalers goes down to it, but look, Gentlemates are 7
feel a Euro nerf incoming. Yeah, I do think this year we get
they had one little hiccup, and since then it's been
the ult increase of Yoru and the ult increase of Gecko. I can definitely see both of them happening because they're both on 7, right? I can see them both being 8. It just fits in line with all of the other changes that have happened.
A fantastic performance.
There's Bayaz's mom in the crowd as well. Woo! What a way to kick this off. Certainly feeling proud seeing that scoreline.
Yeah, it's a nice scoreline to be here with.
Absolutely.
Second
Used to have
time
a Volva
around.
back in the day, and he would have a way better
ISO
game.
meta is non-existing. It would never be meta. Not good enough to be in meta. Can it work in a team on the right map? Yeah. Can it be meta? Nah, it would need some crazy changes to ever be like hard meta. But it's pretty good still on some maps. You could do stuff on like Ascent, Sunset, maybe Icebox, but I haven't really thought about it enough. Split. That's about it. Everything else awful.
Dimensional drift to lead the charge. The tanks is online, but he's also dead, so that's not going to cause them a problem. And they're going to use the Hunter's Fury just pinging in onto where the...
Oh, yeah, I don't know how he survives this one. Big Joe coming up, and it doesn't look like Safe is expecting Logan so close.
Sense maybe helps him to back away from this angle.
And who is this? Whalers has owned it.
Such a ratty little angle from Whalers, though. Needs to get more than one, and he does.
Incredible.
A couple combined with the kill coming out of Logan. They've taken the advantage back.
Oh, Takas hit a really important shot. And 27 HP. Damn, dude, they win every round though on B. What the?
Catching the rotations through from A. And again, something he's known for. Understanding how that game breeds, reading the rotations, putting another round.
Honestly, I was not expecting that at all.
Just a straight spam through the smoke that got Sander the first, but well, once they could see their opponents, it didn't go so well.
Why is there a camera outside?
I've never seen the team take more ridiculous and risky angles, and
getting ready to record the walk-in of the next teams, I guess.
Just sat in the complete open if they
That's
push
so
him
funny.
forward, and he gets 2 kills.
Dude, these coaches are chill, man. No
We
reaction.
just saw all the players. Nice, yeah, and it goes to existence. Okay, we got another round. A2.
He's like,
a few more and we win. That's
I
good.
saw this coming a week ago.
Exactly as expected. Well, this one hasn't gone according to plan. Takas loses an opening duel, this time to Safe, shutting down that mid control for the side of Gentlemates as they quickly flee, give up all control, and now spread for a much slower round. But with the Tonic still having his ult and a Viper's Pit to secure a site,
Weird timing.
Very scary, very quickly. The Blade Storm hasn't quite worked out, and the secondary weapon isn't the best. He's sticking around. Not for long.
I love the goal to just flash straight back up there. Now we're going to see the run it back. Interesting position. He's got to wait for the door to open to actually get through and try and find anything.
It's just like, where the hell am I getting killed from? But over towards B, Logan has managed to get a kill on a pushing Thunder? Yeah.
And now he might
now
be
it's
alone
weird
for a second longer.
because
It's
he is
gonna
on
be
his own
Whalers
and
on
he
that wrap
pushes to
round.
wall.
Does have a
Oh
snake
man,
bite
I don't
available.
think you would
Also
ever
have a
think that he
Viper's
pushes
Pit
wall
if he can
here.
get to the spike, but I don't know if that's going to be possible.
Does the
Logan
camera give it away?
already
Nah,
being cheeky.
that gives it away.
The problem
The
is
great
now
ult.
they'll very quickly know where he is. He's going to try and get aggressive, try and fight forward. He's going to get picked up. Destrian knows, but he still wins the fight.
He just needs to stay alive now.
He can't step into that. I think he's hurt it at this point. Whalers must
Wow,
know.
he's a
Secured by
beast.
Logan with another.
What a
Although
6
he'll
solo
fall
rounds,
out, the fight
1v1.
through the pit is the real difficulty.
Dude, what a solo play, and I think Sender messed up
to
here.
cleave around out of this Gentlemate squad's hands. Once they're on that site, it's over. 9 rounds so far. Vitality needs something.
Mitch, Logan walked into B on his own. The rest of the team were fighting A. He goes, I've got the spike, guys, don't worry, I've got this. I'm just going to go
Yeah,
for a
look at
little
that.
jaunt, catches his opponent, and then just goes and plants, and then just wins the round. He's 30 HP when he fights Safe. Safe was a menace even versus Fnatic, and right now, they are being slaughtered. 9-2. Rounds that, for Vitality, well, at least some of them they shouldn't be losing. But Gentlemates just seem to be winning every clutch. Every big kill goes their way.
All goes out with the trip
So
inside
far
it.
ahead at this stage.
I mean,
Well, the upside
these
here is
are
that
the only
game is
rounds that
down
they look
early
like
for
they actually have
Vitality,
like a
so the
good
map's a
advantage
little
into them
easier
when
to
they get
defend,
runner on an
especially
op and he
for the
pushes
trap
A
and the choke
main.
point.
That's the only time
Realistically talking
they're actually
about
winning rounds.
A mid-split of some sort, regardless of where you want to go. Option to bypass Sander, move into back B is always there, but yeah, the A site definitely not the one you want to move towards with runners still lurking around, but with how easy it's looked for Gentlemates so far, they have their pick. The idea to send Takas out isn't bad, but such a passive round for Vitality, just using their traps and their util on B to lock it. Safe's not going to peek that.
The setup right now is so strong.
Oh, he is.
You got
Almost
you got to
kill.
relax on that
I
one.
feel like that was a little bit of fear striking. I don't know. I think normally he gets that one. Destrian, timing is sublime. It's almost perfect. He has to try and mark
Wow,
out
we
which
trade.
one
That
is
was
the decoy.
fast.
So quick.
This guy has a
Gets the
judge
kill
and
with
he's
the
getting
Whalers
pinched either
attackers, as you
side.
said. Too quick on the reaction.
30 seconds
They know
left.
there's a man within this. Sender's on the other side. This is a very risky peek from the tank. Unable to clear him out. Has found the information. There should be a trade.
Nicely done from
Bayaz is
Bears.
there
Dude,
to
look how
find it.
calm they are in these
Now the Arc point is
situations.
secure. Look at where
I know
Takas
exactly.
is.
Planted.
And the distraction's going to be there with Logan popping the hat, making the noise. You know there's a player on site. Now you know there's one in the spawn too, but well, it doesn't get any easier to deal with. Guess who's behind you, by the way? Because once again, lurking through middle
That's
is Logan.
that is a
keeps getting
solid,
away with this.
solid start.
It's not okay. Certainly not if you're a Vitality fan. 2 rounds at the half. This is going to have to be one of the best attack sides we've seen. And for Gentlemates, they can pull out a lot of stuff you're not expecting. They've got Takas, they've got Natan. These agents are a little crazy.
Cypher every round, yeah, it was
And the
non-stop.
Phoenix and all the things they've been doing with it. How are Vitality going to replicate putting Gentlemates on the back foot in the same way? I just can't see that.
I also don't think, just even like being a scoreboard warrior for a second.
Go for it.
Safe and Sender,
The
3
Existence
and 4 kills
Masterclass,
apiece.
man,
A lot of the rounds that
the
we've
first 2
seen
buy
from
rounds,
this attack
like
side
3
have
and
been
5, were
running
really
directly into
impressive.
their setup.
The
A setup that has
bait over,
stuff to make you vulnerable, stuff to reveal
the
you,
bait
stuff
over
catch you
to
out.
with the
And
wall
not every time
on
it's
the,
been
I think it was
like
the
Euro
5th
TK
round.
cards. Sometimes they have just walked through
It might have been the 3rd round as well, I can't remember.
And that has
So
been
those 2
enough
rounds
to
were
win
really
the
impressive.
round.
And
Vitality
honestly,
seem
Safe got
flustered.
Safe on both of those rounds, in my opinion, kind of over-rotated.
He's getting ready.
Especially the one in tube and then the one over towards spawn when he thought it was A.
They have been pinged. He knows they are there, but that is how confident this man is right now.
He could have TP'd to B, reset, you know, taking a breath, but no. He
That's a
wants to
coward's
stay
way out.
aggressive. I got 1 opening kill. Give me a second one. Well, for Gentlemates, they're happy now. 5 versus 4, bunkered down on this A site, and there are 2 on site, 1 towards the doors and 1 even in the spawn. I mean, such a heavy stack from this side, even as we see Bayaz slowly rotate away.
Smoke can go up
Cover
again
them
now,
too.
and they're going to force through, and this guy's here.
Vitality have so many players to deal with on the way through. Natan
Shots, man. Shots.
Insult to injury.
Absolute shots. It's a lockdown.
Win another pistol round, not just cleanly, but an Andalucia flawless to put it 11-2. That has to be one of the last nails to enter Vitality's coffin.
You never want to play them twice. You never ever want to play this team twice. The first time around, it's like their warm-up. This is looking like a completely different beast. I'm sure Vitality came into the day just like business as usual. We've got 2 of the 3 same maps in this series. They've got to pray that they wake up in the next one because I'll be honest,
The
unless
full eco
miracles
comes in,
happen
yeah,
this
they're
one,
just
it's already
accepting it.
done.
No plant on this one.
Ever since 2020, Logan and Takas, they're scary guys when you play him that second time. Takas does not let it go. He doesn't like losing.
Well, bear in mind, around that time, where was Natank playing? He's on the other team.
He's learned. He's learned, isn't he?
They're back for a little bit of revenge. Nice shot
Oh,
from
let's,
Runner.
yeah, let's hold up.
An awakening of sorts.
Let's hold
He
up. A little bit of
potentially
damage
do a
done
little
though,
bit
for
of
sure.
damage here.
And we got the
Yeah,
farm
4
gun.
strikes back, though,
Bayaz
with
needs to
Sender falling
get a
still.
kill. And that is a
This
gun.
one very costly.
Yeah, this is scary now.
Competitive round, which I'll be honest, it's not something I've said much throughout this map
Planted.
thus far. And after plant position, and Vitality have a chance. They found rifles as well, Mitch.
They have a chance, but TACAS also has an outlaw.
TACAS is
and
21
I'm
to
actually
8.
very afraid of this man with that weapon, not just because it's strong, but because of what he's up against. All those players are one hit to it. It's an off, essentially. He's running around.
Yeah, he's running around with a ghost though.
Hand. Not currently finding anyone or any opportunities. Whalers, though, does pick up runner. Here we go. Attempt to flash up close. He's swinging on it, but it was a little late. If it had went out at first, who knows? A good reaction
Not
by
bad.
Destrian and safe.
I think we picked up 3 guns as well, so there was 1 ghost into this and they kind of fully killed them.
And then they were right back out
Monkey with the Apex, you're just gonna... I know what you're gonna do. Let's see what's coming. I'm waiting for the Zywu gifted in a sec as well. Thank you so much, Monkey. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that is true.
Come all this way for like a 13-7 or something. It wouldn't be great, but they're putting on a show.
Well, a lifeline, at least for Vitality.
2 out of the 3 rounds have been 50s. Yeah, the one in tube in this one. Not wrong.
So I'm not sure there's going to be any breaks on the Gentlemates train. For now, though, they don't have much to play with. Logan with a Sheriff. That's what fills Mitch's nightmares.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
He's not a 1v4 yet. So
that's the thing. Yeah,
he needs the rest of his teammates to die, but take 1 player with him. And
then it's a little bit of a trap play here, for sure.
It's the wrong map for it.
93k in squeezies. Yeah, he's a...
These guys, I mean, it is like...
He's a big streamer.
You're talking about
I had no idea.
Back in the day, but Wild have learned that lesson.
Actually, had no idea. I used to do
Apex
an event for... What was it? For Gamescom, and he was there, and people were losing their mind. He's a bit, and that was like years ago, man. He's been a popular guy for a long time.
Lotus, the map that Gentlemates picked last time, lost badly. Do you think they're coming in with the same ideas? Because I sure as hell don't. It's gonna be tough. Oh, nice flash as well by Natak. The damage is massive. Of course, it's all pistols.
The French Mr. Beast. Oh, that's a good way. That's a good way of summing it up.
Unfortunately, Wales was still alive, so. Wasn't quite possible. Destrian is going to be able to get another kill. Now it's a long road back.
Right, this is the round where we need to pay attention.
I think that's where you do see some vulnerabilities within the Gentlemates composition. I don't think the fans of Gentlemates believe there's anything to worry about just yet.
Well, at 11-4, Tom, I'm inclined to
they're just scared of the
definitely feels
they're scared of the outlaw on Kashi.
Still on the reins. Just a good tug.
With the pistol, obviously being pretty high with the frag, and the tank has his ult on this one. Good to retake if they want. Good to just send it and check map control at one point as well. All of this. Wait.
Come on, let's go. He's on
I was gonna say, imagine it. Nicely done from him. Nicely done. Cypher down, so now any push behind works pretty well. Yeah, and their wall goes invested in towards B. The Yoru decides to TP here.
On the other side of things,
you could argue that maybe they're playing a little bit too fast against a Yoru.
Look
at this guy's getting hit by the same trip twice.
Revealing the player on site. He knows exactly where he is and will deny the plant. Nobody has checked that back corner. TACAS still just causing issues.
Damn.
The flash is perfect as well. Styling on them. Kicks. Still trying his best to hold strong. Doesn't really have any support.
Damn, the util, man. The util's disgusting. We get a drone tag on the guy's side. We get a recon to clear this guy on broken wall. They're taking no chances. No one decided to even look back a sight as well, which is questionable.
Through that wall to fight every single one of them the way he's been playing so far. But he waits. He lets them. He did. Didn't he? It worked. But he waits here, so they think, okay, we
looking clean, dude. They stole your Phoenix, Emil.
He would have killed me when I was in that trap.
They stole your Breeze Phoenix.
Why wouldn't he have? Well, this is why. So he can catch you unaware and allow his teammates to rotate in, blitz on the back of it. I
chances.
love the way this team plays. 12-4 and 8 chances for Gentlemates to close out this map. Onto their map pick from the previous series next time. It ain't looking good.
It's been a good map for Vitality, but I'll be honest, this is not the way I expected this to go. Expectations on them have been high, and maybe at crunch time, for some, pressure is like a drug. For others, it hinders. And right now, it's looking like a hindrance.
These two backside, what can they get?
Like,
oh my. Oh my. That is, yeah, teams are stealing that flash. That's great. It goes all the way above the box.
He's been dealt with. It's left all onto the tank. 1 versus 1.
That was cool.
He's going on a rotation. Sender is watching for.
Honestly, didn't think that would go high enough.
to see if there's anything to be had.
Off
He's
the
going
floor
a
to go
long
above
way
this.
around. I don't know if he's got the expectation that he's going to wrap around maybe the wrong read from the tank this time.
Nah, I think he's
But
on
even
this.
still, if he goes all the way around the map, this is going to be a nasty surprise. Now, he hasn't heard or seen anything. In that time, Sender has
30
spent
seconds
so
left.
much just
And
to
does he
and get
try
the
go
spike
B
down and
main?
still has absolutely no idea where his opponent is going to be coming from. Now Natank goes running all the way through the spawn.
Yeah, Natank has to walk it because for sure he could be underneath him as well.
The question finally hit Sender's mind. Does he think, okay, this has been too long without a sighting. Could this man be behind me?
He has a wall.
He seems to be worried about... Oh, that flash is giving it away. Actually, the element of surprise
Yeah,
completely
wall's
gone.
kind of nice.
Sender knows,
Now
but
what?
does he think it's a fake? No, he's wrapping around. It's half touched already. Natank around, and he's
The
got
extra
it.
wide step.
There is no
Man, they've
good making
annihilated
plays
them.
wrong. No
Wasn't
mistake
even close,
for
bro.
Gentlemen
What
in
the
this
hell?
matchup. 13-4.
That was sick.
Takeover. We are expecting to go the distance, but I'm not sure I agree anymore. Vitality barely got started.
They need a serious talk. They've been rocked in this game. Takas and Natank have led the way throughout this one. An unstoppable force in this first map, and Vitality need to recover. We'll be back after the break to see if they can.
Okay, let me quickly upload this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out
Chat for the new
stairs,
viewers.
predator angle. You're gonna
VOD
be
channel.
able to fight
VOD
this.
channel exists. There are 10 best of 3s today. I don't think you'll be able to watch them all. So if you miss one and you want to watch one, the VOD channel is there to check all the games. We got Ryan as well doing all of the Chinese VODs as well, so they're uploaded as well. Don't underestimate you, bro. I mean, honestly, if you had the, you could double monitor. Get the split screen going. Maybe it is possible. Could you update the VODs playlist and make a playlist for each region's kickoff? What do you mean? Oh, playlist. Playlist. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I can do that. Might have to be when there's some downtime, but I will do. Okay, I'll be right back.
I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical.
with the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm, gold watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Oh, that is the Gentlemates we know and love. They start out strong here by taking a map against Team Vitality, as you guys can see. Natank with the AIM Lab warm up. I mean, it's a good thing that he did warm up because Kakuka, Lothar, what a map that was for him. You can see why now that they lean so much into that Phoenix.
Yeah, exactly. And we had, of course, a lot of questions once we saw the Yoru and the Phoenix coming in. Of course, we saw them the other day, but especially the way that they were using the Yoru ultimates to create distractions, to create pressure, to gain all that space. And the way they were comboing, actually, with the Phoenix that doesn't have that much mobility, it was 100% success rate in all of the rounds they were using it. And not only that, this is the Gentlemates that is playing in the zone. They won every single one of the clutches that they had here.
In general, their performance was insane, but what I like is that they're like trying to show the identity. They're having the Yoru and the Phoenix together. Plays it perfectly when it comes to the ultimate cycle as well, because we have either a Yoru ultimate, which drones and gives the information and allows the pinches to be happening, like in the clip that you showed, but also when there's no Yoru ultimate, then there's the Phoenix ultimate, which is very similar and allows to create pressure as well.
The way that they were finding space around the map, and not only with the ultimates, also playing around the Viper walls, and the way that they were communicating with each other, every scene seemed to be in place for them.
And also remember that there's some insane performances happening. Taka's 26 kills on the Yoru, 250 damage per round. That is absolutely insane.
Well, here's the thing. We've seen the Phoenix before. I think that was the reason that people kind of felt like, oh, not super convinced. Why are they doing this? On Lotus Lothar is map 2. Do you think it will be a good idea for them to reprise that Phoenix and go for it again?
In my mind, whenever I think about Natank, he's a Phoenix main, you know? But then you look at his stats, he played it only 8 times in officials. But it feels like it fits him. He has better performance, typically has an average of 120 ADR, but on Phoenix, he's 145. So there's a difference in performance for him as well. So I think for Lotus, picking the agents that are comfortable for the players playing them is an important factor.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised also if we see maybe that small adjustment and bringing in also the Yoru into Lotus, especially because now Existence will have all both the bots from Vitality, and we know all of those papers are not a meme. He actually takes anti-stratting very, very seriously.
What do you think is on those pages, Lothar? I think it was you. What would you be writing down?
Shopping list.
There's a lot of on that tapes that you can learn from. First and foremost, you need to understand what was, for Gentlemates, of course, what was successful for them. And successful for Lotus when it comes to attacking was just pushing 5-man A. That was the only rounds when they had any success. There was a 3 rounds when they played against Vitality, and nothing else was actually working. Why wasn't it working? Because Vitality was taking aggressive space. We have seen Vitality taking space on pistol round on C mount. We have seen them do the same then on A on the rounds when they had a lower buy, and those are the rounds where Gentlemates kind of lost ground, and I feel like having either a consistent plan on 5-man pushing or resorting to better default is the plan for Gentlemates right now.
Well, this is a rematch of a map that they played already as well. We're going to see the agents select very, very soon to see if there are any changes. But on the other side, Kakuka, Vitality, they looked great on Lotus against Fnatic. They probably should have won that map.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Save had a brilliant performance, even though, you know, his utility was off sometimes. Definitely needs a bit more reps on the Omen just to feel comfortable, because we know that he is a great player. But of course, we also need to mention this is elimination. Of course, you won that one time, but after playing against Fnatic, after having that loss, the fact that Vitality has decided to pick this map has to mean that they have fixed everything
back to
No
the...
Yoru, but they are sticking with the Phoenix.
Yeah, I was wondering if we're gonna see Safe actually on a Sentinel, because we have seen some missed one-ways as well for him in the previous match, which was actually important.
He's talking about the one-way that was like
I think it's
in
gonna
the
work.
ceiling,
This is a
the
very
Fio
aggressive lineup,
Fio
and I think
one-way.
If they were taking the lessons from Existence, it should work well.
I did great for my age. What age did it say I was this time?
Changing
71.
positions
Yeah,
in
honestly.
such a short tournament, either
Imagine.
it was prepared before, like having two options, or you have to iron out everything that went wrong and actually work with where you already have.
What will happen to the loser of this match? I mean, they'll have to be practicing, and they play the next official in about 5 weeks' time.
They have to win here if they want to keep their Madrid dreams alive.
Well, this is where things get interesting. Vitality and Gentlemates, as you said, Sue, Vitality
94?
need to win to keep the dream
Wait, what's the
alive.
max on this?
They need
100?
to do it on this map and the next. Maps where they've already played against Gentlemates. We talk about how strong they can be in a rematch. Well, the last map was fresh ideas, was coming in with blank slates, and they looked miles ahead. Now, this is where
At some point, he's got to play something different than Phoenix.
Gentlemates will be looking
I
back
don't know.
at
Did
that
you see
series
last
going,
map?
we need to fix
Hard to
all of
argue
those
against.
issues. Let's see what iteration 2 of Lotus looks like for this French squad.
Okay, Vitality on defense.
On the defense.
Gentlemates on
Aggressive,
attack.
Tom. Runner wants to get aggro.
Where's the
and mid.
YouTube
They've got a
chat? I've
smoke
lost
down,
you.
A
There
lot
you
of
are.
control being seized early on, and on C as well.
Attack side start. This is where you do feel like this comp had its real lease of life. Like Gentlemates did make a decent attempt when it comes to their attacking side. You don't really have the expectations.
Gang's playing KO.
Last map, if you start blitzing your opponent,
I mean,
it may not matter
he's the
too
op
much.
on
Already though.
he's the op on Gecko on
Aggressive
bind.
utility placed. This will give the information
So
over to Destrian. And obviously the one
it
thing
plays
I will
it plays
say
a
is
little bit
I
similar.
don't think Existence has probably slept since their last defeat. I also want to say Gentlemates Classic might be my favorite. It is dope. I don't know if we could switch back to showing it. It might be a bad time to do it, but
Yeah, what the hell?
Classic.
It's
There
actually
we go.
very nice.
It is nice.
Sleek.
No, it is nice. The colors are cool.
I'm not doing this for
They
sale.
paid you for this, Tom.
No, I genuinely really like it. It's a cool classic.
30 seconds
Got my
left.
liquid one on at home. Well,
Okay,
the
two
quick
pass
play
and
by the
fake.
Tonka.
And do
No
we get a
surprise to
rotate
anybody.
coming out
That's an
safe?
opening duel
Dude,
for
they're
the Tonka.
really playing off
He's
safes
really not
rotations,
happy
by
about
the
his
way.
last
Is that the
performance
whole
on
game
Phoenix,
plan?
And he's already off to a flying start. But unsurprisingly, despite a lot of presence on C, kills being found there, there was an immediate refrag on A and a push through to plant.
Three
Gentlemates,
rounds
5 versus
that are
3,
three
miles
rounds that
ahead,
are big.
time on their side,
Every
utility to
single
work
time.
with, still a nade on Takas, but he's doing it with his pistol. And they came close to another Andalucia flawless. Instead, it's going to be kicks to fall.
Nicely done. They keep this
After
one
just
going.
kill.
You just enjoy saying it now, don't you?
I do. I feel like I'm hitting my rhythm. Once we get to Madrid, I'm going to be
just like that little bit of extra Spanish flavor you need to
Afinatos,
throw in there,
right?
isn't it? That's
With the
what it is.
prime. Thank you so
need a
much.
French city to sponsor.
Here we go. 1-0.
Paris flawless.
Gentlemates have got off to a good start. And this is the thing that's terrifying is it stops being about the strategies. It stops being about even just individuals. It's more about mentality.
They got to
at
stop the
this stage,
momentum,
because I
yeah.
feel like
And
Gentlemates,
they're
when
not
they
going to be
get
able to
into
do it on the
elimination
full
matches,
classic
they get into
eco that's
crunch
coming.
time, the mentality skyrockets. They have the leadership. They have the
Bro,
players, they
I
have the
tell you,
synergy.
I really think the game
Vitality's a
game
brand
plan
new team.
is
They still have a standard
trying to
team.
get the
Do they
rotates
have
coming out,
the
and the
ability
people
to
just
reset
want
after
to
getting
duel too
wrecked
much.
by a Yoru and a Phoenix?
The fake
And
looked
then
pretty
seeing that
convincing though.
Phoenix
I gotta say
again
that much.
get here. And now Takas, right? He might not be on the Yoru. The gate crashes, the rotation.
Zender plays Tree with a shorty.
Before, he'll be a different kind of wild.
He can be as wild.
Does he run
definitely
forwards?
can.
Ball's about to
Okay.
go
I
down.
guarantee he's gonna blast pack shorty someone in this game.
Oh, fair. Oh, Sender talking to the shorty. He's
Damn.
and he's got a double.
He's
One with each
absolutely
barrel.
owned it.
That's
Now
good
this is a
damage.
weird round. They're gonna have to try
And
plant
again,
for
you fall
Tree.
back to
Maybe they want to
Vitality
get some
not
map
having a lot
control.
to
Let's see what
work
they
with.
do.
But
Good plant
maybe
for
if they
Tree.
group up, they can chip
The
away
good
at
news
these
is
weapons
Logan
and
is
maybe
holding all of
manageable
behind, so I'm
scenario.
not sure
That's the
Takas needs to
thing.
go this
One
aggro,
kill, and you have to
because
bear
it
in
would
mind,
if they
they
go
actually
down, give him a
invested into
gun,
the
but
rifles on every single player. There is nobody that has spare cash. Aggressive positioning might not be expected.
yeah,
Good
I
flash
think this
by
was a
Brenner's
I
got
think this was a
both.
misplay.
That's a huge couple
This
of
is a
kills.
misplay
Now
considering
it's
where
like all onto Logan.
where
I don't
and
even know
what
how he
space
goes about
Logan
winning
had.
this. I think it just has to be a save.
Yeah, and he
A
has to
huge
save this one.
response from Vitality already.
Yeah, and they can
managing
go
to
pick
get
up the
themselves
guns on
back
this.
onto the board,
Massive
and that
answer
might
back
just
from
be the
Vitality.
confidence booster they need.
Yeah, that's a
Well,
massive
maybe they
flash
can do
coming
it
out
on
of
the
Phoenix.
maybe they
It's
can do it
so
with the
awkward for
classics.
those players to fight. Center first,
For
running
God's
around
sake.
the corner. Whalers can't win the duel, and then it's easily taken down. I mean, the fact that Runner gets both is unfortunate in a number of senses. First of all, the second guy doesn't get an extra chance to do anything, kill someone. But add to that, he's now 3 away from a showstopper, building up those orbs. It was a right click as
It's a
well
great
to take
flash.
that,
It was a
guys.
nice setup
So
from Sender with the
unfortunate
shorty.
for the Gentlemate side, but this is the that was after the double shorty. This is the
For God's sake.
lifeline that Vitality
Jolly,
very
is that
much
you
needed
again?
coming into this.
Thank you for the
Resetting,
gifted
they've
Anon, whoever you are.
negated the pistol round, but they haven't sent Gentlemates to an eco. There is still
Insta
money
hit.
there,
They
and they're
insta
putting
buy
it
onto
all
this
on
one.
the
We
line.
really need to pay attention. We've got 2 stingers.
Back in a round. This
There
is a
goes the
quick
best gun in terms of the
move
Phantom.
towards the door. I don't know if this will be expected,
Judging the
especially
after
with
plant,
Molotov now.
this guy
Should have
does
a
not
decent
feel
idea.
comfortable to plant. They got
Spike
no map
yet
control.
to be
Vitality
planted.
locked them
It's
in.
actually because of where the defenders have managed to get to. They are
How on
sat
earth
in a flank spot
the
behind.
Gentlemate's meant to win this
where
round
you'd
right now?
Ideally like to plant.
Because
So I
he
wonder
wants
if
to
this is
plant
gonna
for
be
the
a
people
moment where
Hobbit. They have
Gentlemates
no...
either
They need to
sit
smoke
tight
this
and
off.
hope that somebody makes a mistake. They're not low on time, or if potentially they're going to try and re-aggress somewhere else.
I think they've seen that something is off, and now they know
What
it
is that
Runner
timing?
and safe, quick on the kills. That Judge of Whalers has been spotted shoulder peeking. They know he's there. They shouldn't be running into him. Well, that said, he's run into them. The reload's on, and that's
Okay,
unfortunate.
and
Yeah, I
now
think the
we
whole idea there,
really
you
start
saw
to
them go
see
into
them
that
kind of go ahead with
connector.
this one.
Play
3,000
up
for
close.
4 people staying alive. I think they need to buy
Whalers.
one armor,
Takas was
one gun.
anti-flash. Whalers had the Judge, so he
And
could
they
swing,
got
maybe get a
another
kill,
eco
and
to get
Takas
their
could at
money
least
and their
trade
ults
and keep
good.
the numbers
So
to them. You really just expect Vitality to try to retake some control somewhere, but they were very, very patient on that defensive side.
Yeah, and something to mention as well is this is going to give the biggest boost possible to Vitality's economy. They get to come
yeah,
out
I mean, they're
with
already
4
sitting on
guns
2
in the
people
last
5-8.
round. They keep pretty much everybody in this round as well, other than the one player going down to the Judge. Interesting.
Razor.
And yeah, it means that now...
Dude,
they're
that's
up
his only
against
satchel.
what is sort of an eco. You got Logan buying up with a rifle, but they could realistically have most
Rando
players
Gen,
close to
thank you,
max
thank you.
cash.
Classic, welcome
Smoke
in.
cross
Thank
on
you for the
A,
gifted,
just a
Rando.
delay. Looks like there's a lot of presence on C, and Safe is falling back. The wise move. How many players were set to come swinging around, especially against pistols? It's not really worth hiding in those little corners, because once you take that first player down, even if you take a second, that trade is worthwhile, and they'll get a rifle for sure. I like the idea to fall back. It's only Logan. So
Nice
I heard
timing,
myself say that
Gentlemates. The dog just went over towards him.
to say.
Yeah, they got at least
But he's the only
one
with
shot
the rifle,
off on
so
Sender.
chances very low.
Didn't
With
manage to
pistol
connect it.
in play for the rest of the
Everyone's
squad.
double jump
Sheriff's in
peeking, but this is
hand,
2
they
different
control
agents
it.
jump peeking, so
Much
they do
slower
actually get
round.
double
This is all
info.
based
They know
around
there's 2
Vitality,
here.
hopefully
If the comms are
over-rotating
good.
or making mistakes, getting aggressive. As they rotate back, they'd catch them, but well, as we can see, again, very patient from Vitality.
And this tree hold from Sender is something that I'm sure will give Gentlemates nightmares. He was so good at putting snake buys down at the opportune moment even,
Oh.
and just making
Nicely
things
done from
awkward.
Destrian.
Destrian patient, watching
30 seconds
for
left.
the aggression, and now they're running out of time.
Yeah, and this is the pivot over towards B,
To make a
and
decision.
Destrian
Could go back towards the B
might
site,
be
but this is already going to have
good
some
for this.
control there. Rotation available.
Wait, did they go back to
Just
A?
gone down with a wall bang, but more so, Destrian's there,
Enemy remaining.
patiently waiting. And although there'll be a couple of kills, it's still a relatively clean round for Vitality.
Much better. from the
Isaiah
Vitality
as well.
squad.
Isaiah
Free to
7
line.
with the Prime.
They
Thank you for the
don't
5
lose
months,
any
man.
real
Thank you so
there's
much.
a lot of players, I should say. to Gentlemates. You don't have that lurk from Logan, catching them off. I mean, so many boxes being ticked that we'd seen before. Spray from Destrians. I don't want to call it lucky. I mean, he knows when they're coming out. He knows the angle they're on. He's playing his odds. And it certainly worked out. 3-1. This is where Gentlemates fight back, though. And although we mentioned the showstopper
Yep,
of Runner being
and
farmed up early, Takas
the money could not be any different. Razor though, both online for either team. Op comes out for Runner, decides to go over towards B aggro. They're just going to see the turret, shoot the turret, and go back. Break the turret. Oh, they broke the turret with the rifle, so they don't know the Op is here. Actually has some potential.
Runner looking to try and take away the space. If we've learned from the last map anything, it's that if you allow Gentlemates to execute, they're always going to be deadly. I think Logan has spotted the aggressive position. It does kind of mean that he's trapped. He can't really rotate around with the rest of the team. I assume that maybe there's going to be a stun out from Bayers.
Yeah, and he's had this on lock the whole time, so he's going to get the rotate potential here. Do we stun this off? Oh, no need to stun it off.
That's next level confidence from the IGL. That's so disrespectful. I can't believe he's done that.
Well, Gentlemates have found themselves in a very pretty position because of that. A 5 versus 4, but Tom.
40 seconds, 3-person stack for A. Omen flash was good, hit the Omen. Oh, nice movement on that, what the?
Straight on the kicks. The first is found, Tree is theirs. And the others are on the back of sight. Sender
Oi, yeah, of course Existence has the most perfect lineup for the breach damage.
With a few tags as well, he's down to 19 HP and not feeling his chances of stopping this flawless round from Gentlemates. Instead, he's going to be hiding away.
Next round, Phoenix ult, Omen ult. They have to win. What? If they're buying ops, maybe 3 in a row. But probably like 4 in a row to make an eco.
Still on the floor and then cross the angle. So actually, very decent timing for Destrian.
It's a very good. It's a very good answer back though, right? 2 armor rebuys. There's a chance this guy buys heavy armor. I don't think it's worth, but.
It would just be a dry peek. Destrian now trying to take a little bit of space. Timing.
Destrian would not do they. The ops are getting popped.
And Andaluthia flawless for Gentlemates to get back on the board, but I will say some of the fights that they're taking utterly disrespectful. I genuinely cannot believe that Bayaz knew there was an operator there and then went, I'll take him. On a breach.
They just won a map 13-4. I mean, the first couple
I'm not sure he knew it was an op, to be honest. Because I'm pretty sure the jump spot spotted one. But they did break the turret with the... They did break the turret with the Phantom.
On the other side, from Vitality, you can't allow them to get away with something like that.
And I think he just thought they went back with the...
We'll see what they can do on this defense. With rifles up yet again. Credit's still in the back pocket. Showstopper to work with.
Interesting. I kind of like this strat. Are they just going to straight... They're going to then fake B and then hit C after making early pressure over towards A. Is he going to touch the... Okay, the plan was to touch the spike. I actually like this. I actually like what they went for here. So the plan was to create early pressure over towards A. Then they look like they're going into B with the ult. They're going to tap the spike with the Phoenix. Set off all the mollies, and then once the ult's done, they pivot into C and plant C, trying to pull the rotates off C to get in sight. It kind of worked anyway like this without the tap of the spike. Yeah, and they feel like they need to get some map control.
Not paying attention, the boombot's blind, but nobody else. And now that showstopper through actually catches Bayers on the back lines.
Omen flash. It's Takas on this as well.
Leaving a player on the other side blind, but only for a second.
What a shot.
And a quick shot.
What a whoa. The boys are just aiming. What is that?
Level up the scoreline once again.
How did he get 3 there?
Tying up that scoreline. Oh, Tom, you're not standing for that? Leave the ball alone.
This isn't Sensi.
Now, tying up the scoreline in this fashion, you know, I kind of understand. Sander doesn't want his barrel to be seen, right? So he's tucked in against the wall, but usually you're going to have that extra player covering you, and I think they were slightly spaced out.
The last two nasty.
That's just due to Gentlemates, the way
I like the overall strat though. This was a cool overall strat. And then now they do the same thing, but they actually push out towards A. Even on this 3-person push, flash hits. Is this Omen flash hit? Oh, you're dead, bro. Yeah, you are dead. Can call numbers though. I wonder if he took damage from Raze.
They're a little scared of Sender after the shorty play. They haven't gone pushing through. That's the thing. There was an opening, but He's genuinely got in the back of their heads.
Yeah, they might be going back after this.
You're not going to make the same mistake twice, are you? I like the deep nade here. That's going to give them control to pop the plant, but the spike is a little far behind.
He knew that was coming. Plays anti-flash for that. Almost got another. Definitely pivot over towards A is good. Spike almost gets caught. Can Killjoy. No, doesn't want to lose the round.
Not close enough. He can slow them down a second, reposition up top, but a battle will be on his hands, and he doesn't want to give that advantage away. Instead, waiting for kicks, waiting for safe.
Whalers is a lunatic.
Further behind, runner covering their back. This will be a 3-man, oh no, a 4-man play through heaven. Everybody challenging Whalers. He lost it before. This was a tough angle against the pistols. And again, runner will open the space, blast packing through while Destrian trades. Bay has to be rooted out, and with low HP, he didn't stand a chance. Takas though, 72, but he only needs 1 bullet to the head to take them down. And the first is found successfully. The second, oh,
nice shots from Safe in this round.
Safe baits him well with a quick tap on the AD keys. 4 rounds now for Vitality. The lead will be held.
I like the change up from Vitality. This push over towards C was cool. And pretty sure the raise didn't get detected, so they couldn't instant react.
To actually get their executions off, they're really deadly, but instead they're being disruptive. An aggressive C push to remove out the lurker, it forces this Gentlemate side to react, but even just because of the doubts held by Sender being in the tree position, they weren't able to take that space so quickly, and the split back was expected. A good round from Vitality, a great response, and now, well, with the finances of Gentlemate somewhat on the brink, they're not in too bad a position. They're going to take their time to make sure that they don't let this one slip away, because as we saw already mentioned with this composition, the expectations
Wait, you're sick today? Hopefully you feel better, bro.
They're going to have to be very aggressive, have to be very proactive.
Do I have mates to win this? Nah, I have Vitality to win this, but the first map wasn't exactly didn't exactly fill me with confidence on that.
Conversation as well. You know, Vitality can be prepared for what Gentlemates bring here, and maybe even on Sunset as well. It's going to develop as time goes on. I think that defensive side where Gentlemates have the better chance of putting them on the back.
Do you think Lotus needs a wall rework? Yes, but teams don't make it look like it does, so we won't for ages. I reckon they might fortify some walls when you... Actually, I don't think they will fortify some walls. I reckon the most likely thing is they never change walls and we just get owed enough. That makes the most sense. I think they like the wall banging aspect.
Sky owed? It's new. I like it.
Wait, it could just be a change up of maybe trying to fake who's on what side of the map. Because as I said, they've already seen each other play, so just try a bit of a ruse.
I mean, the idea, like, I love the idea of bringing this into play, right? The fact that you have this Odin to work with means that while your teammates are
same A take for them, they walk out.
Had a problem with around this angle.
Odin over towards tree.
Through these walls, trying to take down Natank, for example, where he is right now, but he's already a little closer than they expect. The paranoia goes in, but
Safe. What?
Close. The
that was
are a little shallow.
What?
Because that player had already pushed up. He's too quick in taking the space, too disrespectful for this strategy to work without more information. And I don't know how much more they could possibly
in theory, Runner was meant to trade him with the flash, but even just the line of the flash here. You got. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
4 players are now on that right side of the map. Like, you could literally almost split it directly down.
I imagine in practice that looked a little different, and there was something else that was meant to happen.
Completely clear if they were to go in that direction. Now, they did have the little bit of early information from the turret, but that's already been destroyed. Now we see the full sprint back. In the meantime, though, that rolling
Killjoy, I mean, Killjoy ult gives them some space. They can even still get the plant. This literally does nothing. Just accept it. It's fine. And then they can just... Yeah, they get the ult down, and then they can just breach ult when they decide to come over towards the site. Wait, he needs to be closer. There we go. Gonna hit all of them.
He might get all of them.
Yeah, it's actually gonna hit all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
They're all hit by it. They're all stunned, and 2 are gunned. That seems to be Gentlemates with the round in the bag. 5 versus 2, and a quick trade on the tank. The stun even came through, so there was nowhere to go. We are looking at
the Killjoy ult
from this attacking
didn't really do anything.
And I think the players are playing it perfectly. You have to give so much credit to Existence as well. I think we're seeing that experience from such a long time.
Kind of actually told them that the site was clear, to be honest.
And the value being brought is immeasurable, I think.
Yeah, I think the second he turned to coaching, he was one of the hottest properties in all of Valorant. I don't think anybody who knew anything about FPS had heard of existence somewhat in the past. The thing I'm really impressed with, though, and I think someone we're maybe not hyping up enough, is Bayaz. I feel like the combinations he has alongside Takas and the tank are disgusting, especially on his breach. Even in the games they lost, you can see the thought process. And you go back to his Sova plays, look at the amount of times that there was a pot flash, but the player was also getting like scanned.
What do I think of the Phoenix picks on Lotus? Old Lotus, in for it. New Lotus,
4 to 4.
yeah, not,
Still, though,
not the
I feel like
best.
we're talking a lot about Gentlemates, but Vitality
You can get orbs.
stretch.
Like, it's not the worst, don't get me wrong, it's not like it's gonna not work, you can have a good game plan, you can win games with it. But when it was double orb, it was actually good in my opinion.
Joke's over. You're dead. Got a good read here again, Mitch. 3 players within this A site, and even going to use a Viper Spit very early on.
What the hell is this all? Look at it, the heaven, looks weird as hell.
He will straight up
Oh my, runner.
Trying to take you down, but
And are we just going to get a spam on this?
the pit will be safe. The problem is the pit does not deny the plant. It doesn't let you get back up close. All it does is stop their aggression.
And it's a good plant for it's a good plant for this. What?
2 through the pit. 1 was Sender.
Man, I need times to flash well. Oh, this kid though. I take it back. Phoenix is unbelievable. Nah, it is all this kid though. Like, he's the one making it look good.
Seem to be living on a prayer. It's not answered. They're left alone in this 2 versus 5. Not a kill to their name. And it might just be, no, it's not flawless. It comes so close. 5 HP, all that Kick survives
Yeah, and
by.
he's pretty much secured that he gets another ult into this half as well. So.
To survive. Running for his life. No one's
And is he? Yes, he is.
just about a little too shy. A little too shallow. 5 to 4. The lead now for Gentlemates. And they are looking so good. What do you do?
I'm starting
the first
to
he's
wonder.
at least he shot. The second, I mean, Center had fired 1 bullet through.
I'm genuinely starting
Yeah,
to
they
wonder
they
if
both
just
fired
before
1
the
bullet,
matches, like,
and they
Sisters
both had
gets really
instant
close,
regret.
goes, the tank, if you lose this game, you're out. And then he just goes nuclear. Because the difference between this, like, he was good in their last series, but his Phoenix was rough, I think, on this map.
Yeah.
He's already done more. He's already just blitzing opposition.
He's got the same amount of kills as he did last time, right now.
Yeah.
9 rounds in.
9 rounds. Going
And
into
the
round
impact,
10.
absolutely massive. There we go. Already bested himself. Another
Look
flash,
at the
another
flashes.
kill.
He gets his
Double
ult.
entries
1
on the
more
way
kill.
through.
He's got his ult.
He used his ult last round.
Yeah, it's back.
Ridiculous. Running it back. I feel like I'm having deja vu. I've seen this round before. The tank just shredding them. Takas on another. And another chance for an Andalucia flawless. Improbably good. This roster just keeps doing it. Raising the bar. Far exceeding expectations. And now an Andalucia flawless gives them a 2
now they have his ult.
lead. Their attack side on Lotus looking a little bit better. They've already beaten their score from last time. It was 5 rounds on the attack.
And the worrying thing as well is if you remove the fact that round 2, they lost to an eco. Round 3, they forced. Round 4, they ecoed. So other than that, it's 5-1.
Yeah. In terms of buy rounds, in terms of rounds that matter, in terms of rounds where you've got those ultimates, yeah. Gentlemates are winning the vast majority. I like the idea. Sender's always one to pull this out.
Very little amount of damage. And that's the thing. I feel like Sender is the one that has actually had the sort of lineups. He does well to combine his snake bites. I will say, he's playing a much more passive position. Bear in mind, last time out in this exact matchup, he was playing around tree. And you can see that they are forcing him back. Now, in this case,
We've got to keep an eye on Safe. Safe has done a one-way smoke. I think he TP'd into it, and then he dropped down once he saw numbers over towards A, and he is kind of locked them in. I really like this as well. Oh, a little bit laggy.
If they had committed that attacker lockdown in play, pushed through, attempted damage done, but not followed through on.
This guy's in it.
Yeah, okay, runner's gonna get
That's
detained,
okay.
it's fine. Buys them a couple of seconds.
Safe decides to join his team on this one.
Couple of seconds bought,
Raze
then
ult,
ultimately
Phoenix ult for the
resets.
afterplant. I mean, they could just
Seekers might
waterfall it.
but there's also
Just cycle.
the ult coming out from the tank as well. They have so much available to
Yeah,
them.
there goes
Straight
number
away,
1.
There's the first. They're holding on to what they've got from
Yeah,
Takas. He's just
and
spamming
then
away,
here
but
comes
can
number
fall
2.
back into his position once again. Takas looking to potentially cause havoc here within that smoke, and now somebody is on it, but an
Bro,
attack
these
again
flashes.
goes through.
Yeah,
Still,
breach
the
damage
trades from
goes in.
Vitality are good, but
Takas
they're
still has his
denying
ult.
them from getting onto this spike. Still struggling. Now Whalers will go across as a distraction. The show
Yeah, and he can just wait for as long as he wants.
He's just gonna shoot
No one's tapped it. No one wants to take that hit.
to get onto that spike. It's just not possible. The time is gone.
They're playing so well.
But the spike does the work for them.
A win's a win in their book. They've certainly got the credit.
Yeah, and the delay was good. Phoenix ult into breach damage, then we have a breach stun, and then we have
coming out of that round. And there's only one left to play for. This is far from
and then we managed to
Destrian even got hunted down when the tank
use the Razor to finish this one as well.
When the tank was full blinded and just swinging left to right, and he still manages to tag him up massively. Again, playing the numbers game in that sense. Potential 8-4 at the half. Gentlemates, well, they haven't got the ultimates to work with, but neither do their opponents. Only really the showstopper for Runner. I don't feel like we've seen any serious impact from a showstopper in a couple games. It's been kind of slower for the Rays players. We'll see if Runner can break that curse.
Flash goes over towards A. No one over towards A.
A lot of time ball. Showstopper at the end. Stun. Will push
No one
back.
even near their ults for Gentlemates.
Again, Bears' utility causing them issues.
Still, we're getting them just in case.
Try and get that run it back online. He's 4 points away at the beginning of the round. They're like, I still believe he can get it.
We're going for the one pass and fake on this. One pass and fake or potentially a Phoenix Lark. Keep an eye on the Omen. Safe has an Odin close, but he doesn't really get the early info like you would when there's a wall. Like I like this against the Viper wall. I think it's incredible. The wall just goes up and you can just spam this area, but when you're not playing against a Viper, I'm not sure it's going to work too well, unless you're holding a one-way.
Spotting them out, now repositioning. The third player on Team Vitality to try playing in this position. He's got a good chance. That's the perfect position, but Bayaz is safe. He's around the corner.
They're going back. That's the thing.
Yeah, and they go all the way back. Keep an eye on the time. They got to go through a smoke, an alarm bot, a molly, and we have one more molly that is done. It's a, yeah, they got to go B. And then we have a nade and an ult.
He's going to get himself one, but the trade is there. I think they actually
Wait.
still have time to get this, but it might
Oh my god, yeah. The double? I've never seen it get a double.
Timmy the Turret MVP.
Oh my.
He's won out the final round for Vitality.
Yeah, a little bit of melon sprinkled in there for this one. Overcooked it a little bit. They didn't really count the util used. Maybe Phoenix had to try break some.
Oh no! Oh no! Well, you know what, Logan, I think he'll find, usually on the attack side, he's looking up.
Peyton, you're a savage, man.
Vitality
What the hell?
always waiting. They always had that player elsewhere.
Just imagine
maybe his defense will be different.
Time. All planned.
One enemy remaining.
The double.
There's no way. If he shoots the turret, it's
like,
done anyways. Off time. A little smirk on Sal. That's a big smirk on Sal's face.
Good round from them, though. Holding on to the utility, aggressive position from the shadows, having high impact. And this is
Oh, it's the pinch.
Look at the aggression.
Yeah, it is the pinch. And they decide to fight back. These guys on B need to activate though, right?
This is just filled. They have so many ideas. Kicks. He's clinging on, though. He's done fantastically well in Sender. Do they expect him to be?
Haven't they seen this guy jiggle?
Like they have the right idea. Already spotting him out. Logan's going to take the fight.
22 HP. Frenzy though.
Just clinging to life. 22 HP. Frenzy in hand. Also the spike. And it's him versus Logan.
Well, Logan must think he's gone. That's what's in Kick's mind, at least. He's gone to plant that spike. Kicks could catch him off guard. But Logan's too patient. Why hasn't he planted yet? Well, soon that question will be answered. For now, they're both cautious of the other side. Once that plant comes in, though, Kicks has the Trailblazer to work.
Man, Mitch is whispering so quiet.
Logan might pull back that turret. I don't know if he'll even bother. Is the Tiger going to see him? That's the real question. It spotted him.
Oh.
The information to work with now. The nano has to be dodged. Kicks is extremely low. Logan can take him down
Yeah,
with
he's
just
just
the
gonna
one.
jump
That
every
right
corner.
click now looking incredibly deadly.
Damn, he
has
picked
to
the wrong
find
way.
him first. Kicks could have
picked the
gone
wrong way.
absolutely anywhere. The first clue is the plant spot. It's down below, so he thinks maybe that other player is too. Trying desperately to find him. The clock running out. The
Nicely
swing comes
handled
in.
from Kicks.
Kicks finally
Huge
finds
round.
it. Patience ultimately wins out the round for Vitality as they get 6-7 on the board.
Yeah, the youngster might have just saved him there.
Yeah,
he
it
gets 4
was.
kills,
It's a
3 of them at
1v2.
least. He was on 22 HP. So a bullet would have done it. This set play again from Gentlemates was just wonderful. It was 2 pushing up through B, 3 pushing up
It's a 1v.
from C. And it's only because Kicks
it went to a
basically
2-on-2
killed
there, yeah.
4/5 of their team that the other round goes the other way.
And he's so
It's 1v2,
clean.
yeah.
Even in that last fight, he nearly runs out of ammo for the 3rd kill, but the final one, headshot into body, it had to be any other way, and there's a response, and that response would be deadly when you're 22 HP. So
Yeah, at
nicely
least they
done.
get a little bit out of it in
Lifeline for
terms of
Vitality.
1
They're
orb
not down and out just
to the
yet.
Phoenix.
1 round behind, and it's only classics for Gentlemates.
And
Takas has a ghost, and Logan. He's
what?
got his good old weapon back out. No surprise
Okay.
there. He loves the sheriff.
Sender causing issues.
Bomb grenade out.
This is where Vitality can control the pace a little bit more. It's where this composition
Logan's
really needs to have a lot more depth.
Logan's haunting me.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who we're watching.
Always
We're
watching you.
always seeing Logan. This is actually how I feel watching Logan play. He's always behind you.
Well,
always
they
lurking.
gambled
This
the
time,
right side.
That's not the case, but Vitality will still leave safe to watch that just in case.
30 seconds.
Understandable.
There is
Eventually
one
it comes
sheriff
time to
here.
make the play, and Tom,
Stack perfect.
yeah, they've gone
And they
to
have
the
no
wrong
vision
site.
block for the Heaven guy, right? Okay.
Oh,
Smoke
this
just
is
came in.
terrifying. This is one of
We
the
got
only
one
ways
flash, we
this
got
round could
mollies,
go wrong.
got
Flashes on
stuns.
either side.
Oh,
They're
man.
gonna try and sprint off the back of it. The counter's good, and bear in mind the weaponry is so weak for the side of Gentlemates. Fighting tooth and nail, Spike yet to go
Okay, it's
down,
fine.
but safe
It,
will
it,
confirm this
it
round
didn't
is
feel
not gonna go
too
out of
comfy.
control.
Like, I'm looking at some of this thinking, yeah,
Damage done
this
across
could have
multiple
gone
players,
differently.
But it is an Andalusia flawless to take home this
Could
second
have gone
round for
differently.
Vitality. They are weathering the storm that is this Gentlemate side and starting to get to a point where they could even take the lead.
Oh, that's the highest.
What?
That's the highest jump spot.
Right.
What?
Well, I didn't see that one.
No, I was watching, but I didn't see it. That's ridiculous. A headshot through the wall as well. Perhaps he suspected the player would jump peek like that. Safe's insane. Well, 7-7, tied up, and now a bye for Gentlemates. Full rifles coming through, light shields across the board. God, I wish we saw more outlaw play. And a close fight. Seekers already popped. Kicks, though, able to swing, using
Yeah,
them as
Kicks
extra
is-
armor, and taking down Logan and Whalers. Used runner as a human meat shield, too. They've spotted players up close. Flash used, but here's the counter flash. The Tonk's being good for them, but he's out now. No more work. Wait, where's the back? They turned
guys.
their back on him. They knew he was there, Tom. I
They
guess thought he
yeah,
went
they
away.
really thought he went back.
Could be more
Nah,
mistaken and
nah.
It's back at it again. 3 kills. The spike secured. And the round perhaps on the back of it. They even know where Sender is. He hit a nuts shot in the previous round. Time to do it again.
Fell apart real fast.
Run it back used.
Yeah, run it back used to get information.
to
It
get
just kind of
some
shows you how
health
important
more
this
than
round is for
anything,
them
but
to win in terms of their money.
It also clears out some positioning. Sender was excellent in the last round. Has a rifle to play with, upgrading away from the Guardian. He's going to get that duel versus Natang.
Is a 1v1, yeah. Sender's just like, wait, 1v1 and a 1v2? I should be taking that. Swings back into it. And kind of gifted a little bit, some of the duels to Phoenix.
Is 1 HP.
1.
1.
Oh.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah, pretty damn close. I think for Natank, I've never seen him play like this before. I've seen him be good. I've seen him be solid.
1 HP.
But he's back with a vengeance. And indeed, on the dot of 1. 4 kills, 17 and 10. Like I said, last time on this map, it was 17 deaths with the Phoenix.
This is the same team.
Exactly, a few days ago.
Important to premise that.
It's not
The
like this
exact
was
same
months
series,
ago.
the exact same team.
A couple of days makes a hell of a difference.
You know what they say.
Where are we? Let's kind of look at the money quickly.
You give Existence 2 or
1,
3.
2, 3 that can't buy next, and they'll be on loss bonus. So only one, actually, 2, 4, 3, 2 on a Killjoy. Yeah, we'll include it. 2, 2 and 3 for people that can't buy next, and they stroll onto the B site, and we have a double lurk.
No, it is just going to be a full 5v5.
Nicely done from Destron on this 56 HP.
Logan just died to a lurk.
How do they
Well, that's karma right there. Vitality 5 versus 4.
how are they meant to win this round on the retake
here?
here?
2 snake bites for Sender. Even a nano on Destrian. They've got a lot to work
the Omen
with.
Flash is
Here's
good.
what I'm trying to say. Taka's
Wait,
has gone up and
wait,
over. He's
that util's legit. That's why they can play retake on C. Oh my god.
3 kills and Nade. It's bounced back in a Sender kicked it back, and now they're trying to defuse.
He can just stick that the whole way. Oh, it's close.
The time is so close.
He got it.
The smoke. It saved him.
So close. Got the defuse on this.
I can't believe the rounds we're watching.
Dude, that retake though, chat. Omen Flash, Molly. I need to watch it again. Omen Flash, and then on the left, you're hoping that they get blind. They run into the breach damage. I think there was a Viper Molly there. The smoke goes up.
Come out with 3 kills when they're at a disadvantage, and then the tank in a snake bite just full defenses.
And then the Molly in front of the smoke in case they try and fast retake. Dude, that's nice. That is a nice retake. 4v5.
It's just absurd.
It is a
Team Viper Molly?
fraction of a
Yeah, that makes
second
sense.
in the difference.
Because of the comp.
Angle makes it all.
What do you even say if you're selling? Guys, you got the site. Okay.
Man, the
try
Viper
not to
kind
fight
Viper kind of wrecked him a little bit.
And by the way, you kind of.
I don't think it mattered too much because he was full flashed anyway.
It's just, it's such a difficult thing to reset mentality on a team when your opponents are just doing mad shit. That's all I can really call it. It's just insane.
Somehow, Existence still has a lot to say. I mean, well done is about all. How the hell did you win that would be the follow-up. Takas, what are you doing? Just running in with a Guardian. But, you know, if it works, it works. And it certainly works for Gentlemates here
And they
today.
do manage to squeeze out a buy. Are they missing anything? No.
One of them
Light
was previously
armors,
on
light armor
Vitality,
Odin.
The other was previously on Carmine Corp. And both of those teams have got to be sat there going, oh, for God's sake, what have we done? We've created an absolute monstrosity of these two playing together.
7
And we
players
could
that
have
can't
had
buy
them on our
next.
team. Like, that's the truth. Don't get me wrong, both have got great duelists, but
Phoenix gets
I've not
another
seen anyone
orb.
doing what these guys are doing. And so
We're actually
consistently
very
at that.
close to a lot of ults as well. We got... I mean,
Saw the
not
vote
this round, but
before we
next
start
round's going to
things
be a
out,
little
Tom.
bit wild. Runner just picked up the orb as well, so he's going to be 2 away as well.
That's because most of the
Favorite
Gentlemates
Vitality.
fans are in this room.
Takas is an important person here, and he did tank a little bit of damage from the Odin at the beginning.
But if you're Vitality fans right now,
Maybe he gets
no
plucked
doubt,
with the
there's a bit of
Razor.
sweat on the brow. Gentlemates, some weaknesses. Bayaz
Another jump
comes
spot
in
on
with an
this.
SMG.
Surely they
Safer's
didn't
got
punish
that big
again.
boy gun. We saw the spam at the start of the round. Didn't find anything, and the space is being conceded in the end. Gentlemates may have pushed up to rubble. You see the mark up on top. The snake bite followed through to force them out of position. Make it easier to take him down. They know they've got the control, and now it's just about systematically pushing up, taking that space. You've got an orb to cover while they try to challenge. That challenge will be on to Bayaz. He has to be very careful not to go down here. That utility's
Yeah, I
too
mean, he's baited the
valuable,
Killjoy.
especially
Poor
when he's taking
Killjoy.
a fight with the Spectre, and you got
Logan's
teammates
just
like
out in the
Logan to
open
take
now.
that
He's done
duel
great
instead.
damage,
Good
but I
damage
think
done.
the breach
Safe
needed
down to
to
11.
duel to kind of bait that one
Vitality
in
might
a
be
little bit.
second guessing whether they want to blitz into this right now. The heal will go up first. 20 seconds to
Flash,
decide.
we got a
Any
molly,
side
we got
might
double
seem
flash,
nice,
they
but
can
B is
omen
worth
flash
going
into...
for. There's so
Yeah,
much
I mean...
utility here. Takas on his way. He's a little late. The rocket fires off, but the player's already dead. The flash good, safe. 10 HP, he's dead, but there's some support.
Ooh, safe?
A firing squad there, and somehow Safe gets out of it with a 3rd kill. Still firing away. Of course, he had the heal earlier, right? So he's back up to 100. Back up to fighting health. While Whalers desperately tries to defuse it. A wild spam through will light him up and take him up. He could be sticking that, Tom. Realistically, he could be. Very brave from Vitality to let him away with it.
Yeah, Safe did unreal amounts of damage here.
Worked out. Safe was 11 HP.
Shout out to the guy that got the plant down.
With 4 kills.
ate an Omen flash, ate a
taking his place at the top of the board.
Phoenix flash as well.
I think again it comes down.
I think Gentlemates, they'll look at this and they'll be like, man, we
It's
really
just
misplayed this.
Big duels coming out from him, being able to win the fight on the site. I think some slight hesitation as well from Takis as to where they actually planted. He checked the
Got
right
saved
side
as well.
if he
Sender
fires it
saved
straight in,
him.
maybe denies them here. But the fact is, Vitality have got themselves around, and more importantly, the finances of Gentlemates are in the bin. Like they didn't survive with basically anyone in the prior round, and so because of that, they're gonna have some pistols.
The
a Guardian
Vitality
onto Logan.
have a chance to farm up against the
Not a lot
ecos.
else. This
They're
time
also
out, they're farming up the ult. It's not
4
going on too
people,
tank
sorry,
because
3 people that are
he is
1
already
away from their ults.
Yeah, and you can see
The next
Vitality
round,
being
on
a
the
little
big buy
slow
round
in
where
getting through that
Gentlemates
AMA
have to win
control,
or
so
they have to
Gentlemates say,
eco, they're
okay,
going to have
cool,
4
we'll just take the orb out in the
Probably
open.
5.
We know you're not going to cross that wall for a little bit. Worked out for them. 9 to 8.
I think the big thing to highlight here is you look at the sort of ultimates that are currently either close or about to be available. There's so many that are just a couple of orbs away. So for Vitality, they are getting into a point where they might just have themselves a free round. Even though you see that duel going the way of Logan, Destrian actually gets his ult online for that. So as long as they don't have a massive error, they're going to be in a very, very good spot going into round number 19. How are they winning some of these fights?
Oh my.
Clean shots, and kicks us down to 21.
And he's miles away. He's getting an ult before they plant though, gets his ult into the next round.
At least help safe out. There you go. Either way, it's just Logan. And with a rifle in hand, he probably is better
and he's
off
saving
saving
on this
than
one.
trying the 1 versus 3. I guess in the worst case scenario, an extra rifle could help out, bolster the economy, give them that little bit of extra wiggle room. But looking likely, looking impossible. Do we see anything other than an equalized scoreline? Vitality are not giving up just yet. And remember, last time that we saw these two teams play,
This next
this
round,
was the weakness for Gentlemen.
you might
The
actually just see a
attack side
timeout with
wasn't.
it as
They
well.
got
It's
5
just
rounds,
there's just
they
so
didn't win
many
the
ults
pistol,
online.
And it was a fight back after
And
losing the pistol round that got them the first 2.
I don't know, there's some
When
options.
they went to their own defensive side,
Definitely some
Gentlemen's
options
got
into
2
how to play
rounds.
it.
So it's
The
not
most obvious one is to go
optimal
aggro, but you
if that
also
carries
have a
on.
Killjoy
That's
ult,
learned
so
restraints
that could benefit that as well. They could do like a 4-1 aggro with a Killjoy who's going to stall or
But,
help
yeah,
with the retake.
I think from this point, you know, this is really where I expect most of the innovation that Gentlemates will have put in to have come from. The attack side, you'll always have new ideas, but
Yeah,
this
the
is where
call into this
weaknesses
round is
were,
really
and
important.
I expect to see those bolstered down. Right
5
now,
ults.
it's the same kind of
If they
results
wanted
we
to
saw
go
last time,
aggro,
2 defensive
they kind
rounds,
of have the best 2
4
ults for
more
it, in my opinion, in
double
terms of
across the line.
aggro,
I think
and
the
then
worry
they
is the
can
fact that all 5 ultimates are now online
have
for
something to
Vitality.
help retake.
So they've been managing to grind back some of these rounds without having to use those ults. So
Yeah, so this is a good time for a timeout, and let's see what and how Existence thinks they should approach it.
Space. You can have Seekers to give you the information, and sure, there's a couple available on the other side, but this basically gives Vitality at least one just all-out cheese round. And as you said, they're now on that favored side of the map, the side which we have seen them grind back even versus the likes of Fnatic. So the expectation is from this stage onwards, they are in the driver's seat. And it's up to Gentlemates once again to try and disrupt them.
Yeah, I
Now,
might have to watch it
go
back,
to
Gabri.
Breeze, the
It was a
dominant
cool
side of
game.
that map
They had a
was
lot of
also
nice
the
stuff.
attack. They have proven they have those execution on that side. It's just whether they have more to show, because with this sort of comp, with this double duelist, you kind of have to be going aggressive, similarly to like we saw in the pistol round where they have the cool combinations. Whereas for Vitality, they have players like Sender who are very, very happy to just wait out the round until the last second and then have that high firepower, high ultimate execution.
We've seen the patience of Sender on display. I mean, again, that shorty round, he stood there staring at a wall for a good minute and a half. But the reward is found eventually, and that's all you need. The light at the end of the tunnel. And they never lose sight of that on the side of Vitality. 9 to 9.
And they decide to go aggro over towards B, and it's the right decision. And we didn't even ult because it would make it too obvious. He ults to survive the Razor. Holy, but he's eaten so much. That was mental. He ulted to survive the Razor. That was kind of sick.
A lot of damage. Kicks can heal most of it up, except the 90 that he's lost. The shields that he
They got a little bit
has
unlucky to not get out on top here. Well, I say on top.
But the good
Great.
thing, he still has both flashes, so he doesn't need to be involved in the initial fight. Instead, he'll be letting his teammates do the running in.
Yeah, good reaction.
Still died. I mean, yeah, Bayaz used
Start to the round, but
everything
again,
to try keep him
Vitality have
alive.
managed to weather the storm. They are building back into this one.
Hello.
Oh,
Wallop, please.
Yoda,
Yeah,
a little bit
got
too
a
long.
got a
That's
little
really
bit.
spotted out.
And honestly, with how that peak happened, he should know that like, that guy wasn't the Odin guy.
Sneaky with their way through instead. They make things a little bit more awkward. Taggart, he's still fighting. He's going
And he is, so that's a stick.
Of where the Omen had TP'd to, but they
A
haven't
good
managed to deal
reposition
with
from him.
Hunting him down at this point, kicks his low and almost manages a kill, but now it's left all onto Safe.
Love one for Safe, and they have 2
But
ults.
there's that rolling thunder.
30 seconds
He's going to be able
He
to
dodged
dodge
it.
it. That might be a nasty surprise. Logan is going to spot him before anything gets too dangerous, and the double peek from
Really, really close. That's a big win for them.
pressured. They thrive once
Raze
again.
all out,
I think
Omen
it
all
might
out.
seem odd to see him swing into both players at the end, especially when you probably realize he's heard both steps, has a decent idea. There was a breach on the other side. He was thinking, if I sit in tree and wait, I'm getting stunned, I'm getting flashed, something's coming my way. Had to try to take the opportunity.
It's also the element of surprise. If they think he's stunned, you're not expecting him to be able to swing and spray you.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You're running in, maybe being a little bit careless, hunting him down, and instead... Well, it's another win for Gentlemates.
Don't think Safe was too happy about how that round went, but
What gave it away?
just his choice of words.
His demeanor.
I was gonna say, how is this guy not
Oh,
getting
they know where
punished for
he is.
these?
The tank a little bit lucky to get
Oh,
away
you're a
with that.
Oh, you're
What
dead.
are you
crazy
doing?
guy. I cannot believe he's alive. Cannot believe he gets 2.
What is happening? He's still here.
Oh
He's
my
still here.
goodness, the flash.
Going through. I can't believe what I'm
He's
watching.
3 HP.
Vitality have just fallen apart.
He's 3
And Wales
HP.
has made one of the riskiest plays of all time.
Riskiest is a choice word, Tom. That was a silly play that somehow...
Unbelievable. And he got the spike down as well. I cannot believe it.
But the fact that he gets 3, the fact that Safe is going shrouded, stepping across it, lunacy. But that's how quick these rounds can fall out of your hands.
What is this round, dude? He was so calm. He was so calm with it. Maybe too calm.
He's just out. He's out of the round.
Can we-
2v3.
Can we just erase this round from the map? I don't want to see this ever again.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Tell a lie. Lothar, break this one down.
Imagine they lose this. They got Killjoy at all.
The whole round.
Some
I mean, one's
interesting
1
insult to
one's
start the
10
round,
HP.
Certainly, but it quickly spiraled into chaos. I like the spot from Beaz. If they cross, though,
I think
there
they
is a
just had the
watching.
turret and they
So
do
for
not want to go
Gentlemates,
there with the
they've
10
got these
HP.
players boxed in. The back isn't
Solid
watchable.
off angle.
15 seconds left. It's a gamble that they'll still come A, and they've made the right gamble indeed. Beaz
Took down the
already
low
bought
HP
time,
though.
already ran
Do
that
they
lockdown,
want
but
to use the
final
Killjoy ult?
all the way through. The reposition afterwards.
Nicely done. No need for it on this.
Another round for Gentlemates is found. And now the lead stretching
How?
a little bit further for Vitality.
How though?
They've got to be devastated.
I don't think I'm ready to watch this again.
Yeah, give me the replay, man. I want to see it.
Oh, here we go.
There was a
Let's
good
see. So
omen
he is
flash into this
nearsighted.
guy.
The first makes sense.
That one
This
was mental.
I challenge you to make sense of. Then there's a flash through that actually catches Sender as he's still trying to go across the deal with him. And the tank says, I felt bad about killing Sender, man. They haven't got the smoke to cross up. I'm going to take myself out. Let's give him a chance. I respect that.
2 rounds. 2 rounds is what Gentlemates need to eliminate Vitality.
And this is his last
from
timeout, I'm pretty
That
sure.
is the spot where I'm right now. If you've just joined us, you've missed a lot. Your sanity's probably
map
a
one.
little bit more intact than mine. But at the same time, that is what's at stake. Vitality will be out. Gentlemates will be looking to go into the play-in and still have a chance to battle their way back into the playoffs. It's a long road.
Yeah, we were looking at that backstage. It's definitely not as easy as you might think. You lose 1 match to go lower bracket. Oh, that's all right. We still says qualified above it.
Yeah.
Qualified to a different part of the tournament.
It's basically, for teams like Fnatic might be able to get to Masters with 2 wins.
Yeah.
And some of the teams here might need like, what, 5 or 6?
Yeah.
Only their team,
It's a
Biddy.
much longer road, but it's also the road that Gentlemates are used to. They went through the Ascension. You think like 5 or 6 matches is much for Gentlemates? Talk about what, like 20, 30 games that you have to basically be flawless all the way through. They did that last year. And now with Vitality, let's be real, they came in as fairly heavy favorites. You're talking about a team
Yeah, and
that
they got
has
a
picked up
low buy.
world-class players. You're talking about Runner, someone everybody's been talking about in the tier 2 scene. Kicks there as well. They've kept Destrian safe.
If they get over towards, I mean, they go and B.
Sender has always
Do
been
you reckon
up
they
there
use ults into this?
taken over that IGL
It would be
role.
really
A lot of
bold.
Coaching staff, management, Vitality invest.
But I could
in
understand it.
Gentlemates
Ult
have
to
built
get
a
onto
team
B.
in the tier 2, kept it
Ult to stay
exactly
into the
same.
site. But they're not going B.
Rounds away from kicking them out.
Thank God they didn't change things. I think that would have been the worst thing for this squad. And looking at what they're able to do on the server, I really thought he was going down to the Classic there. Luckily safe, pop the reload.
Well, they just lost their entry.
It really is just so impressive that they're able to deliver this at tier 2, move up to tier 1, but that's it. You stay together, you learn together, you win together. Well, Takas, he's gone down alone.
Yeah, and I think he handled the situation a little bit too greedy in my eyes, especially as he had a nade. That molly good?
Fire down. It's certainly chipping away at the health, leaving Sander on 50. And that Viper's Pit
Still
now,
no
not
spike.
as scary as it was a couple seconds ago when he was full health. They might be able to root him out of there, not just with a spray, but even with Logan. And I think that's what Vitality are waiting for, knowing there's a lockdown in play. If they plant, they could be in a lot of hot water.
Oh, they're definitely using the Killjoy ult now, but it's like,
already starting to think, well, my
if you put it here,
good.
the gap at the back.
Lockdown utilized. Bayaz is actually just trying to catch them as they exit.
Yeah, and they go for the gap at the top here, and it is all down to Whalers to try and spam this and not get killed.
Already sent in.
Nicely done. Yeah, into the corner, Omen flash. They did great. The other players just clearing out the other bit of sight that they might be on.
Came back online for Bayaz as well. It was even thrown in. So
good plan. 3.
You are screwed trying to get
Their
back
C
through
retakes
that
are
The
C retakes are very nice so far.
Yep.
You're in your Venn diagram somewhere, or if you're really unlucky, all 3.
Yeah. Also, in terms of the smoke there, right? You see the smoke over towards C. If you're an Omen as well, you know when you're kind of doing your smoke, like this indicator, you know when it's like green. If you do it at the bottom of this, right? You go all the way to the bottom, then you can't get that angle as a upper. Like, in my opinion here, Safe maybe doesn't know the tech. I'm not sure, but his Omen smoke is too high. So this angle was, like this smoke here should be way lower. And you gotta just, when you have that angle here, you can just put it way lower down. This was close to getting a kill there. Did they expect this guy to be pushing? Probably. It's pretty much just what they did on pistol, just with guns. Whoa.
And Whalers, the two of these players pushed B, held the back, boxed in Vitality, and they've just shut the lid tight.
They're back in their spawn. That's the amount of space they've been able to take in this round. And Logan, he went alone to take this fight and manages to quickly transfer.
And look at Bayaz. He's holding this angle. Like with this smoke, they could heavier go towards A. The issue is they've had no info on A the whole time, so they don't know if anyone stares.
Is he actually going to stick that? He is. So
this is pretty smart from Safe though.
Might just give a nasty surprise. He knows where
Nicely done.
Takes him out. Runner has found one in the meantime though. Keeping
40 seconds. What ults do they have? Omen ult. Good Omen ult tree. Good flash.
Oh, and they both got hit by that paranoia. The nade that clears the angle instead, not going to be useful. Blast back through. It's okay. They know Takas is there. They've spotted him. They're even trying to push him out of position, but if they swing the other side, okay. Together they'll go in, and together they might win. Already Kicks with 2, but Bayaz sneaking around.
And they handled this very well. Shout out to Kicks again. He's just keeping the minute. He really is. Pistols these rounds.
Another round. But Gentlemates, if they keep throwing out these curveball plays, no pun intended, the C push, the double B push, Logan and Whalers, you even had a paranoia there that could have been used, and then Logan swings on the back. A couple seconds more, and this round doesn't get close.
Yeah, it still takes Kicks saving them there.
Yeah.
It still takes a hero to arise for the side of Vitality. They
Existence is face, man. 3 down to 2.
Oh, a lockdown on one side, the run it back, which is
and this is their best chance, because they're gonna have Phoenix ult into this, and next rounds they're not gonna have the Sicker Spy. They got to deal with a potential. Oh boy. One away from Raze and
Mates are not afraid to try and push into their spawn. I'm sure Safe is even a little bit worried. He was about to get aftershocked. Smoke down on either side. Still not really much of a move. They're going to use the edge of... Oh dear, he's already gone through. A little bit wary of the TP. And again, they still haven't... It's basically a minute gone, and they're still just sat.
Yeah, and that smoke gave him a lot of room.
I don't mind Whalers being here. He can get out.
But this does good.
Wanted that information. He's
the tank kind of close. Raze ult here. Does Phoenix just ult and send it?
Potentially hurt on the way around.
Would be bold.
But like you said, Tom, that orb...
I'm feeling sorry for Whalers at the moment, because it's like, what is he meant to be doing here?
And pushing them back
One
Gentlemates
smoke.
don't want to stick around, but Whalers has got ult. Okay, for a second I thought he was going to try to cancel it and still take that fight, but
Nah, nothing too risky. He wants to have his smoke to block vision.
wouldn't
We've
have
seen
worked.
this retake before, and they have some of the util.
They have a free opportunity to go in. Information is garnered, a distraction for Natang as they go running through, but he's not going to win the fight. Runner has caught another one. The advantage firmly sits with Vitality. Someone needs to step up. Logan's caught one. The shot's not connecting either for Runner. That's a second dropped. This is starting to fall apart a little bit now for Vitality. Kicks somewhat isolated, but his teammates will run through. The cavalry arrives to give them a little bit more of a chance. But
Oh boy.
Still
full sick? Oh my god, it was so close. Dude, the 5 HP player ran into the wall.
Taking a sigh of relief, a breath to relax after that
Oh
one.
my god.
That came way too close, Tom. I thought he had another half second. 12 to 11. Vitality are still alive.
They used, I mean,
holding,
everyone used
clinging
everything into it
on.
though.
And right here, I thought this is it, right? They shut down the Phoenix ult, they get a kill, Takas dies. Yeah, Blaze team kill to make it worse. And once you take Takas out, surely that's it, but just
Yeah, and
about.
the guns aren't here.
Vitality pulled it across the line, a lifeline, a second chance, an OT just around the
And
corner.
they go for the B hit, and we have two people here.
Be a second OT for them.
Dude, the race has
On this
no
map.
util.
They play one versus Fnatic.
We got a nade.
Didn't go their way, but they got there. They've proven they're a fierce competitor when it comes to the map of Lotus. And just look at the weaponry. The ult, not ideal. Whalers left onto a pistol. Again, we're going to see Natang just go.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to go too aggro because this turret at the moment is still getting a good amount of info.
Tank's got a shot off too, and he's still sticking around.
Imagine he gets out.
I don't even know that he
Lovely
has a way
smoke.
out of here till that smoke pops. And he's just about to. Oh, never mind. Not avoided them. He is very much caught in the open. A clean refrag.
Rotate comes in, they're sending it.
He's going for it. No, surely
Oh.
not. There's two players still on B.
Goodness, I
The
thought it was
door
gonna
must
melt
be
him.
open. They'll switch back, change directions, and fight off towards Logan. And that man is taken down easily this time. Finally, the signs of life. All of them are online for Vitality. Safe went down, so no smokes, but they are just dueling on every single angle. And overtime seems
Yeah, 3 chances.
to avoid. Takas does well to find the first, but 3 more. This isn't DRX he's against.
Yeah.
It's going all the way. Overtime
3 chances, fully
secured
done.
by Vitality.
That's what this map feels like it deserves.
Kicks kept them alive, yeah.
A streak back from Vitality when their life is on the line. Their players starting to step up, Kicks especially. Top of the board, 18 assists as well. He really has been on fire. Gentlemates have fought them tooth and nail. Now go back onto the attack. This is where they had.
Both of the coaches get new timeouts as well. They both use both of their timeouts, and now they have a timeout each if they want to use it.
Everything 3 away. I'll make the assumption that they're going to be looking to farm up the ults on one man in particular.
Whalers.
That's what you want. We saw Mystic with some pretty high
Bender.
Mystic on split.
on the shadows.
Yeah.
So
Bender gets the defense
pretty
Odin
nice.
out again over towards
But
tree.
somehow
Potentially
you do look
ready
towards
to
the top,
spam
and
this
a much
orb.
more aggressive
Oh, this
face from
might.
Gentlemates early on. They seize control because they don't want that orb going elsewhere. But once it's tapped, that's when the real problem starts to come through.
Once they get into
Sander
this
is safe
smoke,
behind the
they're going to
tree
hear the
now,
alarm bot.
unspammable, untouchable. But now he can turn his back and start to spray through that wall, through that door. Once Whalers falls. The problem is now he's got no teammate to cover his back. He's isolated.
Oh, they've
He can
done
be
too
pushed
much.
at any
This guy
moment.
at spawn, Logan, has to
Fight
kill
that
everyone.
Many people want to take, and with Logan somehow behind them, this
Oh,
is
he
now
gets out.
very winnable. He's
Oh,
dodging
man.
bullets like it's the Matrix.
They have, it's so weird. They have like no map control. They still need some kind of hero
Swap
play.
weapon. He's dropped the Odin. Why has he done that?
he's managed to back
Yeah, they
out.
got to
That's
retake
the
tree,
main
and they
thing.
kind of realize it's
They're
clear.
going looking
And now
for
what?
wary.
Now they don't want to go through sight. They can open door.
Only his Odin remains.
This is the weirdest round I've ever
Set up like
seen.
a firing squad. For any utility, they don't actually have.
Guys, you can't go out through here. You got to at least, at the very least, open the door. At the very least, open the door. Guys.
They mow them all down. 13 to 12. A good adaptation from Vitality to make that fight more awkward. And Gentlemates bloodthirsty Sender end up losing the round because
You
of it.
gotta, you gotta open that door.
Like I said, once
Take the
your teammate on
jewels.
site goes down, it's so hard to hold on.
You
to
know
that
only
angle.
one's
If they have
gonna be
control
there.
Over switch, they'll blitz you together. Even if they swing that corner.
I
if
mean,
it's a
we know
double swing,
we know
if they put some
zeros there, but
utility
they
in,
know
a
one's
paranoia,
there.
a flash, anything, you're dead. And your teammates are gonna have to fight back. Instead, wraps around, plays together, make sure he can't be isolated. That's all they needed to do, because when Gentlemates have been able to isolate duels, they win the round every single time.
Well, Gentlemates, they've now got to do it on the defense. If they've got any ideas left that they can throw in, well, I'm sure existence is telling them what they are. Maybe something that was saved for a rainy day, something that didn't even make the main pack of the sheet, something kept in his back pocket. A risk could be taken. And for Vitality, if anything, just more of the same. A calm and collected attack side is what we've seen from them, reacting to the pressures of their opponent, and as said, they've begun to really weather that storm, getting better and better as this game goes
Any
on.
of the China games? I can catch the semi-finals and the final. I think that's pretty much it.
Definitely doesn't seem like the Gentlemates are feeling the pressure just yet.
No, this is a squad that's no stranger to pressure, like we said. Lower bracket runs, losses
We got to see a little bit of it earlier, but
environments, single elim environments.
I've managed to watch like 2 maps.
and
That's
win
it.
them. Time and time again, we've seen it. That one's for Lothar's watch party. Vision Strikers. There we go. That one too. Does a little bingo. 13-12. And one
Okay, chance of
here
Vitality
for
to
Vitality
fully
to
close
Go
this
back to
after
another
being
overtime. It's
3
anyone's game. The attacking side, early
down.
presence on B, some control taken.
This is pretty nice.
And it looks like the challenge will eventually
Yeah, especially as
come
they want to
towards
crunch
the
over
target.
towards
He's
C.
heard
Oh, they
that
might have
from
owned
He
them.
knows
They
there's
might be a
players
step ahead
around
with
here.
this.
And there's a stun set up.
They're going to tap the orb,
Paranoia to
run
come
out,
through. Perhaps
jump
even
away.
A flash from the tank as well. This could be
No.
a deadly crunch.
They let them get the
from
orb.
the side of Gentlemates, one that
It's a
Vitality
late
are
take.
not prepared for. There it is, but Runner was ahead of it. Whalers caught by the Paranoia too. He can't quite make it out. He's stuck in the corner. Luckily, Shrouded Step will get him to
I actually
safety.
think
Well, the bullet was going to
Gentlemates
follow, but we'll reset to a 44.
got a little bit lucky to survive with that. The trap play was good, but I think that
45 seconds
with
left. It's going to make this
safe
entry
inserted in
into
this
the site
corner,
a little bit more difficult, and 2 players
they probably
sat
should have won that.
waiting. Maybe even an aftershock to hold them back.
No
a
util
little bit
for
more.
Whalers on
The
this.
utility being expended. Bayaz waiting across.
The breach damage forces them out into the open, and just the peaks aren't great into the double, into the higher lower. Huge.
Example, and we'll go another.
OT, our second one to play with here for Vitality. Back to the defensive side. And Gentlemates, another chance, some more hope for this squad that they don't have to take it all the way to Sunset. It's worth mentioning that when they did
Kicks
play last time,
not have a flash.
Sunset looked better for Gentlemates than this map.
They did still lose.
They did lose, but it looked better, Tom.
Sure.
And that's the keynote. Couple more rounds.
Yeah.
Did he use the flash when they did the
We've got to see if we
C
can
when they
get
did
there
the C
first. I'm
punish?
still- I'm not
He used
done
flash
with
to get
Lotus,
C
I'll be
control,
honest
then
with
flashed
you.
when they did the C punish, so he didn't have a
over till
flash
it's
to
over.
hit
Not with a
sight.
squad like Gentlemates.
Oh, Vitality
Savage.
have taken a leaf.
Sky,
You know what? You can push, so can we. Logan, he's under serious
Skynas.
pressure. He's being pushed from B as well.
Does he get
An
out?
opening on the
No,
other side
but
of
they
the
get
map.
good
That's a
info.
start.
He doesn't
Getting
see
rid
the
of this
people over
man
towards
has
B
been
though,
the
so they
bane
don't know the numbers.
of Gentlemates'
They realize
life
they
on
should
this
push,
attack side.
still
He's normally such a reliance
pretty
in post
methodical.
bombs and holding those rotations.
Pressure
Now
is
as well
hit
for
anyway
Vitality, they
behind,
realize, okay, we've isolated this man,
and
we've taken him
Vitality
down,
all
the rest
group
of them
up, so this
are
is
being
good. They
funneled
know
in
that
towards this A
most
side.
likely there's at least one person that has to
Vitality, if
watch
anything, are
behind,
right
there'll be
where they
3
want
on
them.
site, and they can overwhelm. We can see
Certainly
4 on
seems that
site, but
way
they do have to be
for
careful about
Gentlemates.
behind at
They
one
might have
point.
some aggressive utility to fight back through, but the Tiger spotted Natanka close. That's a hard smoke to flash around. Instead, he's just holding the angle for now while the rest of the squad blitzes back through. They've seen Natank dropping down. It's not enough to see him. Dealing with him something else. Trade from Bayaz.
On earth is Bayaz alive?
Quite even for
Whalers
now, but with
might be the
time
person that
running
makes the
down,
play. Don't you
Vitality
dare
need
TP
to
out.
Step into the angles, held by Gentlemates, traded out along the way, step down, drop down, heard, kicks and
Nicely
send
done
her
from
though.
Vitality on this.
They combine to close
I like
out
this.
round
I like
and
this.
put
Just group up
another
after you've done pressure
map
behind.
point on the board for Vitality.
They also switched it up
14
big
to
time
13.
with the push. They've only done that once.
Yeah, I really like the adaptation. It's a bold call to make, to just look to pressure that one man, but that has been the way the Gentlemates have been playing this attack, leaving him behind to just hold on to a lot of map control, so they almost use their own strat against them. The 3 push C, 2 push B, and take that man out of the round. It's it has its risks about it with how good he's been in positions where he shouldn't really get much at all. And then the retake, well, business as usual for Vitality now.
Takas gets the op out.
Side for Gentlemates once again. The operator in for Takas.
They do it back to them.
Once more. Destrian's the one
One more flash.
He has been spotted.
Yeah, they do it back to him. Just saw the outline on the flash with the head here. Alarm bot goes in and it went over towards stairs, so they know that this guy is holding over towards stairs. If they look to the minimap, you can watch where it goes. We get a plant, and it is good for this area.
That's what their vision is, and they're close to it.
Omen flash is important.
3 buy rounds in a row on this attack side.
Raise nade as well. Oh,
How
keep an eye on Bayaz, by the way. Was he gonna? Yeah, okay. I think he realized that other doors.
Let's see if it's on their side.
Just throwing a molly just in case there's anything on the spike, but Killjoy is dead, so.
The nade now to delay them even further. The clock just keeps on running down. The sands of time slow for nobody as the shots land. It's
yeah, they open the door, creates a bit of pressure. Now they have to watch door where they can stick this. Still not halved.
And everyone that steps near that spike falls.
Yeah, nicely done on this. Yeah, instead of the vision block, they had to duel.
The time now too far
Nicely done from Vitality. Gentlemates had their chances to close this out.
Vitality have bought themselves back into this series. Sunset is where we'll end it. One of these French teams, tournament life ends here.
What a way. It deserved a third map. Vitality's fight back has been sublime. The upgrades that Gentlemates have made clearly showing, but the fact is the resilience of Vitality has been enough this time. We'll be back after the break to close this series.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve.
Yeah, you know the usual drill.
It occurs to you to visit.
Spam some ads, I'll be right back.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, win, win, win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP. status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed, Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
To VCT EMEA. This first series is tied 1-1, and I am joined by a very special guest right next to me. I have no other than Beya's mom, and Yaman will help us with some translations here. You have supported your son through his journey, through his career, making it through Tier 2 into the big leagues. You must be so proud. I've watched you in the stands beaming with pride. What's that journey been like for you as his mom though?
Oğlunuzu en başından beri destekliyorsunuz. İkinci seviyeden ilk seviye yani en yüksek lige gelene kadar hep desteklediniz. Şu anda onu bunu görmek nasıl hissettiriyor size?
Öncelikle burada bulunan bütün insanlara iyi akşamlar dileklerimi diletiyorum. Burada bulunmaktan çok mutluyum. Beyazıt'ın annesi olarak oğlumun her zaman arkasında oldum. Gentlemate takımının bir üyesi olmasından, hep beraber bu ailenin bir üyesi olmasından çok mutluluk duyuyoruz. Beyazıt'ın bütün tercihlerine küçüklüğünden itibaren ailesi olarak her zaman saygı duyduk. Onun aldığı bütün kararları hep destekledik. Evet, her zaman destekledik. Her zaman oğlumuzun arkasındayız ve başarılı olacağına inanıyoruz.
Good luck.
Yeah. She started as a firstly, I would like to say hi to everyone who was watching and who's here. And then she said, I supported Beyaz from the beginning, and him as being as a gentlemate part, I'm super proud to be supporting him in the gentlemates. And also I want to thank you the gentlemate fans that's supporting my son all the time. I'm really proud with my son Beyazıt since the beginning, and I'm so happy as a parent that watching him from here.
Right on. Well, we have all the right reasons. It's such a tight series. We hear so much support from those stands. Let's hear it again for the Gentlemaids. The support they need. We'll do that next year.
Oh, thank you very much, Zoe, and thank you to Mama Beyaz. Seni çok seviyorum. We love Beyaz, Mama Beyaz. But going into this third map, Lothar, it is a rematch of a map we've seen already, so what are you expecting from this?
Oh, I'm expecting a lot of changes, the way that both of those teams have played previously. I actually love those rematches when it's the same map because we see how teams are adapting. From Gentlemates, I would like to see that their defense to be a little bit more cautious because they are losing more on defense than on attack on every single map. That's something that Mitch and Tom actually explained a lot. And I feel like that for Sunset is specifically important because it's such a defense-based map. You mentioned when we were off camera that Logan had died 3 times on defense on the Cypher as a first. and that is a big problem. When the Sentinel dies first on defense, it just shuts down everything that you have prepared when it comes to lane control. Remember, this map also has the market with the doors, which is a pivotal point for both attack and defense because it allows either over rotations from the defenders or it allows the map control to actually go towards the attackers.
Well, you wanted changes. It doesn't seem like we're going to get agent changes, but we will see that Yoru back again.
Yeah, and for Gentlemates, Yoru on attack, I hope they're going to take the path that we have seen on Breeze. On Breeze, they were very confident in taking the space with the Yoru. We don't have the Phoenix, though, on attack here. That's the Raze. But the last time we've seen them play Sunset, it was actually pretty passive with taking mid control with the Yoru instead of being like the aggressor that we have seen on Breeze. That's something that I would like to see being changed and adapt the way
No
that
Phoenix.
they have been presenting
Yeah.
their playstyle on Breeze.
I think Phoenix is.
So
I think Phoenix is alright on this map as well. That's the thing.
I feel like they're slightly being rejuvenated, but the previous map, if it's a distinction of how we're going into this map, it's gonna be chaos.
My hair is
all
looking
over
way.
the
Dude,
place.
someone
I don't
else
want to
said
see
that.
those
Someone else
rounds.
said if I dyed my hair today. I don't know why it's looking darker. It might just be my light.
Every day of the week, but this is it.
I
It
don't
could
think
be
anything
anybody's
changed.
game, but elimination is ultimately on the line. Mitch and Tom, I cannot wait to see which team comes out on top.
From the player break, back to the
Nah,
player
not
break
even
for
amped.
one of these teams. Time to watch another event from home. It's not nice. It's not nice, Tom, but they'll be in the crowd for the play-ins. We don't know which one, though. Gentlemates and Vitality. One hell of a series so far. I said earlier on, we thought it would go the distance, but we weren't sure anymore. After 13-4,
Spicy
starting
coleslaw,
it out for
coleslaw,
Gentlemates, but they
coleslaw.
stumbled
The 6
on the
months.
last
Thank you for the
map. It
prime.
went to
Appreciate you.
overtime, an improvement,
Okay, last
but not
map.
enough. Now, well, we go back
Winner
to Sunset.
goes
We've
to
seen
play-ins.
this before.
Loser doesn't
Time
play
to
for
see it
five.
again.
I'm about to say 5 months.
But you
5
couldn't
weeks.
really tell by how they're playing it right away. Some
The
aggression
bait
out of this
here.
squad.
Do they
Full
even
contention
expect the
for B-Main.
frenzy?
Full fight going down.
Lovely
This
stun on
is
this one.
great.
Excuse me,
He
boss
wants
man.
the knife out. Takas still
Excuse me,
alive.
everyone.
Oh, no one's
What the
checking
hell
out.
is going on?
Somehow he gets away with it for so
Well,
long.
yeah. Honestly, that kind of sums up the first. Nah, guys. He's 20. He's 21 HP. Oh man, Existence is going to be losing his mind.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the second time that's happened. Think about it.
Yeah,
I
that
literally
was
just
20
about
20
to
HP,
say
1v2 again.
Kicks, when he got 3 kills, was on 22 HP. Runner's done it with 1 HP less. He literally just killed everyone at the end. That should have been a pistol round for Gentlemates.
Yeah,
That should
spacing
have
was
been the start
bad.
to
No
this
one
map that they
jumping
were looking
out.
for, but the Red Bull clutch from Runner. The heroes on Vitality.
Yeah, and Gentlemates at the moment definitely got a couple of those rounds in VOD review that are going to be painful to watch back.
Say something like he doesn't want to see those plays. Well, shut up, Lothar. He's coming off, I can tell.
Oh, wow. An incredible start for Vitality. Again, in these rounds, defensive side, you take those aggressive stances. Sometimes that happens. It doesn't work out. But everything went right to start it off. The numbers go their way. The HP goes their way. And a couple well-placed bullets is all it takes. At the end of the day, it is a shooter game. They didn't shoot back. Vitality, 1 round up, facing off against Classics. 3 Sheriffs in play. Natunk, Logan, and Takas. The 3 most terrifying players on the server to have Sheriffs. Luckily, they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah,
as we can
this
see,
is
A
looking
has been
alright.
fully scouted and cleared.
Cypher.
It's only really going to
Walking
be
into
Desiree
B
who's
as well.
in the danger zone.
I think there's a good chance. I think they did something similar last time out as well, and for the most part,
Yeah,
they
they
just
do a
went back
lot
to
of stacks
spawn
in the
and died to
recos for
fight.
sure.
Like, that was
But that's, I mean,
the
that's
goal.
common.
Make sure you don't give too much over in terms of orbs. And they do have a fair few Sheriffs, so maybe there's an opportunity to try and do a little bit of extra damage. The utility not really purchased on the majority of players. A little bit onto Bayaz, of course. At Breach wants to have his belt online.
the
so
Omen flash hit
realistically,
3.
I don't see anything coming of this. So many players, so much util to just hold the
Oh
map.
man,
Of course, on the other side of
Util's
things,
nice at the
wanting
moment for Vitality.
to try and make sure they don't take too much damage. They are somewhat locked into this site, though. They've got to be careful.
That was a hit. 100% accuracy so far for Takas,
Oh.
even through the smoke. Bayaz picked up 1. Damage is most certainly
Yeah,
being
they're
done to this
taking
attacking
this.
side, despite the spike ultimately
And they don't give him any orbs.
exploding. Yeah, you can tap it all you
Bit
want.
of a win.
But as you said, Tom, avoiding
down
giving
one
away
gun.
orbs with their death, farming up some with their kills. causing
Moosey with the prime.
decent
Thank you
amount
so
of
much. Thank you for the
economical
14.
damage as well. That's a pretty successful
Appreciate the prime,
second
mate.
round, all things considered.
Yeah, it's not bad. They might have hoped to do a little bit more, but can't really complain too much about that one.
Does still
Now,
think
yeah,
Vitality are
one
winning
of
this?
the real
Yeah,
problems
I
that
think I
they
said at the
had
beginning
with
that
this map
Gentlemates
in
need to win
general was
2-0.
their defensive side.
We'll
And that
stick
is,
with
of
it.
course, where Gentlemates have kicked off this time around. Their attack, they managed to streak a few rounds together at the latter stages and really showed that they definitely have a lot of cool ideas alongside this Breach and the Yoru. That's sort of my favorite combination we had from Gentlemates. Defensively, though, it didn't go great. And a lot of that was Vitality being able to control the pace. Slow and steady, which Destrian is about to realize. Sometimes you don't have the choice of that. Counter flash.
He had no cage, the flash comes in to bail him out. Safe just takes a straight up duel on that. I mean, that's really bold, but it is their first, it's like their first buy round. And a lot of the time on the first kind of like bonus round, you're allowed to do a few risks if you want the pistol. So
after Whalers just cleared it, he thinks it's wide open, and he's starting to fall back, confirming that they can stack towards the B site. In fact, we just saw the TP come into play, because guess who's not on the site anymore? It's, of course, Takas. He's over on the other side of the map, now chilling on B. And after gate crashing B, Vitality, full crash A, plant the spike, and again, we'll be in this retake position. The problem being that there's just so much control in the hands of those attackers.
yeah, what a nightmare for Gentlemates. No way they save.
They're not moving when the spike is
no way they save. Oh my god, Vitality are laughing. 3,000. It is not worth hunting. It is not worth hunting right now. They're all gonna get 1,000. If you kill them, they get 2,900. Like, I know you get the guns off them, you get armors off them, but it just isn't worth the risk of losing all of your stuff.
Come out with more rifles than they began with by a couple. And they just get all of the extra bonus credits along the way. Like, this is as good a start as Vitality
The best possible start you can ask for.
And for Gentlemates, well, wrong place, wrong time.
Just means that there's more pressure on the next round, obviously, for
especially if we're going to go for a retake,
the Gentlemates.
He can't be missing.
Not too easy to take the weapons out of their hands, evidently.
Move in after
Sender and runner fall, but the point being that Gentlemates get to carry the rifles. 3-0 for Vitality. Gentlemates certainly need that little boost of energy.
Yeah, it is the Lev classic.
They're able to buy up. They're in a decent position. Again, light shields across the board for their squad. I think they've got more problems than that brewing under the surface. Nice little parkour at the end.
Well, they're literally the highlights with 3 kills.
Yeah, because now they spend that 1,000 that they have to rebuy the util that they used, so kind of back to the same. All they are is they're back to the same position, just a round less. And Vitality have way more. Oh my.
Mid push is perfect. They're waiting within it. The flash a little bit delayed. Kicks does at least manage to get a response.
And they push all the way through B.
Of that youngster once again. Kicks
they're playing this map so weird right now. Oh boy. The 4v3 into a 2v3.
Maybe over-aggression.
Definitely over-aggression. They do not need to do this.
Yeah, I mean, again, they'd already pushed.
This is a savage VOD review already, and we're 4 rounds in.
When they realize, oh no, they're coming back. They're not playing mid. We're not behind them. This is their new front, and it's too late to make any decision other than fighting. Those duels don't go their way. A rare occurrence for the side of Gentlemates, but a slow re-clear of this map has given Gentlemates an idea. They've seen nobody around middle, no presence to the door. And so A is having that little bit of extra reinforcement to it. In the end, they're guessing, and that guess will change.
30 seconds
Slightly
left.
lighter play, going back to B, clearing it out, checking middle, but it's Vitality. The same
now what?
Here. We've seen them do this now. Almost all of the rounds move through this side of the map, come around the elbow into A, and get a nice safe plant. It's virtually undeniable for the side of Gentlemates. You probably want Whalers to be waiting here. Takas not far behind, take this fight together. It's a 2v3. There could be some 2vx angles they could isolate. As we can see, Destrian is alone. Double push into spawn. Okay, nice shot. Now it should be done. Whalers, one hell of a clutch in front of him. He's even thinking about leaving.
Yeah, it's looking like another save call, and Kicks has just been a menace. I think he really has shown the value of him coming in. Obviously, in the past, we saw him play on an awful lot of different mixed teams. It's not quite like some of the players that
one of the worst starts I've seen for a long time. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, for Vitality, the best, but
if you've seen him even in the days of Bonk,
riddled with mistakes, and their money is just so high.
Gentlemates yet to be had, and that's the thing. They had opportunities in this round. A 4v3 scenario quickly turned against them, with just this man mainly doing the work alongside a little bit of help from Destrian. And while financially there's still going to be a purchase, but again, we're seeing the same problems for the side of Gentlemates. Their defensive side revolves around aggression, and Vitality are very happy to sit, wait, and react.
Yeah, they've been punishing it every time, even when I think that
Chad, what's the
might be something that
what's the
catches you off
EDG
guard,
game
having
at the
fought
moment?
mid, having lost players.
Give me an
They're still able
update.
to
How many
turn-
maps are we on?
turn
What
heel,
was the first
take
score?
that duel, and end up closing out the round. 4 so far, a convincing lead
1-0.
for the squad. And just circling back to what you were saying about
Wolves
kicks,
up
I
6-1.
went back and looked, and okay, Takas started Breeze. 26 kills on both maps for Takas, right?
He's pretty good.
Now, it's a little different doing it on a 13-4 than a 15-13 overtime game, double OT, right? But he's still 26
On a
kills
scent
on
attack.
both maps.
Oh, okay,
And
so they're
obviously
probably
he's got a lot
taking
of
that map.
praise. We've been looking at a lot. Well, Kicks had the exact same amount of kills on the previous map, 26, tying up with him on Lotus. The difference being that he actually was a little bit more, he participated in 4 opening duels versus 3 for Takas.
Yeah, how many assists he have
He's
as well?
very aggressive. Yeah, well, that's the name of the game. You want to know how many Takas had first? Can you read that? Is that too far away? I'm just going to 4. Yeah, 4. 4 in a raise. 4 in a raise, right? And the guy was killing everyone. He wasn't leaving it for his teammates.
How
Yeah,
many did
Kicks had 19.
Yeah, there you go.
Which is
what
kind
was
of
his
a lot.
cast like? I reckon it was off
His
the charts.
cast.
If it's
Okay,
not
so they
100,
decide to force into it. No double satchel,
best on the
no
server.
boom bot, and only 1 flash for Takas, which he just
here
used
we
to
go.
take A main.
If
E
at
main.
first you don't succeed,
Even.
try again. They've gone pushing up towards, but the thing is, this time it was mostly just bait. It means they get the orb for free, not a bad
And then they
idea.
insta
And then they have a stack up on the
TP
other
over
side of the map.
towards
They're
A, and now they go
hoping
aggro
they can pull
towards
a
A. So
rotation
they
from
create the question mark
Vitality
over
early in the
towards B
round.
main.
But actually,
When does this camera get checked? And they
Vitality
push
aren't
all
falling
the
for it.
way out.
They've gone running straight through. Already waiting.
Okay, this
for
is
safe.
nice.
They'll
Then
catch
instant
him off.
reaction over
But in the
towards
meantime,
site.
they're
Can
gonna
these
go
two
pushing
killing?
in towards this site. The cross being held, but they're not going to be able to deny that.
I like this
space for
idea from
Vitality.
Gentlemates though. It's actually pretty
Short
sick.
of those random spams, and in fact, it ends up backfiring. Even with a silencer, it's just a predictable angle to be spraying from. And the tank is down to 49 HP. But Vitality have lost their Viper. Post-plant could be huge, double snake bites. And of course, that poison orb on site make one hell of a difference. For now, they're going to
Keep
have
an
to
eye
wait
on the
back in
Omen.
main and hope that Center can find value, but they have
He's
shut the
gonna. I
door
mean,
in
he
his
has a
face quite
there's a
literally,
TP.
and
Okay,
he's caught
hits
by
the
a
trip.
trap.
These
So
guys
now they
speed
know
up. Vision
exactly where
block.
he is. One
Nade
map
goes
longer
in.
means
There's a
only
trip on
3
the spike
towards
as well.
main.
That's gonna break
They're
that.
gonna go quickly to start tapping that diffuse. Sender's caught one though. Now there's a problem. I don't think they fully knew where he was. It looked like he got
They
a
didn't get
second.
half.
Oh, it's not even half, is it? No, fully reset. They've got to get on that spike very soon. And just running
It's
down
done,
the
I
clock.
think,
Is Kicks
time-wise. Yeah,
catching
no matter
another?
what as well.
They weren't
Oh,
sure
man.
if he'd still be around that angle, and he most certainly was. Vitality, 5 rounds on the board. Another Red Bull clutch. And well held. I'm surprised that Sender was able to catch them by surprise that much, even after being seen by the trap.
Yeah, and the thing is, the way this round started, it's not a bad idea. Like, they take that B main control, fake things out towards Vitality, but Vitality this time,
Kind of
they
liked.
opt to pressure.
So I
And
know
when they find
Vitality
nobody
played
there,
off
it's
the
again
site
another
against
afterthought. And
Omen, which I
well, you
normally
can see
don't like,
4
but they at
spike
least planted
explosions
stairs, so
so
it's an
far.
easy spam, and they also
in
had
this
good
game.
util
Vitality
in
have not
terms
been
of
struggling the
Cypher
second
trip
they
on the
get to
actual
post spike.
spike, or like near the spike.
Adaptations were made,
Had Raise and Nade as well. Like they had pretty good delay.
Gentlemates, but the fact is, with no changes to the comp, thus far they've been running into the same problems they have been before. And this round at least, the only man with a gun that isn't a pistol is Takas.
Takas has been seen, he's been blinded, and he's happy he put that gate crash down. The worst is when you forget. When you tap that E to get out, and you just pull out a piece of utility. Luckily, he has made it, reset, and cost a lot of time. And this is the same setup from Vitality. 4 players main with 1. Safe is literally stood in the exact same spot. The difference is Sender's coming back, but he's unaware that they've already pushed up so close on mid. A ton of space gained, a nade through.
I think they want the gun.
They can't possibly, on the side of Vitality, continue to aggress around this angle. Sure.
Oh, timing saves lurkers.
Oh my.
A ridiculous reaction shot onto the tank.
Oh man.
Now the rest
They're
of the
kind of getting
defense
wrecked. That
segmented.
was such a sick shot.
Logan is the one that's going to be under pressure, but now they know exactly where he is. The patience of Vitality plays true again. Now his shots need to be all the more impressive, being spammed through the boxes. Vitality look to close. Stun is there. Showstopper used on the attack side, but being delayed enough. Not quite finding that kill, and they have Bambeas instead. They know that Logan has to be here somewhere, and Safe is ever patient. Leaving just
Lovely
Takas
round from
remaining,
Safe.
and Safe
2 away from his ult as well.
For his fourth, 6-0 for Vitality. I wonder if the mates have run out of steam.
This defensive side definitely isn't what you wanted to see from this squad. But it's early days still. They could warm back up into it. We could still see some of that sunset that we got last time around, and I just pulled it up to have a look. And
have they taken a timeout yet? Yeah.
Wasn't the easiest for that Gentlemate squad. 4 rounds on the defense, so it's still possible to do better. And they only finished 13 to 10.
They get a big buy on. They decide to go aggro on this one. Satchel down. Omen Flash is pretty well timed. Does not hit save though, and he's just continuing it. Hit the other 2.
Round, the defensive side is coming to them. And the fact is, in this round, they even have a Rolling Thunder, and they had a Showstopper for a retake. They could have played retake this round, but they want to continuously aggress. And it means that Vitality, they aren't having to adapt. They're just having to wait.
They won many rounds in the previous map doing the same, but here, that defensive aggression, I can almost applaud Gentlemates for saying, you know, we have plenty of different ideas for how to go for this aggression. We're going to try them all. But so far, there's just no success.
So it's in the monitor, it's personal preference, really. Most of that stuff is personal preference.
Gentlemates at least have a retake setup, especially with a Rolling Thunder and players late to the party on A. Same exact play from Vitality.
Yeah, and they always do the same pathing on this as well.
Resistance when they come this way. No challenges.
Going up here is nice. It's good for the after plant. It's good to kill the guy backside as well. Wait, what? And the damage over towards site nearly gets Sender. Oh man, he gets flown into the air. So his ult, so his flash goes and hits no one. That's so unlucky.
Some more kills through the smoke would definitely help out. He might have an idea. The Destrian's repositioning.
Destrian has owned him as well.
A slippery snake in the grass, and now he's found the rest of his horde.
Safe impact.
Even as a Viper's pit, but it's not going to
ridiculous.
Be. It's not here.
Logan's chasing his
does it on the low buy the round before, and then this one. Man, how many times are we having to save on this?
It's all gone wrong. Gentlemates again. They had a moment, a chance for a second, but
wait, did he?
Has been unstoppable in this map, turning the tide once again. Vitality 7-0 up on this attacking side, and we've spoken about, well, the gentle mentality. It must be crushed at this stage. They are getting blitzed.
We already had a pause out of this squad. If I'm not mistaken, we didn't have 2 on this map, so they still have time to reset on this half. 7 rounds on the board, though. They need to be looking for 4
Yeah, maybe they do a double timeout.
They need that streak. They need to fight their way back in, show us they've got the potential, and you can see nothing but smiles. Nothing but smiles on the other side. Vitality, sky high.
Yeah, and this is all their timeouts done.
To nobody's real surprise,
I mean, EG did this yesterday. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. EG did this yesterday, 7-0 down.
Safe's just having a drink. He's having a water break. Not really.
Not sure I feel anywhere as confident for them to do it as them.
We looked at that defuse in that last map.
Stop.
0.00 whatever. There wasn't even a line to be seen for Gentlemates. The difference between them taking that second map over the line and ending up here, ending up in overtime, and Vitality showing that resilience, showing that tenure of some of the players like Safe, but also some of the players new on the block like Kicks, really having those high-level performances. Now, on that third map, the map that was played last time out, the map we looked at to see if Gentlemates had adaptations. They've had ideas, that's for sure, but they have had no response for Vitality's dominance. 7-0. Well, you said that last time they got 4. Well, they've only got 5 attempts, so they need 80% of the rounds in this half left just to match their last time performance, which, by the way, they still lost.
Yeah. Well, maybe their attack side will be a whole lot better. They won 6 out of 7 of the first attack rounds last time and then bombed out to close. Yeah. So,
one save gun, one hero judge.
It's not a little scary, it's very scary. Now, I like the stun setup.
3 ults, 2, but only really one of them that kind of makes a difference.
The second Logan gets contact, stun comes out, swing comes through. He's already
that's a great start though. And do they speed up with this?
He is punished, and Safe's been a huge player in the last couple rounds for Vitality.
He's now 8-3. He was 8-2. So he's been filthy. Space being taken. Kicks does well It's a bait with the sound to give that extra
And
kill.
imagine.
The trade back into a 3v3.
Does he? Oh boy, the bait with the satchel out, and then the person just hiding in the corner to take the Raze ult down.
Beyaz desperately looking for a way back in. Logan has found that
Huge
trade.
2-on-2.
Puts them in one of the better scenarios we've seen so far, and Beyaz is going to try and force him into the open. He does, but they peek together.
Yeah, and they get out.
Synergy from Vitality has been the
we
better
got no
thus far.
vision block.
And now they sit post plant once again.
Well, they judged a showstopper already.
And they have a
Hell of
camera on the
counter,
spike
leaving
as well.
Vitality 7-0 in
They
the
can
lead,
check if the
knocking
first one
on
is
the
a
door
fake
for
or
the
not.
8th round. And Gentlemates, they need something huge. They've even been spotted by the camera. That player is not diffusing. They won't be dragged into an angle. That flash didn't. Certainly not right. It's given
Oh,
a chance.
nice.
And one that he will
Dude, he
cash
made that
in
look
every
easy.
single time.
Well, can't avoid the 7-1 sometimes.
For Gentlemates, finally back on the board, and the defensive setup has worked. That might be the last bit of defensive aggression we see from this squad for a while.
Yeah, Logan kicking it off on the other side of the map. He now joins safe at the top of the board. It shows he's still been fragging. He's still been putting up numbers and some crispy.
The lack of info, a little bit, but same. They should have had more rounds. Like they should have won so many of the rounds, especially in the first 4.
It will yet to stir the ship as Takas is going to invest into that operator. A different look to what has been definitely not a stagnant defense, but one with issues. The pace.
The Omen flash did miss, but Beyaz didn't manage to win the duel.
In a lot of their executions and the spam. Still so much damage. Still though, the tank will even things up for the HP.
What a weird round now. Keep an eye on safe. Goes mid or uses his ult.
We saw previously, Viper's Pit used on mid. Safe.
Yeah, but he's just trying to buy a lot of time on this one, and they probably have to
when he hasn't got
go for him.
It doesn't give full control because they can still bypass. This is a terrible Viper's Pit. I mean, I was delighted saying
it's fine.
But I hate this.
It's fine.
Let's see if he can make it work. It's safe, so I suspect he will.
Yeah, he just buys so much time with it, and against a team that wants to save every round, I think it kind of works. Just stays alive. Molly's good. Yeah, and they're just gonna save after this.
But look how long it's taken, and runners.
Yeah, and they get 1,900 now after losing, after winning 1. Like, he's owned that.
If they were still going for it, I think he would immediately shut that round down.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the most confusing Viper's Pits his opponent's ever seen as well. Just sat there going like, what's the idea? What's the idea? But they had to try and get rid of him because otherwise you have a known lurk. Like, you're like, well, I know where he is, but I don't want to leave him there because then he is going to kill us from behind.
Mates can still buy? Yeah, they can still buy.
Someone pops a KO knife on you, they know you're there, you're like, oh, damn. Oh no, but somehow for Vitality, they've got safe there. There was another round where Sender hit the trap, still snuck behind them. He channeled his
They won
Logan.
every round off we started talking about the EDG game.
It's a head scratcher the way the rounds have been going.
8 out of 1. The
That's
best
so funny.
possible opportunity now would be that 8-4 that happened last time around. We've mentioned it before with this comp. It definitely thrives more on the attack, but if you don't win any defensive rounds, it really doesn't matter anymore. Of course, with the save, there's still a purchase, but saves are only going to get you so far. It gets you buys, but it doesn't get you rounds. And that's what Gentlemates are desperately looking for at this stage. And Vitality, well, you'd look at the fragging, and that's the thing.
Guys, how have they not broken this camera yet?
You kind of think that this game was a lot closer than it was. They still haven't destroyed that camera. Is it still there? I think it's still in. It's still
How is that camera
at least
still
on the
alive?
map. Finally, it's gone.
Flash stays
Safe is just walking mid, gets into the corner. Fight.
How's he won that? Again, that mid control. It's been a problem for the side of Gentlemates.
Yeah, but he keeps winning duels that he shouldn't be winning.
Issues. Oh, he's been spotted. They just saw him. The run through from center, though, not expected. A second player.
It's not like it's anything else other than straight up individual play from him.
Takas caught by a trap miles away.
Yeah, I've never seen a round with so many saves.
Only 2 players. There you go. Only 2 players alive.
Like, this is for sure the most we've ever seen.
This one to close out because they're not running it down. They're not coming in. 8's all they get. No, they're giving them 9. Understandable. But another devastating blow to the Gentlemates side, as we said.
Lev? No, I think they're beating Lev with it.
Rounds found.
Lev would do like 2 of them early on, and we would be like, well, you messed up the whole game because now the enemy has economy. This is like, what, the
It's not
fourth?
the likelihood either.
No, this is looking like one of the most anticlimactic finishes to a series ever. After what was an absolute tooth and nail battle in map number 2, split seconds away from Gentlemates sending Vitality packing, now they are being bullied. And you have to bear in mind, as a third map, they had opportunities to take this elsewhere. They could have sent it
for Christmas, guys. Baba Noel is
to
not coming
another
anytime
map. They could have gone towards something like Ascent if they truly wanted to. And that would have been the third map in the last series. So something clearly they
That's
play,
good.
but they wanted to go here. They wanted to try and fight versus Vitality on a map they'd already been defeated on. And while Vitality are only getting further and further ahead. As I said, a spot in the play-ins is waiting for the team that wins this matchup. A spot on a plane home is what meets the other. Finally, Bears has had a little bit of luck, and you know what? Logan has two. The trade from Kicks, though, immediate.
3v4.
This is definitely one of the more aggressive rounds we've seen out of Vitality, with that TP into spawn being insane. But mainly with Safe falling early, you now lose that Viper wall to clearly walk out onto A without worrying.
I'm still
about
worried.
these angles.
Runner gets a
And it's been
plant, he
large
gets his
factor of
ult.
Why Vitality have been able to take this control so consistently. And we can see there's no one holding it, right?
Well, at least we know they're not going to try and save this
Going
one.
out, but they're not going to just dry peek it. Instead, they're worried. What angles do they need to clear? Flash on site cleared that out at least, but they're still worried about the spawn.
With this, he gets his Raze ult.
It's very wise for Gentlemates to stay
Destrian's
back.
on the
Good
biggest
chance
luck.
Vitality got aggressive or get aggressive, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah,
And with no
this-
blast pack to play with,
this gives
Warren
Destrian
can't
a
really
little bit of
close that
time.
Space the way he'd like. He might get a chance.
Oh
Rocket
my.
actually lands, and it's Tack has to fall. Destrian might lose his life eventually, but look at the position of Kicks. Stun is fantastic, but they don't know about Kicks. Sitting in the corner.
I mean, nicely played from Vitality, but they're just getting wrecked. They just give them sights the whole time.
10 rounds on the board for Vitality. You might think
The plan in
after
the
such a
plan
close
in the
map, too,
3v4
there's a
was
zero
great.
missing beside
But man, it
Gentlemate's
just looks
scoreline.
so.
Fix the hood.
They just have full
No,
freedom.
We've only had 11 rounds played, and we barely had one for this side.
Yeah, this has been a speed run. And every time
realize he got
somebody
off.
needs to step up, they've been there. A perfect bait set up for Kicks, and he has not missed. When they've put him in a position to thrive, that's exactly what they get.
Was that breach just close enough that the
Holy.
stun didn't catch Kicks? Because when we swapped to his POV, I thought he would be stunned, but maybe the angle of surprise, but he wasn't. So that breach one step backwards.
Well, I said they had to
and
close it in the
it's
first
over,
two. I
and
didn't
it's
think
there.
this would
2
be
rounds at
as
least on the
bad.
board, but
Like I thought Vitality would be heavy favorites for it, but not
Tom,
10-1
again.
bad.
We've got a tech pause coming through. And to
They
be
really,
honest,
the saving early on really
Gentlemates to
just
have a tech pause free.
backfired
Probably
heavy.
like 5 minutes ago. The thing is, you say that, but it's
The
like
pistol
now
as
they
well.
have to stew in the fact that they're 10-1
The
down.
1v2,
Like,
20 HP.
It's not a nice place to be, because even if just calming yourself, you basically have to realize that you lose the pistol and this game is over. And think about the last couple of pistols we've had. We had one where they were in, what, a 3v1 scenario, and Runner wins it. One where they're in a 3v1 scenario and Kicks wins it.
Yeah.
So it's not like they have good pistol rounds, they have good strats, but they've thrown a few of them away. They've ultimately cost them big. And now, well, you can see on the other side of things, all smiles. The pressure off for the side of Vitality. They've had the existence curse come up against them of him coming back a second time around on the same maps. They managed to weather the storm on the last one and win it for a second time, and now they are utterly dominating when they come back to Sunset.
Just to let you guys know about the tech issues, it's some comms issues being tracked down in the background. Hopefully be ironed out soon. They usually don't take too long. And I think for Gentlemates, one of the key points to point out for y'all at home, technical pauses, those mics are cut off. There's no more talking. There's no discussing what you're going to do. There is just sitting and stewing, thinking. Now, look, you give existence time to think.
Mentally
that's
boomed
great,
after the last
but
map.
They don't have another
Yeah.
pause to use on the side
I
of
think
Gentlemates,
last
so
map for
you can't
sure,
go
and then you
kick
add the pistol on
You
there.
thought of anything in the last
That is
couple
just-
minutes? No, there's no chance
just
for
kind
that.
of
They used up both of
sealed
them.
it.
I
Need
know
to be
it's hard to draw
telepathic, that's
positives.
what you need to train.
I mean, if you can manage that, yeah. I wonder what a team would look like at the top level where their coach could IGL. That'd be crazy. Never seen it before either. Anyways.
As long as it's not you, I think they're okay.
I know what that team would look like, and it ain't pretty. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Logan loved playing against teams like that, didn't he?
But okay, Corp, I think with how
for Gentlemates, this one is
I
definitely
think
evoking memories
with what we've
of a previous
seen,
map, but,
I have to go
well,
with Foot.
they're fonder memories, at least.
Because
We
I
said
think
they
K-Corp
played
might
Lotus
be
before.
a little bit
Close.
one and done
closer
with a
here.
lot of their
Got 10
comps.
rounds.
Now
they
the
haven't
demos
made it
are
off
out
the
there.
starting
It might go.
mark.
It depends on maps, but
I don't know how this one's going to end, Tom, but I'll tell you what. I don't
I
feel
do
like
think
this
that
last map
I
has
think
been
the
a fair
Heretics just
representation
destroyed them
of
with
the
Anti.
series. But then again, considering how Breeze kicked off,
So
you know,
I kind of
I
think
was
that Foot can do
anticipating
the
close
same.
match all the way. Double digits for
Basically,
both teams.
it's been a best of one on Lotus.
Surrounded by
Liquid Koi.
Whoever won that map, that was the majority.
Yeah,
of the
that's
game.
gonna be close.
I think
I'm
we're
going with
gonna
Liquid
have
with that.
a longer
I
map
can
too
see.
than maybe the
I
other
can
two
see an
maps
upset
combined,
there.
excluding technical pause. But it
Koi
does just
looks
show, like,
Koi looks a
I
lot
think
better in the
that
second game.
Firstly, Gentlemates holding on
Kind
to
of
their
looked pretty good in the first game
you
as well,
see
to
the
be honest.
synergy, you see the ideas, you see the passion behind them and their fans. And on the other side of things, Vitality for a while have been crafting this roster. They've still got Destrian in there who has been putting in a shift, but the fact is we know that there's tracks to come. But it does look like those pieces are starting to fit together.
Are we doing on the marathon?
And
Pretty
then
good.
The only thing that can really stop them now is you
the
think
time.
about the likes of
Still got like potentially
what
12
happened in
hours to go.
Convergence, where they let things slip.
That's
And
not the
with
best,
lead
but other than
they
that,
had
doing
versus
good.
Foot, I think it was something like 10-0. So if anything, Gentlemates are one round better than that. But
At least we get a lot of good games today.
The likelihood of that happening seems slim to none, because I've just seen nothing so far in this half that I'm like, okay, there's an opportunity. Unless Logan just goes and kills everyone every round, because that's what they have. The one round they have is him pushing aggressively, getting a kill, swapping to the other side of the map, retaking, and getting 3 more. That's the only round that is on the board right now.
Did they non-stop into Americas? Do they
Just
literally
Logan go
overlap?
Alright,
We
solid
miss a bit of
That's what I like to see.
MIBRC 9.
Well, Tom, I sort of threw us under the bus. I said these normally don't take too long, but you can never be too careful, especially not with elimination on the line. The admins are going to keep working on this tech pause. For now, it's time to toss it over to our analyst desk. We're on standby. Take it away, Sue.
Mitch and Lying name a more iconic duo, am I right? But we are experiencing some tech issues on stage. It's a comm issue, so it should be worked out in no time. For now, I've got Kakuka and Lothar back with me. Not really the start I expected. Lothar, what about you?
Well, we have been talking about like not enough efficiency in the defense side, and it's something that is haunting again Gentlemates, and I feel like there's a lot of gaps in the map pool, sorry, not the map pool, but in the map control that they have. We have seen Save abuse completely that top mid.
All they're doing is taking B main and then leaving A.
Mitch was
Doesn't
going
make
just
much
mad
sense.
about. It was weird, but it bought time. So you can talk about like a lot about creativity from Vitality side as well.
And on the other side, we see Gentlemates that are not only like running out of ideas, but also like caught up in the moment in so many instances. And we see them at the end of so many rounds just saving, just thinking about the next one, which is, by the way, you know, something good to keep in mind, because if you look at the score and you look at the kills and the assists,
Gentlemates played better than their first match. The first two maps were really good. Like, the first two maps were really, really good. I definitely think they should have closed out Lotus, so they definitely made like a few mistakes there that they can clean up. But
who was it? Was Logan, right?
Logan.
Having a 4K.
That Logan 4K actually started with the
Right, Flash, take it easy.
in front of A, when they had like a stun set up with a trap from the Cypher, which baited Safe into peeking.
Yeah.
That was a 50-50 that Logan
Lexi
wins.
had
It's a
the lights to it, that
50-50,
looks
so
sick.
it's not like a certain thing that he gets.
That and the
because
Mr.
of
Fallen one
context
together.
Before the stun went out, and then he just rotates and gets 3 kills. Like, you can't really rely on that.
Just Logan things though, right? He's done that before. But let's take a look at the pistol round once more. That feels like a while ago, but it was the first pistol, and again,
Oh,
like
they're
I
gonna
said,
show the pistol.
I didn't really expect the
Savage.
start to be like this and for it to snowball out of control. And I definitely, at one point, Lothar thought maybe Gentlemates were gonna win this pistol.
Yeah, there's like a huge advantage being done by mates here, and they take the space really well. And you can see how they set up a trap play with different crossfires, and the stun then just completely obliterates the opposing team. But it all comes down to just Runner getting multiple kills, and it's absolutely insane that he's able to win a 2v1
Yeah, but
with
look at the
21
spacing.
HP. Just look at the spacing between the players. That is a big problem when it comes to fundamentals, when it comes to the team like just playing well together. If that would be a proper trade, those players would have been closer together, so it would be very hard for Runner to actually hit both of them.
Well, the issues have been sorted out. Now let's jump back into game and let's see Mitch and Tom, if Gentlemates can get back into this.
Well, there's certainly still a chance, but hope is fading. Bit by bit, second by second, round by round. And I think even that replay we saw of the pistol, the 21 HP, you can see there were so
Why
many
they're both running.
chances
The low
for
HP
Gentlemates
call
to be
comes
in.
in.
A better position than this, to have the foundations at least semi-laid. Instead,
here we go again.
Yeah, here we go. It's literally the pistol round.
Back out of pedestrian keeps them well and truly where they belong for now. 11 HP. That guy uses the ult. Okay, good info. And he's got a fall back. But look where his gate crash is. It's actually way up in the spawn. He's playing this aggressive because of the rolling thunder that Beyaz is able to follow up.
Kind of like the idea.
Has gone down. The numbers
Sender did great. The idea was actually pretty good.
Ult dump, the numbers end up even.
Yeah, and they realized that Safe is pretty much in spawn.
Like he again was just causing havoc, trying to lurk back in behind. He's going to be faced by both players. He isolates one, and it's going to be the trade.
A nice reposition as well. They handled this well. Oh boy, what a half.
And vitality with one of the most dominant halves we've seen
Yeah,
thus far.
You got to feel bad a little bit for them.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. And it's as well, not just the way that the scoreline sits, it's how they've made it here. Like we said, there were a couple rounds that definitely gave a chance for Gentlemates to build up somewhat of a scoreline. And yet those were shut down, and the rest have been completely decimated, snubbed out before they can really gain any flair. With 11-1 at the halftime, well, I think even the French desk is going to find it hard to drum up support for Gentlemates. The crowd isn't giving up yet, though. There's still life in them. Let's see if Gentlemates attack side
Look at the difference. Four classics, armor, util.
Kind of important, yeah.
5 ghosts.
Not losing a 3v1 would be ideal. Here we go, though. This is where we have higher expectations for this composition. But at the same time, it is all in.
The good cam. So this cam, you can see like this angle, pretty much where I've drawn a line.
Bit of early information not being found outside that A site. The majority.
The cam is going to spot, then they're going to flash, then this guy's going to swing.
Stun being potentially set up.
Cam spots about now. Flash, swing.
Cinder, it's actually a perfect use of the paranoia.
Yeah,
he's going to
lovely.
get one and be able to fade away. And now calls for the rotation of his team.
Yeah, the timing on that, it couldn't have been better.
The flash was really good, though. It hit actually everyone.
It was a little too far forward, but the adjustment was made. Big brain by Sender. Damage done. Whalers on 14. They still have smokes to play with at least, but they've lost Takas. Not only a great individual for this squad, 26 kills on both of the previous maps, one of which was a 13-4, but also the ability to break through some of these choke points and create some space. They've got to do that on foot. They've got to do it themselves. It ain't easy, and it's not even possible by the looks of it. Safe, easily dealing with that market push, leaving Logan alone. 1 versus 5, and even if he was
done from Safe, he's really fragging heavy as well.
Not just a pistol round win, but an
Safe's giving it to the man. He's actually just shouting at him.
One of the next 11 rounds to send Gentlemates packing. What a display from this younger French squad. But now sitting on the attack, it might just be over.
They might not even have an attack. They're going to have to risk it for a biscuit. It's not even really a risk at this point. It's everything on the line.
11 chances. It's such a shame because the second map was like really close, really good. But they both kind of had their dominant maps. And then it felt like it was all down to whoever won Lotus.
In their heads. Well, let's see if the bullets will match. See now waits for this push to come through. Attack has taken space.
Yeah, that's a nice strat though.
Couple of kills coming up for the duelists. A good start to this round and a rifle found.
Yes, very nicely handled. I like the push in from Tak, as we said. That's what they were kind of missing in that last round. Popping the decoy right after the door, but they don't fall for it. The Tiger catching him, and Whalers being flashed, but it doesn't matter. A huge reset on the Stinger that gets him both kills and leaves Sander with nothing. This is Gentlemates showing back up, finding a round at long last. Long path ahead of them, not just to make it to Madrid, but to make it out of this series alive. For Sander. Looks like he's going to try to do a little bit more damage.
He was going to try. He was going to try it. He was actually going to try it.
They have not. If he closes this by ninjing, I actually think we should unplug his PC. Like, you should not allow him to do that. It's too disrespectful.
Well, I'll be honest. If it was by ninjing, he would be going anyway. So you can unplug his PC like he doesn't care.
He's gone. He's out of here. I mean, before you see that get halfway. Unlucky. Next round.
Just existence walks out. He has like a proper entrance and everything. Unplugs and walks away.
We call that doing a Tobin. Once shut down a whole LAN quarterfinal just by kicking out a cable. Good man.
Was it in Ireland?
It was in Ireland.
So it was only like 2 PCs anyway.
All right. Okay. He unplugged the bicycle that was being used to power them.
He accidentally moved the hamster that was running on a wheel.
10.
Everything just went down.
10 chances
2
down for
rounds
11.
for Gentlemates, a third being sought for. And Vitality are pretty much giving it up, right? They're playing with pistols.
I mean, yeah, they just
runners left on just
they could if they wanted to play it super safe, just wait for all the ults, but
you won't get that reference, but someone will.
Portal closed.
Takas has managed to get quite far, but it does seem like Kicks is very well aware that he could have pushed all the way through in this direction. There are 3 players waiting around this corner. Flash, well, 2 of them are blind. It'll be a trade out, but it's only a Spectre. Not really too much of an issue for the side of Gentlemates. The plant yet to really get into position. Still just trying to hold on to some of the angles. Runner with a nade as well. They might just opt to try and push through this. Now, they have managed to destroy the trip, which would have been a bit of a danger, but they don't quite connect the shots. It will be a relatively clean round for Gentlemates. The mountain,
9.
the first steps have been made on it. They have got a very long way to hit the peak.
Limited supplies to get there as well.
Dude, that 9 is so outrageous.
Takas is starting to warm up on that Yoru. He's involved in the last 2 rounds. Some good TP plays, some good flashes. The win conditions are gradually being ticked, but as we said, Vitality didn't have a lot to work with. They played with pistols. They played with a lot of weaknesses, and now they come into this round. The side of Vitality, the defense, full rifles. No ultimates really online for either squad. Bar Whalers, Tom, yes. He's got the From the Shadows.
Dude,
it could be useful on the
EMEA,
reposition.
they like really put so much emphasis on B. Like their read on this map is like B main is the most important thing ever. And I just not sure I agree.
Just coming out from the other side. So it was just
always on their defense, they go aggro B. All on their attack, they go aggro B.
The breach is on the attack.
And I can't help but feel like these 3 positions outweigh it.
Much of a play. Literally the stun went through, and he goes, "All right, I'll react."
Pop the flash,
and they get the kill immediately, ruining what was an initial setup. Getting rid of Takas as well. As said in the last round, his disruption and this angle is just filthy. He gets a
oh man, it's just meant to be from on this. That's it, done.
I don't think. 2 players now stand between Vitality and a spot in the play-in. They have fought tooth and nail on the last map. Is there space over on A? Because that's the only place he can really be thinking of TPing to, but there's 30 seconds left. The tank trying to make space, trying to sell a bit of a fake, but no, they're actually going to try and play this one together. But waiting at the squad of Vitality. The tank, he's not going to get that second, is left. All onto Whalers. No time, no health. He is stuck in a corner, trying to fight versus the might of Vitality. He'll at least be able to find one, but so much more to find.
Domination on this.
Vitality after a close
all came down to whoever won Lotus.
Back on map number 2, they will send Gentlemates packing and head their way into
and they had their chance as well. They had their
Vitality
chance on Lotus for sure. 3 of them, I guess.
We said they had to get better. They had to show us a stronger face than that. They closed it out 13-3. One-upping their opponents, taking the dub. The high fives all around. This one, there's not much to write home about.
Okay, so Vitality in play-ins.
For Vitality, everyone
and
stepped
we'll
up.
see who else joins them.
Massive hero. Safe had some good rounds. Runner was in with some incredibly aggressive opening duels. Some good space taking. Don't know how Sander managed that flank still after being revealed by the trap, but he's an enigma. Too quick. And Kicks had some big clutches, big round closers. Destry just did his job, you know?
Well, I think the thing as well, you have to look at this squad and say, like, realistically, with a couple of new, younger players, getting boom like that in the first map, having your opponents playing these crazy comps and running at you, and then being able to still deliver, to turn the tide. They needed 3 rounds in a row. They managed to do that to get to overtime. They fought tooth and nail on that map, and then they come into Sunset, a map they've already played, and they body their opponents, not even remotely close, forced to save more rounds than they actually had victories. Vitality just were utterly dominant, and now going up against any team going into that play-in, you're going to be fearful because you already know what they can do.
It certainly looks like they're in a pretty safe spot in most people's minds. Wouldn't want to be one predicting against them here today, I'll tell you that, Tom, because they were faking us out. Map 2, I thought it was done. But in the end, Vitality have what it takes. They show us that they're a top-level team. And now, we've got to see from them. Let's hear from them. We've got an interview with Zoe down on the stage.
Thank you so much, Salah and Destrian, joining me. First of all, congratulations to Team Vitality winning out once again against the Gentlemates. Now, looking back at map number 1 and 2, we did see something exciting coming out of the mates with that Phoenix being implemented there into their agent selection. Did that throw you off a little bit? Did you have to adjust your game plan coming into this, Destrian?
I don't think I can answer this. I mean, I would say it didn't interrupt us. We're just like very sloppy. They played really well, but yeah, I think we just didn't play like we usually play. It's an interesting comp, like it has some intricacies, but
What were your thoughts about Phoenix in there?
I mean, I think we expected them to play the kind of comps they play, and we expected them to be really anti-strat heavy. They have like a really good coach and a really good IGL, so we know they're going to do these kinds of things. I think it necessarily didn't throw us off. I think because of this change in sleep schedule, we decided we're going to wake up on second map, second half. So.
Well, glad you did. That was definitely needed. What a comeback that was. Now, speaking generally about your roster, Destrian, how far in advance did you know that you will be playing over Trex in the Kickoff tournament? It's like, what can I say? Is that the look at him?
I can answer this.
You can answer it, go for it.
I mean, we always kind of had the plan that we would play with Destrian here because of Trex's situation, right? So I think we knew coming in that with Destrian, we still have massive aspirations. He's still a fucking insane player, of course. But yeah, like it wasn't a surprise, basically. I think we knew. We were very happy about it. We were pretty much the luckiest team in the league, right? Who else gets to have such a fucking sick player as a stand-in? So.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't look like he doesn't belong at all. You guys have been playing phenomenally. How will Trex fit into that roster once he's joining?
We're going to have to see, but now it's Destrian's time, so we'll see. When it happens, we'll see, but now I think good to focus on him.
all I will say, the average height of the team will go down drastically, so...
That's actually why.
Well, yeah, I mean, with you, we're on the ceiling, so, you know, it can only go down from there. Both of you, once again, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining me, and we will be back with more elimination matches right after this.
Watch the Can clip. Yeah, someone's got it. Chat, flashbang.
刚刚续上来的，确实他在这一盘里面也犯了一些失误，但你需要个人能力的时候，你也不会忘记他的名字。中路阴暗面杀出来。
It pretty much was a 1 versus 5. It was the whole thing.
而接下来面对对面1v2，面对对面的神经曲线， 一切的技能。
Actually, no react. Yeah, I'm fucking timing out.
At 9:12.
Careful of the Andalusian crush.
Is it still going or?
Hey guys,
Charlie,
it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the
They lost
stairs,
the,
clear this
they
angle.
lost the
You're
next
gonna be
round.
able to fight this.
That's one of those ones where you're like, damn guys, we got to win because he's done something so sick. And then you instantly lose the next round. That's devastating. Alright, we're back.
Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day.
Team Vitality, they live to see another day, but unfortunately we have to say goodbye to Gentlemates. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here once again with Kakuka and Lothar. Lothar, I feel like it's too soon. I love this Gentlemates team. I wish we had seen more out of them.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because we only have seen them play one team. They only played against Vitality twice, and that's about it. When you think about it, every other team played two different teams. So we have seen many different faces of them. Here, we have seen Gentlemates only play in one direction with a counterplay coming into the second match. So I cannot wait to actually watch them play in the regular season in April, because I still have high hopes for this team.
Yeah, and I feel like their group was quite hard, right? They had Vitality and Fnatic as well, but they will be back, like Lothar said, so don't worry, Gentlemates fans, will see them again. But let's take a look at Group A, because we have another elimination match coming up. And this group, again, especially Casey versus Foot coming into this, Kakuka. One is coming in after a really grueling long win, and another is coming in off of the back of a bit of a brutal loss as well.
Yeah, exactly, but they both share a common enemy, and it's Team Heretics, right? Just making it straight onto the playoffs. And as you're saying, we are seeing a Foot that probably is testing out some different stuff, but definitely bringing some hope to the region.
Yeah, in general, I would say that Team Heretics is also performing really well. So to see this bracket go this way, it doesn't make much sense when you just look at the bracket. But when you watch the matches, Team Heretics is actually performing insanely well.
Yeah, and the expectations are interesting because if I saw this match last year, I would have been like, oh, Foot should be fine. They're not going to lose to KC. But I feel like that's completely gone out the window. And one more thing, though, Kakuka.
Yes.
Does Foot have a buff today, given the chamber patch is now live?
Yeah, exactly. Some people might have missed it, but we are actually playing on patch 8.03. So that means that Chamber has suffered a small change. First of all, the bullets for the Headhunter are going to be cheaper from 150 to 100, which also means that during the pistol round, you can go back, because many people used to buy the Ghost or something else because 4 bullets were not enough. But now you should be able to buy 6 and a trademark, which is a very, very good kit for a first round. And also, the Tour de Force is going to be shooting slightly, but definitely noticeably faster from 0.7 to 0.9, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. All of those changes are being now in the game, and I chose few clips of actually Chamber, of CNET playing Chamber in the previous matches, and I would like to show you how those patch changes could have affected him in the previous match. So this clip on Icebox, you can pay attention to the fact something that Kakuka mentioned. He has only 4 bullets in the pistol round and a trademark. But when he's taking the gunfight, pay attention to how he's taking the gunfight. He's gonna be very, very cautious about shooting the bullets because, again, he only has 4. He can have a 2 body shot kill if someone doesn't have armor, but that's not gonna work on Sovas, right? So when he's taking that gunfight, it's very reserved. Now think about it this way. If he had 6 bullets, he would have been spamming those bullets. He had a potential to get more kills. Now the second clip is right here on Split, where he's taking a gunfight. Oh, maybe I need to load it. 1 second. We're gonna go like this. Here we go. So he's gonna have 3 bullets left on the pistol round. Again, he had a 4 bullets pistol round buy, and he's gonna shoot them right here from heaven, jump down, and take a gunfight against an Omen with only a classic. Again, think about how different could that round be if he had 2 bullets more. It changes a lot. But there's also another implication. So because this change affects early game plan so much in the pistol round and in the follow-up, you can have more bullets for the second round if you lose the pistol round. You will have more cash for the round 3 as well. In this particular game between Foot and Giant, we had CNET buy in round 2 after losing the pistol round 5 bullets. Now he only has 1 left in the round 3, but pay attention how much he buys. He buys for 3.9k, which is the Vandal and the big shield, but he doesn't buy the trap at all. And that is a big problem because he was spending also much more cash for the bullets in the previous round. He doesn't buy and prioritize the trap over the shield, which is another problem. That's, I think, something that we have to talk about Foot because the efficiency in buys is not the best by them. But this can have an implication.
Should be better.
Yeah. In general, I would say that the patch could affect CNET's chamber a lot.
It's the small changes, right? The not spending the 50, having more bullets, or also in the future just having a bit extra to buy full util.
So they were ahead of it. You feel like maybe they kind of got CNET used to the chamber once again, but to kind of anticipate this change happening.
Well, I would say that if a team doesn't use the chamber before the buff, then there's no point in using chamber after the buff because you need to have a reason to play him before. The buff is not big enough to like say, oh, now we're gonna play him, you know? But I also would have to say that CNET's chamber leaves a lot to be desired. We have seen a lot of inefficiencies. He had been not using his ultimate and was buying an operator on the same round. That's legit. He had an ult and bought an operator instead of using it. And he also had a round when he had an ultimate and didn't use it, picked up a gun and didn't drop it to someone else.
Hey, a buff is a buff. A buff is a buff. I feel like I'm optimistic about this. Actually, we grilled CNET and Mr. Farlin a little bit about their comp changes, and this is what they had to say during our last post-plant. I'm just going to say it because I think this is what everyone wanted to hear from you guys. What is going on with the comps? What is going on with the agents? What is going on with everything? Well, I guess we'll start with you, CNET. Okay, so I think there's an obvious agent that's missing. I'm not sure if you remember Jet, you know, the one that dashes.
No, I didn't see her in a while.
Yeah, so why?
Do you miss her?
You don't like Jet anymore? What's up?
Okay, how can I explain this? Like in the how we play actually, I want to be supportive for my team, you know. So, like for example, in Lotus, maybe we tried Jet, but it wasn't that how we expected. And I said like we can maybe play Euro because it's like I think it's not OP, I will say, but
It came from you, the idea?
Yes.
Yes.
Nah, it's comfortable Jet. He's the best character in Jet, but we just don't want to carry one guy to us, to the Madrid or to the champions, you know? We just want to play as a team, like last year. There is no one carried us for last year, and we just happen to do it in this year too. If we give him Jet, we know he's gonna shoot everyone. We know he's gonna play good on Jet, but we want him adapt to the team right now, like communication, like how we adapting our game style for us. That's why this comp's feeling a little bit different from the last year.
I mean, judging by that, Kakuka, with the new chamber changes, we're never going to see CNET on Jet again, right?
I would be sad. I would be very sad, and I think I wouldn't be the last one. But if we also think about their opponents, K-Corp, we're talking also about a team that has Eng as a coach. We talked about it so much, but we need to think about what was happening on the server and how things can be countered once you have the tape on how they want to do things. For example, I think Split is a great example because of the Euro. Now, I grabbed a couple of rounds to show the same
oldest?
idea behind
Yeah, I think it is
K-Corp's
Jesse Vash.
minds, but then two different outcomes depending on when and who they're playing. So first one is going to be against Giants. I want you to take a look at what's going to happen on A, right? I'm going to play it very slowly. You're going to see that Martin is going to use his ultimate. He's just going to be onto side and to just create all that pressure.
Yeah, I think Krax is the one that is interesting.
So his team could
I don't know if they needed to do what they're doing.
Plant the spike. He's going to also be putting this pressure onto screens. He's going to spot not one but two. And as you're seeing also, Shin is going to be staying in the back. Now, as we fast forward just a little bit, we see that while the plant is going down, all of Giants is just waiting behind screens, behind that smoke. And there's a lot of utility that Giants could have used. But just because they don't do it and it actually takes them a longer time, they cannot prevent, not even with Cloud's ultimate, the plant going down. Now, when they want to spiral onto the site, all the utility from K-Corp is still able to be used because even though Cloud has already ulted, the paranoia, everything, you don't need to be completely stable to use. And as we're going to see, it's a mess just because of how much K-Corp is able to save before the round starts just by using the Euros ultimate. Okay, this is a round that they're going to win. Now, let's see what Heretics did under the same circumstances. Well, mostly the same, because if you take a look, K-Corp is going to have 4
experimenting in Kickoff for middle of the pack teams is good.
Yeah, that they need
I think so.
Win, and the plan is going to be.
I think for anyone that isn't like top two, really,
again, your ultimate
unless you're loud and it's just pretty much well thought out.
Because they know what they did against Giants, and they also use the Nightfall just in case Martin wants to get out of his ultimate.
I think this tournament anyway is good to just experiment. To be honest, only 2 make it to Madrid. You might as well.
Is giving them all the space,
especially like you're saying, if you're a lower team.
They have a Viper with that wall that will help them. And take a look at what's happening here. Miniboo has pushed just because of that micro at the beginning, and he is already considering going from behind and taking that 1v1 against the potential lurk, right? So as we stay, you see that Miniboo is going to get the kill here, and everybody's going to be ready. Remember what was happening on Elvo? A lot of things, Giants not being able to go across the Astra smoke. Well, this is why it's important to have a very good Cypher. And just because of the pressure that he's putting, KC feels like they also need to use another ultimate. The round is getting out of their hands. And because of this cage, they are able to safely go into elbow and actually get these kills, putting more pressure even with the utility. And of course, Rain's beautiful performance. So as we're seeing, a little bit of tape gives a lot of information when your agents are this special. Let's see what they have for
on the analyst desk, bro. I can't watch all the regions if I do that.
And I feel like on the other side, as we walk back and find Lothar,
I enjoy
again, who I'm sure
like watching all the regions.
But we have one
issue.
which I feel like
that's the only reason I said no this year.
So I
wanna watch all the regions, or as many of the regions as I possibly can.
So Lothar, you feel like we're gonna get a bit of a playstyle mismatch at least today?
I don't think so. I'm actually very happy to see that a lot of teams are adapting the Euro, as you broke it down perfectly. Like there's also a lot of min-max still possible.
Perfectly to my
but the teams are playing inefficiently still. There's a lot of room to grow, and both teams are
There's
learning
just
from
no time, man.
Foot. We have seen the Euro on CNET, on Lotus.
Yeah, potentially. I think I'm there end of this month.
Same map, right? But at the same
I
time,
think I'm there
you
end
don't
of this
see a lot
month,
of,
so I could
let's
do
say,
that.
of those set plays being done or are not flexible enough. The round that we broke down right here, the Euro ult coming on
But it will
the
be
A
like
side,
a-
and then the Nightfall on top of it.
It will be like a
That was
little
waste, because
Yes.
hello
the Euro
maybe,
can
or an
discover
interview or
everything,
something.
right?
Exactly, right, but it is a waste, but you also need to think that they really, really needed that round, you know? Like, the economy was out of the question. If they lost that one, that was probably a 7-1. Like, there's a lot of things, and, you know, it's better to combo it, even if it's just by that small chance.
But think, they could have saved
I know,
it.
I know.
For
Yes,
the
but
possible
perfect
Bacon in the middle sometimes bounce ideas off of me.
Perfect
Bacon will
Say it, I need to hear
message
from
me a
you.
lot and be like, "What do you
Valorant
think of
is
this?"
boring.
Sometimes.
I always prefer when teams are inefficient.
I just know how much it pains you having to say that. And speaking of pain, I hate to do this. I'm very, very, very, very, very, very sorry for doing this, but we got to talk a little bit about Magnum. I feel like not his best game. Okay, we're not going to talk about Magnum just yet. We're going to talk about N real quick because N, as you guys know, a coach, of course.
I do literally nothing. I do literally nothing. He'll just show me something and I'll just go. I'll give it like a thumbs up or a thumbs down if I like it or not.
If you guys are
And
Kickoff
it's
fans, I'm going to send
not
it to
even
you
1%
straight.
of what they do.
Has never missed the playoffs in EMEA. When it was back in CIS, Gambit won first strike, won the first Masters. Then he came over to EMEA, didn't win the first one, but was at least in the semi-finals. And then he was in another grand final. Then he qualified for Berlin, won that. Then went to Champions, came second on that one. Then when he came back into EMEA, when it was qualifications all over again, he got into another playoffs. It was another semi-final. What I'm trying to say is there is hope because N will refuse to not be in a playoffs. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's good. You know, it actually it hurt me a bit when I saw Eng tweeting the other day. We saw it briefly that he said every defeat is on me, and I feel like because of the expectations that we have
It's fine, you're
for
sick,
him
man.
and
Don't
for
worry.
what he's able to do, I think that he's the one to take it harsher because I think he's a perfectionist. I think that he proves this every time that we see his reactions or his team, and I really feel like this could not only give them hope, but actually the kind of push that they need.
I'll be honest, I'm a fan of N when it comes to his coaching methods, and Gambit to this day, for me, is the most disciplined team that we had in the past, although the attack side was hurting because of that, because they were too passive at some point. But I love the discipline, love the fundamentals that they had there, and that's something that is missing in a lot of teams nowadays.
Yeah, it's going to be a big task though because we are in the elimination territory. We've had to say goodbye to one team already, and it's time to see who's going to survive another day in Group A. Here's Carmichael and Foot taking the stage.
How many duelists does it take to win championships? Well, according to newly acquired and highly anticipated coach Eng, 3 is the answers, and they are taking to the stage alongside the rest of this revamped Carmen Corp roster.
It's a big pressure game for them.
And their opponents, the most promising team that Turkey has to offer. The expectations are high for this very squad. With 2 exciting additions to the roster heading into the 2024 season, how far can they take it? Let's hear it. Make some noise for Foot Esports. And with their kickoff lives on the line, both teams have to give it their all. Let's hear it one more time for both teams, as only one will be moving on.
Oh, we have 2 big hitters on stage today. Foot, they went to every international tournament. Last year, they brought CNED in to give them a boost. And of course, the other side, we have N with his rookies, and Magnum too, who has also been in plenty of international tournaments of his own. But the question is, who is going to survive this elimination? We've seen just how important Kukuka, that stamina and mental strength can play in these situations.
Exactly. In the last match, we were seeing a vitality that was taken over Gentlemates because playing the long game is something that people with experience is very, very good at. But if we know the Eng method, we know that also
would they
consists
pick
of
Lotus?
very, very
Yeah,
long
okay.
days. Freeze and Ascent are out of the question, and Lotus
poor,
are going to get Lotus.
poor Magnum.
So most likely some your reaction on Lotus, but also Foot. Remember, Foot is incredibly inefficient on defense on this map. Only 33% win rate on defense last time they played Lotus. But then we go to Bind.
They take away their chamber stuff. The maps that they were playing chamber
I was actually excited for the ice ball.
So we're not going to see ice while they play the chamber on that. No split either. So how do you feel about this?
Fine sunset,
how
sure.
do you feel about this, given that the patch just came in?
Well, that's
Yeah, teams are definitely seeing a weakness in K-Corp's Lotus at the moment. That's what Heretics picked.
Is that a good idea, you think?
I think so, because it really required a lot of work.
Yeah, and definitely also thinking about Lotus, that first map, thinking about Cena going back on that Euro. We were saying this the other day, it fell flat by the, let's say, mid to half of their attack. Like at the beginning, very good set rounds, maybe a little bit of layering that was not perfection by the end, but definitely it felt like they run out of steam very, very quickly on the side of Foot.
And I'm still thinking, like, second was Bind, right? Second map? Yeah, I'm worried there. We have seen it on Neon on that map.
That's what play against Heretics.
I don't know.
Well, as you guys can see from Agent Selector
wait,
over
we
here,
have some changes.
the Yoru stuff is gone. They're not leaning back into that.
That is
They
really
go
smart.
raise.
So,
oh wait, this is the other way around. Carmine Corp is on the side of Foot and vice versa.
What?
The names at least. Is this?
Oh yeah, wait, yeah, what?
My brain is not
What is
braining,
going on?
dude.
I thought my brain is
yesterday
also no longer braining, but hey, we can put our 3 brains together and work this
so
out.
Foot should be the one with Gecko. That's so on the left side it should be
Exactly.
Foot
Yeah,
because
this is
of that.
fair.
So CNET is on Raze, which also makes sense because he played Raze in the past. But for me,
This is
showcasing that you have a change so deep into the tournament with so many months of off time and practice, and you just swap your main reason to play.
Yeah, they
that
get the
composition,
Cypher
like, to
out. They
play
bring
Euro.
back the.
It's incredibly disheartening.
Bring
Yeah,
back
and
the
let's not
raise.
forget, CNET is the person that made that decision, so I wonder if this is his doing as well. But it's time to get into the map and throw this over to your casters. Give a
Still
warm
no
welcome
KO.
to Pavlos and Ash.
Thank you very much, Yinzu. And yes, it's the last chance for both of these teams to make it to the play-in stage. Carmine Corp and Foot stand in each other's way for this series. For many, it's very highly anticipated. It looks to be a very closely contested matchup.
It really does, and it's interesting. The Des touched on it. These changes coming in
Okay,
on the
Keiko
side
on
of
defense,
Foot.
Foot
We're
on
looking
attack.
forward to seeing how this pistol does end up panning out here. Foot looking for that early rebel control, and Carmine Corp ready to contest.
7 people going for A
100%
main.
Foot on attack, Carmine Corp on defense as we enter this A-site crunch. It does seem that Foot will be highly contested in this one as KC slowly
But they
but
want
surely
them to come
move in their
close,
direction,
and
but
they're
Foot
waiting for a
not budging,
push.
holding
Could
that
be a
cross
breach
line.
flash.
It might be KC's inevitable
they're
demise.
just gonna wait for it.
Unless Cena is able to do anything with that raise on that close proximity. Martin so quick
Man,
to it.
there is
Tamazi as well.
there is
Foot
just
are
straight
instantly
through
2
smoke
players
on the
ahead.
second kill there.
Perfect timing with that wall going up as well. It just denies the coordination on the side of Foot there when they were looking to get those trades down, and so much patience.
Mr.
coming
Fallon
out from
ready
Carmine
for.
Corp, right? But
Oops. Okay, well they're definitely not
corner
going to be
here,
now
Mr.
with that.
Fallon
Not that they
pushed
would
off
have
that
anyway, because they
angle,
had no
now
B
having to
control
regroup with
close.
the team having to work with the shorty into the retake.
Yeah.
That's tough looks.
Indeed, and they're pushing into this A site, one defending it. It's Ada Captain alone. The stun is good, but avoided,
Oh yeah,
subsided.
I get what you're saying now.
It does buy time for his teammates.
Foot
to
on
arrive. Maybe the
defense,
crossfire being
K-Corp on
contested. That's
attack.
where Yedushay comes into
That is
play.
that
Ada
is
Captain
confusing.
has a short life in that endeavor, and it's Mr. Fallen, the captain of Foot, to fend off 4 players alone.
Okay,
Won't
nicely
be able to
done.
do so. It's 1 round in the board straight out of the bat for Foot.
Who
do
comfortable
this?
here for Foot.
Maybe they'll correct it.
When we're looking at the way that, oh wait, no. It's a round in for Carmine Corp. We
Wait.
got the titles
Oh,
mixed up at
no.
the top here, but
I got trolled.
regardless,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's okay. At least we can regroup in that kind of sense. Reminder to everyone who is watching that it is going to be
Yeah,
Carmine
pure
Corp on the
confusion.
attack and Foot on defense right now, but talking about these changes here for the side of Foot, the fact that they just touched on the fact that you have 3 changes in the agent pool here on the side
How do we
of
do this,
Foot.
chat?
Makes me
Like
wonder
this?
a bit, like maybe the
And then we
Cypher
just
change
ignore
there
the
for
sides?
J is looking towards trying to deny Martin some of those deeper executions, those blast packs towards site, and try and get him caught in those trap wires in that kind of sense, or
Let's just
cover a bit
go.
more ground to allow
But-
these rotations in, as we see again,
What is
Foot,
that?
they are looking
But
for this rebel
KC
control, but completely other
and
side of the
then
map
1-0.
here for Carmine Corp.
100%. And with Carmine Corp leading the charge here in terms of rounds, we'll just play it slow and steady.
Cam info over towards C.
You can see Foot aggressing here.
I mean,
on
they're
the
just
safe
going to
side.
stroll in.
Not doing a thing. It's going to be a whole switch and exchange
And
of
the
a
gamble
map.
does not pay off.
And as KC swiftly move into the C site.
Paolo goes over towards Waterfall as well. They get a free plant. No smoke over towards Heaven, so they don't feel comfortable getting the 2-1 for Mal. And let's see. Don't think they brought anything into it. I think it's literally all classics. See who can farm on this.
Yeah, looking towards the way the Foot might want to end up handling this, I mean, you do have quite a bit of utility to work with at the very least. There's still a Dizzy available, the Wingman there for cracks as well. Then you've also got the Nade and Boombot still up here for CNED. So a lot of potential here
Given
given
Martin the classic, sorry, the Ghost, so he can go farm this.
So far, they had to make a very long rotation from A-Rebel.
They did indeed. It's bought so much time for KC,
Yeah,
making it all
but he'll
that
take the
simpler.
death.
Martin was the only person with a Ghost with a
And
pistol,
that's
so
probably
it
the
doesn't
only
really
kill we
matter
got.
that he ends up dropping and losing that weapon. No time to defuse. Yeah, there's no time to defuse, right? Yeah, no. None, which means that KC get a second
Still.
round. No
Not
kills
too bad at
collected,
all. Martin
so no
is
orbs
halfway
gathered,
there.
But it's still 2 rounds for Carmen Corp.
Hey, just looking to deny as much as possible that they can over towards the side of Carmen Core, right? But now this is where things get a little bit more interesting. You have 2 of those outlaws on the side of Carmine Core. Starting on the attacking side means that they'll probably look for some of those slower moves up towards those executions, playing a little bit more of that kind of default control. But the way that they're postured right now, they do still
What's on the
seem
plants
to
on C?
favor that kind of
Is
death ball
in
approach into the bonus.
out there
with the
planting? I mean, they
4-1
didn't have
split.
heaven control.
The very, very deep
You can definitely play
KJ
off site
turret
loads
there on the
if
side
that's
of
what you're
Magnum
talking about as well.
on top of that. And look at the camera. It's not going to
We
be
got
popped
double
right now on the
outlaw,
side of Foot 4 yet.
and we have only one
but it's
person who
really,
can
really good for those
get
retail
one
players.
shot at the moment.
So
Kill trips, they tried to play over towards Heaven to get some kills off of it, and they've cleared this pretty well at the moment. It's actually looking good for K-Cob. Smoke on Heaven if they want to try go for a plant, but obviously it is just easy for this guy to spam it.
A little bit of an off angle here. Of course, you're going to have a lot of C-long control for that post plant to work out in your favor.
That is a lovely shot onto Magnum. Mr. Fannon's flash goes in, does hit Shin, that's about it.
But so far, with
Dude, the Viper smoke on Heaven right now in the afterplant is really good.
It's a really fickle affair. Mr. Fallen, really important kill as Martin tried to
Did
close
he
up the
just
gap.
forget?
Now the rest of his team can start moving in. Narrative, back of sight. He's got a brother in arms that is yet to be brought into the fray. Shin with a double. Repositions Mr. Fallen though. Has gotten all of the rest of the kills.
Still,
Triple for the
good
captain,
damage.
And that's Foot getting themselves
Armor
their
rebuy,
first round
probably an
of this
armor
round.
rebuy,
A very
3
clean
guns.
flood onto site there from Foot, not even needing to reveal that retake camera over towards Rubble either. So we're already seeing glimpses of the ideas that Foot have with the adjustments that they've made to their team composition. But all in all, still not a bad
I
bonus.
mean, I guess good
either on the
reposition
side
from
of
Mr.
Carmine Core, taking out
Fallon,
3 of
but
the
it's
weapons here on the
like-
side of Foot. Looking over towards how we're
gotta be ready
cycling
for
up
it.
to these ultimates right now, mainly looking at Yedijay to be only one away from that neural theft. Not the strongest ultimate in the game, to be quite fair. But regardless, I think for Carmine Core, a player that I've got to have my eyes on here is Martin. In his last matches, he didn't have the greatest time, and he was one of the star rookies that we were looking towards.
Yeah, he needs to shine, right? So many rookies coming into this VCT EMEA.
Bit of C pressure. They realize that they're fighting for it, so they decide to get out of there.
If you want to stand out, if you want to make sure that, you know,
Right, a little bit of a question mark though. Called this one right for sure. Dude, these kind of trips, these are pretty good with the Odin over towards tree. More like a camera that you can do over towards here. I think it's a little bit stronger, but there's some play with Cypher on A that I think you can do. Plant goes in. Martin's very close. He's also 2 away from his ult. Everyone jumped. I was going to say, how is Magnum still there?
2 kills to the man, and now there's 2 left for Foot. They're trailing behind and they need
Wait.
to pick and they need it fast, but Magnum is
Dude,
being sneaky.
okay, well.
Time and time again. Call this man a rat, call him what you want, but it's Carmine Corp with the dub.
I mean, the IGL has to step up in this
See,
situation.
over celebrating because of the kills as well.
I hate to
That's
point
funny.
it out, but that own 15 on Lotus, he needs to take a stand early on in this match, and that's the kind of momentum
Definitely
that
the
you want
over
to see coming out
celebration
from
because
the
of that
captain.
last game
And
he
those-
played on Lotus.
Not
For
even just
sure.
Magnum, but sure, he's able to
Or
grab
he's
the
just
kills,
giving it.
but the crossfire setup there into the post plant, indestructible.
I mean, this is a redemption story from Magnum, right? Not only from his previous map, but the fact his re-entry into VCT. He's been missing that redemption, and I think getting himself started on the right foot.
Great round from him though in terms of the impact. It's huge.
A lot of weight on your shoulders in that kind of situation. But early look over towards Rebel trying to fake some of that conditioning that had been done previously on the side of Carmine Core with that C presence. But look at the rotation. It already pulls away from Foot. 4 players leaning over towards that site. It's Krax alone here on A.
It is indeed. Different approach to previously where, you know, you'd have players closer to that B anchor. But, of course, Krax will drop back from it as it's all cleared out by Paranoias. And again, we're looking after time and time again.
Every single time Martin is, when they get over towards site, just trying to get in this position as fast as possible. Really like it, to be honest.
I mean, it's just about doing as much damage as possible, right? The economy situation on Carmine Core, not that
it hit
comfortable.
free.
Paranoia. And it's just going to stop them all in their tracks. They might be moving in one by one. Oh, Martin is going for it!
Damn, bro. That was clean. Nice reset in the middle of this. Don't know how he's still alive for some of that, but huge.
Up here, 4-1.
Fatal
cycling up to these
online.
ultimates quite nicely. You do have that showstopper available. Great combination potential there with the Nightfall on any sort of execution or even into a post plant to try and delay that retake that Foot so tend to favor. I do wonder if for Foot, the adjustment ends up being to fight a little bit more forward. They have been playing very strict retake protocols thus far. Happy to give up that C site in particular.
Yeah, and that's the one over towards C. Does it hit though? Because this one is one of the harder lineups. Looks good.
This time around.
Looks good for the double vision block. Instantly lands while they get there as well. Smoke goes up. Omen Flash missed everyone. They send it in. Big buy round. They mix it up by instantly going over towards C. Safe plant again. We have Fish ult for retake. Mr. Falan can ult to get information if he wants, but he's the only one holding waterfall.
Carmine Core do not know about yet.
Fade ult hits 4.
Thrasher going in for a journey. They know where Shin is, so he's got to hide. Aftershock denying him sight control. Martin is there to help. Why the hell not?
Oh my god, the aimers are here.
No way you go in for a 3v5, especially when they know exactly where everyone's coming from.
That was the post plan I was talking about. The Nightfall just doing so well to completely stall that retake.
Looks like they're going in for another crunch, and it might be working for them.
Yeah, they got to save with the 2 HP here as well.
They might only be going for the kills, not much more than that, as Carmine Core.
Back to back, huge aim rounds from K-Core players.
Close it all out in their favor. This
is a really good fade ult as well.
Sizable lead already in this first half of Lotus.
You've got to start feeling comfortable now if you're a Foot fan, because you're looking at that money situation. Sure, 2 hero rifles to work with. You've got the Rolling Thunder to try and shift the upcoming situation into round number 7. But Carmine Core, again, they've just conditioned that pressure over towards C. They've run one of the fakes now on one of the ecos on the side of Foot. Then they're happy to pivot back over towards
2
that
hero
C
guns.
site. I mean, Foot have been giving it up for
Couple of ults.
right? So why not continue
Money
to
is
push that issue? Foot
money's
have
good
yet
in
to
there.
find an answer on
Money
that
is
type of
really
control,
good
but
in
I think
there.
they've also been willing to give up a little bit too much map control, leaving a lot to be desired and a lot of that information that
Insta takeover towards A.
It's quite hurting for Foot, you know, having to
Same smoke goes in. Didn't land as good this time. Hit it a little bit too early.
It's actually sort of working for them. 3 players to the defense is not too bad, but Cena caught out into the open.
Yeah, you can't be standing there. This C hit is real nice. Oh, they insta put the ult in, but you don't have the guns. Oh man, I think Foot would have maybe a little bit loose on this one. It's a big round for them. Let's see. Thank God for Krax on this. It's still a 1v2, but
in their favor.
Opportunity though from the shadows available here for Shin.
I always get so nervous when you see the 3v5 ults,
but also misses out on
especially when the guns aren't
rather
here.
play with what he has now.
It's a 1v2 for Shin to do by himself. 2 different angles from the Foot players. And the stun not quite finding him. Paranoia as well, but he does whip the shots! Mr. Fallen doesn't miss! And for that reason, Foot win the eco.
A momentous play
Yeah, and they have
necessary
two
for Foot to
two
find
guns into it,
themselves
so they can
back
save the
into
2
this
guns as well.
first
Though
half.
Foot have a lot of money.
Down here for
If I'm Foot there though,
They're slowly
sorry,
coming
if I'm
up to this
K-Cop
opportunity
here,
to try and equalize,
I'm kind
stalling
of
out
just
on
looking
that
at this round
momentum that
thinking, man,
KC has been building for
still feel like
themselves,
we
and
can just go over towards C.
now
Like this wouldn't put me off too much. It was only the breach ult that actually prevented them.
Insane. Like the replay the energy, that's what you want to see here for Foot. That excitement there on the stage to bring themselves back into it mentally.
For sure. I mean, they've set the bar so high up for this
There's
team, not
this,
only for
but there's
team,
this.
but for the Turkish
So
scene as a
I'm not
whole,
going to circle
that
it.
they've got so many expectations built up for them to be able to
But
perform.
lost bonus after this one. TP out gets them through. Eye deep as well.
To make it into play, and they've got to show it by bringing us a comeback here. KCO, though, heading to this right-hand side, and it might not be the best idea given that there's so much presence from the defenders.
First time that we've seen this aggressive look over towards the A site in quite a while as well. The only other time was, again, with that initial 4-1 split, you have the
push
B
from
look.
mid.
There, he actually did damage
Be a
here.
crucial one.
Timing.
Just waiting out. It's a timing game, isn't it?
Oh man, Magnum gets away with it. Omen flash from tree comes in. Yeah, that was sick. You couldn't really fully see it as well from the Omen.
I mean, found CNED, the trade was there.
And KC are in the opponent's spawn.
Yeah, and Atta has absolutely owned it, but he has no idea about the other one.
Incredible, bringing Foot right back on top, but they don't know Shin here. And he's turned it all around back in the
Nice trade.
favor. Yenergy thinking otherwise of it.
Narrate still super low. Magnum has to go off
I mean,
for
there's
them to
40
win.
seconds left to play
Grip on
with here.
sight.
Plenty of time for
Excuse me?
KC. They reveal further positioning by breaking that trip.
But
Foot,
this,
they all
I mean,
stick
this
together as
actually
three.
could backfire.
Can't afford to get angsty here. Bot will reveal at
30
least
seconds
I like that they
left.
group up,
Very slow.
but it does mean that the risk that they have to take pays off. Yeah.
And it's a full wraparound. Oh dear, going back to the A
Dangerous.
site.
Because that broken door is still available. A link here for the pivot for Foot. They could quickly be on the heels of this A plant.
Magnum is left behind. He's going to have to do heroics here.
planted.
Maybe wait for them to push onto site and have a flank in the making. But this is a difficult
This is
angle.
such a weird
You're
round right now.
exposing yourself to stairs, and you've got to check out whether Krax is being pushed in that position.
He's got nowhere to go.
He's stuck in place, and he's got to do the magic from this
Oh.
position only.
No, they don't know.
33
Insane.
HP takes
So
him
Magnum
down.
can only focus now towards stairs unless Narrate spots players from site.
Yeah, I think they misplayed this
have no
situation.
idea.
This is nice though.
The spike
Smoke
is
into
implanted
it.
in the best
He's at
position
least
for
getting
Carmichael
half.
right now.
Does
So
he?
This is the idea that they're hiding out in pit. They interrupt the plant, but it's diffused halfway. Magnum with one, but missed.
Oh,
Opponent.
the
So
crouch.
versatile. Delivers the
13
quick draw.
HP.
That's going to be the kill. That's going to be the clutch. The defuse on top.
That was a close 2v3.
So close there for Carbine
He just
Core, but
crouched the
what
shot,
a way
right?
to
Or did we
turn
even get
that
the shot?
around. Difficulty. You saw both shorties being pulled out by the attackers on the side of Carbine Core too. Just the confidence to be able to push into that smoke, expecting that maybe it was being stuck the full duration. But now, this is a lead that Carbine Core had initially
Oh, yeah.
surmounted.
I mean, maybe the
4-1.
crouch makes a diff there.
But regrouping themselves off the back of that thrifty round to just bring themselves back in. The energy that you're
Still think
seeing on stage
K-Corp
is
played the
contagious.
2v3 very well.
It's all adding up here. And, you know, it's not like Carmen Core.
They've been wanting to do this trap play for a while. There's multiple numbers here.
Fault line as well. Shotstopper bringing
Oh,
an
that
able
was
here from
sick.
Marty. That's aggressive.
Yeah,
Finds himself into
and
a
maybe
corner.
they looked
Barely
into the fact that
avoids
they
the
just like to
aftershock.
go
How
see
was
with
nobody
the ult
dying
here.
in that
Like, this was a heavy stack. This was a
I mean,
big
things on
anti
dice,
chat.
there's a lot of utility being
Four people
used
ready
there,
for it.
right? But now
I
it's
think they might be readable
full
with
run away
ults.
back over towards this A side.
that
The
was
Carbine Core,
the most
they
ridiculous
were sticking
stack.
together as 5 in this round. So lacking that information here over towards Rubble, they will have to take a little bit more time to be diligent about the clear. You see the Prowler going out to guarantee that space is safe.
I mean, they were
Mr.
quick on the
Fallen,
fit to make
he's
their
gonna
rotation.
stay.
Mr. Fallon might.
And because he stays in tree, he's got
Correct.
also
Magnum gets his ult off
on an
this.
upper angle to
And
deliver
do they just try go
fire
heavy
on
stairs
the
to put the
cross.
ult stairs? Yeah. And then now what? 'Cause this guy, I mean, there's actually two people that are fully wrecked at the moment. The Breach and the Omen. Omen can ult out of there.
Tough here for Ada Captain. He might be able to get out, and Mr. Fallen has got from the shadows to
I was
bind
wondering if he
himself
was going to
and
cancel it,
find
but
CNED finds one through the smoke.
that puts him in charge. So Nare,
nice trade on that.
eager to get his team back
Keep
into
an eye on
equilibrium,
Mr.
unable to
Fallon.
do so.
Big jaw.
It's still 3v4, Carmen Court. All they have to do is hold the spike plant. But look at Magnum, he's so troubled. He hears Mr. Fallen behind
Magnum's
him,
done pretty
so
good,
he
though.
opens up some cover for himself.
He's
but
just
that
buying
opens
time.
as
Yeah.
well to move into the site. No longer covering it. He needs reinforcements. He's struggling to cover the back line. And Foot
Pretty good.
overwhelmed
Pretty good
the
from
site,
Foot in this
overwhelmed the
situation.
flanks, and
I like the
again,
idea from
close up the
K-Corp.
gap
I think
up
Foot
against
handled this
Carmen.
very well, especially
And
Mr.
all of the
Fallon.
success for Foot is coming off the back
Cena
of them
did good to get that
shifting
kill
way
on the
that they're
plant.
approaching the defensive side. They're playing very passive, again, for those retake protocols. We are seeing that still now in these rounds, but the difference is in the
I'm not
early
entirely
round, they
sure,
are
Blitz. I was
going
talking
for
about this
some
the
of
other
that
day.
earlier information.
Don't fully know.
Instead of letting Carmine Core take all
Oh,
the space
that's
that they
how,
want.
okay.
Because
I mean,
when they were
maybe
initially
Martin
letting
should have
them
got that
do
kill.
KC were able to clear through spots on the map without nearly as much utility, and now they're being forced to use that a little bit more proactively every round.
Yeah, 100%. And something I think a lot of people are looking towards Carmen is for them not to drop the ball, right? Even if you gain a lead, you can't let it go. And for Carmen so far, they've lost quite a few rounds in a row here. They've had a sizable lead that's just been quashed. Only one round of difference, and now head towards the C site.
It's a well-timed molly on this. It stops everyone else. Fado goes in, hits 2. Razor comes in. Damn, stun on this one as well. There's one more. Okay, TP'd out of there. Eats the ult though. This is a big buy round, right? Did they have to eco next? No, I think they can.
The death ball
Wait,
isn't
no,
working
yeah, they are
anymore here
wrecked.
for Carmine Core. They need information
super
elsewhere on the
wrecked
map
anyways.
to help with any pivots necessary. Foot feels so comfortable to stack each site to make quick rotations because of it, and they still continuously, no matter
thank you
what,
so much
will
for the
have
gift.
Mr. Fallen
Thank you
anchoring
for
on
the
the
sub.
other side of the map.
Already seeing how valuable Raze is against Carmine Corp's play.
Keiko can fake C, yeah, it would definitely work well. The rotates are heavy, the util is like everything getting thrown. Does he hear the drop down?
I mean, Adcap hears that right there.
Yeah, you gotta think he hears the one. Oh, I like this from Magnum though. It does take the higher angle for the swing. Oh, yeah, he saw his foot.
He would have like drops back. Okay, Carmine Corp need a pick. It's absolutely crucial, absolutely vital. And without it, the chances just get minimized to Margie.
It's a really good Omen flash.
But fully blind, not much can be done unless you can clutch this
Dude, he
all
hit
by
both
yourself.
the
2
Omen.
kills in the bag, 3 more for the ace and the clutch, but they
Yeah,
overwhelm
could have stabilized
the front, and
heavily
that's
here.
Foot again on the mark, equalizing the scoreline. The comeback is back.
Diligent now 5-5 here, and I know we didn't see as crazy of reactions on the replay on the cameras right now, but earlier on in this matchup, we even saw CNED yelling with his teammates, and that's a look from him that we haven't really seen. He's usually a lot more cool, calm, collected, very chill kind of player. So now I guess, now that he's home, back on a Turkish team, might be feeling those vibes just a little bit more.
For sure, he hasn't been on a Turkish team for a while, so definitely might feel a bit at home after all.
I wonder if they're going to talk about doing a fake here. I'm not even sure if we've seen them fake too much. We've seen them fake with the split comp.
Eng has put a lot of
Not
his
on this map, though.
responsibility over this roster. He wants to match the glory he's had once upon a time, right? He's been a champion. And the reason I say once upon a time, it's because it feels so long ago. Whether Carmine Corp can be that roster for him is another question, but at least he can.
Oh, they broke. They're sitting around like 3,000.
Definitely feels a lot of responsibility for it as well.
I think that's difficult. I mean, a mad respect
A
to
few
feel
are
all
above.
that responsibility,
Like
but at the same time,
3-1,
it is also
3-2.
up to these players, these 3 duelist players, where 2 of them are being slotted into different roles to actually enact that as well. It's not. You only have so much control of what's going on in the server in that kind of sense. You can see them chatting over this timeout, but I think regardless, narrated specific, I know I talk about him all the time. I'm from NA, I can't stop raving about him, but he has been probably the most consistent player on the team, even when they were losing to Team Heretics.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Bias caster.
Hey.
Confirmed.
Okay, change
I
up
might be
in
an
terms of
NA
this one around,
trader,
yeah,
but-
like we said, sitting around 3,100, 3,200. They decide to instantly go over towards the B hit. Dizzy Eye goes up over towards Dizzy Eye. Dizzy goes up towards C.
Ooh, double blast pack.
He's here fast. Yeah, Yildiz is all over this one. Trip over towards the side. We've got a cam for the retake as well. All literally hit all 4.
Don't want to let them get any site control. No spike plant for them.
My God.
And straight after the timeout, Foot look to collapse on Carmine Corp. Magnum flashed, concussed, nothing he can do.
Yeah,
Find
and they put a
won't do the
and they
job.
put a
Foot
Viper into this. I'm pretty sure that I saw that on the minimap.
rounds by the end of this half.
I mean, realistically, you couldn't ask for a better counter to the Viper's pit and then just not giving them the opportunity to even set up. And that's off of KC trying
The
to
breach ults right
change
now
the pacing, the tempo in
have
that last round
definitely
compared
been
to
hitting.
the slower starts that they've had into their full-on executions. But now I do wonder, into this last round, now that we have guns back in the hands of Carmine Core, do they actually slow things down? Do they spread out a little bit
I mean, look at
more?
this,
We are
considering the
seeing
start.
a 1-3 split now.
Yeah.
So a different look. Previously, at most, it was 4-1, usually leaning the majority over towards that C site.
Sure.
But they have to add a little bit more pressure now because Foot, I think, not having that threat are so often able to just keep so much of their utility into those retakes too.
Okay, and no trip early on. We just have a camera this time. Kill trip on C, kill trip on B.
Like to play deathball approach being, well, it's been giving them success really. Why they've already got a win in the bag, and why they were able to compete against Heretics so closely. Well, yeah.
Okay, and they actually don't have any kind of. They lost 3 bits of map control. And so they decide to clear the one over towards A. They get a bit of info over towards B. And are they just going to book it out there and hit C, or are we
maybe a pivot
sticking around?
with B site all taken.
Weird rounds at the moment. Yeah, the rotate's coming in heavy. 3 people into B, and we said that a fake would work really well, and I mean it has. Never seen a 3-person send it in fake though, to be honest with you.
Captain, scratch that. He himself is the one getting the pick, and he's gone even further.
This was a nice round from them.
Into the A site. He's gone for a journey.
Definitely what was called in the timeout there as well. So timeout, giving them an idea of what to do on the eco round in terms of the round before going over towards B, and then got a lot of ults out of them, and then they actually fake.
Shin just shoots them in front
And
cracks.
Foot had been over rotating, but it won them a good amount of rounds. So.
We'll get 1 for his troubles. Might make it highlight.
Wait, there's actually some low HPs.
I won't get the defuse though.
Dizzy, or he might, unless he gets a shot against Nara here, but no, that's not the case. 6-6, it couldn't be closer as we close.
I mean, both teams will take this.
Time. We knew this match would be close, right? We knew how closely tied these 2 teams would be, given how they've performed so far. And in this match, in Lotus, it looks to be so.
Oh, absolutely. I know we can't see the timeline right now, but that was 5
Not too late to finally get the ride during the last round of the half. The problem is once you do 1 fake, they're going to expect it anyway, so it's normally probably only good for like 1 if you're playing against a good team.
But they also had a rough start, the ability to come back into that. KC,
you wouldn't worry about it too much.
For now, but the momentum, I think, still.
Obviously, then you can go back to normal site hitting once they realize that they can't over-rotate.
But you can't feel comfortable to have
I think it's so fun.
At least you slightly stopped it. You slightly avoided it. But entering another half here, this is where we'll be able to see a fight. You know, it's a different idea because Carmin on the defense, on retakes, which is basically the name of the game for Lotus. We'll have
Lots
to
of
play
experimenting with lots of different comps at the moment. Short term, not great. Long term, pretty good.
This pistol, very slow.
Basically where it's at.
Very familiar to this approach here from Foot.
Because they can always fall back to the other comps, and then they go to big tournaments, and you have to worry about multiple comps, spending half your time on each comp.
Start throwing out some of maybe narrates utility out from that fade. But again, continuing to kind of cycle these smokes over towards the A site. Little do they know, though, is the Killjoy is actually fully set up for A with Magnum.
In terms of the pistols, 1-0.
Top window on
We'll
B,
try and
just
keep a
in
count on this. What
same,
the? Wait, does this go into B?
To be able to keep that up. But they're just trying to draw some of that attention towards this B side right now.
Damn.
4 players on KC.
He has a lineup from here that goes all the way into B. And it's just a fake B hit from outside of C. That's really cool. And the rotate goes over towards B. 4 of them clear it. Dude, this was sick. And
how far do they go? Cracks has found himself.
Mr. Fouling goes for the bold plant for Mounds. Starts getting spammed, and Cracks spams the guy back.
Being sprayed down.
I missed it, but still, Magnum.
Now what? Vision block for this retake. We're going to have to do spams with pistols.
It's the best angle.
Oh boy, I hate this.
In for this position, but they don't really have vision for it. It's touched once. They are going to start
there's
spamming.
the diffuser down.
Well, line up their shots against
that one worked out pretty
well.
well.
And that's Foot finding the lead on the second half.
Just no opportunity to even try and contest that rumble.
I didn't like the Omen diffusing instantly. They could have waited for the smoke and then Viper. I think you could do this Viper wall better where it would cover instead of it being on the floor. And maybe he missed the wall, but you could do it on the top and that would cover the diffuse as well.
4 foot. KC, they probably did a little bit of their homework. Tried to
think you could get it on both? I'm not entirely sure.
The previous composition. Now, Foot, they bring in a new look to a very quick tournament where you're not necessarily
1-1 in terms of pistols.
That kind of depth in an agent pool and agent composition for these maps at this point. And I'm really liking how Foot look on it because you do have a lot more opportunity to try and set up CNED on that raise with the changes in kits that you have here
100%.
in Cracks and in Mr. Fallen as
I wonder
well.
if we'll be seeing CNED on a Jet later on this series. I think that's something a lot of people are looking for as well, right? Put him into more comfort angle.
I don't know. I think Lauren's going to be more disappointed, yeah.
Maybe.
She's probably watching at home. She's like, CNED now.
Nah, don't do it.
I want you to do it, but I don't know. Been letting Lauren down as of late. But I mean, he's been looking good. I mean, that time with Angel's paying off. It didn't pay off on Navi, but it's paying off on Foot.
It is. It is. And that's going to allow them quickly to get onto 8. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion to be had here with IGL versus IGL Magnum. This is his first project, right? But for Mr. Fallen, this is the best and strongest team, on paper at least, he's ever had.
But they're doing good at selling fake pressure at the moment.
I mean, the upgrades
like
have been
kind of
nice.
the
I think
opposite of what
K-Corp
had when they just grouped at the beginning, where with Foot they're kind of splitting up all the time. After taking some risks, but he's with the Ghost. It doesn't matter if he goes down, and he can call to the rest of his team to come back over towards A. Sorry, to come back over towards C as they create pressure A. This was lovely from Atra, and it is the right person taking the risk in terms of the guns.
Like, imagine if they push through B here. Yes, okay, they can to figure it out, but no. They will get on site on time, but they are.
And Atra's going to be basically in their spawn trying to get that rotates.
Yeah,
that's a good amount. And who do they want to farm this?
I mean, either way, you would expect, okay, even if
Raze
there
can
is
definitely
an
come
on the
over and
side of
get some.
Carmine towards C, they don't have the weapons to really contest it.
Hey, don't count out 5 pistols, you know? There might not be power in weaponry.
What a
but
weird
there's power
round
in
on this one in terms of who's going to get the kills. Ata might have owned this by being here. They should expect it. They haven't had this map control for a little bit.
I mean, no, you have cracks.
They have to pick a
cycling up to that Thrash very quickly here, just trying to deny as much as possible.
Ada Captain is going in for the crunches. He's the only player front foot without a weapon to lose, and it's Martin to collect one for himself. And I'm sure Foot aren't willing to take the risk here. Why lose weapons where they can have a really strong bonus with all rifles?
No, it's not worth
K-Corp did very good to not give him any
any
orbs.
sort of sense. It was really
Considering
just
that they were absolutely everywhere and locked in,
and then
they
no
did
matter
great.
what, you're cycling at minimum one of those orbs into the Rolling Thunder. But 8-6 now, Foot off the back of the momentum again. Don't forget, this was a 4-1 start for Carmine Core. Foot. They've just been rolling with it thus far, looking very
How
comfortable.
did EG look yesterday? They look
To be
sick.
fair, though, that was just the first 2 rounds of the second half. Like, it was the pistol round, it was the anti-eco round, therefore Foot. This is where things are really on the shoulders of Carmine Core to make this a clean one.
There's a fear at the back of my mind. KC lose this and Foot just carry on winning this entire attack because they love momentum, right? They love being able to control the pace of this game.
They're Turkish.
And exactly for that reason, KC might be a little bit more nervous now on their buy round, knowing how much they cannot afford to lose this. But this isn't a low buy for Foot. It's a bonus, but they've got so many rifles.
Best America's team, from what we've seen so far, probably NRG.
Magnum with the first pickup on
Loud have some cool stuff, so
is really nice.
it
Try
might.
and shift that at the very
They
least.
might if they went head to head. NRG might struggle against that though.
KC players on that B site lining up to go in for a bit of a side push.
Well, do we see a pivot here now towards B? But there's a crossfire being held with the new 50-50.
Oh my.
Yetherjay could collapse on this B site simultaneously with the others.
Got the guy in the back.
And Martin deliver everything they have to stop this push from happening.
That is
And Carmine
the
Core
biggest
look to clean
stray
up. Look to
kill
have
I've ever
all 5
seen.
players alive by the end of it. As Yetherjay is the only player standing.
Wait a moment.
I mean, he's chilling. Yeah, 40 seconds on the clock. Sure, he might be able to try and find one. But otherwise... But the other thing is
No
surely you do
damage?
try and maybe go for some sort of engagement.
Yeah.
Want to
Oh,
kill that
well.
with 5
Lose as
seconds
much as
left.
the
All you gotta do is
right?
mention
You
it.
definitely want to do some damage with this Bulldog, but they also know exactly where he is. I know where the spike is, and they know what they could possibly, is left for Yetherjay to do. And they also know how good he is, so they might not give him the opportunity.
Fair enough.
Not wanting to lose any of these Vandals. 14 seconds on the clock. Yetherjay is going to go for the chase, unable to get a
Done.
kill. That's Carmine Core on the
Buntley,
board with
thank
an
you so much for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for that.
Okay, very nice. That's exactly what you need here for Carmine Core, again, to stave that bleeding. But now it's about stringing the rounds together. They got one in the midst of Foot finding that momentum.
Oh,
Here's
poor dude.
another, but you've got to start chaining them to be able to really find the, okay, you can see, and is a little,
Yeah.
things are serious right now. Things are serious right now.
Things are getting real, big time. I mean, this is another reason why why French fans in the arena today can be happy.
I mean,
right
yeah,
now. The
and with
French
how
derby
clean they
earlier
kept this
detonated
round,
totality,
this is just
and now they want to see Carmine Core
just a
take,
really important
take
round
success here.
to make sure they can
But
keep
for
money.
now, for have taken a quick A-site attack, and it's being greeted by a lot
I
of
like
defenders
this
in
from
proximity.
K-Corp though. This makes a lot of sense, right? This
The
smoke in
util
terms of
that
the
can be done
one-way,
to just
you
stall
hold
out.
heavier
Then looking
over
towards that
towards this
paranoia
corner,
here
and then
for
you can have
Shin.
this
If
one-way,
Foot look to commit, not
so they
gonna
can
be the
never
case.
swing.
Instead, they can sense
Yeah, you can
how
Omen
much
flash
is
util,
being invested here. Carmine Core
Should get a
chunking
bit of a win in
a
terms of
piece
like how much
from
util has come
nearly
out, but
every
I do
single
like
player
that.
to push
Can they
that
get there in
Rebel
time over towards C?
control away from Foot that
No,
now
it doesn't look like
pivot
it.
over to C.
Well,
Magnum needs to leave the
a lot of
site.
damage taken up by Yellow, I do believe, from those nanos.
Spike gets thrown over towards Krax, who, if he gets a
Still,
kill as
site
well,
taken over.
gets all.
This is the retake we've been waiting for. Oh, Spike in the
Well,
middle of
that's
the
a
open.
nightmare.
That's not exactly what they would have liked, especially when our captain drops. Suddenly, Carmine
Keep
Core
an eye on
are
the
in
lurk over
charge,
to
in the lead, and Shin's got
Okay,
all
Shin's got it covered.
all covered. Mr.
Takes
Fallen
a
trying to
ding.
go for the flank, gets red. And Foot in a big trouble. 30 seconds, and they've got so much to do. Yenajay looking to do some heroics here.
Bro,
but Carmine
little
Core
bro,
link
man.
us together as one
Little
single
bro,
force
why do we
take
go for this
round
plant?
in their way and find themselves on equal grounds with their opponents.
Yeah. And I think that
Poor wingman. I think, what was it, like the other day, Yeta
the spike delivery.
He was like, just
yeah.
a little
Oh, what, you want a round?
alone,
Sure.
and he was
Here
sent in
you
on a
go.
little solo mission there to plant that spike, but that's also the risky bit. Zaisha's just like, okay, that was clean, guys. Like, let's keep this going.
Yeah, and
But the
the
energy you
big,
want to see.
it's a big mistake
put
to make
onto
when
an
you're
eco round.
when you're
Sheriff's
about to
across the
eco
board.
or get ecoed as well. Didn't eco in this round.
Can't take them out of the equation just yet, all things considered. I think Yeta, especially in their matchup against Giant X, I believe it was, he's been just so good on those flanks, just being able to find those picks. And
They did.
break up
That was
the team
definitely a
on the
misunderstanding
defense.
for sure because no one swung or
Game
anything.
for Lotus really trying to catch everyone
That's
off
a
guard.
nice
There's
kill,
so much
though.
utility on the back lines. It's a difficult one, but Yenajay does get a pick with a Sheriff, which doesn't.
And then it
come
gets a little bit weird because there's a gun down,
too
and normally they
often
want to
in
get
these
the gun, so
situations, giving
you
numbers
kind of got to
advantage.
protect the
Yenajay
gun at the
is
same
good,
time.
but
Good
of
news is they
course,
have a turret spotting
in
info
the
if they're
open,
going to
a
be
pick on
going for
attack.
this. A lot of pressure on the
That's exactly
Omen
what they want.
in
Maybe
terms
an
of Shin
opportunity to
here.
find their way in. The thing is that rifle is way out of reach, and Shin holding
Marcy?
this angle, and Tamaji finding a pick towards the other
Again,
side.
Shin's played this
It
great.
does put Carmine Core back in the driver's seat.
how many are here?
On his own.
Shin knows that it's more
Big
than
flash.
one at the very least. The paranoia to delay by a bit of time for
He
this
has.
rotation.
Everyone is
Stop them in their
miles
tracks, but
away
they
to
are
help
gonna
him
move
out.
in right after that. CNET has
Yeah,
already
and
crossed
that's a
the
gun.
other
This
side,
one
but
could
Yenajay
really
is
go
caught
bad.
with it right now. Heel falls warm.
They plant this time, you would
Definitely
imagine.
wants to be the wonder kid on the server. No, well, beautiful neural theft as well. Knowing where all the
Takes a
players are
ding.
coming from. And for all of
Gets
us, we
out
have
of
a
there.
big
Oh my
chance
god,
of
we've got
this,
some low
collecting one
HP,
of
so
the rifles, and it's an
529.
adequate hand. CNED's going to try and do it all by himself
That
here
was
on
a
this one
really
as
good Omen
Yenajay
flash,
is
though.
on low health, maybe to try and trade his life early. Prowler searching for all these players. They know Mr. Fallen knows on
Guys?
sale, maybe they don't! Not checked, miscomms, and Foot bring out
Dude,
the thrifty
there was no
round to upset
rotate.
Carmine
Like,
Core's
no
buy.
rotate came in for a long time. They really thought there was a Lark staking over towards B because they really thought that they were going to try and get the gun over towards B here.
Especially after that hunt had gone out. It tagged, I think, 2
Like,
to
Shin
3
was just
players
on his
maybe
own
the
the
side
whole
of
time.
Foot into the post
Cena
plant,
got
so
a
the
really important kill
information
on site as well.
was there. Might have been a bit of a misexpectation coming out from the snakebite on Thomas.
Think
He's
it was
just
that one?
expecting the snakebite to have actually denied that corner there into the post plan, but it was just shy. Regardless, Foot, they're just looking so clean. I feel like their synergy has just been everything lately.
We're definitely seeing an antithesis in emotions here from Zaysh. One round he's over the moon, the other he's punching his
Visual
hands.
against the
And,
Fatal.
Yeah, I can't blame him. It's a
They
rollercoaster.
push
Carmine
C,
Core
and
taking
this time they
them
have a
through
bit
the
of a
emotions.
bait, and they have been going late
And,
C, so
in
this
the meantime,
might.
you can see some very far placement here.
Does
from
that
Marcy.
actually just stop them, or are they just
I
going to
like
wait
this,
it out?
though. Carmine Core haven't really gone for this style of aggression.
Stun
Stun
does it
reach
hit?
Dizzy, not quite sure if it does,
Oh,
but it
Dizzy's
does.
wrecked him.
It does, so they'll pre-fire it. Martin.
Oh my god, look at the util dump.
Oh, wait a minute! There was a
He
world
nearly
that could
did good.
have gotten some
He
kills
nearly
there,
got
but
out of there.
Instead, it is going to be equilibrium as a fight still ensues. Shin is in the middle of it, and he's a master of this fight. The Thrasher will stop Shin from moving. So it
Can't
is an
believe they
easy
went
pick
out
for
for all of
Krax, but
this.
he's got a lot more to do in this 1 versus 2.
Thomasy's positioning right now, though,
Yeah,
knows
he
that
really
Foot
wants
are
his
not
ult.
going for that rotation. Magnum just has to live.
Cracks. Helps out by throwing the wingman in.
Nicely
but
done from
Magnum's
Magnum.
got that corner covered and is not allowing Cracks to move back. That's Carmine Corp right back in the fight.
Don't leave him hanging. He was going for props, guys. Come on. But man, Good read there from Carmine Core. Tomazi being able to call that rotation over towards A wasn't going to be happening. Look at this. Man, that was all
nice
Shin
shots.
that round, especially
Nice
after
shots in this
Martin
round.
gets caught out. The utility dumped on him to guarantee that pick, but then you just use Mount. Let's go!
Jin did the smoke pick I was talking about earlier. The lower one way, yeah.
Like when Chaos ensues, he's a master of it. Doesn't care.
Dude, you'd be
No,
surprised how
and
many
that's the
people don't
thing
know
is
about
the way
that.
that Carmine Core were even handling
Especially like Omen
the
mains.
roster
Not
changes
the
when
safes
Ed
in
came in.
Omen main,
It was
but
everyone had to retrial. So Shin wasn't just retained because of his contract or anything like that. He retrialed.
it's a
to
smoke
make the cut
tech.
again. Same
Just
thing
when you have
with
your V here and
their
you're lining up
assistant
your
coach
smoke, you go
in that
like
kind of regard. So
it's
speaks
different
a lot
heights,
as
right?
to how much
So
they
you know
believe
your
in
V
Shin
when
as
you're
a
lining up a smoke, it like it goes
Foot
green.
going into
Like if
thinking
you
mode
do
for
your
another
V,
time.
like if it's
A lot
like
to be
here,
said.
it will be higher. If you do like your
Of
V
course, it's a
lower,
back and
then
forth,
it
right?
will
And a lot of these
be lower
situations
basically.
come
It'll be a
onto
lower
microplays on
one
site,
way,
is
but
whether
you
you're
can
not
spot feet
clearing
better.
angles,
Basically, you
one
can
way
have
or
a height
another.
adjustment.
It's a very close affair.
But everyone just
the
does it at the
smallest
top
of
and lets it
mistake
drop.
can influence
Where
the
actually you
outcome
can
of a
like
round.
do it low down and it sticks in the wall.
Ooh.
So you just
Okay.
want the lowest possible green arrow.
It's getting
Depends what you want to
tense.
do.
I mean,
But
what,
yeah,
this
normally.
is the third time that they've tied up so far, and it's just that
Sometimes
one.
you get it too low that you
Just
can't
that
see.
one. You and I have
Just-
two
so you
best
don't want to
threes
do
to
it
go
all the time.
today.
Well,
Oh, on top
depends
of
on
that,
the
like,
situation.
It's gonna be a long one, I think, here for Foot versus Carmine Core, and
This is the best
decider
example over towards
of
C because you
Group
can do
A.
it so low that they can never get an
all
angle.
available
Whereas
here
if
for
you
narrate.
let it drop here, what
retakes.
happens
We're gonna be that
is
solo anchor over
they can
towards
crouch
B,
and
a
just
bit
see this
more
angle. So it's pointless.
information that was being sought. Carmine Core trying to jiggle the one way over towards C side. A left open until Magnum has
We had a good
just
example of
rotated
it
over, but
earlier,
again,
and
they've been
then
very
now this in
comfortable
terms of
with
them doing
that
it.
since Magnum has just kind of been playing over towards stairs, playing over towards
Low bite
top
goes in,
B, just to
double.
ensure
Oh
that,
man,
that Killjoy utility
we got
is
a
up and
got some
ready,
potential.
but more than happy
Do
to
they
play more of that retake towards that A site. There are a lot more
consider
avenues
using
to actually try and find that space on as a defender.
Razor on
Yeah, on the
on
defending
Eco?
side right now,
Fruya,
Intermission
thank you
right
so
now
much, man.
trying to
Thank
be
you, thank
gathered.
you. Good to see you, mate.
You can see a
Thank you for the 20.
swing here.
Hope
onto
everything's going good.
C-Long, but otherwise, Foot have got their eyesight onto B, smoking one of these entries. Snakebite into
Hey,
the
that's a nice wingman
delay.
lineup though. It checks a lot.
crunch, and it will stop them in their tracks. Will make them rethink. 44 seconds on the clock. There are a couple of rifles that can do a lot of damage. It's a matter of fact, placing them.
Yeah, and they
at the
might
right
have just
point
used
at
the
the
U
right
till that
time.
lets
Two
them go in
lugs,
here. Does U to
one in B,
J
one in C. And
want to
it's Mr.
take a
Fallen that
timing?
might come in contact first. Or even could be Yedije.
What is going on there? He
He
can at least cause this extra smoke has gone down, so this goes down at 15. We're doing a one-pass and fake, and one of the latest pushes over towards C. And U2J actually does okay. Oh, it's done. It's Melons. They're trying to go B. Real close. They will be able to plant just.
On 14 seconds to spare, now only finally take the
Real close on this
I mean,
one.
great patient calling coming
I
out
actually
from
do think
Magnum,
that
right?
U2J did
You went
good.
towards that C-side, no one moved.
He at least got the util out of them.
Here in this 5v4.
Yeah, that's the chase after Mr. Fallen here right now. They know exactly where he is, but Crax is trying to stave his teammates'
Look
life
at
into
this
the stun.
util.
That's
Oh
not
my
what he
goodness,
would
that
like,
stun
but
spawn
still,
was good.
He's got time to replenish himself, recover.
Wait, they're
Carmine
all
Core, you
coming
need to
from
move in
here?
quickly and you're
Ah,
running out
mate,
of
they might have
utility
messed
to
up.
try and deal with this blast back to allow Martin to find an outer angle. Mr. Fallen with the Sheriff can be so dangerous. And they have the other angle. That is insane. But it is going to be
Nicely
used
done
in
from
time.
Magnum. He was
And that
patient on this
means
the whole
that
time,
Carmine Core
distracting
come
that
out on
guy.
top. Number superiority does take the cake in
Ooh,
the end.
they just
and
got
do
out of there.
retain the lead.
Took 2 ultimates there from Carmine Core, and don't forget, Foot
Yeah,
only had
fade-
2 rifles
fade
that they
and
were
raise.
with into that round. So it did get expensive. You can, I think that gives you a bit of an idea too.
I mean,
Carmine
they nearly
Core,
lost an
felt
eco,
the
really. Well,
need to
two
actually
hero
use those
guns.
ultimates to see if they could close it out.
Considering
Find that double digits early
10
on.
seconds to get the plant,
It's a little bit,
4v5,
It looked like he was
only
able to
2
use that
guns.
showstopper to
It's a
begin
little
with.
bit too close. 2
it was
ults.
on the money there.
Yeah.
And I was on the money
Like
that shot.
1 ping, 2 ping of difference. I mean, they're all on that. It doesn't make a difference, but you know.
Atta
if you
one
were
away from
elsewhere,
his ult in
it
terms
could've.
of breach.
Too close for comfort though.
Indeed.
Like either way, no matter how you cut it. Okay. Again. Early Rebel control.
Wait a moment.
Or not Rebel, Mound control here on the side of Carmine Core, showing that very early presence here on the defense.
In the meantime,
K-Cop gonna disrespect
Foot
this.
take onto the right-hand side, and they've actually pushed up quite far forward.
No.
Yeah, a different look, and this time you actually don't
Foreman
have
all
Magnum's
checks
utility
tree and
there
they
to
stick
stall.
it.
Instead, you're going to be relying on Thomasy for it.
Yeah, we're just straight up
Tree control
A-hitting
in the
this
hands of
one.
Foot here
Magnum
too.
has his ult to retake,
retake.
and most people
But we're
use their
also
ult
looking
over
towards that
towards Hero
lockdown.
over
That's
here, but
why
now
we're seeing that A-side
this
FD.
one, like, this little square
A lot of noise
is the position for sure.
And Tamaji can hear
Oh,
it
but
all.
with this
All he
plant,
has
you
to
can
do
just
is wait
have
for his
one.
team to come in. Nice angle here from Cracks to try and fend
Yeah,
off
let's see
some
how
of
Foot handle
these
this.
off angles. Lockdown for
I
Magnum.
mean,
That's
that
going to
gets
allow
spammed,
everybody
right?
to vacate the side, but I have a feeling, I have an inkling Foot are going to try and fight for this, and Carmine Court are ready for it. Showstopper in for it. Doesn't close down the lockdown in time. It does actually, and he gets a pick before he drops.
Holy, Martin does great to get that kill. Breach ult goes in, doesn't hit anyone.
Doesn't hit a single player. Yetajay makes his ground known,
Big 2-on-2, but it's a good plant for them. Damage goes in, can't get that half.
Aftershock going to delay it. Every
Mine's
single
low.
player of Carmine Court is low. Flash is perfect. No one can see a thing, but Magnum is good for it. Yetajay doesn't need to do a thing. All he has to do
no
is delay,
time
and
on that
Magnum knows that even though he gets the kill, he has to run, has to save the gun, and the round goes to Foot to keep these teams on equal ground yet again.
The confidence that
Everyone
you have
goes
to have
down.
if you're CNED to go for
No
that
money.
showstopper. It was a risky one coming out. I was surprised at where Magnum elected to throw that down. I guess they felt comfortable with the stairs control, but it's so open to get that line of sight to destroy it. And even though it was a trade of an ultimate, for an ultimate here, you can on stage, on the end there, you see one of the players, his sleeves are rolled up right now. But
it's getting hot in here.
It's getting hot. It's getting serious. You don't want any of that limitation to your mobility with your mouse arm when you're going for those big swings. And
it all matters at the end, right?
Okay,
All
this
makes a difference.
really is at 10-10.
Right, you got to be
Everyone,
able to perform at your best.
well, I say everyone, but pretty much. This will be 2-4, so a 3-5 will be fine.
different look though this time from Foot. Again, that
But there's
early
8
rubble
people.
control, the early pressure. This
Sorry,
time
7
Magnum
people that
shifted
can't
back
buy
over
next.
towards A because he doesn't have that lockdown to play with. CNED's just looking to pressure some of the
They're actually
utility,
kind of set
try
up
and
for this B
force it
split at the
out
moment.
early.
Wait, what the?
Yeah, he hasn't been able to do so thus far, but Yetajay moving
They don't-
forwards, he's missed some crossing to
And
the
does
the
this
right,
bait
which
work?
could be the demise,
Yes,
and
it
exactly
does.
that's what's
And then do
happened.
they now insta want to
And
just
that's, Carmine Court
send it
in the
into a
lead.
B
They've got the
split?
numbers. It's a matter of what they do with it now.
And Shin was just the bait, and you had Martin holding the line. Dizzy up over towards this A site, drawn quite the rotation, but B is free now. Mr.
Yeah, they
Fallen's
can just
walked
call
all
them
the
to
way
go
in.
in towards B.
Gives the call to the rest of the team to move
Broke the
in
turret, but I'm pretty
direction
sure
as well, with
Killjoy was
40
too far away
seconds
from the
to
turret
spare.
anyway.
Get the plant down.
Bonk goes
And with
in,
a pick,
1 more
they're
kill
right
away
back in the
from
same
Fish.
position as their opponents, and that's
CNED
exactly what
does
happened.
okay, but he
CNED
sees
gets one. He
numbers.
does get traded though.
Yeah, they saw so many
Crucially
numbers
enough,
they need to
keeping
take
Carmine
some map
Court
control
on the
elsewhere.
steering wheel for now.
This was nice. They
Does
create
have a
pressure over
runway
towards
to
here,
work
and then
with
they
here,
insta
though,
group.
into the retake. Just not sure.
So the pressure's already
But we're gonna look for one of the
over
lanes
towards
to
Hobbit,
try and
and
deny
they just
that retake.
decide
It's going to be hotly
to
contested.
just
though. Carmine
straight
Court
go
moving
into
in all
sight.
directions,
Mistime
checking the
this
back of the
a
site.
little
No
bit,
one
but
is there. They've got to clear out
not a good
cracks.
plan
They'll
for
stun
them.
in this direction. On the spike, diffusing, and players being human shields right now as they do get sprayed upon. They do end up dropping one by one, and so will Martin by the end.
my
Magnum
goodness.
again running out of time, being the final player alive for Carmine Court. Time and
V5
time
is a nice
again for
recovery
his
on
first
this.
time to
Oh
gain
my,
the
this one
lead.
got close.
Mr. Fallen can hardly believe he won that.
I mean, I think Carmine Court just taking a little bit too long on those retakes, very hesitant. You had Shin playing so far back over towards Waterfall, concerned that Foot had pushed the issue over towards that C-Link. No presence there, of course, but just really not having the opportunity to find that space. And that's also part of the importance of keeping that A-Link control there on the side of Foot. You just need to deny some of these areas over towards the defenders. The energy here for Foot, the excitement after that round as Carmine Court, they find
Wait, this
themselves
cam gets that. A lot of
on a
info.
bit
They hear one taking the orb, they see another one.
semi-eco
And
with a couple stingers
don't want to just
forced in
insta push in towards C.
alongside a hero rifle.
Rotate is
hands up
heavily
Magnum.
coming in.
Eyes here.
Fish ult goes
on
in,
Martin
gonna have
with
to
that
leave the
showstopper.
site.
No one
They're
found on
hit to
site,
fast
as it does
flood.
go all the way around. Only one crossing so
And
far
it's
for
only-
Carmine Court. This is a difficult
it is
one for
only
them.
Mr.
Martin's
Fallon
gonna
in
do a lot of
sight.
the heavy lifting with that
And they
Vandal,
pivot
but
over
it's close
towards
proximity
B.
fight, so Stingers can also
And he
pack
wins
quite a
probably
punch,
the
but
most
for
important
Magnum,
duel that wins in
he
this
drops.
round,
He's
you would
the
say.
first one to do so as well. The smoke does deteriorate, and Martin gets
Oh
a
my
pick.
god, he popped an ult.
Showstopper thrown, but it's not necessary. Martin drops,
Wait.
but it's still Carmine Court with a lot of players
The
on this B
cage, the
side,
fact they
and
can't
that's
push through
exactly
that kind
what
of
we're heading
saves
towards right now.
UTJ here.
The pivot back away. I mean, they drew some attention. Shin and Tomazi there. But Tomazi now alone over towards the C site.
He can hear Yetajay doing so much noise.
Yeah, that
And
dude
with the Hero of
Yetajay,
Death spotting out
he's
all
in
of
a
these
rough spot,
players,
but he did so good.
it's gonna alarm
They
the
realize they
bells
can
of
just
Foot
send
to
it
move
over
towards
towards
the
A
A
at the
site.
moment.
It's
We
a
can get a
really good
plant.
call
After
for them.
decides to just hold all of this
Really
down.
great timing. They've upgraded their weapons as well.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Stun trying to take the fight once again, but Neri gets
Good
away.
plant for
the Wingman is doing all the spike planting. The rest of them can
Orbit.
focus on the fights.
We have a trip behind.
B,
They do have vision block.
stairs,
They have an
as we
omen
have
flash.
free control here
And they could.
from
Oh, they had
Yedijay.
Fade Eye as well, but they need to clear it back of sight.
Best weapon in this position. The smoke off to limit the far angles. On the spike already. This is going to be a spray game here for
Wait. He has fully stuck it. Wingman once again planting in the corner. He decides to go right on the edge here. Vision block was there,
The
and
defuse is successful. And for that, it's equilibrium for yet
don't want to say that's the second one that Wingman's cost him a little bit here, but kinda is.
Again, neck and neck.
There's a
What?
problem with this guy. You got to be careful when you put the spike down, when you're
Look
sending him
how
off.
many times these two have just traded rounds back and forth. Now, it's Foot. The difficult spot that they're in here, as far as that economy goes, a lot had been expended in the last couple of rounds, but
Dude, that forces him down to an
so
eco.
well, that paranoia, so much value.
Yeah,
into
Cracks definitely needs to be way more careful with his plants at the moment. Been so costly.
Time and time again.
the back and forth.
It really is. Everyone's got a leash on each other. And again, they put a lot of effort early on to this round. Deal with that utility in the A site. Time and time again, we see the same thing.
Oh.
But this time it's Tamaji on the defense of the A site. He's got a snake bite to delay it even further. He uses the Viper's Pit.
They'll take that as a
Doesn't
win.
want to take any chances, no risks.
This is a weird Viper Pit because actually I think you could sneak up the left of stairs because it doesn't spread fully and kind of just covers it. Not that they're going to, but yeah, I was going to say, Bossman, your head showing.
Mr. Fallen somehow still alive. Stun clearing out a lot of space. Look at Fallen. Mr. Fallen is pushed.
Nade's good.
Doesn't matter because the shorty will do it. Seen it. Showstopper. Will we find anyone? Yes, he will!
Oh,
And the captain helps.
Atsa saves him. Does CNED throw the hero gun off to someone? He's got 25 HP.
Will it be enough though as he is low in health? Yes, it is.
Or
no! Spray down at a captain again with a classic doing so much damage.
Atsa gets 3 with a classic.
And it's a thrifty that get them on
Jesus.
map points.
Free gun, by the way. Look at
And he saved, like he's such a savior. He saved CNED. CNED then gets another kill because of it.
I don't think KC come back from that one. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm a Carmine Core fan.
How did they get away with this? Every single time
He
they've
saved
got
him
lesser
twice.
weapons, Carmine Core just drop
Dude, look at the
blinders
dodging that he's
from
doing.
Captain's pistols, where it's Yedijay's pistols, CNA's
Oh, dude,
utility.
CNED rarely gets hyped.
I don't think I've ever seen Cena get out of his chair before.
Oh yeah, we've seen him before, but it's been a while.
Well, yes, that's what I mean. It's been
Okay.
a hot minute since we've
you've
seen
been
that
in the
energy.
Competitor for worst one I've drawn for a while.
It hasn't been that long, so I feel like that doesn't mean
One
anything
chance.
whatsoever.
But still, Magnum only pick. Are we going to see a
Wait.
topsy-turvy of topsy-turvies? Like, is this an upside-down day? Are pistols going to be taking it? Obviously, it's only Magnum.
Guess it was a
pistol,
normal
the rest of them
duel there.
want some shape or form of a bigger weapon.
KC finding themselves at least an advantage with Mr. Fallen being taken down, so no smokes available
This is
here.
bold
for
from
Foot. You're really
Martin.
only going to look towards some of the cages from Yedijay, but they've already been utilized.
Martin on rat duty. And boy, oh boy,
We
is he
get
good
two.
at this job.
Looks like.
And it's a turnaround yet another time.
Beidou
Seeing
as
it,
well.
The captain trying to do it all by himself, rolling thunder, thrown in their direction. They're concussed, they're stunned, but also at the same time they are blind.
Lovely.
Shin comes in,
Overtime,
double
of
kill
course.
for him. And that's overtime.
Yeah,
on
Martin
our first
really
map of this series.
gets
We're
paid
lined up for a banger
for
here.
playing. I mean, it was a bold position.
What a
It
way
kind of all
also
went
for
down to
Carmine
that
Core
them
to
checking it or not.
completely shift going into that potential last round of map number 1. The fact that they're going off of getting thrifted with a 3-piece from a classic and still able to carry this energy forward, not letting it get to them. And it's a decently young team as well. Again, the rookies coming in here on the side of Carmine Core to still play in a manner of level-headedness. And okay, got some nice art there for the Foot
Gotta
fans.
appreciate the art. Gotta appreciate the art. Of course, we've got a lot of Foot fans in the stadium. As we've, you know, it's been a long already.
EDG almost lost.
A long map for these
They're,
two
I
teams.
mean,
They
Wolves
try to
by the sound of
rediscuss
it look
before
pretty
they get
good.
to this
And
overtime
they use
back
some.
and forth. And honestly, the
Apparently, they've been
stability,
using some
we're not seeing it
new
from
stuff.
any of these teams. They're not really finding what 100% works for them because they've tried things multiple times. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It's a matter
Keep it, I
of
changed nothing.
millimeters.
I think my light's broken or something, so it's just not. It's just everything looks different.
It's whoever hits
Thank
the
you.
shots really. That's what we're looking at on this one.
I mean, what I like about the fact that Carmine Corps are taking the timeout right now is they started losing out on the attacking side into the second portion of that first half, where Foot were playing a little bit more forward, that information. Carmine Corps were starved for some of that map space and also just overwhelmed in a lot of those retakes as well, forcing a lot more of that utility out early here on the attacking
Nothing
side.
crazy.
But again,
No one
that
buying
was when
anything
they were
mad on this
playing
one. No ops.
Those 5-person rushes, those 4-1
Do we
splits.
see
And
K-Cup
I'm
throwing
looking
a...
forward to seeing them again slowing things
The
down.
K-Cup started
looking
struggling
at a
on
more
their
default
attack, and then at the
approach,
end, they
but
threw
this
in
4-1
the
split is looking
fake,
a little
and it
too
worked well.
reminiscent.
Yeah, but it's all too
So
real.
let's
It's
keep
all
an eye on
coming
what they
back
decide
right
to go
now
for
as Carmine
this.
Corp find themselves on the attack foot on
One-way
defense.
smoke over towards C.
And it's 2 rounds
Disrespect it fully.
consecutive necessary to put a team in the lead here, get map number 1 under wraps. Left-hand side presence for both teams, but one definitely favored in numbers.
There.
I mean, the plan might just be to try and cycle Martine up into that showstopper for the explosive entry. But again, that camera over towards Mount, not revealed early on this time, so.
He's used that cam so many times.
I know, I'm
but
surprised
when has
that
it
they
actually
haven't-
helped? I don't know.
There's been a couple times where it's gotten that information. I think
So-
they're just looking for it, right? No, okay, they're not
They,
going to shoot it out. It
yeah,
just made the sound
they
effect.
tried to take a timing on this one. It's a really nice call
Yeah,
on
they
this
spotted
one.
out everyone, which allows Foot to start
Camera
opening over.
goes
They'll be
out,
here
they
in
waited
time,
for
or
it
at
to
least they'll
check
try
and
to
then
beat.
get out of it, and then once they heard him get out of the cam, they started walking, and then they were just going to bust no matter what.
Want to fight this before the spike goes down. Yetterjay with first blood.
Yetterjay gets a
And
big
maybe now
kill.
they'll respect them and take the numbers fight after the spike is planted.
Very nice way to pull back. You also have the full kit of cracks here into the retake.
Yeah, Carmine Corp not happy with it yet. They want more picks here.
Not comfortable.
They do pick up Yetterjay. Spike.
Still no
Quite gone
plan.
down because of the sprays. They're scared. They're fearing this position.
I mean, Foot have so much to work with, right?
20
Not
seconds.
much time on the clock. Carmine Corp need to put
Yeah,
that
they're
spike
scared
down
of getting
and need to put it
spammed.
down now.
So they go aggro here.
Start to spray in that direction.
Did they
Back
expect
to the
Magnum
side, trying
close?
to pick up Tamaji. Unable to do so. It's Martine out into the open. Collected, picked up. Magnum. Oh, he's closed up the gap. Magnum. What a sneaky bugger. But Anna Captain taking him down in time. It draws it back to a 2 versus 2 with Carmine Corp on top. As Tamaji is leading the charge on the C side.
Buys the shorty in overtime. Oh
Might
my.
have turned it all back around.
He's
Replenishing
so low.
himself as a Viper's Pit is dropped.
Yeah,
And Shin again
back.
to the captain. The time
Damn,
is
nicely
running,
done from
and
Shin here.
Shin's bullet finds out a captain's
Runs
eyes.
are
That's
very
gonna be
close.
Carmine
I like the
Corp
idea
on
though.
lead in
I
the
did like
first
the
round
idea. I
of
thought the idea was good.
Oh, you saw just like
Ryan,
the
thank you
sign
so
of
much for the raid.
perfection coming out
Appreciate it.
from
Thank you.
Martine when he was talking with the team and whatnot.
Sounds
Of
like you
course,
got a pretty
it
good
was
game.
down to the wire, so not too much excitement seen from the teams there on stage. But regardless, that was a dicey head-to-head because
Oh,
I
yeah.
think between Ada Captain and Shin, it's a toss-up on who wins that 50-50.
Big time, right? Who wins it in this situation? And again, down to the wire. And Zaysh, the passion in it is all that is required, really. It's all a passion project at the end of the day, right?
It's all vibes.
It's all vibes. And Carmine Corp are full of it, but can they maintain it?
Really
good at interrupting those
really
vibes and
bold
putting
with that
them
one. I
into
like
the
it though.
thinking corner.
The cage to kind of disrespect this.
Now, no one's on one
Dude, so
foot.
much contact
It's,
play.
running for Foot
What
into this
the-
A side, but they've left Tamaji live.
This nade's
And
great.
over to Tree, they might be in trouble.
Kinda
Leaving
wrecks his
Tamaji in
teammate,
one
though.
place. He's low, 19 points of health. but
Cena gets a
can
kill on
surely
Heaven
let's
as
do
well.
it. No
Oh man,
way.
he's
3
doing
versus
great.
5 as Foot
Dodging
got the
everything.
advantage. Cena, bottom corner, and Martin needs to check it. Prowler does check that position. They know exactly where he is.
Dahoot with the 8 months. Thank you so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate you.
Oh, Shin had to win that fight. He had to win it. No worries.
No, 2v5.
Trying to do a
not much
fake
you can
drop.
do.
Absolutely not. Cena needs to come off huge. Well, no, Martin and Narrate need to come off huge. Paranoia towards Martin. Cena first shot. Well, it looks like it's all crumbling under pressure here, and the
There they go
overtime
again.
streak will continue. And Andalucía flawless at
You can
that as
really
well,
see that
not
they've talked
dropping
about
a
their
single
after plant
player here
positions.
for
That's
Foot.
where Cena
difficult.
has
We've
definitely
seen
found the
Tamazi, I
gap.
think,
They
playing
heavy
that tree
prioritize like
positioning
holding onto tree.
pretty
But
frequently
every single
here on the
time,
defense,
Cena
and
doesn't have to
I think
worry about the
Foot
tree
have
guy.
done very
Everyone
well
else does,
to
and he just
protocol
makes sure that he
position,
can get everyone
ensuring
else
that
that is
they're
like
constantly
focusing on
crunching,
trying to help the
pressuring
person that
tree
is
as the other
surviving in
players
tree.
flood over towards A short. So if we do end up seeing another defense side on the side of Carmine Corp, I would love to see that adjustment, to not leave.
I like it.
Tamazi
Literally
on
every
an
time he's on
island
site, he
there
is
where
just
he's
getting
not
to this
really able-
position
he
or
gets
this
away for so
position,
long with those snake
and
hooks
everyone
once
else
he runs
focuses
out.
here.
Not much he can do if he's unable to even get those picks and getting util done. But now, Foot back on the defense and Carmine Core on the attack.
It's always this extremity control
Same-
we keep on seeing. That fight.
Same camera, same
of these
boombot.
angles, of the space of these orbs.
Foot more than happy to take the other side of the map, though Rebel control deeper than what we've seen them risk
Cross map,
previously.
K-Corp.
Allowing an extra player
Well,
Cena to move into
I
this
guess
left-hand
C9 would call
side.
it, but
And
oh,
Krax
they
is
missed
also
this one,
joining
right?
in on that
Oh no,
push.
perfect.
Vacates the B side.
Again, when
Army
this
Corps
goes
will
up,
be happy to
double
take
block
it
of the
off their
visions.
hands.
That might keep
Yeah,
multiple
the
numbers
two
here, but they
overexports
do
A, the
have
ones
the
with the
camera.
kit
That's
to
the big
delay
one.
there
If this
as
camera
well,
breaks,
just
now
to
the
buy
smoke
that
can get
time
way
for the
more value.
rotations from the cavalry. The
Yeah,
Carmine
and
Core
this is
haven't
just
committed to
pretty
anything
much
quite
all of the Cypher
yet.
util gone apart from
Thing
the
is,
trip.
sure, you have that lurk wall from Tamazi on the side of Carmine Core, but with Foot's positioning, it's all for naught.
And at the 45-second mark, the push is still to take place. Oh, there's two players on site here, and it's going to be a direct contention. Oh, this is messy. Who comes out on top on this one, especially when you're peeking out
Oh.
of Smoke's try? Carmine Core,
Wait,
thinking you miss it.
Three of them.
KC are dead.
They won 3
I mean,
individual
utility
duels there.
dump there. They didn't use nearly as much to try and clear over towards Mount, not running into the players of Foot, and now the Viper's Pit back on site here.
Yeah, they're not taking any risk. Obviously, yeah, it's an overtime. You're going to lose a Viper's Pit early on, so you don't take any chances. Drop it in. The best opportunity you get.
Oh,
misses, missed the fall in, but
Are
they
they
know
all
where he is
holding
now.
their shorties? They are all holding their
Oh, that
shorties
is so
out.
sneaky.
Or toxic.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a Viper's Pit, of course it's toxic.
That's so good.
Narrate, that's a triple for his name, Carmine Core. They've got another
Yeah, it seems to
chance
be
to close out
whoever
map
can win the
number 1.
defense round.
Cheeky plays to keep it fun and light, even though the tension is there on the stage. 14-13. 1 round here for Carmine Core on Foot's map pick to take the first one. But again, the back and forth has been absolutely maddening to watch.
Oh, it has been. And no doubt Foot take a time out here. The thing is that both teams get to speak with their coaches. I love it. I love it so much. But yeah, this is Valorant, everybody, and it's a close one for this. Carmine Core, this is not the first time they've gotten themselves in the situation where they can close it out.
7.
Foot in trouble. They don't want to let Lotus go, right? This is their map pick, and moving into Bind, they would wish they'd have the map advantage, right? In this series, it's an elimination game. If you're only just joining us, they are 1 game away, 1 match away from entering the play-in stage to maintain their position here in Kickoff. And 1 match away also from being eliminated.
Yeah, and it's a long time for whoever gets eliminated until the next time we'll see them, right? And of course, even after play-ins, only 1 player makes it out of there and into the actual playoffs of Kick-In.
One player? Only 1 player? 1 team.
One team, okay. You knew, you were picking up what I was putting down.
That'd be a different tournament. Yeah, 1v1 Valorant.
No thanks.
No thanks. Yeah,
No.
this is better.
It's way more entertaining.
J-Rod Supreme with
looking
the
at
tier
this
1.
defense
Thank
side
you
of
so
Carmine
much.
Core, we're seeing a bit of an
The
adjustment.
J-Rod.
Narrate,
Thank you,
pulling
mate.
out the Odin for the first time. He didn't really get the chance to on the second
Narrate
half
is
because
25
the
to
economy
15.
was just
Martine
not
24
there
to
for
21.
how many rounds
Everything's
we can
pretty
trade
even
back
for
and forth.
Bird at the
To pull
moment.
that out, I'm curious. You're going to see him actually over in that tree positioning instead. So the adjustment was made. Tamazi will not be in that tree spot. And Nero, with that fade utility,
3
take
people.
full advantage of the wall bangs if you
Come.
want.
Debatably, on defense, these are the 2 best agents to have. The Killjoy, a Viper.
I like this setup though. Turret
comfortable for Foot.
gets shot, you just molly.
Poison Cloud and Name
Problem is they've been using a lot of util there, so
inkling of a
yeah,
step.
same thing, just different position now.
This is looking to be an explosive one, and that Snake Bite will look to delay, then Paint Shoal and Stun to the back of the site.
CNED's all split up from the team now too.
It's a matter of being able to keep the rest of the team back and allow Carmine Corp to come in on time. Tamaji, do you fight this Magnum
They're
as well?
committing.
Yeah,
Okay.
the commitment from Foot, but Casey drop back.
Yeah,
This is a 5 versus
and
5
it's
retake.
all about the
And we
retake.
can
We have
know-
Martin's
definitely
nade.
know how 50-50
Shin has his
these can
flash.
be.
Narrate has everything. So they have nade Teva, and there are a lot of people
They maintain
that this could
sight
potentially
here into
hit.
the post plant instead of falling back.
Here comes
of
the
damage.
nade Teva.
Uncomfortable. Paranoia from Shin, it's still available. Mr. Falling can't say the same for himself. Out of Captain close and personal.
Oh my, how?
He just jumps above everybody and gets one,
Trip,
but still has
this
to
Trip
jump,
keeps
and
getting
Yanoche is
people on
commanding
site.
the back of this site, which puts Kamiko at a disadvantage.
The Trip got 2 people.
It goes, but is it enough? It's up against 3, but he might just do it.
God,
Yanoche
bro.
on an upper angle, kills third line,
Imagine.
and it's back to another round of overtime.
UTJ did great here as well. His Trip got 2, even though somehow Martin gets a kill with a
On
shorty.
the side of Foot, the rising star here within the Turkish scene. I need a breath actually after that round. I need a second to digest that. As
Yeah, the Odin madness. He just never stopped shooting.
It got chaotic.
Yeah, on the one hand, you got someone cosplaying an aeroplane. On the other, you've got someone cosplaying Rambo. What is that, Nare? That is incredible. Gets 3 out of nowhere. We thought it was over. It was a 1v4.
I was nervous of that.
Made us crap our pants for a sec.
Okay,
But still,
we still on the whoever can win the defense side,
2 rounds
and everyone just keeps
still
hitting C.
required by any of them to close out map number 1.
Been a lot of C this whole game.
Different look. It's good. I say different look, but also not really at the same time. But again, that rebel control, just denying the value that comes out from that.
The spam miss, so they get the
Viper wall
shorty out to
over
break the
towards that
camera.
A
They
side.
realize that they create good amount of pressure. Most likely, with this huge question mark, you would imagine that Cracks goes over and throws his Dizzy up.
The deep push that you would see with the dive coming in from Martin, but now Rebel being threatened here.
Yeah, and Mr. Fallen's very deep. They know he's in that
Oh, the stun is great.
From Adacaptan could be gorgeous. Paranoia.
Yeah, and the wall's going to have to go back down soon. And then you could potentially one-way this, and they miss their cue.
And that's what I talked about before, about choosing Mr. Fallen and Adacaptan to be the ones to play disruption over towards Rebel, the time that they can buy for the rotation.
He's lucky to be alive.
Mr. Fallen playing with a lot of health right now. He's still sticking around.
Yeah, that's a lot of health. You can say that. 27? 27? 27. It's so low. But still, look how far they're going to be pushing through. Narrate, Dry Peak doesn't care. Magnum as well. One after the other. Carmine Corp finding supremacy on the attack. They seem to be
Yeah, and they just win all the angels on site there. Yeah, they wanted to try fight site, but it's like they flooded and then they didn't really have utils, so they were just trying to win individual duels, and then no one actually really had any like good crossfires, and they were taking different angles.
Ash, it looks like they'll be the ones on the hot seat to close this all out.
Yeah, nothing that AJ can do in this situation. Toxic screen up, you have to push past it. Everyone's just going to be staring you down.
Be a wonder child, be a veteran. A 1v4 in this situation is impossible.
Just don't dive this shorty.
He might find one consolidation kill by the end of it, but it's 15-14. Carmine Court
Let's see if they can get their one on defense.
You can see Magnum is spitting bars right now in the
Bro, Magnum's
IGL.
got like 3 fans next to him.
Prepping for the next round
Torden
already.
He's like, we want every single attack, guys. Don't do that same mistake we did the previous one. I can't read lips, but I'm guessing that's what he's saying. Still, it's 15-14, and this is a prize for you, everybody. There is. Oh, okay, not that. This. There's an Oda. On Narrate. Again.
They're not coming back for it though. Hey.
Yeah, I mean they've just been going C all the time.
He didn't clutch it last time. Got a lot of value out of those picks, but actual value as far as the round went left a bit to be desired.
Yeah, it's a matter of how they're going to be getting the site for free again. Tamaj is going to love a peek, but it might be a little bit too out of position. Magnum can't help out. Oh, he's a little bit too
He saw that, yeah, he saw legs there as well.
Oh,
fast kill.
That's exactly what Carmine Court needed.
Good trip down
Find the
though.
advantage, fall back, and play with the team now.
Keep an eye on the luck.
Cavalry is
Breaks
running over
the
from
turret,
that
creates a
A
bit of
site.
pressure over towards B. They
Wingman
get the
finding
plant
that
down.
plant.
Do a lot of vision block though. Like Shin is very important. Stay alive with his smokes. He already has one. I imagine he's relatively close to getting another as well.
As soon as a presence comes in from KC, gonna vacate and play for Mound.
He did enough pressure at least, though. You can see they're still concerned about that push through ceiling.
They definitely are. And here's KC putting all their forces together, all chips in one basket, all moving.
Double satchel sends it out with the shorty. Martin keeps getting kills with shorty. Double satchel in overtime.
Doesn't care in the fight. Foot turning it all back around in their favor. And the captain coming alive. Tamaji though want to turn it all back around.
Oh man, Atis gets 4. The lovely ult from him. Yeah, they're just focused on sight, and I feel like just back of water there, he's just popping
A
heads.
4K there for Captain with the triple double as that breach player. Heading into the next round, I mean, I feel almost so repetitive in a sense now, just with how many overtimes we've been hitting. This is round 31. A normal game of Valorant, 24 rounds.
Yeah, Captain, he's been absolutely incredible on these post plants, right? On these, you know, defending that spike to explode eventually.
Yeah,
He's been
dude, this is so long. Dude, no one can win a defense
exactly
round.
what Foot needs time and time again. They can rely on him. Magnum's got
Wait, they get the
Odin
first
of
kill?
his
They have no...
own, and
I'm
what
gonna
is
say they have
going on?
no idea
Losing 2 players from each side.
about Shin
Karmine Corp going to move into the A side
he
now.
being out.
I mean, looking for information.
I don't know what
looking
util
for
the
pressure
other
a little bit
guys
further.
at,
See, it hadn't really
but
worked out
it
for
did
them
look like
too
Mr.
well.
Fan is just dueling on his
Post
own
plants
here.
finding a bit more of that success towards A. Both Prowlers used up, but tree space not actually taken. Adequate rotations pulled from Foot with the comfort of Yedajay's trips over towards that B side at the very least, so no threat there. Door yet to be broken as well on that pivot.
And they're just playing the patience game.
I'll find you.
Oh, Haunts finds out that someone is at the back of the site, but there's still
Yeah,
two
they didn't know
more
about
nearby.
cracks. Okay,
45
well, they know
seconds.
there's 2
This
here now.
Stopping Narrate from pushing any time
I didn't know
soon.
about that.
There's also Yedajay entertaining
Yeah,
the
because
idea
with that
of a
information,
crunch.
they can
Shin
just
isn't
pivot.
looking right now. Well, now he is, but
Massive kill,
Yedajay is
though.
quicker to the trigger, and Karmine Corp are on the back foot for the first time on this attacking side. Foot,
No
this is their chance
smokes.
to win.
Not a good plant, though.
Versus 3.
I mean, it is
They
a
need to
good plant
push
for
one of
main,
these
to be
lanes
fair.
Here on the side of KC, they can't fully give up this site, especially when they're down
No
on numbers
cages.
on B.
Horn.
Fade out hits
Really
1.
important ultimate to figure out how many players were in that direction, but only one spotted
Gets
out
a
of the
fade
two,
eye
so
in
how
a
much
sec as
attention do
well.
you turn in that direction?
This guy in
Stopping them
sight,
and
if he
keeping
can
them
somehow kill
Needs this pick
1.
on CNED.
Needs to go in quick though. Nare holding it. Cena to win it off instead, so it's Magnum to do
Dude,
the heavy
Cened's
lifting as all by
wrecking
himself, and he's
people.
up against the
Not a
know
good plan for
exactly where he
this.
is, but thankfully for him, 2 of them
Oh.
Nanoswarm's doing so much damage, but Flash is going to interrupt him for now. On
Wait.
the spike,
Oh.
defusing, and a Captain. He's been great on these clutches. Can he do it for another time? Magnum
Damn, dude. They're all just doing mad rounds.
The attack was and always will be there.
How did he win
Red Bull
this?
clutch coming in here for
He rounds the.
Magnum.
He goes round the
19 and
world. Still
17.
has
They're even
mollies on
cycling
it.
up into that
I can't believe he
lockdown
got
at the end
this.
of that
The
round.
second
Didn't
kill on
need it,
this.
though, knowing that it might just give the time for
Is
Adacaptan
insane.
to push in towards him. That got dicey. Again, talked about having to find one of those lanes. It didn't
That one.
work out in that
He's super
sense,
low HP.
but the wrap
Fair
back
play.
around towards that A-Link was perfect in that timing. We find match point once again here for Karmine
It's still this
Corp.
low.
For Foot. Wait, Shin is just up.
Yeah, he's going very aggressive on this one. It's a complete change of pace. Karmine Corp don't want to let it go to a post plant. They want to take the fight right in their face. But for now, not quite sure if that was worth it, because that was exactly
I mean,
a trade
it's
of
raise
Jet-
for
of
raise.
Jets. Raises.
Very
Doing it.
least.
Same thing, right?
Very least with CNED being taken out, they don't have quite that same
Prince, thanks so much for the
ability
6
to
months.
dive
Appreciate
in
the prime.
towards these sites. It
Thank you,
slows
thank
things
you.
down a little bit.
Thank you so much, mate.
Still. Paranoia re-smoking that position. And I'm just wondering here, Foot, they'll be in a world of hurt if they start pushing through stairs. And Magnum is just waiting on the other end. No more smokes to cover that angle. Magnum's going to cover the position. So
Half
there's a
check.
pick here from Mr. Fallen, which will be his demise.
Dubra
A
goes
site's
in.
taken
It's
over.
deja
Adacaptan
vu of
might
this
be
guy
in trouble.
planting
Crack's
again.
trying to help out, but at least you can count on Little Bro to get the spike down.
Oh,
But look at this wrap,
Wait.
the timing, the turret not spotting him anymore.
you crazy guy.
And he's going to continue giving Foot on the front foot here. Karmine Corp need to do heavy lifting here if they want to close it all out. Samaji and Nare.
But they got to smoke to block. It sticks on the same place again. Not like this again, right?
To be diffused.
It's the same
Trying
thing.
to get stuck with. Nare with one aftershock to deny. It's a spray, but still, no one will prevail. It's Foot with 16 rounds in the
Yeah,
board,
dude,
equalizing
it just
yet
doesn't
another
stop.
time. And Karmine Corp's aggressive maneuvers at the start of this round again didn't fall in their favor.
I like the idea of trying to change that pace on the defense. We really haven't seen that look coming out from Karmine Corp, but the timing from Yedajay on that flank over towards B, waiting for Magnum to fall before the push on in was sublime. Just being able to fully catch off Shin on that rotation. But now do we see that aggressive look towards this
Everyone's just
side?
winning their attacks, man. It's just a chessboard on the kill feed, on the round feed.
Wait, they take down the Omen again though. That's a big win.
Like we saw last time, we saw
Wait, they're
this push.
sending it. And I swear, back of sight, they've never been able to win duels in terms of.
With cracks to the back of the site
Did
alone.
he
He's
just
waiting for reinforcements and
TP
Adacaptan
into
close
that
by.
smoke?
Cracks win the fight.
No, he
That's
TP'd
incredible.
under.
And that puts Foot right back on
What
top.
is going
Magnum and
on?
Nari trying to turn it all around, but it's chaos on site, and Yedeje is here to clean up the pieces, trying to be the janitor in this situation. But can he sweep them off their feet? The bot dealt with. Magnum's got an Odin, so he can even spam across this wall. I think Yedeje realizes how difficult this situation is. Only
Scary.
good for one. By
Scary
the end of it is
situations.
Magnum secures the deal.
Another
Very clean swing coming out there from Karma Core, guaranteeing that trade.
one.
But always right down to the wire.
MC, hello,
in every
mate.
single one of these rounds.
Welcome to the madness.
Swapping sides here.
The
once
never-ending loop
again,
of attack
Karma Core,
rounds.
how do they switch up their defense this time around? Like you said, it's been the attacking side for both of these teams that have looked so damn good. Now, Karma Core, they're the ones to look and try and go
Look at
for
it,
that
man, it's
early
crazy.
bubble control. 4 people stacked over here towards that A side.
Okay, how does Karma Court change it this time around? You can see Martin very far forward.
Oh,
on this
this might
left-hand
work.
side.
First time we're playing close.
He's always
this
behind
is
a
a standard
box.
position at this point. Tina eyeing it for now, but Martin is able to clear it first.
Fowler
And if
as
he gets
well,
an
no
opportunity
trade.
to vacate the
Can this
area,
guy get
Karma
out?
Court working
Yes,
off
he
an
can.
advantage. Yeah, he's getting the hell
They
out
get
of
the
there.
advantage,
It's
no
a 5
trade.
to 4, and Foot have to
There's
have
for the
got catch
taking.
up to make.
Great reposition, and then it also forces Foot to use so much more utility just to clear out that left side box where Martin isn't even there anymore. Holding the new angle, tucked in. Can't see the barrel of his gun.
I mean, you have a wingman that can check most of
Available as
this.
well. Dizzy
Play off the
does a lot.
contact.
Magnum did as well. Martin dies and Foot
Mr.
right
Fannin
back in the
is
fight.
running in
Magnum gets one,
360ing.
and he's holding it so far. The smoke doing wonders towards B main. Foot not
Okay,
finding the
there we
comfort
go,
to push.
surely.
And Karma Corp this might be it. This might be it indeed. 2 players left. There's Yedeje and Adacaptan. Wonder Kid and someone to rely on. And it's Adacaptan that goes in for the first swing. It's 24 points of health. And he has to drop back 33 seconds, and the spike needs to get planted. And as soon as it does, you know there's only one player holding on to their rifle. Little by little, Karma Corp show their presence, teasing that they're going to push. But Yedeje doubles up, and they come on as well. And it's all equilibrium. Scratch that. Shin is alone for Karma Corp. Oh, Adacaptan's been left behind.
Nah, man. That's like what?
It's another comeback.
24 HP
Another
on site
victory,
as well.
and another round of overtime.
No one.
And all smiles
No
there
one can
on
get it.
stage from
This is a 2v4.
Adacaptan. You're looking over at this Foot squad. If you're in a 2v4 situation, Yedeje and Adacaptan are the 2 players that you want alive there. But curious, I mean, we don't obviously have the insight of what was happening in those comms right there, but expecting a bit more coordination on those swings, maybe a bit too much confidence and expecting that that round was just in pocket on the side of Carmine Core, but
They've got to be hitting themselves for this, but they can't let it get to them.
it's the closest it's been to be able to close out this first match.
100%, it was a 2 versus 4. And they'll be hitting themselves if they don't close it out eventually. But so far, so forth, it's about who wins on defense.
Just trying to get
Showing
that
it,
pesky
yeah.
camera that's been such a pain
A couple
there
of times they've done
that
it.
Yedeje's been
I'm
throwing around. He's
surprised
just
Yedeje
fumbling
every
with
single
his
time is
headset
doing
right
this
now.
cam,
He's like,
but
"Yeah, I'm chilling."
We know the fight is
I think it's fine with the delay in early info.
Valid.
The similar thing where they just go break
Broken
his
though,
util
over
every single
towards the
time.
B-side. I feel like that's the first time that we've seen that actually broken in the first 30 seconds of the match. So a little bit more pressure on Foot in that regard, but you still do have Mr. Fallen watching the angle.
I have the impression that it's bound to be
Did he just get off the angle as he was? Yeah, and Narrate might have seen him.
And Mr. Fallen smoked off, won't be able
And
to
with
see
the
it
trip
from all being
broken.
taken over.
Regardless, Adacaptan has a great line to stall over towards B main if necessary with that fault line.
And with that, they bait Foot into thinking that again it might be a C-hit given the presence shown in B earlier and the door opened thereafter.
They have a trip to see if, yeah, they have a trip to see if they're going to be kind of sneaking into the site. They jump it. But this guy's been spotted.
Are going to be rotating that direction, but now only realize
20 seconds, by the way.
being taken over here
Narrate
from the
walks in
attacking
towards
side.
B.
Narrate with first
Big jaw
blood,
from
but Zenit
Narrate going in
traded
now,
right
loses
back
that
up,
one.
but Zenit trying to
10
control
seconds
the
to
site
plan.
for
Molly's
himself.
on there.
Finds the pick instead. 3 versus 3.
This guy
And
can
the 10
spam
second
from
mark,
wall
the
to
spike
wall.
will be going down.
Oh my god, we've got to spam that. Guys, you got to spam that.
And Martin's holding down the mark, and that's Crux on the case in a 1v2 as he's already taken down one. Shin Tamaji up against him. Can Crux do the magic for yet another time?
Little
Can he
bro
get
in a
the
1v1
defense
as
win
well.
for Foot?
Oh.
Little bro taking off the left flank as he covers the right.
Info given with that shot.
Little by little, he
Oh, a defense round has been won.
Sleeves rolled up and round closed out. Ada
1v2.
is having the time of his
You had to
life
1v2 it.
right now on stage, but 18-17 Foot finally finding themselves on that match point. I feel like very consistently it's been Foot matching up into overtime since Carmine Core took them here.
And Carmine
1v3? I mean, yeah, you're right. It is 1v3.
A single defense round in how many? In 10 rounds, in 11 rounds. Wow. This is going to be a hard
Celebrating
one,
already.
I can very easily see them get in their heads. On the other side, they look on Cloud9 right now.
No, I think that was the first time we saw guys smiling on camera there, actually, on the coach cam.
To be fair, I feel like Foot have been pretty cheerful the entire day so far.
He's been kind of stressed, though, in the coach room a little bit.
It's a different matter whether he shows.
I goes out. I kind of like this trip to see
But
if they push.
regardless, big of you to point out, it's been difficult for either of these teams to find that round on defense. A big question of will
Yep,
if
early
the
information
first one
over
to
towards
find
C
it,
in
which
terms of the
was
alarm
Foot,
bot.
will they be the ones
Oh,
to
are they just
close
going to
out the
insta-hit
match?
the site?
Tamaji.
He might need to get out of there.
CNED drops in like he does every single time to lead the charge.
The great spam. The nice trade back. Gonna have to retake this one again.
And it's all a trade
No
games
raise.
thus far.
No
4
raise need
versus
for this
4.
though.
Carmine Core, they've been
Fade Eye
struggling
just
on
comes
these
up.
retakes. They really have. Who can you count on to bring it all back together for them?
Narrate has a full kit, and you've got a paranoia to work with here for Shin.
Is it going to be
Well, the
enough?
Omen Flash is looking
Paranoia are
decent.
waiting on it. And
3.
That's exactly when they'll move in. Everyone
Fade
is
Eye
blinded,
timed at the
really,
same
and Carmine Core take
moment.
full advantage. One smoked off, but Crux on the fight. He's waiting for the cross from Shin, but the
And the
push
Prowler
comes
reveals the
onto
guy
side
at the
from
top.
Prowler. Mustafuni hasn't shown himself. Crux and Yevgeny dies, and that's all Carmine Core needs.
No, we're here forever.
Carmine Core saying,
We're locked
"We
in.
can do the same."
18-18. Okay, out of stress now. He was like,
That was our
oh,
moment,
surely
guys.
we got the defense round, right? Like,
That was
we're
nice though.
done and
The
dusted
the
here.
Omen
Again,
Flash
the
with the
Lotus
Fade
Foot's
Eye.
map
They
pick
timed
here
this
for
really,
game
really
number
well.
1. In the second match of
Kind of
today,
looking
the
like a
decider here
an
within
A retake
Group
on
A.
a Scent or something.
But to take
With the
a
Omen
beat,
Flash recon.
take a look at this replay. I mean, the flood back onto site was clinical coming out from Carmine Core. That C's finding 2 for Narrate. The value out of that and
I mean,
isolating these
all of the
players
Fade util,
was
to be honest.
Really is. I think it's safe to say here that CNED hasn't been having the best of games. 18-30 is his score right now in KD. And it's looking a little bit rough on that end, right? So maybe there were moments he was smiling, but that smile is no longer on his face.
To be fair, though, he has been good at still making the space for the team. It's just, I think, going a little bit too far.
Is underscore Callum with the
Those
Prime.
planned
Thank you so much.
situations, getting caught out a bit early on, or even just getting first-blooded, but usually a trade for a trade at the very least.
That is
Definitely
interesting.
not 2022 CNED. The player that even though he takes space, he takes a couple of players down with him. Maybe he needs Jet for that, who knows? But for now, Carmine Core move on to that and moves on to that A
3
site.
people push through
Foot
door.
happy to hand it
Who
over
now?
for now. And Odin
Keep an eye
onto
on C.
Magnum, and
Yeah, they
goodness me,
didn't
this
break
could be
this camera
chaotic
they've been
again.
using every single
It's gonna
time.
be
So
a
he gets an
5v5
early
retake
trip,
potentially for yet
and then he
another
just
time.
insta-rotates.
And all dangling in the balance. Narrate, come on, there's no way you're pushing through.
Double?
You actually are pushing against the smoke together with the Martin. It's Narrate to win 1 kill, but Foot turn it right back around. 2 kills in their way. And Tamaji holds the line with 10 points of health to
Yeah,
spare.
but we need to...
And they've just
Oh
crossed the
man, there's
push,
so much
right?
going on.
Wave number 2 incoming, and it's got Yedej's name written all over it as he gets
How is
himself
he
onto
out
the
of there?
flank.
30 HP, 10 HP, Magnum with
Shin hiding out.
Magnum with an Odin.
Cracks low, smoke deteriorates, but he's so quick to the trigger. Carmine Core back in winning ways on this attack. Not much help
Tamazi, 10
remaining on the
HP
last
kills-
remaining players,
What?
but they get the job done.
Heroics coming out from Tamazi as well to even equalize in that fight for that A Heaven control. Just the pressure.
Give me this replay,
sure,
surely.
Shin took a lot of damage for it. You didn't expect it though if you're on the side of Foot. For someone else to have come back up towards A Heaven, it delayed
Oh
that
my
retake
goodness.
for so long, buying
Hey,
that
Uchiha, now
time
kill him.
for the rest of the team to find the reposition. the hype there within the coach room once again.
Well, we're back to the attack
So,
rounds.
Hey, I mean, guys looked pretty confident that they were closing out the game, and now they got to deal with that.
These two teams really want Lotus here, knowing that a 2-0 is a very big possibility, and how momentum can swing in their favor. Because imagine losing this, right? Imagine having to deal with the emotions.
Oh, we're going for it.
All over again and back to
Only one person here, they can insta-react over towards A.
Able to escape with his life. 6 points of health, no problem. Still able to shoot his gun, right? Still.
Yeah, and they're going to walk into a clean site here.
This A site, and as Foot traversed towards it, Karmine Corp look to challenge from stairs potentially.
Oh, I mean, he's getting spammed.
Magnum needs to be careful not to
Spams?
be caught off. Flashback getting out of position. Spray on the far distance, and it's Nare and Martin to do a hell of a lot of damage. Karmine Corp, they've got the lead now. They just need to stick the landing.
Mr. Fallen so low, 6 health to his name.
5 versus 3 can't be all comfortable for Foot. Mr. Falling, as you mentioned, it is low, but it's Yenergy on the hot seat, all moving in together. It's a death ball coming again.
Okay, nicely done. They managed to get it.
To close it all out, it was a long game. It was a stressful one.
Yeah, the raid's seen this before, man. Just let me defuse first.
The win. Karmine Corp come out on top with a 20-18 score.
38 rounds of Valorant played here for the first
that was insanity. That was like 2 maps in one, basically.
In the hands of Karmine Corp, it was a Foot map pick at that. And what's curious and I think scary here is that we're heading to Bind, which could be an ace in the hole.
Yeah, you said it. Bind up next. Don't go anywhere, folks. The action has only just started.
Jesus, how long was this game?
I know a
1 hour
place that
30.
will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Bam. Right. Let's take a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. All I want is for you to dance with me with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. All I want is for you to dance with me with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
What a crazy start to this elimination match, but it's KC that get themselves on the board. I'm joined once again by Kakuka. Do you reckon they got enough bananas there?
I
got
mean,
spares?
it's been a 90-minute match. I think that we're going to give them 5 minutes to, get some air and definitely get some extra energy, Don't forget to eat your bananas.
Yeah, and also I want to cast your mind back when we were here. Kiko on that stage set a record here on LAN on VCT EMEA, but Narrate thought, nah, that record is mine, and he went and broke it on this map. What do you think about his performance?
Yeah, exactly. 40 kills, and we also have to think that the record that Kiko broke was also in an OT that was exactly like this one. In Lotus, a 22-18, an extremely long and tiring match. But as you're mentioning, Narrate, an incredible performance. I think that not only because of the numbers, but because of how well he was synergizing with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Magnum as well. As the IGL, probably the biggest task he's ever had to face so far in his IGLing career, to be able to call that many attack sites over and over and over, but also Kakuka saving KC as well in that one round where he basically dragged them over the line.
Yeah, exactly. And playing the Odin, I think that the head-to-head, especially with Mr. Fallen, was also beautiful to watch. Actually, as a sum up, we've had a very interesting map for sure. Also mentioning Mr. Fallen going back in the Omen, definitely he was feeling way more comfortable. And Yetuye, I feel like he was, outshined by the rest of his teammates. But on this one, on Cypher, I think especially on the defense, he was doing a beautiful job.
Yeah, any of them I felt like could have closed it out. We had so many crazy clutches, but also for Magnum, the last time we saw him, not the greatest performance here on stage. So the fact that he was able to frag and core and stay positive and keep his team in this, I'm really, really, really impressed by.
Yeah, exactly. And after, what was it? Yeah, I remember that by round 6, we were on a 5-1. Casey was winning, and we were seeing these reactions from Magnum. Maybe time to fall off the chair is something that we're doing in EMEA these days. But definitely, not only that, also when things are getting tough and the other team is having the performance that Foot was having, going back into the match, getting, I think, 5 rounds in a row. And the way that they were doing it, sometimes with the retake, sometimes forbidding them to get onto site. I think that going back to that is what is making Magnum grow, and also not thinking and not paying a high toll for the match that he had previously.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like he's definitely grown already in the last 2 times we
definitely on that team.
Yeah, we have seen, of course, on this lineup. On this lineup, this was the last time we saw him.
Damn,
okay,
bro.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm so sorry, Madam, to do this to
Absolute
you.
savages.
Yeah, it's okay. We're gonna see a better stats on the next graphic. But this is the thing. On this team with these many young players,
Absolute
he's the veteran.
savages.
He's the one that has to actually stay positive and make sure they do not lose in OTs like that.
And we were talking about how the experience is, in Spanish we say experience is a degree, it's something that you have to master yourself in, and obviously only time gives you that. And now he he has to also help the rest of his teammates. We were talking about how important it is in these long matches to have that experience and that kind of someone that leads you on.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the AIM Lab warm-up right now with Atta Captain as I bring Lothar into this conversation, because Atta Captain had some great clutches here as well. But what do we do on the next one, Lothar? Because they can't just rely on those clutches for Foot to be able to take this.
Well, the next one is going to be Bind, and that's going to be a very big question mark, because we have seen a change in the lineup when it comes to the starting agents on Lotus. So now I'm fully expecting to have a change on Bind as well. We have seen CNET on Neon, but there's also role changes between the players.
There's no way that they don't play KO on this map, right?
For that agent. He is known
Feels
to
like
be
they
most
could just
cracked as well.
could just go
this
double
agent,
initiate.
But then Mr. Fallen goes to the Gecko, and you guys spoke about the fact that he was very comfortable on the Omen. So for me, that's a big question mark. Will those performances will be matched if they will keep those swaps here? But again, if they don't play with the Neon and they will go back to Raze, which is like the
Also
safe spot,
narrate,
which
he's
is
doing
something
good.
maybe CNET
His
won't try to
util's
do,
really
but
good
again,
as well.
his performance on
It's
this-
not like he's
on
just
this Raze
fragging
Lotus
heavy. His like
was,
util
let's just
is
say,
really good.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
there's
bit
the
more-
answer for you. He is
bit
going to go
more
to that race, but everything else you've also
the
mentioned,
normality.
they've managed to stick with. But what do you make of this on the side of Keiko as well?
So this is the exact same composition that KC played last time against Heretics in a show match. I was not certain if this is gonna be picked, but it seems like they're sticking to the guns. And also remember, the last time they played
Cracks
it
back
was
on his
without the nerf on the sky. So there has to be a consideration.
They
to
love
change the
a
game plan.
they love a Gecko
So,
though, don't
but
they?
The upside is,
But
they
these two
have
do combo well.
flashes,
Flash
one blind,
high, and then
that Omen
Gecko
and Yoru
flash.
combo is incredibly efficient. In my book, that's the most important piece of the puzzle to make this work. The combination of Yoru going into lamps with the paranoia, building up that pressure, going into showers early to get control of the orbs, all of that is possible with this composition. And I would love to see a different initiator to pair this up, but I think it's still a very efficient composition.
And the only thing scarier than the rate dropping 40 on
Omen on
Fade
Bind
is the
is
fact
kind
that
of
he
good.
gets to play a
It is kind of
duelist on
good. You
this
can
map.
do a
I
lot
can't wait to see
more
what
like
he does there.
set
And
plays
send
with
this
it.
back to your casters.
I would say the
Carlos
flash is
and Ash,
actually
I hope
pretty
you're
decent
ready
on this
for
map.
potentially another long
It's
one.
just the fact that
it could be
Brim
a long
smokes
one
and the
indeed,
stopping
and that's
power is
exactly what
normally
we're
better.
looking forward here,
But there's some
right?
good
I mean,
smokes you can do with Omen as well. I think Omen's a little bit underrated on this map.
This previous map, and I think there's maybe some more redeeming to do. This was just one series, right? A strong performance, but I think
Most of the plays of Omen have
he
kind of been
looks
seen to an
back at
extent.
his Fnatic
You
days,
don't
right?
really
Being able
crack
to take
against
the
it often, so
international stage. He's got to lead this roster now to success. And
I
he's only
wonder
gotta
if he's
do
doing
it
the one-way
by
to start,
winning
'cause you can do a good
another
one-way
map
over
here. They
towards
could be
long.
fine. Their own map pick.
Oh, they're
and
doing
Bind was, I was
straight up.
questioning if it was the ace in the sleeve of Carbine Core. We haven't seen them on this map quite yet, and again, fighting forward here.
Where
for
the hell are the
sure.
bullets going?
Very much a strong fight.
4
from
HP,
Comic, placing
28
quite a lot of
HP.
players there. But still, it's subsided. Seen it dead.
I thought he deserved a kill there, I'm not gonna lie, but
Carmine Court look to defend quite an onslaught onto this A site, Foot aggressing little by little, but the poison cloud is enough to keep them at bay for now.
It's enough. I mean, they don't have much more information across the map here on
Refresh
the
the
side
smoke.
of Foot. Just
It is
maintaining
rare
the
we get a
short control,
double
but
Omen, to
lack
be
of
fair.
presence from Carbine Core. They're
A
reading
Slipshot,
into
thank you
this
so much
hit
for the
back
14.
towards this
Thank you
A
for the tier 1,
side.
mate.
Ooh, Martin is low, and he's close to this. And it's going to be a double-sided approach from
I like this
Showers
play from
as
Martin,
well,
especially when
and
he's like 4
Short
HP.
still.
He might as well go for a bit of a gamble.
The most difficult
Actually, he has the
positions.
spike on this one as well.
As Wingman heads towards the sides to put
Yeah,
that
and
spike
he
down,
baited
Martin
that
finds a
in,
nice
that was
shot to
lovely.
Mr. Fallen makes himself useful before he drops. 3 versus 4.
Still got an
Foot
Omen
on the
flash in
back
this.
seat. Carmine Corp, they're taking on some momentum from the previous round, but can they secure this?
These guys in lamps should just wreck them.
There are a lot of players that are low, could be simple pickings without the need of headshots. And it's lamps that Carmine Corp will be pushing together. 3, 1 coming out from heaven, and it's Nare that does it all by himself. He doesn't need friends.
Lovely from Magnum, especially when they're low HP. Mate, Narrate is, he's really good.
A couple of times a previous map, but for now it's Carmine
He's
Corp
really,
with
really
the
good.
round number 1 going their way as they did.
It's impressive to look
Great
as
read
decent
from
as he
Carbine
does
Core into the
on so
pistol
many
round,
agents.
but I think they did make a little bit of noise back still towards that A short. But
And
to
honestly,
pull those
to have
rotations
as good a
so early
util
from that B
as
side
he
after
has,
none
it's really impressive.
of them were able to find any of that information. Taking a peek over towards this replay. I'm excited to see what Carmine Core do here with the double duelist. I think looking towards Martine on that Yoru, Narrate on the Raze as well as we head into a little technical pause. But it's gonna be fun things. I mean, the fact that you see a lot of synergy, I think, coming out from them when they are playing that double duelist, they're ensuring that the double dive pays off very well. And Martin, we've seen his Yoru. It's pretty good.
I mean, I think this is a
Of course, yeah, we're just going for the longest day we can possibly get.
Everything got too intense, everything got too difficult, everyone was forced to play Valorant.
Might even miss some of the second America's game
at
at this
matter
rate.
what your setups are, it all gets a little bit too intense in those moments. But now, they've taken a few minutes to rest, right? They've taken themselves some time after the map win from Carmine Core. They've been able to look back, talk with them a little bit more intensely. The same could be said for Foot here. It's been a rough road for Foot, on the other hand, because they are having to overcome a loss that they really strongly fought for. And a loss that I don't know if they could afford to lose. We're talking about Lotus, their own map pick, where they tend to found success, right? Foot is the team that, you know, makes Lotus their home.
You would have to have a lot of good
stuff. That's
stuff.
what differs them from other Turkish teams. So
I don't think it's I don't think it works long term.
It's quite mentally draining. It's good to see that Captain has got some.
It depends.
Sort of,
Definitely on Breeze, it's fine.
Or at least the Shark is giving it to him.
Yeah, I can't really think of other
I
maps.
don't know if I would call what we just saw on camera.
It's like comfort, if you will.
No, for sure. I mean, everyone loves their little plushies. Absolutely. Bring a little bit of home with you up onto the stage, right? But I think what's interesting too is looking at the fact that we haven't seen Carmine Core on Bind. It hasn't been a map that they've been banning out. It's just one that their opponents have typically been banning. We haven't had the opportunity to really see.
They're doing
them
that
on
asana with
this
the
and
hands.
Talking about
Shaking
the fact
them.
that it was that kind of surprise factor. What kind of composition were we going to see coming out from them? I think the double duelist or like. Typically, I think it's been more of the double initiator and double controller compositions that we've seen coming out from most teams on
Still, I think he just has a day off. Either that or it's a long day and he's on for some of the next game. But
that was that 10,
I think they rotate days sometimes.
Up against Team Heretics, and even though it was close, it was a sloppy game, if we're going to be quite honest.
Yeah, and that's what I'm afraid of here. Hey, Sharky, nice. You took him away from out of captain, though. That's not fair. Give it back. Give it back. Hey, now he's happy. Look! As long as he's got Sharky with him. No worries at all. But we have received word. The reason of this tech timeout is there's some audio issues that are being looked into now, and I'm actually glad it's audio issues because anything else could have taken longer. But these are the kinds of things that can be fixed up fairly quickly, and we're hoping to jump into it fairly soon. But you're right. It's one of the situations where you need to redeem yourself, not only in remaining in this tournament, but from your previous performance.
You missed a crazy map, yeah. The one before this was
at an international level. Now Foot needs
yeah, I mean it was never ending. It was intense.
At least get close to it because they've set the bar so high.
Yeah.
It's down to them to make sure they can meet those expectations.
Especially with Yada J and CNED being brought in again. Previous world-class champion in CNED, and then the star rookie.
Does this mean we're back?
Yada J. I don't think that they haven't let us down though.
No. It's like putting an electric engine into an 80s muscle car, right? It's like you've definitely put two strong aspects from two different eras, but it's time to see if you can actually
Outlaw
put them to test, put them to
could
work.
potentially farm a lot of these. Where are we? Oh, okay, maybe one.
As we head again into this, Narrate's going to find that first blood. Looks like Foot are going to continue to try and pressure over towards short, close the gap there, and find that lamp's control.
Yeah, and they spotted one that crossed.
Regardless.
Shotgun. He's actually got the shotgun up close.
I think that we're really looking towards here on the side.
That's how confident he is.
To make those differences are going to be Ada Captain, are going to be Yada J.
Yeah.
These situations.
I mean, everyone's looking at Ada Captain, especially after the previous game. Set the expectations so high of what to expect from him. But we want to see more from CNED as well. I think that's the
flash towards the back. This might work well.
To push past Lance with a flash of their team.
Yeah, with the dizzy as well.
But they only are able to
I
find
like this. So they actually did great. AIDS. Man, the Utah's pretty good in this eco right now.
Any further movement in their direction is still 4
Surely
versus
not
4.
though.
And the fact Foot are finding
Oh
damage
my
with pistols
guys.
is so scary. Cracks with a double.
18,
They might
25,
get themselves a
66 in
second
terms of
round here.
HPs though. Someone could definitely clean up.
Now in his hands, but Cracks
And
is
it has to be
destroying
Shin.
them. One by one, they drop like flies in the sky. And Shin alone. All of the players alone. There is a world
Man,
where
Cracks just gets the KO buff.
No, especially losing on the backside.
He does get the KO buff.
Up the Vandal as well. Done and dusted here, the anti-eco.
Not gonna miss a shot.
Core, but already liking what we're seeing. Of course, it was a hero play coming out from Cracks, splitting heads there with the Sheriff and laying down the law. However, we're also seeing again, a slight change in the composition of Foot. Not as drastic on Lotus where they swapped out 3 of those
What a
agents,
massive win.
but only the duelist there for
There should be another gun
back on
somewhere.
this race pick where
But-
previously he was playing the Neon. On Lotus, he had previously
Like-
played that Yoru. And while he did perform, I found that there were issues with a lot of that spacing, with the team trying to catch up to him and just those hero isolated plays.
So they've recognized there's something that can be optimized here, right? But why haven't they put them on a Jet? I mean, that's a question I'm throwing out there. I want to see Turkish Jet because that's where Turkish Jet got its name from. CNED was the first person to put that out there.
Since Narrate dropped 40, does that mean Tier 2 NA, Tier 2 EMEA? Means whatever you want it to mean, bro. I mean, you could say the same for EG yesterday.
Within her kits, in that kind of regard, where
Depends how you want to look at it.
as unpunished as he was used to in holding a lot of those angles and diving in those situations, having to have a bit more
finesse.
Whatever whatever storyline you want to go for, you go for
a
it.
lot of that utility usage.
Need to be clear with it, and CNED dropping to other agents for now. Will have to make do, but for this particular round, Foot have got superior firepower, and for now, it's equally trading out for them. Out the way, Mr. Fall-In, knowing there's not much armor on the others, is a one-shot. Not too bad, not too
They just
shabby.
wait for Dizzy?
Bit of a stack here. 2 different elevations, but the Dizzy spots them both.
Looks so
They're in
stupid,
trouble.
man.
They try and close up the gap with the classics. Martin Sheriff does find ahead, but that's a 1 for 3 in the players' remaining score, and Foot look to close things out without issues.
I was thinking they were going to throw this. Oh, timing was almost off on it. I thought they were going to throw this spike to someone else, but they just didn't want to lose any positions. And it looks like they're getting rid of the outlaw.
I mean, losing out the pistol to just be able to take it straight away into that anti-eco of Carmine Core and flipping the script of what you would expect in these first 3 rounds of the map. Now, Carmine Core, at the very least, they're cycling into these weapons here. So you're looking also eyes towards Narrate, a player that honestly we cannot say enough about, hailing all the way from North America, being that regional transfer here within EMEA.
Is the lineup that bounces off the sign and goes inside? Is the Coach Potato special? I'll take credit for that one.
Yeah, that aggression off
Dog goes out.
Off of Showers was
Doesn't
the
get
best
them
thing they
anything
could have
though.
done, because they've instantly found themselves in a big lead,
Don't
5
copy
versus
it.
3. But Foot don't want to ease the pressure just yet. Might want to take advantage of the 2 players isolated here on this A site. But Tamaji might have got their number. Drops back as he does retrieve a bullet to his elbow, and with that, that's enough of that fight. So Foot given some space for the A side.
Not looking to get flooded into
Big
lamps.
fans of the flash over once they take lamps control.
Charging that health here to play numbers into the post plant, and Yedijay's getting the spike down
Oh,
now.
he was playing anti-flash the whole time, yeah. We missed the Razor, I feel like. You can fully see
They
it.
drop, but Narrate is so good for it. The spike is heading towards the B site. He was hoping that he could go on the plant, but because there is no plant, no
The
one's
mind
thinking
games
to
are
be
outrageous.
Sneaky Yedijay, but yeah. You've given them time to rotate, so I don't think you're getting a plant either, which puts Carmine Core in pole position this round.
We might get the plant, but won't have much time afterwards.
He's trying to see if he can isolate anyone, but Carmine Core are too clever than that. They're known for their stacks, and they'll continue to do so, especially when they've got the numbers advantage.
Spike planted.
I mean, everyone goes headshot pulse there. This? Ooh, 15 HP? He does that? Nah, that should be impossible.
A Red Bull clutch coming out here for
That's a nice angle.
Yedijay just lining them up 1 by 1. They were going for the triple swing as well, but the off angle king.
I need a second to take that in. Let's look at that.
Oh my god, that's...
He's playing aim maps, dude. This is absolutely incredible. And he's taking it in. He's enjoying it. He's got to at this point. And yes, that has put Zacianeng to silence.
God, that was impressive.
Stoic faces.
Those things tend to do that. You are 1v3.
To force him down to an eco as well?
That, but Yedijay shows that he's not normally. Check his PC.
Man. Tense up there for KC now. Anti-eco destroyed, and now back onto this pistol by Sure, Marshall for narrate, but
Shot my wingman right there.
not much you can do other than hope to try and clean up alongside those shares, or vice versa. Slower plays here from Foot, knowing that Carmine Core on these double duelist compositions do have that tendency to be a bit more aggressive.
And the 3 go aggro, and they can pinch with the dog if it saw any, ready to do that. Doesn't see any, so I imagine we're going to go fast behind.
These weapons go away for free.
You know, the last time we saw an Eco, a Thrifty, being won out from one team, the other one came back to win it again, so it was a topsy-turvy. Now, I don't think Carmine Core are in the same position to do so, because they definitely need a pick, and the fact that Ada Captain shoots so quickly and doesn't give a chance to Magnum to even react, they won't be given such a benefit. Narrate telegraphed. And it's a game of whack-a-mole for the side of Foot. They do not drop a play. It's an Andalucia flawless, giving them quite an exacerbated lead. 3 rounds of difference now for the Turkish side.
4-1. Weapons back into the hands of Carmine.
In for the long haul? Oh, yeah.
You do have that dimensional drift available.
Big time today.
Martin use it for that scouting for the remainder of the team. And
The lovely shot.
They don't necessarily just follow up straight up with that dimensional drift, where you see maybe some teams just looking for an exact set play based off that information. But instead,
Okay,
they'll
another
tend
big
to
buy
use
round
it
for
to see, okay,
K-Cop.
how many players are actually
Money's
here and make the
pretty
decision
much
on,
in the bit.
do
Oh,
we
no,
take that
this is
rotation to
outrageous,
the
by
other
the way.
site, or is it worth fighting forward on?
Well, Thrash is going to go right after Martin.
The
but is able to
official
put it to its
Omen
grave
Flash
before
goes
he has
in.
a
That
chance
stops
to
them
cuss
from
him
getting
up,
it, and
but
they're
still,
just fighting for it
throws
heavy
his
to make
clone
sure
in,
that they
wants to go
can't
for
pick up the
another fight.
fish.
He doesn't use
Dog
his
goes over
dimensional
towards
drift
Showers
straight
as
away.
well, spots
Instead, thinks
nothing.
better of it, as Foot have
Yeah, they pretty much just got to
flooded
accept
this
that
area,
this one's
but
done.
now have started to spread out across the map. You can slowly see Cena
Smoke deep
moving
as
towards
well
this B
after.
site, trying to figure out what the setup looks like there for KC.
That was nicely handled by K-Cop.
Stall potential here in the hands of Tomazi, playing towards backside here. Toxic screen to cover both Hookah and towards Garden. The snake bite poised and ready
Oh
for the hop up, and Ada takes his head off.
But Ada Captain is absolutely insane with the rifle.
What happens?
he's just
I tell you, man, it's the KO buff. It's just a team. It's just an overall team KO buff.
Magnum is
Just
questioning his
give me
decision.
KO every map.
He's bullying them. He's a newcomer and he gets to do that. Now that's a statement piece. 5-1. Foot lost their own map pick, but they're here to show Carmine Core who's boss.
So much comfort, clinical coming out from
Yeah,
Foot right now.
let's see that from his
Carmine Core,
POV.
we've seen ideas coming out
Oh.
from them. They're trying to fight a little bit more forward, and deny that space. But you know, Foot, they're not afraid to make that rotation off. They're not going to push the issue. And a timeout now to be called by Carmine Core, just to talk about, okay, what's going wrong here on the
You've got to take a timeout here.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
really
what a
do.
nightmare.
Like, how can you lose all these rounds one by
Zing Shi
one?
with the
The
3
stern
months.
talking to
Thank you so much for the
required.
prime.
I'm sure Magnum
Thank you
is
so much,
hearing
dude.
it all right
We're
now,
doing
but
alright.
it's
We're 10
all
hours
rolling
in.
his
We're about
head.
halfway.
He's trying
Right?
to process it, but he needs to keep that head
Hey,
clear to
yeah,
be
something
able
like
to
that.
lead this team to another map victory. The job isn't done. Yes, they've won an
At least the games have been
insane
good.
map number 1 on Lotus, 20-18. It went so
Hello,
far
safe.
in that
Hello,
particular
hello.
map, but this is Bind, their own map pick. There's a reason behind
Congrats
their
as well.
pick here,
Congrats.
and they can't afford to lose
Best of luck for
rounds that
tomorrow.
were meant to be theirs.
Absolutely not. Saving Grace, though, Mr. Fallen did end up using that thrash into the last round just to find as much information as they need. That's why the rotation came in there for Foot, to try and collapse over towards Tomazi. And then Ada Captain just hits an insane shot as he's just like hopping up,
Of
just
course
trying to
they-
jiggle
of
peek
course they
that,
have.
that check over towards Hookah. He's been on the ball today.
Oh, he has.
Every day, in
He
fact.
owns the ball. He is the ball.
I
Don't know what that means.
I don't know what that. I'm gonna.
Not
roll
not
with
even
that one.
surprised in
But
the least,
now
man.
eco round coming in here.
Not
for
even
Carmine Core.
surprised.
Of course, the timeout's not meant
Molly
to
goes down
be
over towards long. Are
for
we
this round.
satcheling
They're gonna
out,
be
or are we
looking
just holding a default?
towards the next buy
Yeah,
that
we're
they
just
have
holding.
coming up, but right now, Foot.
TP goes in, but
They're
it's actually
comfortable in
him.
knowing that
He has a TP over
go
towards B
as
as well.
according
Is this an
to plan
eco?
right now. They should
Martin has his ult, Magnum one ult. Okay, next round they're actually going to have a lot of
knowing
ults.
that they're
So
guaranteed at least an even half, and every round from them.
N could have given
is
him
just
an
bonus.
idea on the eco.
For sure.
For Carmine Core,
And
though, they need
it
something
might be a
more
little bit of a
to come back
bait.
into
What do you
this.
reckon? He goes through the TP on this round, actually TP's out, but then next round he actually just sits in TP the whole time.
These off, Carmine Core
A
not quite
chance.
in the same
The
headspace.
long con. Dog goes out towards long. Pretty good timing on this, to be honest. At the 1 minute mark, spots nothing. Stack can stay here. Omen flash if they need it.
Fair enough. 2 flashes still in the hands of Cracks for this entry towards site.
One way keeping them at bay for now, but the flash through it is going to allow
flash hit
the push to
too.
come forward. The jump and hop from Cena to the back line is good, but you need to be careful. It's just dangerous. Cena's behind you, and that puts Magnum, who's on an island elsewhere on the map, to do it all
The
himself,
jewels have
but
just looked
it's
so
just the sheriff,
convincing
it's
from
just the
Furt. I
eco.
know this is an
Got
eco, but
deleted in a
even if we
fraction
go
of a
look at the
moment.
buy rounds, like the jewels have just been
And even
ridiculous.
if the flash is thrown, we don't know exactly where he is. Wingman helps out, says hello, gives a hug. Not exactly the hug Magnum really needs right now. He's baiting us. He's trying to get a kill, find a different angle to at least, you know, get an advantage on one of these positions, but he's gone all the way around. It might be out of captain. The only one that hasn't gone for the chase might be the one to get the kill. No, he runs back. Never mind. So,
Chat, what was the game yesterday where the guy at long got hit by the wingman, but just ran really far away so that they couldn't pick up the orb? Who was that? That guy's a genius, by the way, whoever that was. I can't remember.
It's just a game of cat and mouse there. Magnum trying to deny any ult orbs over towards the side of Foot, who
Jadries
sure,
with the
he
prime.
could have technically trying to gone
Was
for
it
some
CNED?
picks there, but it really wouldn't have made a difference.
Oh, CNED died to the
with
spike?
the
Okay,
economy
okay.
that Foot have amassed for themselves. Like, they are looking healthy down in that savings bank, especially with 5 rounds left into the half. Can probably very comfortably
I don't
buy
think so.
up into most.
did you
until-
just watch a replay of someone buying a gun? I mean, was there something highlighted there? Never mind.
Yeah, what the?
For a second, I thought there was some sort of a meaning behind it I didn't quite grasp.
Okay,
but still,
TP.
operator for Martin.
Only over towards spawn. We get flash out. Op is finally here.
out, though.
And the Yori op is really good, especially on this map. Good on Breeze as well, but like these kind of maps where you kind of have the safety net of tucking towards the side and then TPing out is good. The kind of tier 2 op agents, what we call it. And this is a lovely jumpy to take that.
And for the first time in a while,
Dog goes out and spots one over towards long.
He waited for the timing too for that 0 point to just
Taking
end up
out
running out
one of
so
the
he could
initiators
actually
as
get
well.
that teleport down, and now Tamazi to use the Viper's Pit here, deny the drop in that push over from Garden, forcing Foot to fall back over
Yeah,
towards
and this is
that
similar
A
to
site, again,
the
funneling
Gambit
them towards the
Nats
operator
Viper
in
ult
the hands of
where he hit
Martin.
here.
But the stampede from Foot so far has been good. Double blast pack still available for Cena and now the captain as
I
well
like this
himself on
idea.
enemy.
They don't have initiator. It's hard for them to get through the choke points, so he just sticks the Omen up, pulls one away so they can get the plant.
The area, now the captain just drops back into sight. He's done his job. Dimensional drift coming out from Martin though. He's pinging out where the opponent positioning is.
What
At least he's all 4.
He does, but how does his team use it? No one's nearby. Only one now coming in from short.
They're gonna
Magnum
sandwich.
trying to save up with them. And here comes the clone as well to push.
I can't believe Arthur gets out of there, by the way.
Seen it this time around as Samaji looks to drop back. He can't be comfortable pushing that one. And there's Shin able to avoid it. Do they have time to move in? Snakebite to their feet. Karmicorp need to push through, but this lamp control is all too much. Martin finds a shot. Cracks in the madness.
Look
Not
at
able
this
to deliver.
round.
Up close and personal, it seems Karmicorp are superior.
Yeah, nicely
and
done.
with 2
A
players
lot of
alive,
ults used into this.
Karmicorp will look to defuse. Already defused halfway. It's all it's
Yeah, that one's gonna be hard to
required
repeat.
done. And finally,
They got a
end
pick
the
and they used a
streak
lot of
that Foot
ults.
collected.
Great retake protocol.
And they know that
coming
the
out from
op's still in
Carmichael
play,
off
I
the back of the
imagine.
dimensional drift,
So although they lost the
especially
round,
with that
still killing
teleport-
3, getting all that
teleport
info and that
over
many
coming out
ults,
from
it's like
Magnum
a...
to guarantee
It's not the worst loss of the round.
sandwich retake. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I've had a few word rumbles. But, yeah, see?
You're
There you
not
go.
you're not meant to expose us on the stream. I don't know. We've already exposed us by doing it in the first place.
That's a sick
but
round from our team,
one
to be
thing,
fair.
though, we gotta get a shorty counter on here from
Oh
our
yes,
team.
we definitely should. We've had so many of these shorty moments, and I think it's because of all the chaos going on. It's in these close proximities, within smokes and stuff. A lot of shorties. And yeah,
I'm
They have been playing the
surprised
difference, but
Foot
for the
went for
past 2
this.
rounds,
That was the
Martin
most
is
common
doing a
play
lot
for
with
that
the
op,
operator.
you'd think.
I mean, cutting off these angles, being dynamic in his positioning, swapping from A towards
It just went
B.
for a fast drive
Upper
peek
angle
over
this
towards
time.
long.
And as he smoke fades, he doesn't realize what's to the left. Mr. Falling does get one before he drops.
Our team's looking good with the op.
And Martin repositions yet another
Oh,
time.
that's
the
my
right
bad.
moment to do it, but no, instead with the fragment to his feet and Yeruje's bullets going in his direction, it's back to square one to Margie. That was crucial because there's no more Viper's Pit here for Yeruje. Foot on the back seat. At a captain, he's done it before and he'll try and do it again. Spike in hand, but it's dropped to the
Oh,
floor.
not another 1v3.
Is
Not
insane.
another 1v3. Oh my god. 2 HP.
For Cracks.
Oh man.
On the board for Foot.
Oh, they have to eco
there to swallow for
the money
Carmine
reset.
Core. Cracks doing it all for Foot,
Oh,
maintaining that
man.
momentum. KC
Every
yet
time
to
they win a
string
round,
any rounds
they lose a
together.
1v3
These
the
two
next
rounds,
to money
piece by
reset
piece,
them.
The pistol and that last retake that we had just seen, yet to find themselves in a comfortable position.
Look at this KO buff.
Constantly back and
Outrageous,
forth between
man.
these saves and these buys. No room to work with.
I know during the offseason, Foot
Dude,
got a massive
this guy
upgrade
should be a
package in the
man.
likes of Yellow and Cena.
Look at him
But
go,
it's the two
dudes.
retained-
Just give
but
him
the
it.
three
Just
retained
give him his
players that
KO.
are
There's
top
no
of the
Sky
charts here for
anymore.
Foot in this
Just lean
game.
into it.
Absolutely crazy stuff brought out by them. And now the captain gets first blood, but he's quickly traded. And the fact that Carmine
Oh,
Core
lovely
is the sheriff,
turn.
not the best situation. Paranoia, good for the captain.
Chat,
so
no
keeps
joke.
himself alive.
Every time they win a round,
So
they
he
lose the
thinks
1v3 next round for the money reset. It's like the worst.
To push CNET
It's
off
the most
angle,
devastating
actually
thing
forces
if you're on this team.
At a captain to actually commit to that teleport that he was initially trying to fake, and this spike all the way towards this A site. Thomasy alone towards heaven. Again, it is eco round here for Carmine Core, so expectation.
Low HPs,
but
should
to
be a
this
double.
lane.
Yeah, Cena showing his ground, getting one onto Martin's shin.
Shouldn't really be
Taking a
dueling it,
second
but
time before he goes and
I mean,
challenges
they've
that
got a good
corner.
amount of money.
And a live CNED is a dangerous CNED. So you have to avoid, and that just keeps Foot in the lead. Now the first half we saw in Lotus, it was a 6-6. A completely different story than what we're seeing right now. It went toe to toe.
That was also with Carmine Core starting off hot off the gate. They were
Yep.
4-1 to start on Lotus as well. But coming back with a vengeance with how close that overtime was, they're driven to take this map, to take it to a third. Of course, I know early days to be talking about that, but it is 7-2 to be fair, and Carmine Core still yet to find that opening here on defense.
They have some options.
Of course, at least
Another
they
really
did
important Byron for
take the
Keiko.
opportunity to deny any
I wonder if they
any
want a
chance of
timeout, but
Cracks
it's like,
cycling
what can you
into
actually
the null
say?
command off the end of that round? But do they fight forward for these orbs? Do they decide to
Like they
look
just,
for the
it's
extremities
just
or
every
on
time they have
defense
money,
to
they
try and
just
deny
mess up
that
a little bit in the
And it's
1v3.
got to be said, Foot are playing off of no information here. Carmine Core haven't played Bind so far, right? And it's the opposite for Carmine Core. They could definitely
Do
look
you think
for
the
Foot.
op,
Yes, they've been changes.
the op was winning them a lot of
visibly,
rounds
and
though? I can see them leaning more heavy into
because
that.
they are playing against Carmine Core.
Flashes with the
But,
4 months. Thank you so much for the prime, mate.
Seems
Appreciate you.
like Carmine Core can't take it to their advantage coming in. Without
Yeah, they just
anything
don't have
to
money
show
for the
it
op. Can't get that
earlier
one
on.
out again.
I mean, Foot are
You
so
got Ray's
good
ult,
with
your
their
ult,
early presence that they showed to
Fish
just
ult,
force
one away
someone
from
to
Cracks'
really
ult.
study outside of Carmine
I mean,
Core.
Cracks' ult is actually massive
Have a
here.
chance to delay nearly as much, even starving them of
To cancel the
information,
Ray's ult.
forcing some of that utility coming out from Magnum.
Well, off the Thrasher, they're going to be start pushing forwards onto this B site, and you can see how Carmine Core are scared of this, looking to go for a retake, very similar to what we
Yeah,
saw
and
in
as
Lotus.
soon as this
Maybe that's what
KO
works out for them.
They do have
finishes,
that dimensional
they're
drip
probably
and the
going to fast
showstopper
go
to
in.
work with here for the duelists.
So they're focusing on those ultimates to make the difference for Carmine Core here. Foot maybe flashed up. Dimensional drift used, and so is a showstopper. So far, so good for Carmine Core. But the
Spotted
rest of the
double
players have
elbow.
this first
Oh.
move into elbow. Martin doesn't care to use a flash as he exits the dimensional drift. Gets one before he drops, but he's done what it was necessary. Finds the information. Yellowjade's got an upper angle, and he's so darn dangerous.
When I saw that jaw going down, I was like, not again.
Two ultimates,
Not
really
again on this
important,
one.
and they put Carmine Core right back into
3
winning
people
ways.
They
surviving.
needed this too,
they
especially to
get
win
another one?
with at least some numbers left here on the side of Carmine Core. The fact that they have the 3 rifles to carry into the last round of this half. Gonna be likely a light shield buy coming out from the remaining players of the team. Just narrate.
The guy on the tube just got a stray,
And with
stray
the last
Ray's
few
ult.
rounds, both sides have used their ultimates. We're not really going to see any opportunity to cycle any of these up into this round. If anything, maybe that Viper's Pit coming out from Tamazi, but the way things have been swinging, I feel like he has been being caught out the most on an island.
Oh, this is nice. Yeah, this is one of the better things you can do with the Omen. He insta TPs with the Omen. Omen flash through, and then they just try and get some kills over towards here. Still a nice reply from Foot to get the trade on this one, but
He pushes
it's a nice strat nonetheless.
they're going to go and re-clear this.
It is a bit of a classic when you have Omen though. Everyone kind of knows about this one.
Martin
cutting through.
Oh, he may have revealed himself, and that's going to be his demise. Magnum tries to trade it back, but it's Foot that find the advantage. The upper
Yeah,
hand
they can
and
never
this
string
A-side
2 in a row, it seems.
So you've only got the controllers left here for the retake on the side of Carmine Core, sure.
When they get a little bit
Safe
closer, if
try and
Atta
divvy
wants
up
to, just
Foot.
fake pressure of the ult could be nice. Last round.
Samaji looks to lead the charge. They're actually thinking about it.
I mean, it's last round.
Of course, it is the last round. You're right.
Probably doesn't want to now.
Captain, back of lamps. Yedaje on another end. It's so difficult to cover all these corners. It's Yedaje to come out on top when Shin tries to go for something.
I like the idea.
With his
Like the idea was pretty cool, but
gonna make it absolutely impossible here from Tamaji, and he definitely can't cover up against them all. It's smoked off. All he can do is hope that he won't get shot down as this smoke
the play was pretty cool. High smoke that falls down is going to cover the spike anyway, and then it covers you from over towards short, TPing up. It's just the fact that they had bench control.
Comparing it to the previous map, but to the previous
There was
time
no
they
on bench.
played
That play looks
combined
genius.
Up against, I believe that was Giant Tech. So looking towards the difference here, 4 foot, they look much more comfortable, a lot cleaner. The spacing has been better here. I think the adjustments with, honestly, even just putting CNED onto that raise has looked really good. Sure, he's not
So
putting up
Grados with the
numbers
Prime.
right
Thank
now,
you so
but
much
he
for that,
is
mate.
able to
Thank you,
find
thank
that
you.
space, and the trades coming in are what's important on the foot side.
But now Carmine Court on the attack. It's hard to say how this one is going to go for them. I think that it's just the old story to be repeated. The pistol, the best way for them to start this retake.
Lukacs, hello, mate.
If they lose it, I fear that
Thank
we
you,
are
bro.
going to a
The
third
Grados,
map.
thank
But
you
at
very
least
much.
Carmine Court can fear that as Foot will be happy.
And they're absolutely sending it. One frenzy.
That would be given for them to
No
potentially
raid
win
boss,
off
but
this series. But the push does come through. It's heard, it's seen, or at least from behind the flashes. Narrate and Mr. Fallen trade back, and with Mr. Fallen blind as a bat, he'll be dropping like one as well. And Carmine Court, full access to the site. Yedaje, he's sneaky from behind, and he's able to find one. They know exactly where he is, so he's buying a lot of space for his team to start moving in from. And a captain shows his presence. It's a balance of information that needs to be given. And CNED can push through elbow. That's exactly where Carmine Court are
Nicely
looking.
done from Kickoff to get some map control.
Need to start finding kills. Two players are low, and one was taken down.
They're split up.
Tamaji behind the smoke. And he's so close to Ada Captain, he can smell him, but only now can see him.
Dude, Atta was so aware of this one. 3
All he has
HP.
to do is stop this plant, this defuse from happening.
done.
But Yedaje aggressing into his face in
Might
an
be a short
aggressive
one.
manner. It's going to have to be the defuse, and Foot win
Bro,
the
why does
second pistol of the
CNED look so
series.
stressed, man? Relax. Your team's banging.
Here, 4 foot makes it that much harder for Carmine Court to
Mr.
find
Caliburn
themselves back
with the 9
into
months.
map
Thank you so much
2.
for the Prime.
And not even just as far as what the scoreline is needing it. Needing a clean pistol to mentally make the comeback into this game when Foot have been looking so good.
Oh, look at that energy.
Yeah. It's contagious there for the team. Oh, meanwhile, Martine's being left hanging by Magnum on the side.
Oh no. Come on. Fist, there we
Force
go.
bite.
Fist bump. Successful. Check mark.
Force bite in no Outlaw for this one. Omen flash over towards Showers with a flash behind as well. Double satchel. TP over towards default. Can't TP after getting hit with the knife.
It is indeed.
Then got hit by the Omen flash.
I mean, you have to when you're 10-3.
Yeah, a little gap in the smoke is not great. Yori TP's in. Omen TP's in as well. We got a lot to stop this plant if they want to.
Successful, but there's so much thrown at them.
Man, this poor planter.
Poor
Poor Shin, man. Yeah, this map is done.
Overwhelming them with everything they had, and with Carmine Court forcing that, they've got nothing for the next either.
That's just about match. Foot running a
Good nice
clinic here
util.
with an Andalusia flawless on the side of the Turkish squad. This is terrifying because Carmine Court, it's the right call. You have to force in that situation when that's the closest that you're going to be as far as equalizing in those weapons, trying to give a great fight and be able to contest head-to-head. But you also have to win those because now, sure, force.
Cracks on KO is too good. It's just the comfort, man.
But this time,
Just a whole year of playing it on every single game apart from like 2 maps.
A lot of it. We're talking about, I can't do the maths, 8 rounds in a row.
The difference is too, if Foot
Yeah.
lose this,
The good thing about this, the Omen, is you can do a lot of smokes like this. You can do this here, you can do this over towards long as well in terms of the one-ways.
Not only they need to win this
Like,
round, they need
the
to win
Omen,
7 rounds after that to find
it's
11 rounds and match the score.
a little bit underrated.
Cool one way that we saw being thrown there in towards Showers, though, to give Martine that space to find the orb for the dimensional drift. But team still running that default, lacking walking over towards that B side right now. Starved of information.
I love
but
that K-Corp
opt to send
bring
out
back the old
wingman to do a
Gambit
little
wall
bit
though.
of scouting, but a nice
They're
tuck
just
from
gonna, are they gonna do it? Are they gonna
Martin.
literally gonna walk up like this?
Spread out
Double
approach here
walk
for
out.
Karmine Corp.
The old
Hoping
Gambit.
that foot
They actually
missed
are.
that.
This can't work these days,
That's the other
surely.
thing, just trying to draw out this utility from foot, right? An absolute must.
One person
if they've
fake.
been able to just throw all
Wall
of
goes
these
up.
flashes into those
Double walk
retakes.
out towards triple. Drop
from the
wall
dagger, I
duel.
believe they
One
only
person
spotted
waits
out
for
Samaji.
lamps.
don't
No,
think they'll
okay,
expect three
no
players
wall on this
pushing
one.
past,
Just
but the fact that
absolutely
Nare
sending
has
it.
aggressed onto the site. Now the alarm bells will sign. Thrasher being enabled, but it's Martin's first shot to come off forward, so Karmine Corp playing off of an advantage. Playing into lamps as well, with a player as a caveat into showers. Smoked off though, he'll have to come in later into this round, awaiting for the team to collapse upon them first. Into the smoke, and it's Martin to win it. Crucial kill on the spike though. They're already diffused halfway. Interrupted as
After
utilities
gets
thrown their
a
way.
smoke
2
in
versus
4.
Foot. Not
There's
impossible,
a
given
definite
players are
chance.
low.
Bit of
They've gotta
chaos.
find them quick as time is
Smoke
ticking.
goes in. Big kill.
And a captain with the first
Okay,
one.
it's unlucky
Shin
this guy's got it
stopping
covered.
Sined's life, and it does have to be defused. Nare will not let that happen. Two
Okay,
players,
a lot of
four
money
for
here though,
KC, but
and they
get
did a
the
good
win
amount of
nonetheless.
damage.
An absolute need here for Karmine Corp. 3 Bulldogs to carry over into the next round, and the rest of the team able to force up comfortably with some of those light shields. But looking into the replay, Martin finding so much value here.
Aaron,
with
when I
those 2
remember, I
picks,
do.
Opening up
When I
the
forget,
round
not
and
so much.
making that retake that much more uncomfortable for Foot at the very least. A little bit of anger there. Not too happy on the Foot side with those player cams coming through and the coach cam. But
I need a drop.
KC needed that.
Time to jump.
They did. For sure. But as you said, Foot fully capable of putting arms in their hands. And again, a slow approach from KC to try and repeat what they did the previous round. They've got the dimensional drift up against the Thrasher of Mr. Fallen.
Okay, bit of pressure created over towards here. And honestly, like this comp is not the best at clearing question marks in terms of map pressure. So this question will stay, or this will stay here for a while until you kind of get knife, or I guess if the gecko's there.
This poison orb though buys a lot of respect. Still gonna look to walk through it here.
Time to clear it out. Mosh pit, denying any of the other entries, so no one can follow up on this information. Crucially enough, well played by Foot, but can they deal with Martin finding himself into elbow?
And the guys on site must be feeling pretty uncomfy right now when they take out elbow control.
4 versus 4, as Sined gets traded out, and the rest of
Fake
KC
TP as
have
well.
garnered all the space they would have hoped for.
From Asa.
In that kind of sense, Martin
Oh
back
man.
in.
Timing on that was just real off.
Before the smoke does deteriorate, which leaves KC at a disadvantage, unless Shin gets the pick here.
No, but that's rash. It found him.
Oh, they let Nare to die.
This is smart though. Mr. Fallon's fast rotate here.
Now they're playing off of this
Does he
advantage.
hear that? Does he see that? Yeah. Man, Mr. Fallon's a god on this one.
Out in the cover, which means that Mr. Fallen was able to pick him up, and out to 1v2.
Safe plan.
Gets all.
At the very least. But you have the whole kit here of cracks to work with.
Magnum has got skill, but
Gets
it's the
around the
first time
corner,
he's
has
jumped into
ult,
the
has dog.
IGLC this season. And with the Seekers, he's going to have to figure out how they're both are going to be playing this. They know he's in lamps, and they'll go right after him. Bullet between the eyes, and that's finding themselves
guy
on
in
map
KO.
points and putting them one away from
Okay.
Sunset.
8 chances and K-Corp's money, or the buy itself is not going to be great. I think there's like 2 of them are sitting around like 2-4.
Hero play.
I think teams are going to anti-shut the loud flash comp. You talk about the Ascent one? Well, I guess you're talking about the Ascent one.
You find yourself
And Bind.
in a disadvantage then.
The problem is
the
it-
match is so close.
It's pretty good, is the problem.
Frustration.
It has some weaknesses, but it's so good, man.
The reactions from these
Like, it's
players.
very good at retaking as well. It's a nightmare to play against. You have to
and
play
the
completely
attitude
different to how you normally play Ascent, and everyone's been playing
that we're
Ascent for
seeing
like
on
2
stage
years,
here from
just
both
the
teams.
same. So to switch
Foot,
it
on
up
the other hand,
feels
must be really
alien.
happy about this.
Can't play on
Only
site
one
and after
away, and I
plants
think
on Ascent.
KC
Like
have
what you
been struggling
like
all
what you
this
meant to
time,
do?
Unable to find a thing. Now moving into the hookah area. They will find it open, but in the meantime, Foot trade some space themselves.
Yeah, they're fully walked out there towards B long, finding that fountain control. They hear this
They actually
as
do
well,
actually
since
do the
Mr.
most
Fallen
perfect
stayed
thing
over
in this
towards
round.
Arden.
They've got to be curious where the players have gone, because never has this B site been completely open. Guiding Light spotting them out in long though.
Right now, they only
What a weird
know
round,
that
and they want
it's
to take some map
Fallen
control, so
over
they get ready
towards
to
B
go
long.
over towards
Doesn't know
spawn,
about
you
the
would
other three
imagine, or
players, two
elbow? Yeah,
players.
okay.
Look at Shindo, very far forward, but it's Magnum to get picked off early. Foot are playing things from the front, but can they continue?
What happened in
Three
Lotus?
players
Oh,
grouping up now towards
madness.
CT, and it'll be a 3 versus 2 as soon as the smoke subsides. As soon as it does, it's Foot that comes out on top. Casey can't
Nicely
do a
done.
thing.
Dude,
Disabled,
the
stuck
KO
in
buff.
place. And
Telling
that's
you.
13-4, the score is
Convincing.
close out map number 2. We're going to sunset,
K-Corp could have made
baby.
this like way closer, but I'm telling you, every time they won the big buy rounds, just losing the next to a 1v3 happened twice. It's
Now, a break
yeah.
here available though. Carmine Core, they
Is
need
what it is,
to
isn't it?
regroup, reset mentally heading into our deciding map.
Well, people, nobody would have expected this to be the outcome after what a tremendous play it was from Carmine Court, but it is Foot getting the second map, and we'll see who will be able to close it all out just in a bit.
eerily quiet.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola.
You know the drill, everyone.
Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away, do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive, do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I, you and I.
What a response that was from Foot, and I guess it's time to go bananas in their room after that win. I mean, it might be a debuff because we just showed Casey eating those bananas and they lost. I got Kukuka and Lothar with me once again on the desk. A quick one. I feel like after that OT, we finally got a quick map. What did you think?
Well, it was actually only 40 minutes long when the previous one was 90 minutes. So that's a bit of a difference, I would say.
Yeah. Probably they were still digesting those bananas, but especially that first half was so one-sided for the side of Foot. The little to no clutches that we had went their way, especially with crazy plays like this one from Yerye. Loving that he's feeling like this.
I feel like they just got suffocated, you know?
Yeah.
When something like this happens, you win the pistol round, but then you lose the follow-up, and then you lose clutches like this. We had Krax and Yetuye with both of those clutches just happening. I feel like that the opposing team just gets crushed mentally, and they cannot get up, and that's it.
Zero minimum with the 8 months.
Like,
Thank you so much for the
so
prime,
many
mate.
things go wrong so early.
Appreciate
But
you.
let's talk about the next one, because I feel like GG go next, you know? It doesn't matter what happened on the first
report
map.
it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter
Report it
what
for
happened on
being
the
toxic
second
and
one. It's this one that actually counts, because whoever wins this one will live to see another day. Kukuka, we've seen both of them play Sunset already. What is your takeaway coming into this one?
So here's the thing. We know that
No
the
steal
defenses
yet.
and
It's
compositions would only go
on a
from
rotation,
the
I'm
fade
pretty
to
sure.
the Gecko. Of course, once offers you a little bit more of explosiveness, and I think that both teams interpret the map a bit differently. But we also need to think about that they were playing against the Sage. You know, that gives you a little bit more leverage, and you can play a little bit more free, knowing that those Cypher trips are not going to be there. On this one, especially, I was counting in my head that this could be a 2-0. Very surprised by the
Might be
performance
costuming
from Foot.
Pansy,
But I
that's
think
true.
in this one, they might have the upper hand because of the game that they
When
play.
did-
of, like,
when did
having a
Hypox
lot
say
of
he was gonna
lurks
be there?
and taking a lot of care of mid and just playing the long game in this.
Dude, the
Just
spirits
wanted to
are
add
high
viewers
after
that
this
didn't
one.
see the previous Sunset of both of those teams. This time, Gecko will actually be on the other side. We have seen so far Foot play with the Gecko, but this time is also gonna be the Fade on Foot side. At least they changed something, right? And then we're gonna see Magnum.
Nervous
on the
playing
Gecko.
comp
That's something that we
will
didn't
do.
see a lot in
Just
in general.
yeah, just keep going,
I
man.
feel like the major problem
Just keep grinding,
that
just push
we
through.
have to think about when coming
The more
to
you
Sunset
play, the
is
more
thinking
you'll
about the fact that
kind of
KC
get
actually
over
lost to Giants on this map.
that hurdle.
And they didn't look strong at all.
Right,
So this
it's
is not
just a game, it's so
something,
fine.
This is something to keep in mind. I feel like this is their weakest map for now, from what they had shown, and Foot might take full advantage of that with a more explosive lineup.
So is Giants the benchmark? Because they both played against Giants.
it's
One of them won, one of them lost.
It's the only one that we have so far, right?
Yeah.
Looking into this year and both showings of the teams in this map, my eyes also go to the duelists. I want to see I guess we want to see a scene that is more comfortable. We were talking about small changes.
I think Fnatic
maybe
are
him
better than
going
last
back
year.
on
I mean,
the
we've only
race.
seen
We
two
need to
maps.
see, you know,
They looked a
upper
little bit
in
ropey on
performance from him.
some
It's
stuff.
surprising because
But I still
from
think
one
like
side,
macro
we're very happy to see
overall they
players
look
like
pretty
Krax
good.
having the performance that they're having because we know what they're capable of. From the other side, we want to see the CNET that is just a highlight reel.
I feel like I'm a little bit harsh towards CNET today, but I have to say it, like the facts are there. Like on both maps, on Raze, he was dealing really minimal damage. On Bind, he had been dealing 100 damage per round when they are winning, right? So that's, although sometimes you can make an argument that the other people are doing their job, so you can't really get a lot of frags, but it was a lot of clutches I would say I've seen so far. So it was the Foot players picking up the slack of the other ones.
The pressure's on to
the
open it.
lineup. And I feel like CNED has to, as you said, comfort is something that he needs to find. The confidence
Almost.
he needs to be
Players when they have pressure on them.
again more aggressive.
Like the
I cannot
say anything.
it's like the opening of the
I need
suitcase.
CB to stop cursing teams. We know the banana curse. He's giving it to Magnum now, but as you guys can see in chat, I feel like France versus
Yo,
Turkey.
Kotu, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Thank you for the prime.
He's going to take this one, but of course, I mean,
I watched the
Blue
EDG
Wall,
game
they
now. I
are
didn't get time to,
very,
but
very, very
it sounds like
I
it's a good
think
one,
this
so we'll
is
add it to
biased
the
because
review.
the Turkish viewers are on the Turkish broadcast and not on this one, you know?
Someone send a message.
We'll add it to the list.
In chat.
We need
Assemble your troops.
we need the CNED fans back in this. But I like the points that you're making about CNED because we heard before when we spoke to him and Mr. Farlin, he wanted to bring in the Yoru. It was kind of his idea, and I could only assume it was his idea to go back to the Rays. So I wonder if he's going to stick with that for Sunset.
I mean, we also have to wonder if it was actually his idea, or
Hello,
maybe
Pansy.
it was like a more
How we doing?
group decision, or maybe somebody asked him, "Is this something that you want to keep doing? Do you
Pansy,
want
cast in
to
next
change
game.
things a little bit up, but we'll see.
Well, let's have a look at the agent select here. You guys spoke a little bit about it already. What do you make of this?
Well, so narrator's on that Gecko. I think I misspoke earlier because I said Magnum, but I meant narrate.
It's there.
Magnum's going to be, of course, on the Cypher, guarding that
Wait,
B-side.
you're sick
and
as
that's
well.
something
Damn,
that,
everyone's sick at the moment.
Foot actually likes to exploit. The B-side is most of them plant points, actually, instead of the A, which is something that is very important to note. But other than that, no surprises here.
But that's the thing. They were playing against a Sage, not a Cypher. We know that that trip is very tricky to get across and something that teams can exploit. That's why my eyes are both on Magnum and on Jetij, especially because we're seeing the shots of Jetij on stage, and he's living with every round that he gets.
Also remember that those teams only have the
least we
race
get a
essentially to deal
double Cypher
with
on
the
this one.
traps, right? If you're gonna chuck it a paint shells on B, you're not gonna have it for the backside. You're not gonna have it for market. That's something that most other teams are dealing with different kind of utility from different agents. I would love to see a KO from Krax here on this map, to be honest. But yeah, it is what it is.
Just full stop, right? Because we coming into this season with a patch, Sky not being as good as she used to be. We have a player in our league that's played KO for years, loves KO, playing KO when nobody else is playing KO, and all of a sudden he doesn't play KO.
Yeah, it's very surprising.
I mean, he did play it on Bind. You get a bit, and I think, and he did great. Like one of the reasons why Martin was not as successful, and that was not as successful.
It's
as we
almost
might
like he knows how to play KO.
Yeah,
it's
it
almost
is
like he has the most
a
experience
little bit
of that agent, and maybe
insanity
other people
from the
in
outside
Foot should also
perspective.
follow that thought process. Maybe seen it going back to Jet.
But if they could prove that they can, make everything work, you would even have them in higher esteem. And I really like the Fade here, because if we think about, the double controller coming from both sides, the vision that Fades gives you, especially when you add on the Cypher to all of that, I think it's great.
I mean, Fade has some sick lineups.
Yeah,
There's a lineup on the eye, on the mid of the map, where it lands on some wires, electrical wires. It's super high up, very hard to destroy. It literally covers everything in mid. But there's also a sick one that lands on A side. When you're doing an execute, it lands on top of
Going on, I
Jenny,
saw you've been here
and
before.
it's incredibly hard to destroy it when you're standing on A side and you're fully also spotted while doing that execute. So it is very powerful. My only worry is that
what is this?
Now
we're in some kind of weird loop.
They don't really have the same kind of initiation that Foot has, right?
I mean, you have the Gecko, right? It's different.
But how do you... So you can pair up some of the blinds together, but not as many utility combos there.
Well, we're gonna find out if they can do that, and this, of course, is the elimination match. The winner.
I feel like the competition has risen since last year in each of the regions. Yeah, I think so. Probably the most in Americas, then probably EMEA, and then Pacific. But I think overall, it's gone up in all the regions.
Bangers, but now heading into the third one, there are different expectations set, right? Foot are the team leading in momentum, and it's time for KC to stop them
Actually,
in their
most in
tracks,
EMEA.
or Foot continue
Take
to
that back.
dismantle
Most in
them and take
EMEA.
them back.
Just because the lower down teams look a lot better.
Here, but the comfort of that momentum, the 13
Okay,
to 4,
K-Corp
and scary
on
that we're
defense,
going
Foot on
into
attack.
Lotus as well. I mean, to Sunset as well.
And we
Carmen Core, they
instigate the
looked good
camera
up
broken,
against
so we
Giant
tried to make a
but
bit of
Foot
pressure.
looked clinical in that matchup. A star-studded lineup there for Foot, especially starting out on the
This wall on pistol is just real nice. I do like it. But they're kind of on top of this.
But this push in mid is very deep, but it's anticipated here from KC Red, and that's allowed them to get picks straight out of the bat. They've been missing a good start, and this is what they need perhaps to get things rolling in their favor.
Look how well he's playing this, by the way.
And Cena adding into the mix
He did
is making
great.
things even more complicated.
While that was going on, though, loads of drills over towards middle.
Open for the taking, so at least they've got a chance.
Open for the taking, but on the side of Carmine Core, you can see the conga line in towards spawn. Everybody's going to be playing together, playing that numbers advantage here into the 2v3. The plant safe on the side of Foot, so nothing too open. A camera to work with, though, but shot out right off the gate.
Nothing is safe.
Magnum's low HP. That is about the only thing going
Seen
for
that
him.
from the previous map, and this time he's got the assistance of one of the greats, one of the goats. And Cena is able to hit it right from the top. Paint shots really strong in that direction. He lines it up, and Yedajay, all he has to do is buy time. 60 points of health, and Martin
Yeah,
wins it
Yetsuge
this
tried to
time
catch him
around.
out when he was going for the defuse, and Martin comes out on top.
3K there for Martin to start, and the pistol in pocket for Carmine Core.
Yeah, he just wanted to swing while he thought he'd be going to tap the spike.
Over on find.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay, I thought back to, it's been so long. Lotus felt like genuinely 2 maps because
if we're looking at an entire series, let's be fair.
honestly completely valid there, but the buy-up now coming in here for Carmine Core. Again, the desk was talking a little bit about the difference in the initiators here. But the side on foot that I actually have my eyes on
He's going through it.
Especially once those
Going
guns
through
come
tough
out,
times.
Yedijay and Attica 10. In that matchup against Giant X, on the attack, they found so much value in their lurks, cutting off every single rotation.
Oh, that was nice, just to check if someone's actually gone through that.
Making it so
Get a little bit
difficult
of
to
info in
get
terms
those
of its
numbers for
scanning over
retakes,
towards
but
1.
Carmine Core, so
We're
far
going to keep an eye on
seems like
Martin
they've done
and if he can clean up these ecos. Because this all online early would be the dream for them.
The end of the last map. Rejuvenated, revitalized, and I can only imagine that's off of a pep.
I like this little lurk smoke.
good
See,
with
I've
those,
been
and
talking
we've
about
seen
people
it
doing this with the
last
Viper
year.
smoke. Right, little
previous
lurk smoke
roster,
also blocks
now
off mid, means
to
that
do
they
it
have to come
again,
clear
obviously,
this.
the assistant
But
coach
actually, you
slot.
walk over towards B site.
Foot aggressive towards this B site. It's open. Carmine Court handed over.
But
they
as we
are
can
the
see,
ones
we
with
got
the
the.
most
I'm
weapons to
calling this
play
the
with.
Navi smoke just because they were doing it all
You
the
know,
time.
when they've got things to
Got
play with,
Navi smoke.
they will be able to do
Just to
more
retake
damage
back over
potentially.
towards site.
Unless Foot bring up another thrifty upset, that would be nuts.
Playing numbers here for first look towards A main.
Mr. Fallen gets the first shot, so it begs the question.
Omen Flash goes in. Omen Flash at top hits nothing. Atta
Atta
literally has a molly.
Finally opens things up for KC as they try to move in a little bit further forward.
Wait, they're
Mr.
doing
Fallen,
so
he's
much
low
damage.
points,
Last
so
molly
much.
goes out. Atta
He
comes
buys so
over
much
towards
time, so we've
main.
seen it now
They
as
still
the
have
only one left
presence
in
in
garage.
market.
He's got himself a teammate as well.
In the
but
molly
it's Magnum
missed.
to clean them all up as Yedijay goes all the
Oh,
way
the molly
around,
for
but
sure
he
missed.
cannot interrupt the deep view. So KC gather the second round, but let's be fair here. 3 players
Tell you what
lost
though, good
to this
damage.
French org. It's
I love
got
this
to be
smoke over
menacing.
towards middle.
No,
The luck one. I
made
think
that
it's
one
great.
expensive. At the very least, it is a Vandal and a Bulldog to carry over into the buy coming out from Foot Esports. Okay, Carmine Core, again, I like the idea. They were looking to play the numbers advantage. They fell off completely towards that B site, but too much value was honestly found.
Yeah, so
out
it means that
of
this buy is a
Mr.
lot weaker.
Fallen there. I mean,
And
I
got to
know,
keep
like,
an eye on a
how
few
did it
people.
take that long? I have no idea.
Got to keep
I
an
mean,
eye on
top
both
five,
of
to be
the
fair, he had 5 first pulls,
raises for
Zenith
sure
had
in terms of
0,
getting their ult.
But that was also the tradability.
True. Very true.
Magnum's doing a good job at holding over towards B main, at least stopping the Cypher from getting easy control by shooting the camera every time.
Paranoia really
And
strong, but Cena's got it all
Martin
covered. You think you can push out into the open without covering?
taking a bit of a gamble with that.
Punished Foot.
It's a
takes
nice
control,
crunch
but
though.
Magnum wants to turn it all back around. Leading from the front as he enables the
Oh
neural
man, the
theft to
ult
find out
actually
where
means
the
they have
rest
to
of
get
them
out of
are.
there. Cypher
Rushing
takes a
towards the same
big
site here, and there's a
timing.
flank in the making. Look at Yedijay, but they've just realized where he is.
Yeah, I mean, the information.
look at this duel at
garnered,
spawn.
right? Carmine Core, again, they have those numbers.
This is the spike, by the way.
Punch here. Oh, careful. Who's going to read that fight?
That is the
And
spike.
Magnum gets walked past without an issue. 3 kills to the player's name. And Yedijay is alone. Spike in no man's land. And Yedijay
Yeah,
knows
this late
it.
push over towards middle in
Scored
the
off a
end
1v3
worked out
before, but this one
pretty
looks a little
good.
bit different. No spike plant for him. And he's spotted.
Yeah, having to take out the dart from that camera. Then you got the tripwire for that spike as well. However, Carmine Core, the way they're playing this,
They're respecting him, man.
not just
I liked it a lot though.
hold
They
on,
waited for them to
respecting
just do their mid
They're
default, and then
playing
once the smoke came
once.
towards
They're
middle, then
scared of
they
him.
sent
We've
it.
seen
Martin
him
maybe
in
went a
their
bit too early, but
nightmares. And I don't blame them, to be fair.
yeah, we're gonna have to save on this. Oh
mind map
man,
was, you know, their
It's
mental
lovely.
could definitely be disrupted from that 1v3.
Hey, I mean, the thing is, though, I was a
10
little bit
seconds
worried.
left.
Obviously, there was
No
no
1v3,
time
not on this
there
map.
for Yedijay to actually find that spike, get it planted, and then find all the remaining players of Carmine
my
Core,
camera
but
color. Yeah,
it's
dude,
still,
everyone's saying
if
this.
he
Everyone
had
looks
gone
and says
for
my
that,
hair's
not
darker.
playing those
I think my camera does
solo
look different. To be
angles, not
fair,
looking to play together there,
maybe
but
it is the
nonetheless,
lighting. I think.
3-0, a hot start here for Carmine Core. Exactly what you want to see after they're showing.
Yeah, I
there
look
on
I mean, I'm
Vine.
crazy pale
The
anyway,
fact
but
that
I
they
look
come
real pale.
into this third map with those fresh faces that you had talked about there, Pavlos, means everything.
It does. It really does.
One enemy remaining.
And KC looked to move it all forwards in their favor. You know, it was a bonus round, and it works out exactly like they did, like they wanted it to. And it's a good start to this map, and it in big contrast to the previous one.
And the hero rifle in the hands of
Looks like a
Yedijay,
Twilight
again, the player
filter.
that we're constantly having our
God's
eyes
sake.
on for those backstab opportunities, for those lurks. But it's all about if the rest of Foot can live to make that happen. Timing here.
Oh, as a captain,
He snuck snuck past.
He has indeed, and he
Well,
might
this
be
is
the
weird.
linchpin in this round, given that Martin He's moving directly in his location.
Nicely done from
Martin is
Martin.
quicker. At a captain not looking at the right spot will mean that KC has an opening here. And Foot are scared to push in because they haven't quite cleared the site completely just yet. And he now waltzing inwards.
If they can get the spike planted, there is at the very least a boon, the showstopper to work with here for CNED.
Smoke covering one of the sides, but Yedajay has pushed past that. That Vandal has to be everything for Foot, otherwise this round is probably lost. Never
Lovely
mind,
dodge of
Showstopper
this.
will be used
One
for
satchel.
And that will
Really
delay
bold
KC
to use the ult in this
substantially.
round, by the way, I
Look
would
how
like to
much
point
they're
out.
giving respect to this. They've dropped back completely.
Oh my.
And CNED might be even able to get a kill off of it. Paranoia strong though, and
There we
Nari
go.
is able to trade it all back up. Can they find
VCT's in
Yedajay,
an
though?
OP pause.
Can he save
Oh
the day with the
boy.
Vandals? They all walk past them. He's spraying upon them. Good for 2. And it's Mr. Fallen with a Sheriff. You can't expect much from him, but he's
What?
concealed his position. And nobody knows where he is. Has he delayed it enough? I don't think he
No,
has.
he hasn't
and
at
there's
all.
plenty of time to defuse it. But
What is
God,
this round?
He made us scared in that moment.
Hey, an expensive round nonetheless. KC up 4-0, but Foot still make it competitive on an awkward buy situation. Again, there was only that one hero rifle in the hands of Yedajay. Timing so close there, just I think a second or two off from denying that Halo, or waiting until that Halo comes up to actually deny that defuse on through, or having enough time here.
We are
But
absolutely
now,
sending on this one.
you can see the 4-1 split coming in KC, they want to get aggressive and towards
All
mid this
5 of
round,
them.
change the pace.
Double
Later
satchel,
indeed.
all comes in.
Look at Martin. Showstopper won't be finding its mark, but Foot has spread out a little bit and found a lot of space into B garage. And they'll be moving in together.
Yeah, but this is
at
so
that.
nice, like huge
Only
question
one
mark
player
red
defending it,
all
but
over
also a few
towards
nearby
middle.
Covering off market. Never be all too comfortable. Mr. Fallen, scouting duties, realize the high presence involved into this B-side.
Honestly though, if
and
Foot kind
better
of
it calls the attack
look at this, like 30 seconds in, and then now they clear middle, they did great. Like B control, B main control, they now have mid control. They got an ult out of them, they got nade out of them, mosh pit. It's a pretty big win in terms of this round itself.
Back up towards tiles to clear that mid control out as well. Now, with
Okay,
Foot
the
moving
call,
towards that
oh
A
boy,
site,
the call does get made to
Mr.
walk over
Fallen
towards A
finds
here, but they have
one
early
over
information in
towards
terms of these
B. They're
trips.
also lying into the traps here on A.
But it's keeping them busy. Not only that, he's forced Magnum on the road.
Wow, this guy,
There's no one anymore
this guy
behind that A
smokes
site.
off
Mr.
the
Fallen with a
angle,
double.
kills the guy back at site who's dueling.
IGL lurk,
30 seconds left.
creating
He's done
such
so
a
much
pain
though.
for
They're gonna go
KC.
and find
Finally
the
gets
trips. We
shot
need to
down,
keep
but
an
that's
eye
Foot's
on
first
the.
time for the rest of the team to move.
Okay.
Yedajay dies in mid, though.
I was gonna say keep an
Back to
eye on the
3
luck,
versus
but the
3.
luck
And
got
Machine
taken
covering
out.
that line of fire.
This is
There's
just
nothing
straight
Foot
up
can do.
3v5 that is falling apart.
In a safe position and not great for the post plant. Paranoia might be isolating CNED off into the corner here, and KC moving as a unit will shut them all down.
That looks
Crack
so
receives a
easy
bullet
for
through a
them.
box,
The
and that's
easiest
the end of the round,
3v5.
and KC don't want to stop winning.
Incredibly
Kaladin.
played by Shin. They're the
Kaladin Storm
anchor
blesses.
soul to, alone there
61.
on
Thank you
that
so much
A
for the
site.
9 months with the Prime.
There are question marks.
Thank you very much, mate.
Especially with the fact that Mr. Fallen somehow finds 2, but nonetheless.
What was this shot like in
big
middle?
Risk taken there
1.
by Foot to go
Oh,
for an
boss
open
man.
plant when they really had no information
Yep.
on A whatsoever. They had elbow control. That was literally it.
Indeed, indeed. And I think for KC,
Has
it's
to get the
massive,
sheets.
right?
Dude,
Everybody's
they're
been
one of a
thinking
kind at the
some
moment, but I can look
players
into
that
it.
historically might have had
Maybe
some,
next year.
you
I wasn't
know,
going to do any much this year.
scoring issues, right? There've been moments where they haven't been able to close out a lot of maps in their past teams and in their past performances. And you know, Magnum is one of those players that has.
Slug plushie
in very
could be the
recent
one.
history, we've
I'm not
seen
gonna
that
lie, that could be kind of
in the
banging.
Apex final against Gentle Mates in Ascension. So now him being in the lead of this team, it calls a lot for them to be able to be resilient enough to come back at the final moments in the game. And this is the game we actually want to see that happen. This is the moment where Magnum and the rest of KC can
And he
redeem
is
themselves.
spitting
So
again.
find a
Look at him
5-0
go.
lead. They put Foot in the hot seat.
They absolutely do, and we are seeing a bit of that glimmer of hope coming in. Not even just a bit, I mean 5-0, that's more than a bit of a glimmer of hope, but the fact that they're able to so easily pivot mentally from second map of this series into this third one, looking comfortable, brighter faces there in that kind of regard. And
The full
even,
60 seconds.
we did hear
What a
about it little
beast.
bit on one of those post-plan segments. On day 1 of Kickoff, when we got to talk to Narrate and Tamazi, sometimes the comms get a little bit
Missed the
complicated.
minicam.
And
Yeah, we lost minicam this
can
year,
see
but we
when that
gained
frustration
IMI
starts
cam,
to
and that's
come
been
through,
pretty good so
communication
far.
becomes very muddled. Too many people talking over
We
each
have
other,
Barbar cam
but it
back
seems
as
like
well.
they fully reset here into Sunset.
Yeah, for sure. KC looked like a completely different team. Everything has been coordinated. Everything has been thought out. And no risks necessary. Maybe if you
Right,
push
timeout goes in. They're
bonus, but aside from that, it's
on
looking
the
solid.
edge of having to have another low buy.
We also aren't seeing the same wall going
Instant
out there
mid
from
take,
Foot. I feel
instant
like
B take.
beforehand, in their matchup against Giant Dex, you constantly saw the conditioning that they
Oh, I like this from K-Corp. They've been pretty pretty chill when they lose over towards B main or middle, but this time they actually try and re-clear this.
that cross.
Higher, lower setup. This setup is so strong, by the way.
This position. Especially with 2 elevations covered, the Prowler
They're
has
gonna both
figured
go
it out.
down.
Swings as well, have helped out in that endeavor.
And Narrate did good,
Narrate is able to
and they honestly did great to get
substep
out of there. Ult comes in as well. This is a hard situation to be in.
That's a Viper's pick covering that direction.
It's also a hard situation to plant and then know where to go on this. Oh,
Shin uses
boy.
front shadows to find himself in that position as well.
I like
think
the
they do
ult.
know of it. The audio
I like
cue has
the
been given.
Omen. I
KC
like the
might be in
idea. The
trouble,
Omen
and
ult
then
into
Shin
the
is able to
ult to
get
help
them
him
out
out.
of it.
It was
It's
smart,
one
but then the
trade
Viper maybe didn't realize the comms weren't good, and he
Still
swung out,
2v3
trying
with
to take a
KC
duel.
having a mountain to climb in this one.
Yeah, it felt like comms was slightly off there.
No, not quite the one way, but it forces Magnum into a wide swing, and it's missed the fall in to close up the distance. Martin alone, and he's running out of time. He can feel it, he can sense it, but he's going for the chase. They've got money for days. Change the spare. And yes, he might be on the spike.
Huge
but
round
it's
from
Crux
Cracks.
with a quadra to finally put Foot on the board.
Okay, Foot, they found themselves around finally after a chain of 5 there for Karma and Core. However, each round was decently close. Like, Karma and Core, it's not like they're
Who's
in
gonna have
any
winning this?
crazy
Third, I'm pretty sure I
comfortable
said at the beginning.
position as far as that money situation goes.
Pretty sure that's
You've
what I
also got
said.
this op cycling up here for
Stick with it,
Martin as
even
well.
though
The
they're getting a little bit
operator
wrecked.
Looking to peek past in towards B main, but this conditioned wall here from
Fish
Foot,
ult.
from out of Cap 10, really nice to just deny the angle, even more so with that side.
I mean, there is a smoke there. Shin
Shin
goes down. They take down the smoker as well. That's a
Through smoke
huge
as
pick.
well. That's exactly what Foot need to carry on a streak of rounds.
What was I going to say? I was going to talk about this in terms of the fact that they need to make sure they don't lose this one.
Cycling that smoke back over
Because lost
towards
bonus
top
gets
mid.
reset.
Just looking to try and shoot out the tripwire. It does work out. So pressure made there towards that side.
But Martin is still holding this
Yeah,
angle.
that's a nice reply, and they get a lot of information. They kind of know that the op is now in play.
Back to square one.
The fade eye doesn't give too much information. It went into this corner, but he can still hold an angle.
Where do we go though?
Do they
So
go back?
tripwire.
Dude, I'm pretty sure Mr. Fallon just looked at his team and was like, why did you guys just leave B main?
That's why you see Magnum.
We were
falling
taking
off.
middle. Why did you leave B main?
They've broken the trip and they started to cross. Foot have
They make a great call on this one. They do have a camera for retake. They do have fish ult for retake.
Now have a choice to see how they are going to react. Waiting for the Thrasher, it's going to be a big piece of utility for this
Omen
retake.
goes in. Yeah, they used a lot of Utah on site here as well. And they have to cross with the spike. They TP out. Atta is in a world of trouble.
Being isolated here, the Thrasher being used, and it's in a position where it can be recollected. How is that a captain still alive? That poison cloud literally saved him, and now he
He's a
can
god,
get
and they
out of
realize.
there. That's incredible.
I mean, they can play off site.
And that's Martin
They can definitely all go B main if they want to.
Try to close the gap up against them.
Maybe they're
He
scared
doesn't
that the
let
fish will
happen.
get them.
Are we going to see a double blast pack shorty push?
You know it's Martin. It's gotta happen.
And Cened, on the other hand, will look to cover with a Vandal to the back end. He's able to shut down Martin, but Martin keeps on giving. And Cened on the clutch against the three.
It's a lovely molly, look at that.
Mosh pit at his feet, and it will be his demise.
Yeah, nicely handled.
KC,
And then they
yes, do
go
lose
down
one
in
round,
terms
but
of
they bounce
money,
right back up.
1,900 loss bonus. 3 people could get an okay gun. So in the afterplant situation there, especially once they killed the Omen, you kind of just look over towards B main. If they don't have any Viper util there, I think you're so fine to just all go B main, and then one person can wrap behind. I think they misplayed the afterplant heavily. They played it like the Omen was still alive on the other team.
I just want to highlight something for a second. Mr.
Because this
Forden
is their
has been
wall.
getting
They're
a
not
few
going to vision
first
block
picks, a
themselves.
few good lurks, and he's the leader of this guy, right? He's the guy that Foot brought in last year to lead a Turkish team. Well, not
Also,
last year,
full
the year
sight,
before,
you should
to
plant stairs
kind of
when you're
bring
against no
Foot,
Omen.
a Turkish team into the limelight, right? Somewhere where they can.
And they go in with official.
Into an
I think they'd be
international
fine,
stage.
especially if they had one person that lucked around towards middle.
Showing up not only on the brain side of things.
Like I
but
feel
on the
like
server
these
as well with
guys would be able to shoot it before it blows up.
Definitely is, but all for naught when you're not able to chain these rounds together again. Magnum's been so good at switching up his Cypher setups, just once they're broken and conditioned.
Okay, we go back over towards it. I mean, I guess they could pick up this smoke. To be fair, they could actually pick up this smoke and put it on the spike.
Used a lot of utility. Now there are a couple of snake bites.
Maybe there would be vision block.
But the Viper's Pit will be everything.
Look at
that they'll
Tamazi,
put
he's
their
making a
hopes into
massive
and
play
hide
and
within
he goes down.
to try and stop it all from unfolding.
Speaking of, man, this one
find a
crumbled
shot. It was
bad.
a bit of a gamble. I think
This
it's
one
just
did not
guessed
pay
that
off
someone
well.
could have hided within.
If they win this,
Magnum
it's
is
outrageous, by the way.
Neural theft enabled. They know where
They
everybody's
know that
hiding.
someone's
Dizzy
flanking.
into the Viper's Pit. Magnum shoots upon them. It's perfect from KC. And is Yetterjay the only one to remain? The Wonder Child on the clutch with 2 against him.
I cannot believe they win this.
Crushed into pieces.
Yeah,
KC,
oh
keep
man,
on
I think
winning.
it's done after that.
The momentum here on the side of KC, you can see Foot, the frustration starting to mount here.
They should
And the
not
thing
be
is,
losing
again,
that
I
round.
love that success that they found in their matchup against Giant X, where the lurk plays. We haven't
You pause it right
seen
here.
the same kind of value coming
How
out
is
from
this
it.
guy allowed
Yes,
to walk
Mr.
out?
Fallen has had some of those opportunities, but those weren't the players that we were expecting to be watching. We were looking towards Yetterjay, looking towards Adakeptan to find that kind of value in their positioning as the Cypher, as the Viper. But the difference is,
Oh, you
it
can
is
s- you
key
can
to point
see
out,
the
I think
stress
Giant
on
X
him.
were running Nukie on
Right.
that stage. So they didn't have that flank watch potential, and that changes everything for the way that they were looking to play. The success that they found there too.
It really does. It kind of changes the scope of things here and to why Foot has been successful on this map before. But Casey has got it all covered. One VOD review was all that they needed, at least on the defense, to have a solid start. Now, there are some pieces of utility
Look
here
at
for
you,
Foot,
Jay.
and they have got some weapons. Yetterjay has nestled himself into this B site.
Yeah, and they've
no
been
one
doing
knows
this camera all the time. Oh my, nice shot.
Oh, Magnum's got it covered, though, so scratch that.
I mean, he
Good,
still keeps trying to find
I
those
know it's an
timings,
eco. They're all
right?
trying to make hero
Casey would
plays.
play so far back, and then
Yeah.
got all their bases covered.
They do indeed, and you can see Tomaja respecting this movement here. He still picks up the kill. They're looking warm, they're looking heated up. Foot, they've had a really strong streak of rounds on Bind, but it seems they're unable to find a footing at all on Sunset. CNET finds one before he drops, but cracks. He needs to do crack things. And now is not the moment he can do so. Diffuse underway, and a potential 8th round to be put into the pocket of Karmine Corp.
Karmine Corp are just a step ahead of Foot every single time at this point. The reads have been really strong, the way they're looking to position themselves to allow, Foot to take that space. That false sense of security.
How many observers there for the replays? So there's one first-person observer, 1 second that does like third-person, right? So that's 2, and then you have a different guy that does the replays.
This time around, but
So
previously
3
they had
people
done
that are
the
normally in
starting
charge of like
the
the
very
whole
deep trip
in-game
over towards top mid on that
viewing
left side,
experience.
And then that gives just so much information as far as
And then the replay
deep
guy has
looks
both
that
of those feeds and then all the other
Foot
feeds
trying
in
to
terms of everyone's POV.
100%, but this is going to be a fast-paced round here. CNET with a
Oh
showstopper.
my.
An exchange of it. Oh, the try.
Oh my god, I can't believe he's alive.
He's able to avoid
That was so
everything, but
sick.
CNET gets barraged by fire, a power of lead.
Martino was even tagged by the cam there.
And the push continues from Foot, though. They're not wanting to stop at all. Adakeptan pushing by, but it's Cracks to find the first shot. Nare trying to hold back the cavalry, and he's got Martin there to help out, but it's not for long as KC find
Ignore the HUD,
themselves
this
at a
1v3.
big disadvantage. Tomazi all to himself. A 1v3.
He has Spike though.
Foot, all they needed was to aggress, was to go fast, to go dirty. And Tomaji to do it alone, they know exactly where it is. And
Oh yeah, that was nice from them.
will
Okay,
reveal
they
them
double
as
the
well.
rounds.
Everybody
What they
peeks
need to
out
do,
simultaneously, and Foot get a
they need to
second
actually
round
win
on the
2 in a
board
row.
after what has been an eternity.
I love that adaptation.
The MV stream died, bro. It's gonna be a UK internet issue.
Finding the value from those flanks as Karmine Corp, the difference being they didn't really over-rotate. They're always constantly anchoring every option, and even if they're not present there, they'll have deep trips to try and counter it as well. So just going for a higher octane play is definitely the move but do you repeat that?
That is the question. It does look that Foot are looking for something similar towards this B site, but this time going for a contact approach.
They do have the Nightfall to work with, however, Trip switched
This is like the
up
first
this
time we actually have
Default
the
setup here
heaviest
on the
stack
site
of
for
people
Prevent.
wanting to fight over towards the site. I like this change up from K-Corp. They've been so fine to just like leave the site and let them run in. This is the first time we have 2 trips to get kills. Yeah, and we play someone on top as well. This is such a good switch up from them.
Mr. Falling gets a pick though. Where did that come
They just
from?
condition them into thinking they can literally just walk into B the whole time.
KC have got the advantage.
They do, but Casey, they did read into it. They set up purposefully, expecting that still fast-paced play. Now the thrash to come through.
It is interrupted. How much information
Okay,
does it get?
Atsa,
Mr. Falling playing it up close and
by the
personal,
looks
and
of it,
Zenit spotted
has
now
some
in mid.
lineups.
Goes aggressive even further.
Zenit.
Gets one big potential for the second. Only one
Big
stands.
1v2. Mollies are coming in.
Captain.
And then, you know where he is though. He's going to have to realize Narrate's dueling.
Poison Cloud as well, not allowing anyone to touch the spike. They've got to get the pick here. Tamazi knows of it, trying to find an angle and trying to see how much damage he can expense to lose. Maybe to get the defuse at half time. He's so low, and now the captain knows it.
Oh boy.
Comes across,
Oh boy.
stuck with, it's maintained.
Oh man, they got the defuse as well. Nothing is going their way. Oh man, even like the...
That first Carmine core.
we gotta sort out the pings.
Again,
Surely.
Fast, high gear play
The
coming
basics
out
are out the
front,
window.
Off the back of the Nightfall, they adjust Magnum.
It's got to be the I've pinged left side, and then you just spam everywhere to the right, or I've pinged right side.
Narrate found so much space in B.
He's just
All
he's
he
just
had to do
spamming
his
right in the
entire
middle.
job was just delaying
Yeah, they're pinging in the middle. You should always be like to one side and
No
then
bullets left, had to switch to the classic at the final moment. And it's all collapsing for Fur. It's these close moments, it's these close
they're
rounds that
messing up,
hurt
man.
you mentally. You've got to snap out of it. You've got to think next round. And
yeah,
there's only one
Tamazi
round
smoked.
left
So
in the half.
the way that they're playing over towards B
KC
is
have
I don't know if they
thrown
actually have the
everything
smoke
they've
on
got
this
in
round,
it,
but
so have
majority of the time they have the smoke here, so you can just
somehow
pick it up and
Foot's
throw it
buying
on the
looks a little
spike.
bit
But
better.
at least this one he
Nightfall
definitely
towards
picked
this
up and put it on the
There's two
spike.
ways that Foot are looking to enter, and KC are respecting it.
I mean, they dodged the trips for now. Magnum not able to capitalize off of that.
Dude, their afterplant record is going to be
Maintaining this market control
so bad at the end of this. The little scoreboard thing where it says like 1 out of 7 or whatever. It's probably the number it'll be saying.
Luck in the making. Dizzy over the top.
Oh
And aggression off the
my
back
God,
of
where
it.
are
But it's
we?
Foot to come out on top, and it's a 4 versus 3. Zenit in the fight, but drops like a fly. And
Okay,
now
we finally get someone over towards market though. This is looking good for them.
KC trying to gather
Smoke
cover
goes
it
in.
all. Spray onto the spike. Mr. Fallen has shown his ground, and so has Yedajay. And they might be saving the day unless Magnum can say anything about it. Yedajay will fall to the ground.
Right, 10.
A dug great
10-2. Dude, that would look like a stressful half for Foot.
Such a superb lead. Double digits already.
It was a great idea. I mean,
they can,
captain, he maintains that market control.
It's like one of those really
I'm just here
painful
to buy
lessons.
time realistically into this
You have to
post.
VOD
Like,
review
if
this at the
everything
end.
goes awry, you've got Yedajay trying
And
to
I
wrap back
imagine they're
around
going to have like
super
5
late
weeks to
and
do so by the
unexpected
looks of
there, but
things.
DC, despite losing initially on those
It is a
numbers,
hard
those
site to
initial
retake.
games
Sorry,
on
to play
court,
off the
like,
plant.
when
Don't get me
it
wrong.
gets scrappy, they truly do
But I think
shine.
this plant is
Running
really
straight on
letting
in
them
double
down.
digits.
Like they're getting over towards site and they keep doing this plant and they should just go towards stairs. Like if they're gonna play, they can play over to B main all the time. They should always do the stairs plant because then at least it's half of the spamming distance. They're planning like down here, and it's just either side, right? It's less in terms of where you can actually spam.
Woken them up. But
Oh, it's more, I guess, in terms of where it can be spammed.
something they wouldn't like to be in.
Especially from the angles. It's just an angle thing.
KC looking to seize control over this B site. Demand it actually. They
Must
took
win
a lot of
pistol for
damage,
them.
but no one has dropped so far.
Let's see how K-Corp doing their afterplant, and they have double luck, really.
Well. Nice little trip on the spike, but this fight towards market.
And there's only one player defending it from KC.
Martin is in a position where he just goes behind the wall. Are they going to check this? Yeah, they checked this, right?
In the corner, paranoid
Too
in this
obvious.
direction. It's going to be
Okay.
checked. The snake
Lovely
as well.
molly.
He's a dead man walking. Yedajay. Wolves sees the charge.
Yeah, like this. Makes more sense.
Onto the spike already. Oh no, are they going to stick it? They're not able to find the shots within it. Oh,
There we
this
go.
could
I
be
mean, even the
troubling.
pistol spam's
Finally, a bullet
working.
finds the back of the head as Yenergy, but it's already diffused halfway, and it's a 2 versus 2. Toxicry not being able to see who is diffusing, and it's stuck with, which allows Foot to win another pistol.
Damn, yeah,
and the
close though. Like real close.
needed pistol round
Yeah, that's
here
what they
on
needed
Foot
to be doing, to
into
be
a
honest.
clutch.
Just over towards the
Now
stairs, so there's less
it's the
positions
time
for them to be in
able
terms of
to
the spams.
buy
At least we
up
get to
into
see
the
it, but I
hands,
hate
high
people
eco
playing off.
were
I hate
made here,
people
but
playing
again,
off sight on
pistol
pistols.
round. It's a little bit in the air. We'll have to see what
Yeah.
ends up happening when those full weapons come out here for both sides. But a very nice start into the second half.
You know, some people do say that 10-2 is the new 9-3.
You said it, not me. We go to overtime. I know who to blame.
Is this a defense-sided map? Not
have to
normally,
deal
no.
with 2018
It's like a little bit
Yeah,
attack-sided normally.
after this.
I don't mind at all, as long as it's great Valorant, and so far we're treated to quite the series.
It's pretty comp dependent though.
But it's Cracks to find first shot. Now, KC need to untangle themselves of the situation, and it's Martin that takes charge of
Dude,
that.
how many times have we seen Martin get a
Explosive.
double satchel shorty
Is there
kill?
enough space to get the spike
And that's
down?
the
Facial
third.
was definitely trying to buy
Doing it all the time, a lot of
Cracks
us.
reads Martin's reposition, and Foot remain alive with 3 to close out that round.
Nicely done there on the side of Foot. I think something that we also have to talk about heading into the third round of the second half is when you're looking at these two rosters, these two teams, even just the names themselves, Carmine Corps, they're turning a new leaf, right? 2023, rough year for them. The season did not look great. They had a full refresh into this roster.
Yeah,
and
this is their
they
chance
look
to pretty
brand
much end
spanking
this.
New. And this is also a roster that we're going to look to develop later into the year. Meanwhile, Foot, they've retained a very solid core and added 2 great players on top of that. Expectations much higher on their end.
100%. It's a completely different story from last year.
Like the change up of
KC so
the
far, being able to shut them down so soon
Smoke
in
over
kickoff.
towards B main to heavy hold this. It delays a
would have
lot.
expected. I think
And then
many
they're more
people
likely
had
to be
Foot in the top
rushing
3, top
and
4 of the
not being
scene.
able to clear all of this util in
Being able
terms
to
of the
make it
Cypher
out of
util.
groups in kickoff wasn't exactly what people had in mind for this team. Instead, it's a new roster that seems to take charge, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. It's 6 rounds
Yeah,
of
that's
difference
Fischl
between
on
the
this.
two, and KC have got to attack.
Nade breaks the trip on the left.
A ton of defenders and a lot of utility to keep them at bay. Thrash
Doesn't hit
covering the
anyone.
back of the site. Do they know that
One
Yenergy
person
is
at
here?
the
I
choke
don't
point,
think
that
they
is
do.
it.
And there's also Cracks on the sideline that can start spraying as soon as the spike goes down. Tamaji, though, picks off Yenergy, crucially enough, vacating the B site. KC clear it out themselves.
Maintaining this backside control here is so important for KC.
But how do you deal this from now?
Yeah, Mr.
Back
Fallon
foot,
has
the
double
task with
smoke,
the
so he
retake.
might like leak smoke
Prowler
out toward.
expended, and Magnum so close to the action.
Ooh.
They know he's here though. TP on the other side.
That's kinda-
It's a
that's
good
kinda sick,
obfuscation
to be
of
fair.
movement, but somehow Foot have brought things
Yeah,
within
one smoke over
equilibrium.
towards main in terms of
Martin
the.
has to deal with it by himself. That's 2 kills. Martin dead, and
Has a
Cena
nade.
to clutch it. He's low. Paint shawls.
Dude, he
towards
fake
Shin.
TP'd.
Touches the spike.
Damn! They needed that. They really needed that. He's been pretty quiet. But that is a massive, massive round. Forces him down to eco as well. 1v3. Even the bait TP didn't fall for it.
Within this Red Bull clutch, the man of the hour, the one that we've been looking towards for some sort of star-studded performance, this previous champion all the way back from 2021. So much weight on his shoulders, the excitement to come out of a play like that.
And that starts to beg the question in the minds of the KC players. Yes, it's 10-5, right? There's still a long way to go. But that's when the questions begin to arise. That's when you start to think, can they do the comeback? Are we throwing? Is this Lotus all over again? Are we destined for overtime? They start to get
What do
worried.
they get?
start to
5
anxious.
stingers still.
They can't let that
5
get
stingers
to them.
light armor.
KC working off with a very limited weaponry here, going very aggressively into mid. Cracks with the first blood though. We'll make sure that they're playing things off from pole. Yenergy will also assist in that attempt, and CNED doing CNED things, clearing up whoever he sees. And Magnum won't
Nicely
live
done as well in terms of the money.
Flawless, and Andalusia flawless at that. That puts
What's up,
KC
Doma? Good to see you,
even
mate.
closer. Well, Foot even closer to KC score.
4 rounds. 4 rounds in a row. Starting off with the pistol after we swap sides here for Foot. Terrifying to look at CNED with that showstopper in hand as well. I feel like after
Do they want a
that
timeout?
play 2 rounds ago, that's when you start
They
to
got
see
2
them
timeouts.
really
This is another
heating
buy
up
round where they would
into
go
a
down to
match,
eco.
really starting
Coach is fine to
grind
just
the
let
gears
the
of the
team do
enemy
their
team.
thing.
Right there.
Martine, though, 1 away from the showstopper, so could equalize in ultimates in that kind of regard at the very least into this round. Look at this stack. Foot full 4, basically leaning over towards this B site. A great read from them.
An interesting one-way,
leaning in this
sorry,
direction,
interesting
still looking to
retake
push
wall over
mid
towards
at the
A.
very least. Break that door open.
Yeah, you've got to break out various variations here for KC.
And you can get full power onto
You've got
the
to figure out where the
smoke though
weaknesses are.
first, unless they retake A. So
And
it
then
does
also
make
just put that
sense.
pressure so Foot can't focus all of that energy towards that
Yeah, we
main
might get to
choke.
see it on
And
this
this
as
time we're
well.
seeing a pivot towards the
Fade
same
goes
side.
in towards
Finally
B, clears
seeing
all of
some
the B
in this
pressure.
direction. But there's only one player hiding out, it's Yedajay. And so far he's
With
been on
all of
retake
this
duty.
info,
They are
what do
happy
they
to
do?
play
Do
that
they go
retake.
take
have
middle,
that
or do they
showstopper
rotate
to work
spawn?
with. Again, but it is going to be a question of, okay, Martine
Exec comes in, as we can see, no one's here. They got double trip to see if they push any deeper. So they're going to get full info on that. We still need to look at the lurker over towards middle in terms of Magnum.
Showstop available for Martine as well, which is a scary prospect to look against. And,
And they're
going to
break this trip and go close.
But it's Cena the first one to use it. Oh no, it's Martin actually.
Guy is tanking
He has to back
util.
out as he is clouded off. And the showstopper is no longer there for them, so CNED wants to use it right back at them.
And
That's
they
cracked
just
with the
gave
first
up
shot to
on the
Martin.
flank, by the way.
Eats it in the face.
Yeah.
Martin is absolutely insane. And KC look to seize control right back up. At the back of the smoke, Neural Theft doing its job.
He's just sticking it at
PTP'd on top. And the defuse is no longer happening at a captain as 1 HP though. He needs to find 2 clean kills,
Oof.
and it's so difficult to
Okay,
find them
nicely
with
done.
so many
Magnum
angles
had like
being
the
taken up
best
by
timing
KC
over towards
players.
middle.
Back on winning ways, stopping the streak of Foot. And this is turning out to be quite the final game of this series.
What a hold, what a crossfire into that post plant. The pick that Martine gets off of CNED, everything there. Just denying any value coming out from that showstopper, any space that they would have normally been able to find.
That is
as
all
players
him.
Backing off, but sticking to his guns. A timeout now to be called by Carmine Cord. This is not surprising to me. Sure, they cut the momentum on the side of Foot. It does give an opportunity to Foot to also have a conversation too. But for KC, it's all about talking about how do we close this out in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, props to the scouting of Carmine Court, finding out Martine, quite the pickup.
Chin is on another level this year. What do you think, bro? You can't can't judge him for last year, man. He gets a free pass for last year.
Topping the charts apparently there, and now here on the VCT EMEA stage, on the big one, definitely causing a lot of trouble for Foot. And this timeout only just solidifies that they need to keep things going in the right direction.
Don't want to be judging him from
What do we have to work
what we
with
saw
here?
there. He
Taking
was
a
still
look
good. Yeah,
just
he did fine.
over on the side of Foot, there is that Nightfall here for Cracks. And then you got Neural Theft for Magnum.
How many coaches are allowed in the room? 2.
Take protocol situation, most likely. Might even see Foot
Been a
try
lot
to
of
use
upsets
it
this season. Yeah,
proactively,
it's
be a
well.
bit more aggressive.
It's
just
like
to full stop
maybe they're not
push
even
that
upsets. It's just the
KC
fact that
do
we
look
don't
for.
we know like so little about
So
teams
do
to be
wonder,
honest,
do
and
KC
how they're
take
practicing.
this opportunity
But yeah,
to
it was like a perfect
shift
world of just new
tempo
teams,
into this
new
next round after a
new
timeout.
lineups,
That's exactly what
and
we'll be
a
looking at
massive
for now.
meta change.
Early garage approach. Dark cover in mid, alluding
Some
to the
teams are
idea
kind of
that they are pushing
adapting
up
better
in
on
that
some
direction.
maps,
Orb collected,
and others on
Thrasher now
others, and
in
just
charge
having
for Nare.
different takes. To be honest, it's been so sick.
It's been really important.
Like the
on
amount
side
of different
Carmine
comps we
Cort's
have on
like
different maps, even Ascent, to be honest.
Not Magnum, just poking and prodding over towards this B site, seeing what information he can find, if he can manage some sort of timing.
And it's a
Market
Thrasher to
control.
be used to clear out a lot of this market control. Off of the back of a Hort. To be thrown in the direction of B. Nightfall, actually.
3 people
Magnum
fighting.
is in trouble. He's the only player here, but he's
Water
not being
blocked them
closed up
off.
against. Instead, it's KC
Yeah.
to aggress, and Yedajay out into the open to
Martin
be punished.
did
KC
incredibly
instantly
well.
are with a 2-player advantage, and Magnum keeps on giving. Mr. Fallen and CNED have so much to do here. They've gotten some information, but honestly, with the Viper's Pit, there's nothing they can do. And they themselves have been telegraphed, and there's not many chances that they will get Thrasher heading for them, searching for them. CNED avoids it. But what KC do is hold back for now, play the numbers game, hand in hand on this one, but this is where Mr. Fallen can come out on top. Magnum not covering this corner anymore, it could be deadly. 2 kills for Mr. Fallen, but he drops, and
Nicely
so
done.
does Zenith. So
This is a
KC
lot of rounds
get
to
themselves
potentially
on
close
map
this up.
and series points.
Such a great look coming out from KC. Foot, they had the idea. You had that Nightfall coming through, just trying to buy time for the rotation from the rest of the team. Expecting, I think, a bit more presence, not just Magnum alone towards B main. Little did they know it was 4 players coming in from Market with a full flood, unaffected by that Fade ultimate. You can see KC are so hyped. They know how close they are to making it to play-ins.
All right, 6 chances to close this one out, and this is probably one of their better chances in terms of just gun
He's not
diff.
as happy as we've seen him. He's like, there's a bit of concern in that, right? He knows that it's Foot they're playing up against, even though they've got quite the lead. Maintain your composure for now. You're not in play-ins yet.
Yep. There. You got Yettage on a Sheriff.
You've got
I feel like that's more dangerous sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it can be, can't it? Snake bite to their feet though. Martin aggresses forward. He doesn't care. Dizzy thrown out, vacating Foot, actually sticking by. They don't want to fight this, but it might be to their own demise. Yettage, he snicked past them. Can he do much here? Out of Captain finding one, dropping back, but it's Yettage.
He did great, lovely cage.
That's incredible. Foresight, Martin. On the
Surprised we don't have any extra trades on that. Okay, nicely done. We'll count this one down. 5 chances.
Stay in contention.
Hey, I called it out. What can you say? You cannot deny just the individual talent coming out from Yettage. Close to even getting a 3rd there on Martin at that, whittling him down to 22 health. Still, match point for Carmine Core, but they have had the momentum though into this second half. 5 rounds for them. And with how close these rounds have been, how tough this side of the map has been for Carmine Core, their money situation looking
this is
dire.
a lovely
and they
timeout.
immediately use now their second timeout.
Yeah, last timeout expended here from Carmine Core. It's
And they don't have to. I mean, they can literally just. With 5 rounds, they can split so safe. Like they can literally just get as many ults as they can and just wait until they get either a 1-man advantage or whether they just get like all 5 ults or 4 ults to combo well.
It's laying out the game plan and sub-plans if things don't work out. I don't know, maybe. But for now, it's catch-up. For now, they need to figure this all out.
Kickoff most improved from last year? Probably Gen G, really, considering Gen G or Heretics.
That's exactly what Foot is doing. It's not
Still
impossible,
pretty
right?
early for this team as well. Let's see how play-ins go. They get to play-ins.
KC, all they need to do is to grab one more. One more. Foot, in that moment, would be out of Kickoff. And Carmine Corp with another chance to redeem themselves from the previous year and make sure
Use the J,
that
the alpha
blue
of
jerseys
Turkey.
can shine
For God's sake.
in VCT EMEA.
I mean, it's getting tense, it's getting tough. You do have a hero rifle coming in here for Martin. Eyes on him to try and make a difference into this round. 1 away from the showstopper makes sense to throw that over to his side. The best chance to even find something into a half buy.
Wait, do they have a lineup to do a one-way over towards here, or is this just a normal smoke?
For Foot over towards Market. Continuously running this more retake style setup here on that B side, or A side, sorry.
Little by little.
Although they have the low buy, I'm a little bit nervous on this one. Martin 1 away from his ult. As we can see, we have no one on the site itself. We're just trying to get a kill off the kill trip. They have this retake wall. But I swear, last time they had this retake wall, did they not go heavy? Pretty sure. So yeah, we'll actually see, because it should be like, if they have this retake wall, they should be heavy this way, like 4-1, basically.
He's forced out. KC looking
On
to
the
move in,
retake, so.
and they've been given the space. Not only that, but they've been
Nice
given
trade
a
in the
kill.
end.
But
Martin
with
still has
Yetti's
his ult.
response, he's got an upgrade.
And they need to be careful, though. It's not like,
Now into the
I
post
imagine.
corner. What do you
Oh,
have to
okay.
do here?
Just pop it.
Showstopper out.
And that's exactly where Mr.
Well,
Falling drops. So KC working upwards. Foot need to bring them back, but how can they? Magnum notified. CNED closes up the gap and
This could be a
quashes
big
them.
win.
2 kills to CNED, and he's looking to close them all. It's Yettage alone, looking
5
to deal
HP.
with 2 of KC players. Spike at his hands, and all he's got to do is stick it. Diffuse halfway, but wants to take it all the way to Marty
Nice and
Spinks
patient from them.
KC.
Okay.
Seal the
Got
deal.
Vitality, we have
Gruesome
K-Corp.
series, a long one,
Who else
but they
joins?
maintain their composure and end off this match to continue their run in kickoff.
Our second team to find themselves within the play-in to compete for the final spot within the playoffs here of VCT EMEA Kickoff. And an insane run. Martin really showing up in this last match for First Blood. The explosiveness that we've seen coming out from this player and the way that this squad was able to just completely turn things around after Bind.
Yeah, this definitely seems like a new era for Karmine Corp. And what many would hope that is the Karmine Corp era. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's a long journey to go. There's play-ins to cover, right? And after that, playoffs even, if they manage to get through. But it is a step in the right direction, and a direction where they weren't going in last year. So big changes made, and I'm sure they must be very happy with the result. On the other side, Foot, they've had a lot of expectations on them, a lot of eyes on them. With all these changes,
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Foot do when we see him next in 5 weeks.
I've got to redeem
I
themselves
really
later
think they'll
on in
probably go
stage
back
one,
to a lot of
stage
their
two,
KO
further along
stuff.
the line, because their journey in kickoff is now put to a
I
stop.
don't know the inner workings of the
Unfortunate
team,
to
so
say
who knows?
goodbye to now the last Turkish team here within VCT EMEA BBL. We had to say
Sorry,
bye to
get
them
out of here, man.
earlier this week, but
I forgot you're the
cannot
biggest
deny
fan.
the effort that Foot put into this match either. Each player had their shining moment without a doubt, and okay.
Strong man.
That's a strong man right there, Magnum.
Strong
Hey, le
man.
mur bleu, they're here
There
to
he
shine.
is.
They're here to take their bow, and a big congratulations again over towards Karmine Corp.
Yeah, an insane performance for sure. One that they definitely deserve to pick up. Being able to come back in the first map on that intense overtime, 20-18, and score the second map.
Am I going to check on the NA stuff?
right.
Nah, I'll just
Foot
join in
took a look
whenever
to make that
the
their own.
Liquid Koi game is done.
But for now, they'll have to be walking off the stage because that third and final map did go to the boys in blue. And that is something that everyone has been looking at for this entire day. Who will be coming out on top? But it's these boys right here that have gathered the victory. There is an interview coming at Zoe with Magnum on the stage. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Give it up once more, of course, for Magnum's team over here. Magnum, you guys clutched it out there in the end. Didn't look super rosy all through that series. What was the talk like during halfway around? What did you guys discuss? What was the game plan coming into the second half?
So obviously we had a game plan for this game coming up, but for us it was just like focus on the preparation, which we did, which was like we were prepared for 6 maps, and yeah, that's it. Like Lotus was really draining. We went into Bind. I think we had like a lot of advantages, but we just threw them, and I think like one of their clutch, like 3v1 on B with Viper, like it threw us off and give them a lot of momentum. But we managed to bounce back in the break after Bind, and we did our stuff on Sunset, and it worked.
I mean, speaking of bouncing back, in your game against Heretics, that was a tough one for you personally. I think you went 0-15. In this one, sorry to bring it back about that, but in this one you went top fragger, right? How do you bounce back mentally from a previous game like that? Does that even stay in the back of your mind at all?
Yeah, so a few words to say. Like obviously I try to not go Twitter blah blah blah, but I read a lot of positive feedbacks. So much love to like support even through me doing the worst match of my career. But so yeah, love to the fans, love to the support even through the rough times. Haters are gonna hate, what can I say? But I'm happy I managed to came back. I struggled with nerves against, I mean on last match, and today I came like prepared, like mentally, and I didn't feel the pressure as much. So yeah, I think that's the main reason why I played.
I mean, honestly, with your performance today, you shut those haters right up. That's right. Now, one last question here. You're having a completely revamped roster. You have a highly anticipated coach joining you as well. Has everyone settled into their new roles?
Yeah, 100%. I think we got settled like quite fast. Always like, as I said, I struggled with my nerves on the stage last match, and it's like new role IGL. But I think I just need to switch my mental bit. Like, don't focus on shooting as much. Even I did good game, and just focus on the calling, which was my main focus today. And with that, like came kills. So yeah. That's like the only main thing, and yeah, otherwise I think we settled quite well.
As the IGL, how do you manage to rein in the mentality of 3 duelists on the server?
So like we just give each other like little responsibilities, like what we should do, blah blah blah. And big help is like everyone, but especially Marshall. I would say he's like he's even more leader than me, to be honest. I think he has like this voice, and I can see him being agile like in the upcoming year. So I think it's like me and him controlling, and off time like it's Hank.
Right on. Well, it worked out for you. I can't wait to see more from Carmine Corp. Thank you so much for joining me. Once more, congratulations to you and the entire squad. And we will be back with more action, more elimination matches on this stage in just a little bit.
Let's go!
What's the time? I should be eating now, right? Chat. I'm gonna be like an extra 5 minutes. I'm gonna get some food before the Liquid game, and I think probably the last chance I'll have. So I'll leave this on. I'll turn it up a little bit as well.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande.
The simple, easy life out here. Ice Age Fighter, thank you so much. Thank you.
In spite of everything,
thank you for
it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease. To you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now.
massive congratulations to KC as they book themselves a spot in the play-ins. But sadly, we've had to say goodbye to Foot. But we get to say hello to this man here, Steel. Welcome to the Des. I totally didn't steal that from you. Steal that from you.
Thank you for inviting me to the desk or welcoming me. It feels so nice to be here.
And you're still here.
I am still here. I am still here.
Go on, Lothar.
You might do it one more time. I don't know if you understood.
Still.
Because it's my name and everything. Nice.
But you're here. But yeah, we did have to say goodbye to Ferd. I feel like at one point maybe they would edge out KC, but sadly that was not the case.
Yeah, on the second map it was looking a little bit better, and then the third map was like, okay, you're out of steam, aren't you?
Out of steel. Oh, yes!
Perfect. But I would say like this entire match was like a roller coaster of emotions. Like first map, I think like started actually pretty well from the ground up. Good fundamentals, good strategy, but then it all just go into chaos, and it actually devolved into even more chaos in the third map. And for me, it was like an entertaining match, but not really a pretty one to look at.
Yeah, I mean, they spoke about it themselves. They were experimenting. Maybe they'll stabilize a little bit more the next time we see him in the regular split. But let's talk about the final elimination match we have for you guys today. Team Liquid versus Koi. They've played against each other already. And I remember, I think both of you were saying maybe there would have been a world where Koi won that series 2-0 instead of Liquid.
Yeah, in my eyes, actually, coming into this match, I actually look forward to Koi beating Liquid, at least in my eyes, because even though it was 2-0 for Liquid, I think that match was actually played on the fundamental level better by Koi.
Yeah, I think Koi definitely had really good game plans, especially on their attack side. What we're really looking forward to, like from Liquid, is just like, are you guys going to be able to do really good things at the same time together? Because we'll see flashes of brilliance from different players, but it's never at the same time. It's never really, it's not at the same time in two different ways. One, like actually being in the same area at the same time, but it's like one person will have a good round this round and then nobody else shows up, and then the next round someone else shows up, and it's just like one person at a time.
Or those skills are not really impactful during a round because it's round is already lost. We have seen that time and time again.
Yeah.
Get your eco frags, King. That's what I always say. Pat the stats, pat the stats. But speaking of stats, Kiko, I feel like rightfully had the stats, had the frags, had the map winning. I feel like a win condition for them as well, as you guys can see here. But is this what you were talking about? They rely too heavily on him.
Yeah, I mean, for this Icebox game, obviously he had like 37 kills at the end of it, and some of those instances were him single-handedly winning the round, and other instances where the round was already lost and he would pick up a few kills. So what we need to see is him being able to make the same impact in terms of space creation, both on defense at the start of the round, getting aggressive with the op, getting those deep lines, and on attack, just at least taking the crosshair away from the defenders so that his teammates can come in and do something. But we need to see everything fall into place. So if Yampi is going for a lurk or Nats is going for a lurk, then all of these timings need to make sense. It can't be that Yampi goes before Kiko goes in on their attack side, and then we saw that happening a few times.
Yeah, we have also seen on Icebox, for example, maybe hopefully we're gonna see it again in this rematch, but we have seen Kiko play, for example, a lot on defense on B, where the majority of attacks by Koi were going towards A, so he was playing a lot of retakes with an operator, and that's something that we probably should have seen reversed in this match.
I will say that on the other side, if Kiko shows up like this again, then Liquid, I feel like, still have a pretty good chance, right? They kind of won off the... I mean, I feel like this is a little bit bullying for Baba, but this is a tweet that they posted a little bit earlier. This is the calmest I've ever seen Baba. The most chill I've ever seen him.
It's the actual resident sleeper.
It's the actual resident sleeper, yeah. You can make that a new emote here for the Valorant channel.
Yeah. You guys are such boomers. I love it. But remember, Narrate actually broke Kiko's record. That happened just a couple of hours.
Let's just add on top of it, Kiko's record is in regulation time.
Yeah, but he was playing Fade. So the fact that he got 40 on Fade,
it doesn't matter.
I feel
it was like 40 after like a 40-round game.
It cancels it out. But regardless, I do believe that Lothar had some motivational words for Kiko going into this match.
What did I say? This time I think Koi is taking it.
Against Liquid?
Yeah.
Why?
I think they're going to be able to learn from the previous match that we have seen, and I don't think Kiko is going to be able to, again, pop off with 37 kills on the Icebox. I don't think that's repeatable. And
Prove him wrong, Kiko, yeah? Prove him wrong.
Well, if he gets 38, I'm going to shave my head.
Oh,
Okay.
In one map, just so we're clear.
We have witnesses. We all know that this is going to happen. I kind of want it to happen. I hope it happens so badly.
Did I add regulation time?
No, you said only one map. You didn't say regulation.
Yeah.
You said one map.
I should have added asterisk in regulation time because after today,
if it goes
40, it might be actually happening.
I hope it does happen. I really do, because I've never seen you without hair, so it will be the first.
I've never seen myself without hair, so.
You could cosplay Tom Biz, who knows? But I feel like what you were also alluding to, the fact that the rest of the team might not always be pulling their weight, it has at times fallen on the shoulders of Mystic and Enzo. Of course, we were very excited to see them come back into VCT. They were the veterans. They were on Fnatic for a while. They went to lots of international tournaments. And Lothar, I'm still just kind of waiting for the moment for them to prove themselves, you know, to kind of show that they deserve to be here again.
Look, for me, and I know this will sound a little bit harsh, but I don't see a lot of difference when they play in Liquid to when in comparative performance when they were playing in previous teams, or specifically in Fnatic. Like, there was still the same kind of mistakes being happening, like a lot of dissonance when it comes to planning. We have seen Mystic being on an island by himself without support, or then Enzo being, let's say, less impactful in the fragging department, but that's also like, let's say, understandable when he's leading the team, right? But there's still the same issues that we have seen in the previous team, or that I've seen in the previous team, kind of being transferred into this newer one. And again, Liquid is relying, as you aptly noticed, on the performances of two star players. And in this case, that's not even Yampi, that's Kiko and Nat. So where does even Yampi go into this conversation, right?
Yeah, I don't even know if it's like a transference of it going from like, hey, this is how they did it on Fnatic and now they're bringing it here. I feel like this is just how Liquid's been. I don't know if anything necessarily has changed. It's we see way too much emphasis on the individuals and not enough emphasis on the team cohesion, the overall game plan, the macro elements of it. And not just on the attack side, but also the defense is really struggling with it. The attack side's a little bit better, but it's still, everyone is kind of just not really gelled. And I don't know if that's an individual thing that they're bringing, or if it's just like, it's an epidemic for the team.
You need to be convinced, right? We want to see a Liquid that is Team Liquid, what we know and love. But moving on the other side for Koi, I think, again, you guys mentioned it already, the attack side, defense, disparities. I feel like overall, Lothar in the league, as we take a look at this leaderboard, everyone is kind of not the best on defense.
So I wanted to give you a little bit of context, because when I was preparing those stats, I summed up all the rounds from all the maps for all the teams and then divided, of course, the performance, because typically we make those stats when it comes to win rate on attack and defense per map, but this is like all combined. So have that in mind, because this is overall performance. But you can see clearly that teams are struggling more on defense, and I feel like there are a few symptoms. This is a result of the fact that our map pool is actually a little bit more balanced towards the attackers. We have maps like Icebox, Breeze, we have Lotus, who are attacker based still, right? Split a little bit towards the attackers. Bind is like a 50-50, and only two maps are defender based, which is Ascend and Sunset in general. But I also think, and I'm not sure if you still agree with me, but I feel like teams are actually way better at structuring their attack protocols than the defense protocols.
Yeah, I think it is easier for them to structure the attack protocols, because when you're on attack, all you really have to think about is like, hey, we're going to do this like end goal. And to reach this end goal, we have these steps that we're going to go along the way. And you can call that from the start of the round. And unless something happens that disrupts your plan, you're usually going to be able to do it all together and reach that common goal. But when you're on defense, it's not the same cut and dry thing. It's you have to be able to individually make decisions. So you're tasked with some certain area on the map, and this is your general job. But when certain things start happening on the map, you might have to change what you do. So one round you might have to over-rotate, one round you might have to push, one round you might have to, you know, do something else and try to hold. And it's on the individuals to make the right decision. Constantly throughout this tournament, we've seen those defenders making just really bad, poor decisions, which cost the team. And that's what we've seen through all the teams, but especially Liquid and Koi.
Overheating, overpeaking, something that we see in general in Kickoff in all regions, by the way. But what you mentioned is incredibly important, because I feel like there's also more proactivity being made on the attacking side, when the proactivity on the defense might actually be the mistake, right? So you have to really coordinate well and also understand where is the map control that you can just sacrifice for the rotation to bolster defenses on the other side of the map, and when you can't. And that's where players like Nats are exposing those over rotations and are able to like completely dismantle teams on their defense.
Well, it sounds like all you need is to be able to pick to start on attack, right? Because there is only one spot left for play-ins, and it all comes down to these two teams. It's a rematch between Team Liquid and Koi.
The reigning EMEA champions fighting for survival in the kickoff tournament. After picking up the Apex core in their rebuild, they're still finding themselves in a new team identity. Let's see what they got in store for us today. Give it up for Team Liquid. And their opponents, well, they fell to Team Liquid in their opening match of the kickoff tournament. What adjustments have they made to come out on top this time around? Can Shadow get his revenge on former Apex teammates? Well, let's find out. Give it up for Movistar Koi. This is our last elimination match of the kickoff group stage, and it's about to go down. Let's hear it one last time for our two teams, Team Liquid and Movistar Koi.
Well, I'm glad to see that Bava has woken up. It is a rematch once again between Team Liquid and Koi, but the circumstances are very, very different. This is for elimination for Koi. I feel like they've shown as to why they assembled this roster. They could take on the big boys, but for Liquid, if they get eliminated here, they don't even go to play-ins. I think most people would see that as still as a bit of a disaster to the start of their season.
Yeah, I mean, no team wants to actually start off in this type of fashion, but like one of the things that we're looking forward to with Koi is that looking at their previous match with Liquid, like even the other match, they had a really even kill distribution throughout all the players. So it's not like any one player is doing super good and there's no one doing super poorly for them. It's like a team contribution, team effort to get to where they are. Yeah. And they only narrowly lost to Liquid the first time around, like 13-11, 13-10.
They did, but they didn't play Sunset. So this time around, if you look at the map, Paul, we got Sunset, Icebox, and Split. And it does look like the first two maps, Koi will start on attack.
That's going to be really beneficial for them. Their attack is looking way better, and Liquid's defense, I mean, it's basically the same thing. Their attacks are 20% better. They get 20% more rounds on attack than they do on defense.
And
both teams.
Also remember now that Team Liquid will have absolutely no tape on Koi's attack, so they have no idea what are the tendencies, no idea what is the composition. They're going to have to do all on the fly. I would even assume that might be an early timeout because of that, so the coach can help and chime in with how to approach the defense. But in general, the only game that we've seen from Team Liquid on Sunset so far with this, the lineup is against Sentinels, and that was with a very, let's say, standard Raze, Cypher, Breach Omen, but then a Sova exactly at the last spot. And I'm assuming in that spot in the metagame, that was a choice to be anti-Cypher, essentially, right? Because that's what you typically need. But you also have Breach with Aftershock.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Agents Select here and see what we're going to get. We're not going to get the Sova, and this looks like a mirror matchup.
It does look like a mirror matchup. I do like the Breach as well. We're going to see some explosive things here from both sides. The defense obviously having to set up some more traps, but also getting some deep lines, maybe at A main, maybe at B main. And then, yeah, the attack from Koi is going to be just so explosive that it's going to be just in time, a huge skirmish on sites. We're seeing full site execs into full like retakes on every Sunset match we've seen so far. So we could expect the same thing here with the Breach in play.
I'm a big fan of this on those compositions because of the Omen and Breach combos. You're able to combine the stun and the paranoia together, controlling the market while attacking when you go for B main, but you help the Raze satchel through mid towards market, where it's then the stun and the paranoia come in. That gives you so much control as well, but then you still push out of the B main with a split. So there's a lot of potential executes possible in the early game as well. That on A side, the typical rank opener is the paranoia below the small windows, and that just goes towards the ramp on the A side, and that's so hard to stop as well.
Yeah, and Shados has not played a lot of Cypher. He's got to go up against Nat, who was pretty much the king of Cypher on this map as well. So I'm interested to see how that goes. And for Liquid, a lot of comfort picks, a lot of agents that these boys, they like to play. They played a ton of as well in the past. And I know you said it's going to be more of an advantage for Koi to start on attack, but I like the fact that they're going with comfort picks. It looks nice.
Comfort picks are definitely going to help, you know, get you over the finish line. I mean, it's not like they lost the last series. They won it. But like on this map specifically, Sunset, you can't really play in between. It has to be you're either in their faces on defense or you're playing for the full retake. You can't really just try to hold the sites. So right now we're going to see a Liquid have to figure out what type of style
What's
are they going
going
to do.
on?
Are they going to play back, wait to play off the trips and the cages and play for the retakes, or are they going to get a little bit in their face? We saw an Icebox in the first matchup against these with these guys is that Kiko was getting those deep lines as raise, and I expect to see Liquid doing that similar style here to not allow Koi to get their game
Like,
plan.
I don't care.
That's what Koi needs. They need to be undisrupted on their game
Pick
plan
which one you
to
want
be
me to
able
say.
to, you know, execute on the sites. And if they get disrupted at all by an Opera taking
Oh
a
yeah,
deep
turn the
line,
broadcast
or they
up,
miss
sorry.
their
Let me turn it
timings and
down.
they've used their abilities, that's when they're just falling apart.
Yeah, as you guys can see, Yumpy is experiencing some monitor issues right now on stage, but we're going to get that fixed as soon as possible. But also to you, Lothar, I mentioned it briefly, Shadows never really plays Cypher, maybe the one time, and you have to do it here on Sunset and against Nat. So what is his job, you think, coming into this attack side?
On the attack side,
All right,
I think
I'll
his
check
job is actually
after.
pretty easy, because typically you have two traps that are just set up by default on B, on A, even before the barrier
Seems, mate.
drops,
Thank
so
you
you
very
don't
much.
have to wait for that to happen. And then your job is to control mid if your teammates are working towards the extremities on the map. And with those compositions, that's actually typically what's going to happen, because as Steel mentioned, this is going to be a little bit more explosive. At least that's the expectation, right? Because when we are watching matches where the team has double controller set up, like an Omen and a Viper, that's typically a little bit drawn out. Not in this game. This is going to be most likely an explosive opener to get map control.
Well, the issues have been fixed, and it's time to jump into Sunset and pass this over to your casters once again. It's Pavlos and Ash.
It is indeed, and it's time for our third series of the game.
Live
of the
chat?
day.
Yeah, I think
Team
on
Liquid
Tuesday.
Versus Koi, a rematch that really shook this arena to pieces last time around, but it was Team Liquid to win it, and Koi has got an opportunity for vengeance.
The crowd on the side of Team Liquid right now, but man, revenge
Liquid on the fence,
is
Koi on attack.
hopefully to be
We
served if you're a
get
Koi fan, because
3
those were
ghosts,
tight series.
2
Sure, it was
classics.
a 2-0 for Team Liquid.
We are just
but
5.
Koi were on their heels the
4-1-ing.
entire time.
4-1-ing
Getting
into the
this
5-person
pistol round.
stack. What is this read?
Teams like that slower approach on the attack.
Yeah, but it seems like Koi are going to switching up the pace just a little bit. That full line was perfect, and Kiko gets first blood.
Nade
of
is
this
outrageous
map,
as well.
As it's definitely destined to do so. Yampy doubles it up, and Kiko keeps on giving.
Well,
They collapse upon Koi.
They had a very good read into this one. The setup over towards A made a lot of sense as well in terms of info if they pushed and then camera to retake.
Market winning out on all of those fights now.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like they had a read into this
want
fully.
to work with here. I think what is interesting is we are having like a true head-to-head in a mirror matchup, right? So you're looking towards the fact that this first map is really a determinant of which team is better.
And this
Double
is a map
outlaw.
that they haven't shown so far, both of these teams throughout this tournament. So it's completely
Mystic
off the
and
marks.
Kiko.
Both of these teams trying to play their game, trying to read the
Oh, there goes
opposing
one.
team's game as well. At that, on the go, it's Mystic again. Outlook.
Yeah, it's kind of like they see it over the other side of the map, so maybe they won't have it on A.
So all 3 kills of this
Yeah,
round.
stun comes in a little bit late.
from Outlaws.
Picking the spike back up here, but
What can you
not
do?
much you're gonna do, right?
No, not at all. Not at all. Team Liquid, look, they won the previous series in a very close fashion, right? It was a 2-0, but those maps were fairly close. We're talking about some, 13-7s.
A bit too loud. I think I turned it down a lot.
It was 13-10, 13-11. And for that reason, you've got to be a little bit more fearful of this one. Sunset being a new map they'll be playing in is a way Koi can, come on top of this without the side of Team Liquid being able to prepare. While Koi, on the other hand, they've been able to win a match themselves up against BBL.
Leave it there.
That was a little bit more comfortable for them, although many would have said very slow-paced. But it's very much a battle of the bands, a lot of former teammates in this one. There's
Yeah, no damage done so
some
far.
feelings of rivalry.
No damage
perhaps,
done
or
at all.
rivalry
No
with
bullets,
Nandaluthia.
no
Flawless,
armor
and not only
rebuys.
was it flawless in players alive, but not a single hint of damage was taken throughout that.
No, so that means a very strong bonus round coming in here for Team Liquid. And look over towards the side of Koi, that's 3 light shields that you're looking towards, and they've got 2 outlaws on the side
and
of
Koi are at least going to make sure that they're going to be
hold
buying
some of these choke points.
heavy armor.
Nonetheless, man, I mean, Kiko already with the...
It's an Andalucia flawless, Emil. Come on.
It saves we get one, but it does persuade Shados to get heavy armor and go for the Bulldog as well.
But it's a strong buy round here from Team Liquid, a bonus round.
Yampy buys a rifle, which was originally a ghost. That's why he has the money for it.
So it has to be a 2-shot.
See what happens. Full mid control here for the Koi side.
Ooh.
Okay, that's one outlaw out.
It is indeed, and the stun onto Nats here could be quite influential. Nats hasn't shown his ground, but it's Shadow to
not
pick
bad
it up.
at all.
He's been so good
That was really
throughout
strong.
this tournament so far, and he's leading from the front as well. Shot calling on some occasions. And Grabinho picking up another is setting up Koi for success, as they've gotten themselves every single kill so far, and full
Yeah,
piece
taking Breach
I think that's an
Orb
interesting
as well,
point there on
and
the
getting
side
the
of Koi.
Breach.
Sure, late in the season last year, Starkso was
Breach
the
Orb
one
for planning as
filling
well.
the IGL shoes, and we did think that he was continuing on in that role heading in towards kickoff, but there was that silent switch with Shadow just changing his little bio there on socials.
Right?
Yeah, but he's actually in that hot seat now. So we were talking about it in the green room. 3
And
IGLs
it looks like they're going to
coming
try and
off
lock him in and do
Right,
some damage
Enzo
here.
maintaining
Especially
that IGL
Kiko over towards
position,
spawn.
Shadow
Still
as
has his
well,
nade as
calling
well.
for the team, and you look at Magnum over in Carmen
This has a
Court, which
lot
we
of
saw
potential
earlier,
if he
get
just
the win
gets a
and
good
continue
angle.
to play, and it seems that Apex likes to produce a lot of IGLs here. So the interesting is that Shadow is in the mind of Enzo
got
here,
deleted.
right? He's played with these guys.
Yeah.
They know him well and truly quite thoroughly at this point. I know it's a different roster, right? You've got
Yeah,
the
and
crazy
Enzo goes
Map,
down with it as well.
moving
Really
in
nice
with
round from
different
Koi in
coach to
terms
Mill.
of everyone
There's
surviving as well.
definitely
Like
some
2
things
armor
to learn
rebuys, I'm
and
pretty
some
sure.
things adjusted and changed, but it could be a useful tool to be calling against a team that you know very, very well.
I think that tells you a lot as to how many strong voices there were within that Apex roster from last year down in the Valorant Challenger series. But now looking over towards, again, those mind games here, how well Shadow and Enzo know each other and going head to head for the second time over kickoff.
And the same thing follows with the fact that he's
Comes
been calling,
out,
but
and
also
it's a massive buy
producing
round
kills.
for Liquid.
On
They
the
don't
other
have the
hand,
money
Enzo
for next. If
Mystic,
Kiko
some
gets
of
a
the
kill,
other
he gets
players
the
coming
ult.
from
No
Apex
one on Koi should be getting their ult in this round,
haven't they?
unless we see an absolute
Koi
madness.
now moving into this mid side of the map, not really taking any extremity control, grouping their players together. But Team Liquid not really going for information themselves either.
No, but this mid control has been key here for Koi. They've opted for it quite often, but you've also got that operator, Kiko, watching the angle over towards tiles.
So, oh my.
Gun here.
That's a strong pick.
I was going to say,
Koi on top.
Liquid done well getting one person to hold
down
over
to
towards
9
A,
here for the side
and
of Team
we
Liquid.
And
insta
Team
go
Liquid
down
forced
towards
to
middle.
polarize the defenses.
Camo
Two on
has
each
been a
side,
beast.
mid cut into.
Like, he really
They
has.
have
He's
the
been
deep
impressing
camera
me.
over towards B main. They have those trips watching their backs as well. But it's the B split that Koi are inching towards.
Yeah, and it was all about the stun last time. And honestly, they're kind of in similar positions for it.
Would be optimal. Stun there and waiting. Shadow thinks better of it, but it's a matter of timing. 40 seconds, and Koi, they've been known to run the clock dry, but this time they can't afford it to happen. There is a trip by that Starkso barely is able to avoid, but with the Prowler picking it through, he's able
We get to 30 seconds, and they kind of need to make a call here. With that kill, it looks like they're going all the way over towards A. 20 seconds. There is definitely a chance for Mystic here. One smoke and a flash. Gonna hit them pretty early on.
Alone here, an island on A, playing in the smoke. No time though.
Yeah, paranoia.
Keep an eye on this. If he kills the planter.
All Team Liquid have to do is deny the spike plant from taking place. Grabinho's
Flash
position
goes in.
has been sorted.
That's the
Paranoia
plant. He's done it.
and he's
Hero
denied
play.
it. Mystic has done it. All that was required. Bullet to the
And do you know what's really
face
smart
from
about
Team
this is he flashed to the left of the plant and then just killed the planter. It's not like he's flashing the planter. It doesn't matter about that guy. That guy has to stick. He's flashing the person that is going to be covering him.
You don't need much more than that, right?
3v5.
No crazy plays necessary. It was the perfect mark there. And all that matters. No, exactly.
Bar
Mystic
replay.
was just,
Oh
like,
man, that
looking to
desk
hit
is.
that shot. That's all that it came down to, especially when Koi are running down the clock so much. Barbara Camp.
Did well to not break the headset there.
Entertainment value.
Entertainment
Stonks
value to
are
the
going
fullest.
up.
But for this one, he's not too happy, is he?
No.
The team left it a little bit too
Yeah, that
long.
was
Had to pay
a
for it.
painful one to watch.
Still have money to invest in this, right? They've still been able to put their hands in their pockets and find some rifles.
And there's a real brawl over towards A. We've got double cage used.
2 players early on for Team Liquid, but they vacated.
Omen
Koi will
flash.
have to do the same thing.
A deep camera though.
All of the
So
Omen
Koi do have
smokes.
Quite a bit of information here towards B main at the very least. Yambi looking to play forward.
But Shadow doubles
The
up
jewels
out
at
of
middle
nowhere.
are
Excuse me?
not going the way of Liquid. Koi are just
Sought
wrecking
out
them in middle
towards
right now.
Zayn as well, making it a little bit more daunting for Koi to try and clear back out into a lobby. He reclaims the space.
Lost the 3v5 last
Decide to
time.
fully fall off. Koi are
Liquid go
looking
for the
to
3-person stack over towards A,
before
and it's
sending
looking
the
like Koi are
util
going to do the same
on the
thing.
A site.
Shadow has his ult. They kind of want to have a clean round, but
Needs to find one here. Kiko also has the
I
showstopper.
don't know if they want to.
Kiko is definitely the person that has to do a lot. Stuff coming through, but the showstopper coming in a little bit too late, but they jump above it!
The flash was incredible, though. Dude, really bold move to use the ult on this.
Has to drop short after. 2 versus 4 though, Team Liquid. If Enzo is able to produce some madness, there's potential here, especially with a flank in the making from Mystic, but no. This has put Mystic into the clutch.
Pretty smart. He
Just
moves
TP
backwards, so there's
across
less
the
chance of
tripwire.
them hearing the
Hasn't
initial
quite been heard,
TP.
but they do know he's an Omen, and the possibility of a TP still exists in their mind.
I mean, with Stark's positioning, they know.
And they're looking in his direction. Mystic! Oh, potential for a second there.
They did okay
It got
damage, but
scary,
Koi will be
Koi
pretty happy that
have
they got that
it
ult
locked
out
and
of them.
covered. That's a second on the board for them.
Okay, slowly racking these rounds up now. Again, the caveat is that Koi, they do well in running down that clock, finding those late openings into those site plants. But again, we saw where the risk is in that as well 2 rounds ago. Now they have to continue forward with some of this momentum. They force Team Liquid onto an eco round.
Yeah, there's something to know on Shadow here. Like in this previous roster in Apex, it used to be sort of
Koi's
the
chance
jester,
to get a
right?
lot of
Used to
money,
be,
and it's
the
already
guy
really
that
high.
would be a little bit cheeky, make some jokes, keep the atmosphere alive. But
Yeah, it's
from
one
what
of the
I'm
better,
seeing from him right now,
one of the better
it's
eyes
fully
that goes on
serious, it's
the
fully
line
leader
to
mode.
spot out
And I
middle.
like that type of Shadow. Don't get
It's
me
kind of
wrong.
nice from
I like
Liquid
the
though.
funny
They
business,
insta
but
leave
at
once
the
they
same
realize
time,
they create
I
a question
do
mark
enjoy
here.
him,
In terms of middle, they
this
smoke
leader
it off as well,
position
knowing
as
that they're most likely
I
have
do
to use
see, like, the
util, so
leader
they should
coming
hear the
through, but I
reclear.
think that what you're
And
talking
we're gonna
about in that emotional lead, the ability
clear
to
over
keep
towards
things
B
light
just to
and
make sure
fresh
that
is
the
something
A
that we
stack's
do
going to be
constantly
clear.
see from him as well. Sure,
And
player can
do they
do
get
show
here in
him a
time?
little bit serious, but most of the time he's got a little smirk on his face.
Definitely got to
No,
see
but
a
maybe time to
variation of
flood
emotions.
fast in.
And it's Koi that move into the site, and that is the opening.
Ooh, nice
frag
util
for
from
them.
Starkser.
Starkser
But
looking to
Tevo was
keep
good.
things clean. It's also the idea of Starkser and Shados wanting to live their glory days again, and with Koi, they want to do the same. But for now, it's an equalization that they're looking for. 3-3. And yeah, Kiko, Enzo. Teammates for a while. Can they do it? Can they do anything, any damage? But so far, every single time we see a situation like this, it's been a save. Don't give them orbs, don't give them a thing. And this time, it's no different. Well, maybe it is, because Starkser's going right after them, and he had a bullet with Kiko's name, and he's got a bullet with Enzo's name.
So much money.
Well, another Andalusia flawless coming in here for Koi this time.
Yeah, Koi have a really
around.
good chance to
Now we've got
get a pretty
weapons are
heavy
up
lead on this, to be honest, especially if they win this next round.
Last round was then they were looking to save up a little bit more. Able to buy up in full, sacrificing for a couple of those late shields, but my eyes are on Koi here. You've got a Nightfall, you've got a Rolling Thunder to work with. They have been starting a little bit slower, but this is where they might just pick it up.
Can we have a compilation of Barber just on those on that coaching cam? I think it'll be super entertaining to see what they've actually chat about. But still, it's very aggressive here from Camo, and he comes out on top with a kill. Kiko
Beidou on top of that doesn't hit anyone. That's a lie. I think it hit the Omen. No, it doesn't hit anyone.
So that will keep him alive for a little bit longer. Koi, press the brakes. Don't fully engage anymore. They've got the numbers. They've got to rethink this.
Hey, initial fast look,
Liquid
it
going a
draws
bit
lot of
aggro to
attention
clear the
over
question
now.
marks
Team
at the
Liquid
moment.
fully rotated over towards A, but look at that spike.
Oh, Camo aggresses off the back of it again, but only damage to Yampi, not quite the finishing blow. And they drop back to save their lives as they look to pivot towards the speed site.
But look how late it is.
Oh my
now.
god, he
Boy,
stuck
they
the...
made so much
What the...
attention drawn
It's like the
over
ult in
towards
spawn
A.
as well, so
Sure,
they
the
have...
setup is
I mean,
still here on
they
the
think they're
side
kind of
of
locked in
Nats.
over towards here.
Nobody's home.
As we can see... Oh my goodness. Yeah, getting free sight on this. Well, at the very least, Liquid got the ults out of them. They get info that they've now pushed into B main. They have their own trip here, which Mystic might try and TP over. Okay, he just jumped it. Oh, what a stun. Dude, Shadow's stuns right now have been unreal. Yeah, and they got a save, and Koi's money's stupid. 9k, 9k, 9. Hey, look at this. They literally buy for the rest of the half, and we're halfway through it.
Even further to find the lead once again. It will be all things assumed, and Endelufia Flawless that will be coming in here for the side of Koi on top of that. Man, I feel like what I'm a little bit nervous about.
Yes.
The fact that the last time these two teams faced off, Pavlos.
Uh-huh.
Sure, it was close. Map 1 on Icebox, though. Kiko had a life game.
Oh, he did. And it's one of those criticizing... that's what Lothar was criticizing on desk as well, right? And I think a lot of people can criticize it as well. Is that, you know, reliable?
Yeah.
Is that something that can be replicated? And when you're on Team Liquid, a lot of these situations where they've come out on top, where they've won a lot of rounds, is due to individual success.
Did you know what? I saw them drinking. I was like, I know someone's going to do a hydrate.
But it's Nats that time. Last time they went head-to-head, right? Nats right now, 0-4, haven't seen the value out of that. I know that the calling here
These two
for
are
the Team
having the
Liquid
time
side
of their life.
hasn't really
Insane.
given Nats the opportunity to really shine either. He's been playing very passive, also getting caught out in some situations. A little bit difficult to consistently, I think, be playing that kind of retake game here for Team Liquid. And what I really liked from them were the first couple of rounds that we saw on the pistol, on the anti-eco, playing a little bit more forward, going for those early engagements and taking the fight to them.
And that might be what is being discussed right now. It could be Team Liquid want to be changing their approach in this one because
Two bros hanging out. Yeah, pretty much.
Have been working like a charm. It didn't seem like there were any cracks in the road for them. They've been able to play Team Liquid by the book, be able to lure them in areas of the map and be able to manipulate them in a manner in which they could get these rounds. So heading into an eco round with a hero operator and a hero phantom, things are looking to get a bit dicey here.
Okay.
How much hope are we putting on Kiko's hands right now?
I mean, it's the mid look once again here for Kiko, right?
Kiko going to the same angle where he got taken down last time. Prowler goes and clears over towards A with a one-way smoke. One person holding over towards A, and Kiko.
It's a matter of being able to trade it. It could have been a double, but he gets out with 30 points of health. Team Liquid might have
How
a
did
chance
Yampy not get an assist for the flash there?
But again,
He killed the only person that wasn't flashed. It was a nice flash either way. Yeah, and this is good impact. And now it's weird because they want to get the guns over towards middle. Grabino takes such a risk.
Keeps Kiko busy into market. Yampy aggressing with a short with a sheriff.
Still a nice trade. And now there's loads of guns down. Once this trip gets jumped over, it kind of... Oh boy, he really messed that one up.
Doing anything about it, but he won't.
Yeah. Nats takes down the Gambit, brother.
And Starkso on the other end all by himself is wondering what
and then now everyone quickly scrambles to get the guns. Looks like we can do 2 upgrades.
To take on. So Team Liquid keep the score close and in equilibrium.
Nicely done from Kiko on this. Respect going to the same place where he got one popped earlier.
Right off the back of it. The value that
Answer
we were
Prodigy.
looking for to come out from the operator finally
Prodigy,
arriving
what
here
is it?
for Kiko with that mid control, but now we've got to see him be a little bit more dynamic because Koi.
But I can't see the thing. I can't see the thing I meant to answer.
Denying him that angle towards market. They're not going to let him get away for it for free. So now he's seizing the shift over
maybe.
towards B, still playing forward in front of B's.
I know that's not the answer you're waiting for, but maybe.
Then you can move around.
Probably.
Oh look, Cam was actually aggressive really far forwards into mid. And the lot is thrown at Nats here to try and get him out of this position.
Okay, they go for a fast one over towards split on B. Trips are doing bits. Camo is not expecting Yampy at that angle at all. Omen TP's over the trip. These guys get into sight. Enzo and Yampy have the 2 best ults to retake.
Looking to retake it together. Might not even allow them to plant, given that there's a rolling thunder in Yampy's hands.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, they're waiting.
Pretty sure there's a smoke there. I guess there's a gap behind it. Yeah, he goes to the same angle.
Get that down safely. Kiko's just got a sliver to work with.
Dude, stop giving him the kills. 3 in a row. He's fast with it though.
Kiko and a gap through the smoke. That's a big misplay from Grabino to smoke that off, leave that gap, and Kiko
Prodigy,
exploits
thanks for the
it to
gifted as well.
perfection.
Thank you.
And Delufia Flawless coming in here.
Sorry for the
Team
answer.
Liquid. We saw 2 back-to-back there for Koi. They're doing it right back to him.
Your eyes on this youngster.
Yeah, I think the second shot was fast. This one,
look at that
fast.
gap. There
This
barely
one,
was a pixel visible for him, and then the smoke clears, and it's re-smoked, and it's even a bigger gap. You can't have those mistakes.
I mean, all he knows is that he just has to hold that spike, right? Just deny that.
Koi, still outrageous amounts of money.
TP'd across, deeper in towards elbow here for Miss.
Kiko, 1 kill away from his ult. Same with Nats.
Mystic.
Yeah,
fancies
lovely.
that fight.
Mystic's been doing good over towards A every single time, and it's something that Koi needs to try and make sure they can do a better job of clearing him. And this is where the stun comes in like
You
this.
want to do it all together. You don't want to consider that Mystic is doing it by himself, but
There we
that
go,
leaves
lovely.
Enzo out to the open. Mystic wants to take vengeance, wants to take revenge.
Starkso on 21 HP, recovering from the fade ult, just wins that duel.
Someone, the likes of Shados, pushing B, putting
Dude, I love the two
Still got a minute to
Gambit
work
brothers,
with,
man.
so
It's
this round is
sick.
malleable.
They're just having a Cypher-off over towards B while everyone duels in these rounds.
I like the fact that Yampi has so much information with the forward angle towards
They're
this
playing their
A
own
site.
little
He's,
game.
like, still leaning there. And if he does get caught out, this cross is tricky. But he does have the fault line to work with. Could even Rolling Thunder
Yeah,
if
Nats
necessary.
pushes
He
all
gets
the way
swarmed
close.
by
He's going to
time
find a
for the rest
trip
of the
here.
team.
Which was why
Is
I
it?
think Yampi's choosing to back off here. There's no
Low
reason
like
to
it was earlier and can get jumped
given that
again.
He's got such a high-flying ultimate.
30
All the
seconds
way
left.
Done to mimic like they're taking over towards A control. Instant ready for the info. And there is one trip here.
A site. Now, having garage control is massive, but the Neural Theft has shown his position. He's going to have to close up the gap here, up against his own cage. And he pushes even further. A very aggressive play by Stark, so shuts down Kiko, and that it doesn't allow Yampi
5
to
seconds,
cross.
by the way.
He has to go through mid. Yampi rolling
Gotta
thunder.
stick the
Shadows wants
spike.
to die here. 4 seconds. Nats to interrupt
Gotta stay
it.
alive.
It's again Team
What are
Liquid
these?
winning off the
What are these
interruption of the
rounds?
spike plant. And Stark, so yes, you're alive for a little longer. The final man
Oh
standing,
man,
but
give me
that
the
means
coach
more
replay. He's
if
going to
you're
be
not
going
able
mental
to get that
again.
spike down on time.
Time seemingly being the worst enemy.
Yeah, they
of
just keep
Koi
waiting to
in
30
these
seconds.
Situations, just not biding themselves enough to comfortably actually work towards a site. A couple of rounds now. Team Liquid, they force a timeout out of Koi this time around. And you're looking over towards
Yeah,
these
he's not
cams.
as fussed with that one because that was more just Yampi having a good
See it in the coach's booth.
ult as well on top of this.
Timeout again. Like, they had to draw this out for them because you can't have rounds like this where it's not the first time, it's the second time. where
Yeah,
they draw
and
it
it's pretty
too
obvious what
late.
this
Now,
timeout
I
is
did
saying.
the
Like,
idea
it's
of
all about
pushing
speeding
through
up.
Spawn there. Stark, so interrupting Kiko. He forced Yampi to go through market as well. There's a lot in play there. They were smart to block off the interruptions, but that did come to effect when they didn't have enough players to take over the site. So having
Think
to
about it,
split their
PaperX
forces
has
there,
ever had.
too difficult
Thinking
for
about
them.
it, has
Now they need
PaperX
to
ever
find
not
what their
had time to
priorities
plant?
What are their win
No, I
conditions?
don't think so.
Because let's be fair, 6
Dude, they normally always plant and there's like a minute
not too far
left.
behind, but with how many rounds that they had going their way, how many rounds that they should be
I mean, that's why they kind of lost the
it's
scent
them,
today.
it's
They just
Koi
played
that
way
actually
too
should be
fast.
on 6-4.
But they also win majority of
lot.
games from doing
a lot of
that. So
pressure. I mean,
It is.
again, especially with the fact that it is one of those rematch situations, when you're the losing team, you're expected the ones to be able to bounce back.
But it's high fives, reset mindset. Let's see if Barbar's words are put into effect for Koi here as we enter round 11. And Team Liquid with control over this defense on Sunset.
Showstopper available here for Kiko.
It's going to be used straight out of the bat.
insta send it.
Changing the pace up, you know, going
Like the
for that
Omen
faster hit.
ult on top of it as well. I mean, they clear out literally all of B with this, and that's cool. They get them to fast react into the Cypher. Yeah, it's like kind of textbook, to be honest. I'm surprised they fell for it.
Broken, so Koi allowed onto site. Nats is thinking of it. He's got reinforcements as well. Nightfall. It's really strong from Starkso, but he's paranoid, so he can't really take advantage of it. All they're doing is delaying right now. Koi don't have the numbers. They need a pick from this, and I think Shados has
Every prowl is
responsibility
getting
to
thrown at
to
Nats.
interrupt this from happening. Kiko leads the charge. Nats has to drop back. Koi buying so much time. So the top clock is working in favor of Koi, but the kills aren't.
A lot of
Shados
this is down to
now
Starkso to
looking
get both
stop
of
it all
these.
from happening. Starkso in the smoke. Heroic work from him, but it's still an equilibrium.
Dude, and his util is good here.
Spraying towards the spike. Not on it anymore.
Nicely done from Mystic as well, and I just like the overall plan. The overall plan just worked out so well because you know for sure Barbar is like, guys, you need to speed up. So then they do something aggro, which is also just good when they're trying to just do their own plan from an attack side anyway. And then obviously with that in mind, them thinking, right, we've got to speed up more, they insta-react to what's happening and they just run into the Cypher util. So it was like a perfect,
Okay, I know we're seeing the
call.
hype replays right now, but I cannot wait until the teams come back up on screen for you guys. See what the weapon situation is here, because Okay, no, never mind. Yeah, no, they are doing it. They are running the
operator?
double op.
What? Look, we've seen Kiko on it. He's been insane. But Mystic's got to show us what he's got.
Oh no.
That might be contention
That
first, but
one
Phantom
fell
up close
apart
to
fast.
Camo
Can he get
doing
out of
the
there?
fight. Kiko
Getting
close with it
util
as well.
dumps.
Has
Double
to back out
satchel
with
with
this.
dodges
Distance
the
with the
stun
black
as
spark
well.
fault line. Does barely avoid him. And he's able to save his life.
At least they
and
kind of
fight
know
for
exactly
this
where he's
retake.
gone in terms of
Okay, but
Wait.
retake with double op. Difficult looks
That's
here.
massive. Kiko closing up the gap. He had the right idea, but the execution wasn't quite there. So we're still...
Koi have to play on
at a
site because they're still
standstill
going to play
state with
against
3
Mystic, and
versus
Mystic
3,
has a
and Koi
smoke.
playing an aggressive placement onto this B site.
Surely they just saved this, though, no?
Last round.
No, they're not.
Oh, wait, no,
They're
it's 7
feeling
to
it.
5.
And with the From the Shadows available, this is Mystic trying to find information.
Get a
to help
good bit
his
of
team
info
to move
here.
in.
Teva goes
He
down.
doesn't stick it because he has been shot down. Enzo finds the first pick. 2 more to go. And Team Liquid might be able to perform a retake here. Paranoia used. Doesn't pick a single player. Starkso and Shados play this together. 2 former world champions with 2 different teams who look to work together in tandem to make this all work from them. Mystic, though, is the
Not enough.
well denier. He's got the defuse in, but I'm not quite sure if he's got the
Yeah, not enough.
It's a close one, and it's Koi to
Close.
come out on
Would have been
top.
close.
What a way to end that
Almost saw
there,
it.
right down to the wire. And quick maths, I had me lost in the sauce. I was just like, okay, they've got 2 operators. Didn't even realize it was the 12th round of the first half, and that's a risky
Prius again,
gamble
man.
to buy
Prius
2
always
ops
gets
into
us.
that last round when you know those retakes are what you've been mainly looking towards.
And that was a point-blank play with the operator. You can't do those that easy.
No, it's insane. I mean, that's so difficult.
Look,
like
the reactions from Koi here, like they thought the
Yeah,
round was over for them, but
yeah,
they
they
ended up
did.
winning it. 'Cause,
And sometimes it's hard to hear the sound when
so
there's.
there was a big wave of emotions back and forth
Yeah.
on the coaching staff of Koi. And I
They did a big
assume
comeback
for
after the
everybody
timeout,
watching
yeah,
as
especially
well,
considering
that
the
could have
money
gone
as well.
Anywhere, in any direction.
Koi on this
Team
one,
Liquid
double
now, as they move
satchel
into the
down
attack,
towards
Koi
middle
onto
eye
defense. It's a
and
different
a
situation
Omen
where Team
flash.
Liquid can control the pace of this
They
game, and
clear
Koi
all of
have
this,
to
and we have a
prevent it.
5-person hit towards B. 1 trip.
They've been so good on pistol rounds as well. Exactly what they need to even the score early on.
And there is
Team
4
Liquid
people
already
here from
flooding
Koi.
onto
Do they
this
just
B
want to
site.
fast flood in? They have a flash, they have a nade. Ooh, nice Teva nade. Oh, that was
Enzo's killed off,
that was sick.
and no longer able to put that spike into the ground. And with the smoke deteriorating, that's when Shadows and Starkso can start raining
Oh
bullets
my-
upon them. It's clean! Not only is it clean, it is flawless. And Andalafia
That was
flawless
really
to
nice
give
from them.
themselves the first pistol on
1-1
this
in terms
half.
of pistols.
And it's definitely the right direction for them. 1 round away from Team Liquid.
What do you do on the side of Team Liquid at this point? I mean, neck and neck, looking towards Sunset. This is the Koi pick. So to be able to try and equalize this early on, good looks into the second half.
Yeah, and they all just won
Overall,
their
I mean,
little
we are
jewels there
seeing
as
a
well.
different version of both these teams, I think.
we are.
Like the pacing is very different.
Yes.
The tempo there, a big change from the original matchup that we saw between these 2 teams.
100%.
So they're allowed 1 death on this one.
Fast pace, a lot proactively
Any
thinking, a lot
kills
more
above
proactively
2 for
thinking.
Liquid is a bit of
Yes,
a
we saw
win.
that more on the attack than we are going to see it on defense.
Try that
but it
again.
could
Any kill
be
above 1 is a
signs
big
of
one.
them to follow. But still, this is Team Liquid taking some fights here, and Koi aren't going to shy away from them for a second. It's a camo highlight reel as he pads up his stats. And Yampi forced to drop back. due to
Yampi,
the
though, and
immense amount of pain. Camo is
Nice
going to be a
ace on this one, and he
ace
is
for the man
getting closer
as
to his
Koi
ult.
find themselves at an equal state with Team Liquid.
Gotta love the eco ace coming in here for Koi. Great for the momentum and great to cycle into that showstopper too. Now just 2 away here for Camo, and they have been playing for those extremities. So Team Liquid, if they don't look to contest this A orb, you could likely see Camo looking to abuse that. Try and cycle this ultimate up into the anti-eco round of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Camo has been one of those players.
You bought the
he's
TL
talked about, I
capsule.
think,
Does that mean you get a contract
from
to Team
everyone
Liquid?
looking at Koi. He's definitely been a strong prospect.
I'll I'll relay your message to the higher ups. I'll let you know.
Able to show it. Obviously, that
I'm
was
not sure
against
about that
Pistols,
one.
But if he continues to find power like this against some of the biggest
Don't think I
prodigies
have
to
any authority on it.
graced VCT EMEA this year, like Kiko, it's quite the task.
That's kind of nice. Locked onto a trip and a person.
What do we gotta work with here?
We've got Nats on Garage.
That is a dodgy position.
It is.
Back it off at the very least. The camo? Still keeping
Boombot goes in with that info. Are they going to try and do some kind of combo? Or are they just going to...
Got the
Dude, this is
information
weird.
with the Roomba at the very least. That Boombot coming through.
That's true.
They leave Camo on his own. Camo, if he gets one kill, does now have his ult.
And they drop
Oh, they missed their timing up a
little
little bit.
Actually immaculate with
It
the
was
seals, but
almost
it's not quite in their
outrageous because
direction.
they got
have
3.
plenty of room to spare,
And
but
they go
Tom starts
aggro,
off
and is there like
crazy
a
with the
breach done on
defense.
this?
He's got his thing, and that does well in close proximity, but at the same time, Team Liquid are moving away from it.
I mean, that elbow play was just about buying control and
looking, though.
time on Koi.
Shadow now turns his attention
30
towards it. It
seconds
might
left.
be the right moment for them to swing, but Nats now moving in the direction of the smoke as Team Liquid push onto the site. Paranoia stopping them from pushing 20 seconds, and it's actually this time Team Liquid's turn to be in time travel, but Nats on the lurk will be all too
And there's
dangerous.
8
Spike
people
on
dueling on site.
Shadow
10
looks
seconds to
stop them
plant.
from getting in. Kiko and Enzo, as well as the rest of Team Liquid players, look to collect them one
Again.
by one.
Maybe we get a replay.
Once again, and it's Team Liquid with the lead.
And Koi had such interesting positioning there. The clock ran down so low. And lots of opportunity. It should have been tight, but the coordination to come out from Team Liquid winning out those gunfights changed everything. Now,
New account because you forgot your other
looking
one?
into this next round,
Oh, I saw it.
Pavlos.
Congrats on the
Again,
win
we've
today.
seen the change of pace. I feel like we haven't seen that much mid-focus here coming out from Team Liquid in the beginning rounds, but now we're looking for a little bit more of that diligence to try and put that pressure down, see the dark cover going out, and even just the presence of the Haunt alone to try and find some of that space or put some of that pressure here on towards Koi.
Definitely keeps them on their feet.
The thing is, you have a cam watching through, so you have all the information you need as far as how deep they've actually pushed past.
Yeah, unless you smoke
And this
that,
cam's
you
pretty
can't
good as
really
well. Just spots the feet
give
over
the
towards
illusion
here, so you can't
to
actually
Koi
see the
that
camera
you have
itself.
crossed.
It gives them good information over towards middle.
Again, slow paced as ever.
One way gets refreshed over towards A.
And Cam was always consistently so far
Prowler
up
goes over
towards A
towards
when you're
middle to
watching
clear the
line.
question mark that was here.
Alongside the one way, of course, to assist with some of that delay, but it's a lot of information, a lot
Real
of early
slow
map
on this
control
one.
on the right side of the map here for Koi.
Camo looks to back out of it. A lot of pressure put in his direction, but no reactions from Koi. They're actually sticking into place. 45 seconds in, this is where Kiko looks to push forwards. He has been able to sidestep. Mystic there to introduce
Guys.
some chaos into the mix.
What?
Grabinho not able to find a second kill, and Mystic is
What?
coming alive. He's been criticized.
There's no
He's
way.
been
You
scrutinized,
pause that
but he's here
situation
to
when
stay.
this guy has both of them in
on
his
the
sights.
server
There
with
is
a
no
lot
way you
more
say that
kills.
that ends like this.
2v4 situation here.
And Shadow's looking to lead the charge into this one, and he's able to open it up. Yampi no more. And Shadow looks to find more Nats. He's incredible on the Cypher, and even more so on the Guardian, with a flank in the making, with the
Yeah, and
likes
he's gonna
of
have to
Mystic.
save,
This is
really.
making this all too difficult for Shados. And I don't want to be in his shoes at all. Nobody does.
Mate, how is Mystic
Dire
getting away with that?
state that Koi is in right now. He has to draw back. He has to save.
Second
maybe
shot
find
must
a
have been
kill as
outrageous.
consolidation. Maybe not that even. It's Mystic with
Having
the
good
final
impact.
kill. And Team Liquid
Rosefawn,
on
thank you for doing that as well,
winning
bro.
on this attack.
Thank you, thank you.
Not even a hero rifle to get carried over here for Koi. Team Liquid looking clinical, much cleaner than we had seen them before. I think the last 2 matches, Team Liquid, they did have pop-off moments from individual players. Of course, we are still seeing those pop-off moments right now. 14-8 there for Mystic. You know, smiles on the side of Team Liquid, celebration, and a little bit of stress there on the side of
A
Koi.
little bit.
I'm not great at lip reading, but that wasn't Sunshine
A
Raven's.
little bit of stress. Not too much.
But still, Team Liquid. Major time ahead, right? With this
4 passes
victory,
stack over
just
towards A,
increase their
and a
lead
little bit
even
of
further than
sound
they're
and
expected
pressure
to.
made on the defense to
guaranteed the
try
double
and
digits
make him
at the
push
very
into
least
this.
are on the side of Team Liquid, but growing that gap as far as the scoreboard goes. Koi looking to play these numbers. The gamble stack over towards this A site, the crossfire as well, that trap play, but Team Liquid, they're not knocking on that door.
And that smoke gives more room to
Oh, I
Team
like this
Liquid
Prowler. That's a
than
good way
anybody
of
else would have thought, you know, with
it's a
that
good way
smoke,
of
you kind
clearing all
allude
of
to the
this
idea
going
that they'll
this
be playing in
often.
aggressively. So Starkso's going to have to hold it back in case he hears any commotion in this direction. Paranoia shot down
Maybe that's the only way
instantly.
of doing that.
So it's still an illusion as to how far deep they are in mid, and instead they take up a B space, in which they'll gladly take to themselves.
Yeah, and we need to
I
keep
mean,
an eye on
Shadows
Mystic here.
Close enough.
He might give him a
to get
gun,
that
though.
read, got the call back
Mystic's
over
playing
here,
a
but Koi, they
little
have
bit.
to play together. They do have a showstopper in the hands of Camo.
That smoke single-handedly making Koi so scared of a mid-crunch.
Liquid have so much money that they can
Everybody's
definitely
looking here. Well,
probably.
3 out of 4.
I wouldn't
I mean, so
heavy
consistently,
hunt,
there
but they
has
could
been a
hunt a
late
little
round.
bit.
It is.
That is a gun for them to
And
pick up,
Mystic
though.
gets caught. Camo's got to show stuff out. What are the chances here? 1 out of 10.
No,
I don't think they're
0.
going for it. You can tell from this call alone that
Yeah, they're dropping back.
they're just looking to isolate right
Yeah,
now.
this might actually go a little bit bad.
Team Liquid stuck. Try to whittle down some of that economy. Get those picks with the exit out towards B main.
And with that, the spike explodes, and we're back.
He took
in
down
it.
Yampy. I mean, they'll
Yampy
take
doesn't lose
that.
his life, so that's 1 rifle
Yeah,
less
they
on the
managed to
side
get
of Team Liquid.
two out of
no,
them in terms of
no,
Mystic and Yampy
really,
going down. Now it's the big buy run for
points
Koi,
to go to
and
Stallions. But this time around,
you would
we've got
imagine
a
a
buy
timeout
run, and
comes
I think this is where
with this
things
because
get
else
a
they
little bit
kinda,
dicey. Koi, they
they
drop
lose this,
this,
it's pretty
they'll be
much
in
done.
trouble, in economical trouble. And they really cannot afford that to happen.
Actually,
Otherwise,
saying
Team
that,
Liquid might be closing
because
out
they're
their
buying
own
light
map
armor,
pick a
they
little
can
bit
they
too
can buy next if they lose.
Oh, Grabinho also the one to be on this operator. I think the Omen operator is something that can definitely
The
be
Omen op?
creative. You can reposition
Love an
there with
Omen
the
op.
shrouded step, not nearly as quickly as a Raze or a Jet or a Chamber. But then the other fear is, okay, you have to get those timings of cycling the smoke
Yampy
sphere
got the kill,
routine as
Yana.
well, where you're then left unscoped. You can't keep watching that angle.
But he went down to Spike.
And Team Liquid, yet again, with this mid control, keep Koi split to 2 sides.
Slow looks, changing the pacing here.
When Kiko is looking on a lurk, you can never be comfortable given that Nats could be on any given angle. I mean, sorry, Camo is on the lurk. You can never expect.
Okay, and Starkso spots, tucks into his right, stun comes in, and then he
There's the
refaces.
right-hand side they're looking to go into,
No,
and
okay,
there's a
just
fault
gets
line
out of
there
there,
to
especially as
help
the stun hits on
keeping
this one.
Starkso
Keep
in
an
one
eye,
area.
keep an
Showstopper
eye
wasn't able,
over
but it's by
towards
Camo
B.
instead.
Yeah,
A little bit
that's
over-aggressive, but
hey,
it
Liquid
clears
take
out
that all
Garage
day.
and gives the call to his team to head to this
Not the
A
best
site
Razor
quickly
we've
to
seen
defend,
for a
because
while.
there's only 40 seconds remaining, and Team Liquid might be in trouble if they're not quick enough.
I mean, going for this short push.
But Koi put their forces together. They're putting themselves into all in one corner. Kiko is able to deal with one as he quickly finds himself on the side. But Koi is the team that wins most of these trades.
30 seconds on this. Mystic has his ult if he wants to send it over towards the other side. Problem is camera trip.
Split up now. Mystic's just gonna have to take that TP and get
He
out.
TP's over
What is
towards
this?
A to go back and hit it. We just have a camera that just reveals that it's so fine. 10 seconds now. I respect the attempt. I respect the attempt. Yeah, they kind of just cleared all of that one. He went into the camera, he couldn't fully see, but he just heard it.
Cavalry should have arrived over towards A. Maybe assuming that Nats did
Starkso's having good
enough
impact.
to distract over towards B to keep some of those rotations from coming over.
I think the cam there from Team Liquid was from Team Liquid. Yeah, was crucial over on that B site. Knowing that there's no one TP'd in that direction, they were comfortable to keep 3 players on the A site defense.
No matter what, though, in those situations, you do decide
Koi
to
really
stick
needs to make sure
together
they
as
don't
three
lose
when
this
you have
one.
those numbers, but
Mystic TP's
yeah, a
up
good
into their
shout
one way,
regardless.
and that's going to make him
Pro
dodge
calling
the
this Prowler
Prowler.
out. Start of
And then
information.
the stun goes in and he
That
tries to
fault line is
punish.
so
This is a
scary
cool
time and
idea.
time again, but it's Grabinho that ends up picking off Kiko as it's anticipated from the Koi side.
Yeah, a lot of good util used to fluff them off. Yampy trying to take a timing over towards middle, Nats trying to take a timing over towards market. It's like a double lurk. Nats decides against it.
Right now, and he might be able to keep it going. Shados puts him to the dirt, so
Oh
enough
my.
funny business from him as Team Liquid look to move into this B site. Yes, the Shados nearby, but he's going to have to wait and fall back with his team because
Got a weird decision
Grabinho
to make
is
because they're
miles
against the
away.
smoker, so they can't really pump for B main. We also have a trip giving them the info that they haven't, so this guy should be expecting a push.
And Shados going to have to deal with this. He's expecting it, but Nats is quicker to the trigger. Starkso trying to find back the space. Shadow trying to spray into that smoke.
They keep
but
an eye
no one
on
from
Omen.
Koi is finding a pick. But
Did you
Grabinho
not see the
is
barrel?
now on the fight. On the lurk. Operator's shot chimed, but it's Shadow with the pick. Starkso knows where Nats is, gives the call, but it's Enzo there to assist. Oh, Starkso is there to help. Nats is low, but he's surrounded. The map
Thanks,
goes
he's on
in,
Starkso,
closes in on
man.
him. And that's Koi on the defuse.
Too good right now.
Right back into winning ways.
Clean swings
Picks
coming
up the
out
up
from
as well.
Koi
Shadow
to
gonna be
get the
2 away
trades
from his
and find
ult,
the
and that is
retake
good for their
here
econ. And
to
Liquid's
take us
econ's a little bit
one
low,
away from
actually.
tying things up into this second
it's still
half.
fine.
Team Liquid, I mean, again, good looks. They've been good at finding the space on the attack, being able to secure that plant. So Koi's diligence has been really good as far as the coordination, the spacing there when they move in together.
Yeah, and I think Koi have been really good at reading how Liquid like to play it, what their early crunches are going to be. A lot of nice anticipated set plays that they had the perfect counters to, and this
Yeah,
round
they
is a
do
perfect
force
example,
into this.
not allowing
Few people
Kiko
take
to
a
move
hit.
in, interrupting,
No
finding early
satchels.
numbers. And again, we're looking at an A-side push, a slightly different
satchels and a
variation, a bit of
bulldog.
a rouge, as the mid push is what follows.
I mean, right now, I think even Yampi just showing this presence over towards A, he's the one with the Rolling Thunder, right? Trying to...
Oh, Mystic takes the fight against an op.
I mean, and it's an Omen down.
Shows up, Shadow able to barely get away, but he's being chased after. Team Liquid going.
Hey, this guy's got the
A-side
spike.
also is alone.
Lunatic.
He needs to maintain his composure and group up with
Yeah,
the
that's
team.
nice with the
If he
cage though.
died there,
Then we
it
just
would
hold
have
the
been
angle
terrible for
that
them. Shade also wants to go
the
for
op
the
that he
fight, but
picked up.
Mystic has got
Mate,
that
Mystic's-
angle covered. Picks up the op for himself.
Hey, Mystic's a beast.
That toy is mine
Oh,
to
boy,
use,
okay.
and I'll use it as
He
much
did
as
so
I want.
good
Shadow
though.
says,
Yeah, and
enough
they
of
don't
that.
expect the extra pass and
Still,
lock
it's
in.
Team Liquid that have guaranteed themselves at least an 11th round here, as off the back of Mystic's openings.
No money really to work with here on the side of Koi. I mean, they do have enough to buy into the next round, but it will rely on Camo keeping the full shield, keeping this weapon into the next to be able to toss one of those guns over towards Shados. So an 11th round here for Team Liquid, and okay, I
Feels pretty
know
big.
you're looking at this team and we're like, okay, the spacing's good, the timing is good, the weapon now denied here
Shados,
in the hands of Camo, so no
takes a bit of a
ability
hit in terms
to
of the
buy
spike.
into Shados into the next round. But Mystic is having a game today.
He definitely is. I think he's heard the criticizing of his performances so far, hearing that, okay, the only player off of the Apex core, off of the old Fnatic core as well, it's Kiko, right? Well, not the old Fnatic core for Kiko, but Mystic himself and Enzo not
They call him
able
Mystic
to find
greedy.
the same performances. And
I
Mystic
mean,
took that
honestly, a little
personally,
bit, but
and he's showing it in
the
his
extra greed he got the
performance
kill
so
with,
far.
to be fair.
Timeout necessary. This next round lies on a knife's edge. Koi win it. They're able to close out the gap, only 1 round difference. Koi lose it, economical recession.
Are there any
Team
emotes of
Liquid
me
on
from the
map and
coaching
on
booth?
map
Nah, not really.
points.
They didn't really do
On Koi's
coach
map
cams
pick,
back then. I mean, they had them.
It's high
They had the
focus
technology,
time
but I
right
just
now
don't think
for
they
this
used
Koi
it.
side.
I mean, if they lose this round, this map is done and dusted,
Yes.
essentially.
It's just,
And
it's
you
just
have
me
to use what
looking
you have
furious
to work with.
every
You're
round,
looking
to be
towards
honest.
that Nightfall. You're looking towards that Rolling Thunder in the hands of
Hands
Starkstone
flailing.
and Shadow. But then at the same time, Team Liquid, if they don't need the showstopper, the Rolling Thunder to find that execution, they save that.
Why is my
into the
line so
post
bad
play.
to do it?
It's a
I actually have
perfect
no
counter to
idea.
deny that
Literally have no
flood back
idea.
on towards site that
Today
Koi
I'm
would be
like,
looking for.
I don't know what's happened. Everything's just
Hands
really
warmed
grey
up
on my
and
camera.
stretched. Minds
And I could have
cleared
looked at
for
it
what
about
could be a
12 hours ago,
very
but I just
crucial
didn't.
round in this series.
And now I've just accepted it.
Operator on Yampi. Not. I mean, we've seen it on Kiko, we've seen it on Mystic. I
Hands
think Yampi's
flailing,
certain
hair
now.
greying. Yeah, that is actually the summary.
Team Liquid enter this attack
Aging
on a
by
very
day,
split approach.
rapidly.
Luck in the making for Nats, but Team Liquid look to take up this B space.
Okay, and this could be the end of it.
Not so patient. Always knowing that
Starks has had this ult for a long time, has he not?
Defaulted there by Starks. So, okay, here's where we kick it to high gear.
And it's a matter of not using all the ultimates at the same time. They know the B site is open. Yampi not needing to use a Rolling Thunder himself, but Nats being called off. That was a big
And then
haymaker
with the
this round for
retake,
Team
what do we do
Liquid
on this
that they
one?
won't have for later.
We might see Mystic try to wrap back
Yeah, we
around
might see
towards
around the
mid, though,
world.
a little bit later into the post plant.
McCoy take a time to regroup, recalibrate. Nightfall drops and Kiko's position notified. Camo, he's got himself a nice position and a potential good crunch, but Kiko is in big trouble and he'll get
It was pretty good on this. Mystic's going around the world. Yampi uses this in a 3v5. Keep an eye on Mystic, he is being watched.
Feel too comfortable to push
Yeah.
forwards. They're waiting for Mystic to come through.
He demoted Shados.
Rolling Thunder. Back for a response. Yampi destroyed.
Guys, it was nice for them though. Their money's low. Kept this one clean. I would say Yampi's ult was maybe a little bit questionable considering the scoreline. I think they probably should have just done
On
damage.
the side of Koi to take them to double digits.
That was nice though. The
Absolutely
Uta was
what
really
they
good on this.
needed.
They're
With,
very
again, that
patient. They
money
were super aware of the
situation,
Nats
we
luck
needed
as
to
well.
see them carry as much over
They
into
keep
this
getting
round.
lurked on, so it's
And
nice for them to actually
top it all off, they get to recover
get
that
the kill on this
operator.
time.
Just the sweet cherry on top of the situation. You get the celebrations here, but you can also see, I feel like out of all the coaching duos, that is like the most like bro duo out there too.
We're biased cast.
Early Omen flash or?
We're sold on Koi. For their coaching stuff, that is. But still,
Nice flash in the corner. Rala
Koi
goes
winning
in.
that round is exactly what they needed. We talked about the
Yeah, and
stakes
they're
of it.
really trying to set this up, and at the same time they
now
get the
they're
orb
back
over
in
towards
contention.
Camo.
This
And I
is
like
still
this because they're then
anyone's
going to
game.
think that the Raze is holding this angle, but actually it's the
coin flip
Omen.
round.
And then that means the ult can be anywhere.
Koi
This is
and
pretty
Team
cool from Koi.
Liquid.
Because Liquid obviously going to hear the
Back
orb
into a
get
difficult
taken.
position.
And they go
Difference too
so
is
nuts.
Kiko used that showstopper last round, and Camo's no cycle
See
up
that
to
the ult
his.
comes up.
Stark so ready and waiting for this mid crunch. Doesn't
We've also
quite
got
have
the
luck. We
also got the
Shadows
good
will be
camera
the
that
next
spots over
player to
towards A for
contest.
early info.
But he doesn't have much
There
cover.
is 3 in front of
Pre-smoked.
him.
Into the smoke they go. Gets
Oh.
one before it drops, but that's a lot of information. 3 players recovered, but they do drop back just a little.
Taking out Mystic is key here, though. The fact that they no longer have smokes to work with here on Team
Yeah,
Liquid.
no smokes means that Bobra holding here is
How much of a
unreal.
difference will it truly make?
I think it's a higher value trade.
And Yampi doesn't have flashes anymore. So dry peaks, unsmoked peaks. They're gonna have
Yeah,
to take
Yampi
this
turns into the luck
together.
on this.
Coordinated. Shadow, he's got everything to his disposal apart
Cage
from
to
his Rolling
cross,
Thunder.
cage to cross
And there's a
again.
flank in the making,
Yampi
the likes of
has
Yampi,
outrageous
and that
timing,
nobody
but
currently is reading. Camo no more. Yampi on the flank, and there's nothing Koi could have done about it. Grabinho,
Damn, bro, the
ghost
dinks.
in hand, gets true out of nowhere, and Kiko left in the hot seat. Has to run
Oh my
away.
god, this
They
guy with a
chase right
ghost.
after him, but
He takes
Grabinho
on 3.
continues with the ghost.
What
A 3K with the pistol here for
Just
Koi.
dinking everyone.
It's absolutely insane, especially when you had the fact that Yampi was flanking around through mid, finds 2, and the fact that you're just able to shift the round completely.
Look at this.
We'll see that again. Okay, yes, he had the help of Shados behind him, sure.
Dude, I don't think
Alright, he
Shados did
wasn't
much
playing that
damage.
fight alone. But the fact that it's Grabinho to do it with a pistol is just disrespectful.
Right after he throws the op out of his hand too. I don't know
He's
if
like,
you
I
noticed
don't
that.
want this gun.
I mean, he was trying to swap out to the rifle to play
Yeah,
a better
and maybe
1v2,
Yampi after getting the
right?
first
They
2
knew
kills
that
there
timing
needed to
was the
just stay
essence there,
alive.
and waiting any second longer would stop their chances of picking off Kiko.
I like this timeout being called here from Team Liquid as well, though. They want to stall some of the momentum that was just built. That the fact that you had a huge hero play coming out from Grabinho, one of the rookie players on the side of Koi that were looking to make waves here for this team as well. Showed up big in that last round.
And one of the highlight players that we've been looking throughout this entire tournament so far is Nats, and this time not doing so bright. Currently on 7 kills to 13, and this is a player that they've relied on, and something we've talked about in consideration, right? They need to have a couple of these players show up, and not only show up, but carry. And Team Liquid haven't quite had that in the entirety of this map so far.
Tough. A lot of weight on the shoulders of Enzo as well. You know, his re-entry back into the VCT circuit.
Indeed.
Then he's also in that IGL slot this time around as well.
Low by.
But
Low by at 11-12.
Right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to get it out of there, Prodigy. To be honest.
Koi respect it, and it's back.
Didn't want to see it.
Triple A, double B stack.
Damn, that's respect.
Okay. Denying this one away.
It's the same stun, but this time it misses. And crucially enough, that means that Kiko is able to find the pick. Camo looking to go right after him.
Yeah, and
with the
insta-flank
showstopper,
him.
it picks up Nats as well. So topsy-turvy, it looked like Kiko had the opening for Team Liquid, but instead it's for Koi. But look at the flank. The Starks are going all the way around, and nobody's looking in that direction. That's a spray down. It could have been a second kill, but it isn't,
But it
as
is.
Gampi gets a pick on the other front. So Koi
Manic.
vacate. They know they've got the numbers, now they've got to play the trading game.
And look how much
Shadow's kinda
pressure
low.
Koi were able to make now on this duo here in Enzo and Mystic. Shifting back over towards this A site. Starkso ran all the way back towards B just in case.
It's camera in garage, making sure that no one is pushed up to spawn or mid. Instead, Team Liquid look to push towards the safe site. Shader spots one, I think, on the mini-map. Shadow is all he has to
a
do
little
is wait
jump
and
spot
hide.
as well.
He has to be
Baits this
cleared.
guy over towards sight.
Nobody's cleared him just.
He heard a step.
Step 30 seconds. Shadows peeks out. That's one pick. Looks to run away, but Mystic trades 30 seconds. Mystic has got to do it alone.
This guy on sight has
Bundle
been silent
upgraded.
the
25
whole
seconds.
time.
Spike left behind. But there's
If
also
you're
Starks
Mystic,
are
you
in
think
mid.
he's
He has to be
elbow.
careful.
He wants to wrap back around, but with 20 seconds on the clock, the spike down.
Shadow, I think, has revealed himself already.
Ooh.
But Mystic is looking in his direction.
He doesn't have time for this.
They've been teammates before, but he has to read his teammates'
Yeah,
game
10
plan.
seconds. Dude,
And
Shadow
I
is
don't think
so
he has
patient.
at all. 7 seconds to spare. Shadow just plays the patience game, and all he needs to do now
Yeah, one
is
chance,
swing
but
and
Liquid
put
kind of
Mystic
knew this
to
was going to
sleep.
happen in terms of them
Map
ecoing.
point for Koi on their own map pick. Sunset is 1 round away from being theirs.
Team Liquid have been making them work for it, though. The fact that this opener was everything in the hands of Camo, not only to equalize, to find the numbers advantage and stall out that fast start that Team Liquid were looking for on the execution. One more round. Still able. we just heard Emil, he's behind.
Emil was like, he's behind you, but they can't hear you, mate. I'm sorry. And that's not how it works. You need a timeout for that, and you can't time out mid-round. Team Liquid take up mid-space. We don't
Enzo,
have to say how important
Fatal.
this round is for them.
Yeah, one chance for Koi to take it down. They still have the op on the Omen over towards side,
Lose the
and
first head-to-head.
oh, the double setup in market with a kind of camera directly above for them to have into 180 with a trip as well.
Definitely put pressure on them. It's not the series yet, I know. Can't get ahead
So
of
they're going to
ourselves.
stun over towards A,
Good
and
start,
they
good
fade
step in the
over
right
towards A.
direction. Nightfall towards that A side. How many defenders does it
Yeah,
pay
so
in
this
that
is
area?
just a big bit of
much
fake
more
pressure
are they
to go
looking to
into the
push?
double
Prowler
stack, man.
sent
They're not going to
towards
expect this.
Shados. Wanting to take a fight here into
How
market, but Mystic
on
wins the
earth
fight. Yes, a couple of players of the
are
Team
both
Liquid
of them
side alone,
alive?
but they've been able to
This
keep
guy
their
did not
lives
commit with his mate.
intact.
I'm stuck, so I'm pretty furious with that.
He's been huge this game. Shados, gatekeeper of this B site, and he's got the cam knowing that no one has pushed thus far. Paranoid doesn't even matter. Shados switched to the cam, knows that Yampy is aggressed forwards. He's got full information over him because he's got the cam looking at him. He's just BM at this point. He's big brother, and Yampy can't hide away. In the smoke he goes, in his attempt to conceal his position, and now he's got teammates to work with. Enzo tries to confront, but he hasn't got anyone to help him.
Do they expect the Omen?
Miscommunication perhaps, but Gravino now is in the fight, and he's got the flank. Spike down onto the ground.
Damn, nicely done from Koi on this.
He's blinded Koi.
Yeah, dude, especially Starkzer. I feel like Starkzer did great.
Sunset their map pick here for Koi. It was tight and Team Liquid looked good, but the adjustments coming out for Koi looked absolutely incredible. Mystic had an insane game there, trying to keep things alive there for the side of Team Liquid, but man,
some
Koi
big
looked
rounds.
good.
They definitely have exceeded expectations, and let's see if they can continue to do so in map number 2. We'll be back right after this to see if that's the case.
Chat, whose map pick was this?
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Koi picked it. The cam's cracking you up. Yeah, dude. The funniest comment earlier was someone saying that it looks like the, you know, the new skins, like the double knife skins where you get the bubble that you can pop. Someone said it looks like I'm permanently in one of those. Like when you win after the round. No, honestly, I can't unsee it. Okay, let me spam some ads. The Kuranami? Yeah, that one. I'm permanently in the Kuranami finisher. Dude, I'll look at it tonight, man. It's too late. We've already gone nearly 13 hours. I'm not changing it. Too stubborn. Alright, I'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
you're stressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. We still have some ways to go to close out the day, but for now, I'm sitting here in the Team Liquid corner, decked out with the most beautiful merch. Some of it you can't actually buy. I have Lucas and Chrissy join me here for a quick chat. Chrissy, you made this.
Yeah, I did.
It's crocheted, is it?
Yeah, it is crochet. I did it all by myself in like 12 hours.
Wait, in 12 hours?
It took me 12 hours. Like only the body took me already 5 or something.
I'm as a crocheter myself, and I'm sure there's a lot of overlap in our audience. Probably not. That is very impressive. Is there a pattern? Like, can people recreate? Can you recreate it?
No, definitely not. I used like 2 pictures of those plushies to make it, and I will definitely not be able to recreate it. So no.
Okay, it's a one of a kind, a one of a kind. Now, Lucas, we chatted quickly before this interview went live, and you told me that you guys actually met here at the VCT.
Yeah, like last year. We really here like last year at VCT EMEA 2023. We're becoming friends. Like we were here every game cheering for Liquid, the best team in the world. Am I right? You got your answer there. Like we were always playing like at home together, and we were so happy when finally announced the kicker's gonna start. We were all just waiting at home, like, oh my god, when it's finally gonna start, and we're so happy to be here.
Well, and we're so happy to have you here. Thank you guys so much. Let's see what the teams have in store for us on this next map, and that's where we're headed right now.
We will be indeed. Let's hope the Liquid boys give their fans something to smile about, because still, I think they should have closed that one out.
They probably should have, but I mean, we saw just a similar fashion in the previous series that these guys went against each other. It was pretty much the same thing, just like came down to the slimmest of margins, really super tight, close game, and it was basically all the same talking points, right? Where it's not just Kiko up, it's just Team Liquid get up, and then Koi walks into it on their attack. If something disrupts Koi early on in their attack phase, it's just like, what do we do? Just everyone from Liquid just peeking one at a time. It's like, what's actually going on? Can we see something a little bit better? Even their lurk timings from Nats on Liquid, it's like his team goes into a site, it's free, and then he just starts his lurk. It's like, well, they're not in B. Where else are they going to be? They're going to be where you're lurking.
Honestly, shout out to Alpha here. Pretty sure he should be in scrims right now. So I guess Fnatic very confident what they're going to do next. But let's talk about this Icebox, because that is exactly how Liquid won it, right? They just had Kiko posted up with the op, getting record number of kills. Surely Koi have learned their lesson.
Well, let's hope so, because they have the agents to be able to deal with the opper and to be able to deny the info and avoid that. Kiko, it's not like he was taking a passive deep line with the op and just getting the kill and like rotating around. He was like walking up, getting in their faces a little bit. But I mean, even just watching it on this last match here, we saw them. They had stuns, flashes, cages, prowlers, eyes, everything, and they just like walked around into the op. So if we want to see something better from these guys, it's not like they're running anything super crazy. I think it's the exact same as the last time.
Alpha?
So
Was Alpha in the crowd
Koi need
or
to
something?
do? They need to leverage, you know, the harbor cascades a little bit. They need to use the flashes, the drones, find out where Kiko is, and maybe just be like, you know what, if he has an op, we need to use our abilities. And I wouldn't even be against just running Kiko down. Like, you find out where he is and just dump everything on him, because he's most likely going to be alone. And it's just like, but him as the only person. If they decide that they're going to be like, oh, Kiko's here, let's run the other way, they might actually, it might not work on this specific map.
Hey, you guys used to do that. Find CNED, run away, and then you win.
Yeah, well, I mean, current day CNED, we wouldn't have to do that, but...
Oh my god, bro.
I think on a map like Icebox, I think it's fine to run them down.
Dude, Steel is outrageous,
like, just any other map. So right now, that is Liquid's win condition. On their defense, they get that op, they're winning. And if they don't have that op, they're just taking way too many individual duels, so spread across the map that they're bleeding out. They're not able to do any sort of team-based retake situation together. And that's what they need to go for.
Very quickly, who you got on this one? Who you were backing?
I would say Koi. Like, I was saying it before the series, they're probably going to win, and then seeing after last map as well, they probably have like a little bit of momentum on their side too, just like being happy that they got to this point.
Oh, well, it's a draw apparently, so
okay.
I guess, what do we do
Next
now?
map.
Go to a fourth map?
Well, no, both of them out.
No, we can't do that. We can't do that. I assume they're just going to restart the lobby in just a second. But let's talk about Liquid's win condition, because Mystic was doing bits.
Liquid's win condition is probably Kiko in this map from what we've seen.
In general, so dead ass 5 ops. Win condition, everybody ops?
Let's not say 5. Let's say 2. They were passing it around, right? So it wasn't just Kiko. Like, we saw Mystic having it a couple times. We saw Yampi having it on attack, even though he didn't get to shoot it once. But I think when you get those deep lines,
Monkey,
and
thank you
Koi
so
is
much.
doing this
Thank
thing
you,
where they're
thank you.
just like they're
Welcome
kind
in
of
Zelsa
doing info denial stuff,
Go ahead
but they're
and enjoy
kind of
that.
going through the motions without actually thinking about the steps that they're doing. So they're not saying like, okay,
can you
what
change
can
agent?
Happen here? Oh, this can happen, so we have to do this.
It's a
more
weird
like, okay,
gray
let's
area.
run
I'm
through
not
set game
entirely
plan
sure what the
1
rules
of
are,
do
to
this
be honest
harbor
with you.
cascade and this thing to make them think that we could be here, and then walk the other direction. And they're not thinking about what Kiko or others from Liquid are doing.
In theory, you can't
So,
change it once you've done it.
Yeah,
but
what is it? Get ops, move the op around, maybe even get 2. I'm not against it, honestly.
But is there anything beyond that, though? Because I feel like it's an expensive weapon. You can't just willy-nilly be like, yeah, let's get 2 ops, we're going to win.
Yeah.
Surely they got to have a better game plan.
So I think Koi relies on their attack, and Liquid needs to understand this, and they need to disrupt it. So whether it's with an op, whether it's shifting the op around or giving it to different players, like imagine they send Koi sends a drone out and sees a jet on B, and then they're like, oh, the op's B, and then they decide to run back to A, but actually someone else has the op on A. Like, that could be a really good play from them. I don't know if we're going to see much different from the first series, though. I feel like they're going to
honestly, when I go to the
much the
venue
same
to
thing.
stream,
But
I
the
could
problem
get Steel on the
Kiko
stream.
had so many
I'm
early
a bit
kills
worried
on the
because
first
he's just going to be
series,
flaming
especially on the
everyone, but
events that,
most people flame
like,
anyway.
if Liquid tries to play the same way,
Maybe throw the rules
are they
up
going to be
one
able
day.
to repeat that? No, other people need to start getting online. And by online, I don't mean just like active in the
Yeah,
round.
Prodigy,
They
just-
need to
just
start
take the
doing
day
things
off.
with their brains instead of trying to rely solely on their aim.
Can you
Panzer,
explain
you're
a
sick.
little bit more about that? Because you know,
I don't want to get
Twitch
sick.
channel.
Twitch chat and all. So right now what we're seeing is a lot of isolated duels from Liquid. So on their defense, we'll see one player fighting from Boiler or inside Kitchen or taking a deep fight at B. They're not really waiting to do any sort of team-based fight. So
Dude, I think
team-based
there's
fight
4
can be,
seats now as well. We could get it real
a bait
crazy.
setup. So you have one person hiding in a corner, another person will peek out, break a drone, dart, whatever, say like, hey, I'm over here, and then the other player in the corner is able to activate and get kills.
Well, I do hope they have their brains on for this because it is elimination once again on the line. Let's jump into Icebox with your casters, Pavlos and Ash.
Now that's first map went to Koi's way, and I think for many surprise, it's a little bit more competitive than a lot of people would have expected. But now Icebox is the only map that was rematched prior to this series with
Liquid
these two teams. So
on
we've already got
defense,
some
Koi on
anticipation, some
attack. Koi
expectations, which
one
Team
map
Liquid were
away.
able to win 13-10. The question is, can they replicate it?
I don't know, because Kiko had a life game on that map, right? He was 37 and 16, and you can't rely on that performance every single time.
And given that it was so close and you don't have that high-flying performance, it really could mean Koi has a real chance in this series. A 2-0. Chat might have been on a little bit of too much hopium, voting heavily in favor of Team Liquid, but it truly is anyone's game on this elimination
Yampy
matchup.
should be
in
mollying
Kickoff
this at one
as the
point.
push towards the B site has
As the
already
harbor wall
taken
comes in and they
place.
take
Now
deep
only
side.
making
Dude,
its
I
way
love
towards
what
that
they do
area,
on
and
this. It's
Camo's
just so
very,
nice.
very deep into
Just
the
the
B site.
harbor
And
wall,
we saw
and
this
then they
before.
drop
Camel loves
the
taking
Viper
advantage
wall
of
once
this
that one's
space,
done, and it's
especially with
just
there only being
trapping
one
the people
angle here towards
close.
mid to watch.
I think it's so good. Looks a little bit weirder in the afterplan once this guy gets trapped towards
He also
site, but
spotted out too.
I actually think this
Yampy's
box
right
here is
above him.
relatively safe,
And
even though they
back
TP
to
out.
safety.
Damn, that's so nice.
It's all about biding that
A good
time,
pistol.
right? Because for Team Liquid, they don't know if anyone was pushed up with camo.
Could have been
Yeah, and
anybody
then they
else.
take so long trying to clear
clear
this that you've just bought so much time. Keep an eye on the harbor going around the world. Sky, sorry, Sage, no one to stop him.
Still on it, but nobody in yellow to stop him. He's still stuck
No one to stop him. Fair play. Fair play. Wall comes in. Chaos was created. Harbor was going for around the world. Nicely done. Nice wall as well, to be honest. We went for the long instead of just the normal
that wall from
straight
Mystic,
wall.
the perfect angle to get that defuse down, and sure, there were gaps in it, but not big enough for Koi to even push back through either, really leaving them to funnel over towards
Yeah,
yellow,
real calm
where
on this.
the rest of Team Liquid had their eyes
Literally
and
the
weapons
best
set
wall
and
he could have
drawn.
done.
In that area, you could see how nicely done that was.
If he
Man.
had a fraction of a second,
0 kills, but
Starkzo
literally
or
won them
even,
around.
I don't know, anyone could have dealt with him there. I think
Chuck
it was Starkzo
Molly
and
goes
Shadow,
in.
both with the opportunity to do so.
And
Just half a second.
Shadow has filled the IGL role in terms of this one. He really is.
Nope.
Really is the IGL these days. He's now dropping for camo.
The fear of even trying to
Outlaw
push
for
up
camo,
through
and we
that
have
angle too. Like they
only
did
2
manage
people
to
that can
fit
get
in
one
at the
shot.
end, but man, it's a narrow fight that you don't want to be taking as we head into the next round. You have camo on the Outlaw is what it looks like here. Oh no, that's just a Marshall. No, it is the Outlaw. Okay, I see the double barrel there.
Kiko has one as well. They're chilling.
My eyes are bad, man.
That's all right. It's okay to be old. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. All right, let's
Definitely
move.
not the oldest one on the
I'm-
broadcast.
Yeah, I'm definitely done. Never going to be casting with Ash again. But for now, Koi, they've settled into this A-site push. Kiko holding this line of fire will rip Grabinho's
Yoru
face.
has actually walked behind them over towards B, by the way.
Camo, that's so sneaky, and that's his low. And
Does
that could
he
be a free
realize there's
upgrade.
someone above
And He's
him?
trying to play the time. Oh, he's healed up, but barely Camo gets the kill in time. Team Liquid, though, are on top as they've got on the rest
Yampy
of
with
the
a potential
kills on this
cleanup.
A-site. They
Oh
push
boy.
simultaneously. Shadow finds a pick onto Yampy, and there's not much left for Koi to do.
No, look how far up Mystic is pushed.
Especially given that there's
Hey,
this
nicely
flag
done.
in the making. And there you go. 2-0 for Team Liquid.
Got a little bit scary over
Nice
towards B.
start there. Good map
Really did.
control for Team Liquid to regroup
Why
and
speak? Dude,
find
one of them was
their
low
down
HP.
into that 3v2. Now weapons out,
shouldn't
and you
expect
can
him
probably
there.
hear the crowd chanting in the back as well here for the Stallions. Lots of fans here within the Riot Games arena down in Berlin, Germany. But we're still frosty in the server. We're still on Icebox.
Oh, yes, that we are. Very frosty indeed. Team Liquid warm, though, on their hands as they found themselves 2 rounds. Koi, on the other hand, have to play catch-up, and this is a round to do it. Might look to aggress early towards this A site. Fake TP, which does alert the bells here for Team Liquid. Enzo dropping back from it.
Now leaning over towards the A site here. Quite creep up from 3 members of
Shadow's
Koi.
pretty close to his ult in terms of 3, so maybe
he
can take some orbs.
Well. That mid control
Drone goes in over towards B, wall can go up.
It's a dry peek and it's a slow one, which allows you to get a double kill.
Their first big buy round, he's just one tap, 2 of them.
And Team Liquid have dismantled this attack. Grabinho has to play catch up here. The wall just delaying them even
Wall
further.
as well
Rotation's
to
got
try
potential,
and
there's 1 minute to spare, so you can't
get
really
the guns
afford
as
to
well.
rotate over, given that Koi could also do the same.
They also want to keep pushing towards A.
Wait,
they
this
don't
is
want to allow
actually a
Team
nice
Liquid
wall.
to pick up these guns.
Little gap to the left.
Crossover. Mystic. Clean with it. And Grabinho spotted, but not quite
2 HP.
picked up. Enzo instead takes a chunk of health off of himself. And Koi double backing. This could potentially be a 3-0 start for Team Liquid, and every second ticking makes it more and more likely.
I mean, Kiko just finds so much value with this angle down towards mid. Just cutting off the rotation in full. Team Liquid know that Koi are stuck over towards A main at this point.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Team Liquid went for the chase as well. You've got Yampi on a Sheriff.
Yeah, they might as well. Pretty much everyone should, apart from Mystic and Enzo.
Less than optimal weapons to carry over to the next round. Well, Mystic has found himself a Vandal for the upgrade, but the chase will come in, and Koi will try and interrupt it. But no one's gone in for the chase. Now they will. And Starkster will keep himself alive, barely does so indeed. So rifles, a couple of them carried over.
Liquid are the biggest outlaw users. Oh man,
over,
you should see Pacific. Pacific
Left to
is.
be desired here. They're looking
Paper
over
X
towards
love
the
it.
side of Koi as
T1 love
well.
it.
And in
Also
these
been using
kits,
it.
there's no opportunity within your duelist to get some sort of eco ultimate up to cycle in, which is, I think, the tough
Genji.
part here.
Yeah, Genji's been using
Big
it too.
trade-off when you have like a Raze or a Jet on your side.
Not as
like
much as the
Kiko and
others.
Kiko on the side of Team Liquid.
Right there. That TP this time was heard. This time not a fake. So still Team
Yeah,
Liquid
2 safe
wary of
guns
that position
from
as Koi looks to push through
Koi.
mid. Kitchen is covered. Koi a little bit more angsty
Molly
with
to
their
break
movement
it.
right now. Of course,
Guy
it's a
can
bit of
take
a
his
push and
alarm bot
pull.
back though. Does break that.
Try and draw Team Liquid out. Bait out Killjoy utility. Push in mid. Stark so unsuccessful with the pick, so has to drop back. I mean, with rifles
They clear
available,
all under
you've got to see
tube, and
Starkster and
Yampi
Grabinho
takes
find
the
kills here.
angle.
Otherwise, it's all done and lost. And that's
Yeah,
exactly
that's
what
good
happens.
pressure.
Starkster lose the gun, and that's
If
even
he
an upgrade
carries
for
on
Yampi.
walking
He'll be
as well.
happy to take that.
Normally, you want numbers with those hero rifles as well.
Got
so someone can
mollies
always
and
pick it
shocks
up
to stop
when
the
you do go
plant.
down.
50 seconds.
All hope lies on Grabinho right now as he's close to this fight together with Camo.
Oh.
Takes a ton of health off from that shock dart.
Shadow somehow survives.
Yeah,
Takes a
keep
lot
an
of
eye on
damage
Yampi,
for
but they
it.
are watching a flank.
Yeah, this round is
Camo is on
pretty
top
much
of it.
done unless Koi are able to find some Sheriff
Well,
kills.
was on top
especially
of it.
given that
Of course I
Yampi
talk
is
about
on
it
this
and it stops
back line
happening.
and nobody's checking him. Spray onto the first. Shadow's got to turn around, but he won't be able to do so in time. Yampi wants more kills, wants better statistics at the end of this game. It's Enzo with a
Yampi gets his
double to
ult as
close it all
well,
off.
and
No
we get to see
survivors
a
for Koi
second
as
buy
Team
round
Liquid grab
from Koi
another
here.
round and a 4-round lead.
Hey, still was talking about the momentum that would have been on the side of Koi after that first map, and Team Liquid just shoving that right in their face.
They've literally
that's pretty
come off
close
of
to us for that
break
game.
We're angry, you know, they're frustrated. How on earth did they let that map leave them? And this is Enzo putting a lot of emphasis on the morale of this team. Definitely needed. There were a lot of shaking faces by the end of Sunset. So this is exactly the right attitude entering the second map.
Aggressive looks that Steel was talking about as well for
So
Team Liquid.
ult to
not
break the
even
Killjoy
allowing
ult.
Koi to really get that
These two
hot
might have a
start
little bit
on
of a
their
standoff in terms of
executions.
ults.
And now Kiko cycling up into that operator.
Liquid
watching the long angle
decide to
this
change
time
this
round
one up. We have a
towards
wall over towards B, but Nats is pushed in front of the wall.
Koi,
And I
leaning
don't
over towards this
think
A site, so comfortable
Rubino was
on
close
Nats,
enough to
an
hear it.
incredible lurk position,
So I
and
don't
then
know
back up
if it's
at
going to
that
work as
barrier
intended.
behind him. They'll know if they rotate over.
This A-side push, Team Liquid are notified of it. Enzo
Wall
does
goes
call
up,
the rest
cuts
of
the
team
side
over.
off.
And that's exactly what they will do. One left
Always
behind.
to delay, Alarm bot to
Bottom
chip in
side
as
of the
well.
map,
And
catches off
Grabino,
Nats.
yeah, is
Massive
ready for Nats on
grab of
this.
the lurk. And numbers,
Yeah, the whole
advantage for Koi.
trap play on that didn't really work just because they weren't close enough to hear it.
Lockdown's coming in now.
And Yampy's able to find
Ult
the
goes
first hit,
in,
but the fact that Camo
and
has
Shadow
enough
decides to save
to
his
brings his
ult
team
for the
right
actual
back on
after
top.
plant.
Not for long. Hunter's Fury used.
And he's
No
just
one
going to
the
get
spike,
taken
but he needs
down.
to find a tag.
Yeah,
Camo
probably
on the left-hand side. It's
regretting
going
his
out. Kiko
decision.
Able to readjust. Shadow shuts down his former teammate, and now there's two left. Quick on
Wow,
the
or not,
trigger.
he's a beast,
Shadows
man. Nice
comes in
shot
as
from
well.
him.
Koi
It was
get
a really
themselves
important round.
on the board.
Bait there for Shadow as well to throw out that Hunter's Fury. Sure, looking to maybe try and tag one, but the realistic part of that was to try and
Shadow's crosshair,
bait
yeah.
Team Liquid into pushing forward.
And that's what you need.
The
You
thing
need
is,
your
it
leader
used to be
lead from the
worse.
front.
Years ago, it used to be
See,
worse.
so much has been done to get them back in. And then from everything we've seen so far, Koi, all they need is
This
an
is one of
inch
his
to
better
find
ones.
themselves a streak of rounds.
Okay, Team Liquid still have the advantage though right now.
Okay, big rounds.
What do we have?
And we have
Enzo's got
the
open.
lineup for this, but as we can see, the
around,
turret
still
is over
have
towards
an
middle.
off in hand here
So
for
it's normally the
Kiko as
lineup
well.
to break the
Light
turret,
shield
but
alongside it. Soul
turret
holder
has
of the
been
A
changed
site.
over towards
First time
middle.
He's shifted over from mid and B.
Smoke goes in, so because we have the turret over towards middle, that means that potentially they can be going tube. So
It's just a matter of time if someone
with that smoke,
comes to
Yampy now has to
proximity.
play close towards tube.
And it looks like that
Early
might end
info.
up
I
being
mean,
the
Liquid
case.
just have a lot
There's so
of
much early
info
map
all
control
the
here for
time,
Team
it feels
Liquid,
like.
right? Again, early sage wall that goes out towards B main uncontested. Then you've got Yampy.
Recon
full
gets
hold towards
dodged.
this mid side.
And with
Though
that,
his utility
Liquid
there on
really want to
Killjoy
get
and
info,
Kiko
it
still
seems.
so deep over towards belt.
And are they?
They're so aware too, trying to walk the close angle.
For sure. Hunter's Fury, use that from Enzo. Eager to find a pick, and he does. Shadow no more. Sova v Sova comes out on top for Team Liquid. Kiko has been blocked off. And can't do a thing with the operator, so Koi do get site control. So, still, it's Team Liquid under pressure, even though they've got the numbers.
No plant
They're going to
yet.
be pushing forwards. Grabinho in this cove, together with a spike plant. Nat is the one to get a pick, though, but Grabinho comes alive
What
on
a
top.
god on top site.
3 to his name, but now he needs to get the spike down, and Mystic is there to interrupt it all himself. Readjustment, but Shadows trades, and it's down to Kiko. The Prodigy on the task again. Shadows on the spike plant.
I was
but
so sure he's
cuts it
going to get
all
that
off
kill.
to cut Kiko's head. And Koi double it all
What a
up.
shot from Shadows here.
Scrappy,
Honestly,
it
what a
got
round from
dirty there
Grabino.
towards the A site, but Koi survive in that kind of environment. And Grabino was the one to completely turn the fight around here for the team. But because of how close that was,
Damn,
Again.
dudes.
tough buy here for both sides. Sure, everything in full for the most part.
Davidson with the
Sacrificing
prime.
maybe a
Thank
little
you so much for the 6 months, mate.
That
But
energy
utility.
from Koi is just
Yeah.
contagious. Baba, how many times are you going to fall off your seat, mate?
Can we get a Barbar chair counter?
We have to.
Fake teleport.
I'm gonna keep track of how many times it happens over the season. But okay, Kiko's just walking straight up. He's by himself. He's like, okay, you know what? They haven't really contested mid that much. Sure.
Just close up the gap. He can find some damage with a right click classic, but Camo not giving him an inch.
Nope.
Chat, am I?
Would have maybe expected him to maybe work towards an orb.
Am I?
instead,
Did I
but
look at that right? Did he
yeah,
have
I
a
mean,
classic
Koi
at middle?
tends to be more focused on the extremities anyways, so.
And the best case scenario for Ko here is winning this round without using those ultimates. They know they're up against
He pushed down middle when he had a classic and the rest of his team's got this.
If it means that they guarantee a round, I
What
do
the
see
hell?
it.
Dude, that is...
We'll have to see what happens. Cookie crumbles. Yampy at the very least.
You gotta let your team play.
Killjoy flashed out as well.
He's saving for op.
discovered with that
I'm so
recon
fine with him
ping,
saving
but
for
Koi
op,
not
but
actually
when
going
everyone
to
else
go
has a better gun than you,
press
you
it.
gotta just
Got
relax
Shados
yourself.
lurking over towards this A site. The thing is, Team Liquid, Enzo, and Mystic have yet to move an inch.
No, they haven't. And the Outlaw can do so much from this distance, and now all of a sudden, Team Liquid might be finding themselves a victory.
What a
in
weird
this
round.
That it just shouldn't be 25
He had res as
seconds,
well
but
if he
Mystic
could have got
loses
out of there.
himself within
Yampy's
the madness of
pretty
war,
close.
and Yampy's
He's
close
gonna
up
try and
to
make a play here.
He's gonna use
And
it like a
honestly, everyone's one shot apart from Stark, so...
But it's not meant for this moment. He doesn't care though. And he gets out of the lockdown Nats together with Yampy, tasked with the 2v2 retake.
Shados has double molly that he can put on the spike.
They know one's on site, only just planting the spike, so they know Starkso is right beneath us, but he's able to reposition, and Shados is there to help out. Nats has only got a ghost, but we saw ghost work of supreme prior to this match.
Nicely done from Starkso as well on this.
In this particular round, Starkso, 3 kills to his name, comes alive and puts Koi on 3 rounds themselves.
This post plan's looking so comfortable. Chaining these rounds together here on the side of
Yeah,
Koi.
that one
Team
really
Liquid
did not make sense to
started
me.
off 4-0. Koi 1 away from equalizing.
The thing is, I don't think this round should have gotten so out of hand for Koi. This got way too close for comfort.
Oh, yeah.
And you can see that the heart rate is off the roof here for the coaches of Koi. This can't be healthy.
I don't know, it absolutely
This
could be.
can't
I mean,
be
all the
healthy.
players I feel like do rave about the Outlaw and how strong it can be in the right scenarios. Kiko, this angle, tricky, but nobody home. So much information found at the very least.
Sneaky.
Who's next?
Instant Euro ult. Killjoy lurking over towards middle. Nats joins his team because he doesn't want to get wrecked. Everyone kind of finds a body. Is essentially what's happening into this one. Everyone can pretty much trade each other at the moment. They realize they can get a free plant.
Odin doing a lot, but there's also presence in mid that they need to look out for.
Ult goes in as well. Kind of no one. Dude, what a weird round.
Team Liquid looking to contest. They're all nearby, apart from Kiko, and they're looking to wait for him. But with an operator in a Viper's pit,
Still no
definitely
plant
not the
down.
right weapon for it. Look at Shadow. Oh my God, Shadow is being so sneaky right now. Is able to find one, but Enzo not able to find the reply just in time. Enters the Viper's pit, but it's going to be traded all out. 3 versus 3. Team Liquid though under pressure in time. Nats though here to save the day. The spike wasn't even planted, so it means it's all under control for Team
Damn, he
Liquid.
hasn't taken a
unless
breath in
Koi
like 30 seconds.
finds a miracle. Grabinho backs off, tries to get the lay of the land, figure out where everybody's hiding out, but Kiko's got a waiting game. He's got the operator, and this long distance favors him. Grabinho needs magic, but he cannot.
Yeah, it was one of those weird. It was one of those weird Viper ults where
this round,
there's just nowhere safe for you to be, so everyone's just kind of spamming you out, and you're just slowly tanking damage.
Shutting down the momentum that Koi were looking to build. Man, this got so tricky. I mean, sure, the Viper's pit goes down,
I didn't
but
like
just
the
not
ult.
being able to secure the plant just due to the util dump alone on the side of Team Liquid.
It was so rough. And
So
Team Liquid,
uncomfortable.
they were comfortable in all that moment.
Odin op, knives, res. It is a low buy for Koi.
Just did Nats things. He just popped
Good
off.
amount of ult for them, but they shouldn't be wanting to use it.
Let's look here for this round, though.
Still not bad from Koi at the moment. They kind of insert one over towards A. Can maybe hit some rotates. Maybe try and create a lot of pressure. Got one hold in middle.
Mystic's got an
And
angle
then-
covered. He knows there's always a gap here he can work with, but
He saw Starkso
Yeah, he needs to be careful as well because he's the guy with wall and res, so
to the advantage of that
definitely don't want to be going down.
Kiko's just running
Especially
over
when
with
the majority of the
top
play is
screen,
just
about to
wall
drop.
diffuse when they
not the
get
best
over
case
towards the
scenario
site.
for Koi. If they get the plant, at least they've got Starkso's ultimate together with the Shadows as well to try and rain them onto Team Liquid.
Just waiting for that toxic screen to cycle back up here for Rubinho.
And it'll definitely shut
The
Kiko's
slug approved
sight line
sign?
from this one.
Nice.
At least they've got
Maybe we get to see
Mystic
it.
nearby,
Yeah.
and he can do all the delaying possible, 40 seconds. And
Yeah, I'm a
he's
bit
moving
worried
quickly
for
forward.
Mystic
The
here. I'm a
Starkso
bit
screen
worried
goes
for
up, but they're
Kiko
looking
as
to push
well.
even further. Kiko might be in trouble. Camo finding an outlaw shot onto it, keeping
Wait,
the
what
team
is
alive
this?
in this round. It's still a 4 versus 4. Mystic needs to back off. Weird angle on the wall, gets spotted, and forced to drop back himself. Still, Koi. They need to
Grimoire?
get the spike plant, but they're
I
not
thought
going
Grimoire
for
you'd
the
go
B
higher
site
with
take.
that.
They're going all the way around to this A site, given that Shadows has cleared it out himself. Stex was still doing damage in mid, and there's also the lurk from Yampi.
Still
trying to
Still
call it
low
all off,
time
and
they're going to be able
successful
to
in
plant
doing
on
so.
this one,
It's
and
going to
it
be a
becomes
2
such a weird
versus 3
round.
here.
It just gets a good plant on this. Do they expect
Secured here
Yampi
for
close?
Koi as well. But look at the timing right now.
Not at all.
You've got
Where's the turret
Yampi
facing?
wrapping back around. The 2 players on
Wait, does
Koi
that have the-
towards A just
yeah.
have to live.
I don't think they
Oh
would
boy.
expect him to be here this quickly.
He gets this kill. Everyone's pretty far away.
Now it's Peak just spotted him. 40 points of health remaining on him.
Yeah,
Shadows
Shadows
on
has
the
that.
flank. Mystic cannot pass even with a ghost on the defuse though. He's not faking it. You've got to peek it here, Grabinho, and that's
It was a nice try
exactly
with
what he
it,
does.
for sure.
A
I like this
thrifty
run
round
from
from
Koi.
Keeping
These kind of runs where you kind of,
Team
I mean, this is the
Liquid
best you
at
can get
arm's
as a default on this
Great
map, just
timing
because
from Shadows.
Icebox.
And
But this
we
like
saw this last
this
time
thing where you
Team
can
Liquid
insert
and Koi
one
played
over
up
towards
against
A,
each other.
and you can get to
Starks,
here
though,
with the
was the
rotates
one
once you
on
make
that
a lot of
harbor
pressure over
to
towards
run
B and
a
then
lot of
rotate
those
back.
fakes,
That is
be
like
that
the
distractor,
closest you can
especially
get
when
to
that reckoning was up,
a good
and
play
draw
on this
all
map.
the attention of Team
I
Liquid
swear,
over.
in terms of like tactical side of it.
Did he say he almost farted? I feel like that's what he said, but that's not the place for it right now. I feel bad for
Yeah, and they can probably talk about this. The fact that someone actually was over towards A, taking a timing,
on the server currently is for Team Liquid, right? They were meant to win the
might be
previous round,
better
they were meant
just.
to build up the
They have a
streak.
choice. They can, instead of saving the Sage Wolf retake and trying to just plant defuse with it, they can just wall up when they want to rotate, so they can get more info.
Team that gets eliminated.
I think honestly they were getting more info at
don't have an opportunity to play
with the
until
wall over
after
towards B.
Masters.
Why no res? They, it's weird when you're. I think teams are to blame slightly for this as well, but the map's just a little bit weird that a lot of the time people don't play the right situations with Sage res, and you end up just holding it all the time on your defense.
Only one of the teams that we already saw two.
It's like a situational one, but I think that teams are also to blame. To be fair, it's been a common thing all the time. Where like you should probably have a different setup, like you know how you have anti-KOs, etc. Like you should probably have a different setup with your, or like you have a set round you like to do with the Viper. You should probably have one for this, but no one really does it.
And seeing if you can compete.
And people just end up being a little bit too committed a lot of the times.
On an international level for Masters Madrid.
Liquid now on the eco. We've got two here. No, one hero gun.
Well,
Yampy, if he gets a kill, he gets his ult. You get knives as well.
Very true. Not an easy task. No one said it was.
No, but they got to focus here on this match first. Blades for Kiko. Walked all the way up, but look how patient Koi are.
And realistically, it's the Blades or Yampy's Vandal that will do most of the damage for Team Liquid.
Wait, he might.
It's basically what they rely on to not have.
Wait,
just
they
a
all go the other way?
Loss.
No way.
No idea and walked past him too.
Oh.
There's no way
Does he double
that
back?
no one goes there.
Check behind. Missed it. Gives the call that they've crossed over. He's going to have to go all the way around, and that's the first pick. That's a weapon to be collected in case he runs out of blades. Another shot.
Bro,
down,
comms?
and Camo
How did he not know he's behind?
And Kiko takes this round all to himself.
Using the toxic screen to his own favor from the enemy side of Koi.
Wants another bite. Give him the full ace, because this
Absolute
guy deserves
freebies.
it. 5 points of health, and he wants 5 kills.
It was nice though at the end, but my goodness, that second and third kill was just the freest thing ever.
On VCT EMEA.
Icebox has been his playground. The young blood coming in here for Team Liquid. The entire reason they won on Icebox the first time around, and he's pulling out all the stops.
Okay, at least this guy, honestly, at least Grabino checked it, but then
trade
what are
theirs
the,
in this time around.
what are the comms
Wondering
then?
where did it all go wrong? But the thing is, Koi, they were just outplayed, outpositioned there. They didn't necessarily do anything wrong other than not getting those trades in that 1v2.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah, big eco round
it's
as well.
again,
And I think a lot of them picked up guns at the end, so in terms of the economy, it's done.
Where
At
they
least for this
relied on
half.
high-flying performances, and Kiko coming in again.
Last
giving
shot was really
confidence
clean.
with
Oh
Blaze,
yeah.
With the operator now, you know, coming into play, there's a lot more for them, a lot more that can help them facilitate a map victory. But Koi like to keep things close. Like we said, they get an inch, they'll take it a mile. And that's what Team Liquid need to be careful of. Yes, you get a round win, but you can't let this get away from you.
You definitely can't. I think what is interesting though, I guess knowing that Team Liquid, they've played against them before, but it did work. Last time they would continue to pressure, just using Stark's abilities on that harbor over towards that B site, kind of cycling the pressure up with those cascades, denying that information right off the gate, and pressuring the fact that maybe someone had lurked up. We haven't actually seen that same sort
Some of the best teams on
coming out
Sunset.
from the side of Koi. And
Sentinels have a
sure,
pretty good record.
question of maybe
Paper
they
X have a
expect
pretty
to
good record.
have their homework and for it not to be as
What other teams am I
With the
thinking?
operator, first blood, Camo no more. That's all- that's all
EDG?
she wrote. I think
A pretty
he's
good record.
got more things to write for this round, at least. Spotted, Drop back, updraft, also spotted. So Starkso looking at this upper angle. Who found who first, though? That's the question.
Killjoy's over towards mid, though, as well. Might face off soon. Waiting for...
Yeah, and this is pretty good from Koi. Take a bit of map control. Hard to sound. Obviously, sucks to lose a player.
Could definitely be Killjoy head-to-head, but with Yampy dropping back to this A site, could have given Shadow
from so far back, it's pretty hard for them to get info.
Infiltrating.
Passive plays. I mean, Enzo's just looking to play off of that Hunter's Fury based off the tap.
Nowhere to run.
Kiko having to balance multiple angles here. Hunter's Fury not quite finding anyone, but it's Grubinho instead to
This is nice from Shadows taking a timing to hear the guy behind.
And he keeps on giving.
What?
And suddenly Team Liquid,
Grubino's.
after having an advantage, is back.
Grubino just has these rounds where I swear he just takes control. Yeah, and they did not expect the timing from Shadows during all of this. That's a free site. This is a 2v3. So they decide to use the ult in when he's close. Not too sure about that one.
No hurry here. Nats for the clutch.
Spike planted.
And with playing against 3 players of Koi is not going to be an easy one. Down to 70 points of health. He's got the Viper's Pit, but I don't think he's going to want to use it. This is a difficult one. Koi moving all of their players into one corner.
Okay. Viper's Pit could make all the difference here.
2 ults in the 2v3. One's a 1v3.
But it's just simple. They'll just move in together.
Koi will take that all day.
One out of the 3.
All day.
Close up the gap even further with
4v5 goes down into a 2v3.
Adjustment again, that utility
And they use
usage
2
coming out
ults.
from the harbor, the cascade just allow you to scale up, and even if you don't opt to take those angles, take the positioning there, just denying that information over towards Team Liquid, and just so much patience. Yeah, Enzo had even thrown out. Oh, Barbara. All laughs, all giggles over there in the coach's booth.
We love it. We absolutely love it. Team Liquid, though, on the other hand, after their own timeout, they didn't quite get their round win.
With an
That's what they
op.
were hoping for, and they didn't quite deliver. Kiko switches up his angle with that operator. That's an interesting one.
Oh, and the bait as well.
Can be quick to get out, and you have the ability to find those trades there. You can see
Uh-oh,
the other two
any
players
drone
watching
shooters?
towards Bell.
All drone is going to
Oh no. Gotta get out of there in this one. A good drone. They get away with
Clearance coming out
but
from
honestly
Koi
Liquid
to
might take that as well.
deny that
Means it's
map
harder
control,
to get
deny
over
that
towards A
space.
site.
Who
And I
getting
guess
a
B.
little bit more of a threat over towards that
Speaking of
A
B,
site,
they got
and
really
we
out of
see
info in terms of the alarm bot,
swap being
and
made here. Kiko
towards
leaning
middle
over
we've got a
towards
turret that's
B.
spotting bottom of mid,
Hell's Kitchen watching
then pushing through the smoke and obviously through the
as
window.
well, but Aldron doesn't see anything here. So a signal
As we can see on the minimap,
off.
they're going for a fake B
Again, similar
and then
to what we
just
saw
walk over
on
towards
B
A.
site.
Enzo might be
Wait
able
out
to wreck
for
this
that
with
clear
one recon
utility
over
on the
towards
side of
A
Team Liquid
in
before
terms of
moving back
info. I'll just circle it just in case.
Koi, this could be perfect for them.
Recon went in. I don't know where it landed. Wait, no, it did get shot.
And it's always
Yeah, because we
Starkso
stick 2
every
people,
time.
yeah. Killjoy ult goes in, Kiko gets the kill, over towards middle with the rotate.
From rotating over, Enzo still at the back of the fight is going to be a menace, but Shadows able to stop Mystic from helping.
Mystic
is
ever
going to
uses
put
res.
Enzo in a 1v3 situation before his team arrives. So how patient can you play it? How are you going to decide what you do here? Do you interrupt the spike from being planted? This might be the call. So far, he's done so, but with the lockdown enabled, Koi can get the spike down no problem.
And Yampy bought the fake over towards B. That lockdown for the defenders was used earlier. They don't have it as an entry back in.
Dimensional Drift giving the call that Yampy is really close to this fight, so Shadow's able to re-swing it, but Yampy is quicker to the fight. Camo exiting the Dimensional Drift now, putting Kiko in this 1v2. Upper angle covered, but he's got too many positions to think of. He's got no idea where everybody's hiding. They could be far, they could be close, they could be wide.
Just below him the whole
Low,
time.
and Koi square things up in
Yeah,
the
I mean,
final moment of this half.
last 2 rounds were really good from
6-6. This game could go anywhere.
From Koi. I think Liquid could have played some of these rounds later in terms of like
every opportunity for
res.
both teams, and it all relies on the second pistol replays from this last round. And man, the distraction game, the big brainness and the calling coming up from Shadow, Starkso, just being that instigator on B so constantly. Because when you do see that harbor, sure, you've got the top
But I think about
screen
Liquid's
always
comp. I
coming
mean, it's
down there from Ruby
it's old
over
school.
towards
It's
that B site,
proven.
defaulting it. Typical.
The problem is that everyone knows how it works.
But it's when you see
I guess.
Starkso's utility that
But
you're like, okay, the rest of the team should be with him. That's where we'd be looking towards.
Still,
you normally would expect
still does
Joseph
everything you
Faber
needed
being
to
the
do.
one trying to pop his util.
But entering the second half here, Team Liquid on attack.
I do think the Harbor gets you more than the Sage for sure, but
on attack, maybe they can be a bit more preemptive.
I think as well with
force the pace out themselves.
I mean,
the thing is, Koi, they use
if teams are used to playing like that, and you don't have to spend too much time to get used to a map, then probably a time saver as well.
Such a read.
There's only a bot watching this backline, so it will read it, but can you expect 3 players to be holding it out?
Drone goes in, they've got 2 mollies to prevent them from coming onto site, and this flank is coming in fast. They broke the turret.
So the plant won't come through straight away.
Sky in sight.
But 3 players on the flank are going to cause a world of trouble unless Nats interrupts them. That's the first, but he's got 2 minutes.
Nats has done really good. Did he spot both as well?
Mystic is turning behind to help.
Nah, just one.
But it gives so much more space for
now they
Koi
spot
on
both.
site itself.
Grubinho having to reposition, has been nestled out of Stark, so use that time to move in himself. It's a balancing of positions that Koi want to crunch on them. They've been able to do so successfully though so far, but they're lacking in numbers here, Team Liquid. And Enzo's pick here was the absolute vitality. Still, it's Grubinho all to himself, and he's able to clean it up against his opposing Viper. All he has to do is defuse, and he's got ample time to do it.
What a pinch coming in from Koi.
I like the 3-person push over towards middle.
Well.
It used to be like really common back in, especially Americas. Back in Tier 2 Americas, everyone used to do this. To do it for like 4 sometimes.
Oh, disgusting flick from Shadow. That is unreal.
So well done. I mean, and then you also
Wyatt's Law? What is Wyatt's Law? Well, I've never heard this.
Sure, it is a gamble to expect that A push out from Team Liquid.
we got the close cam kissing his teammates' hand.
But ultimately, the fact that there
rematch
was
buff?
also
Oh, okay.
Shados just lying in wait with his KJ utility.
Okay, now that might actually be the molly for this turret. Yeah, that is. Molly for this turret.
Double stack up here.
A good bit of pressure.
For the attack, it's
Starkso goes close with the judge here, and he has someone watching his back. Oh man, it is a deadly setup. Fair play. The problem is, again, when people that watch the stream kind of know that I love the judge, but I hate it in the second round. It's just one of those things that if you get 1-for-1 traded, it's such a savage gun to go to the enemies.
Okay, just a little bit more patience here, Starkso.
There's a lot of people here. Let's see if it's a 1-for-1.
It really is. Oh, and it could be brilliant. 2 kills for nothing.
A lot more than that.
Away with it. Scott's free.
I have the spike.
That is crazy.
Hey, I think it was a little combo with the shock dart that went out.
Grubinho's going for a whole wrap around here, though, and I don't think they're waiting for it. No, they are, because who's wrapping around who? Enzo's right behind him. Oh, he's got no idea. Bring out the knife, mate. I know you want to. Make sure he can get another kill out of it, but ends up not doing so. He knows Nats is nearby, but he's just put Team Liquid in some sort of contention. Well, Koi, an even greater spot.
They don't know where Yampi is right now.
And that's Nats pulling the trigger.
Still 22 seconds on this one. There is a gun that Yampi could have picked up, but he wants to take the timing instead.
Recon not there yet, but he's got a couple of shotguns that could deny the default spike planting positions. 12 seconds, close to Yampi's feet, and Shadows with the upper ground. Yampi with a double!
He has no idea Yori's behind it, but I'll tell you what, nice damage done.
Interrupted, and Camo is right behind.
One of the...
Koi continue with their streak.
Team Liquid made it extremely expensive though here for Koi.
Is a minimap watcher? It's a weird round. It was like everything was just... I mean, everything was just over towards here the whole time.
Just the fact that they had no
for like a minute.
Where Yampi
like I felt like we were having the same fight for like a minute.
And the big reason why Team Liquid were able to keep it close is because of Nats. It's like shots because of this. He turned 180 degrees and recovered in time. Yampi as well, double on the Sheriff. For the old
some shots were hit on this one. Koi take the lead.
To keep them in contention, but not quite the round for them. But it does mean that Koi have a weak bonus round now.
Nice wall to go and slow down this push. 5 players here from Team Liquid present towards B main.
Kiko's so close to the action here. Little does he know Starkso was right on the other side of the toxic screen, but he does back off in time. And Koi back off completely.
Yeah, they gamble sack on this one.
They already know that this round is, there's it. There's no pick to be had. There's a gamble maybe in case an A-site hit does come through, but they're just not willing to give away orbs to Team Liquid.
Not at this point, just trying to play numbers. Starkso back into the smoke now. He hears the orb tap.
How much realistically can you do?
This is going to be bad timing, right?
But then you're done
okay.
invested.
I mean, what Grubinho did
he's doing
on the
great.
Ghost on the previous map, was disgusting.
Adzi looks so comfortable.
And
Oh.
hardly replicable.
That's it. Adzi looks so comfortable in such a weird situation.
Just trying to live. Koi going for a
Wall
massive
goes
flank,
in.
but it's read by
Plant
Yampi.
is.
And shot down by
Wait,
Ghost
did they mess up?
himself. Stark so showing his presence by stabbing at the wall.
They mess up the wall or not?
And the outlet from Camo's done damage. Wait a minute,
Two-person
this might be
flank
doable
behind.
for them,
This is
especially
really
if
weird.
Liquid
Yeah,
he
Liquid
hasn't
do
been
good
able
to
to
take
reload
map
because he
control
spent
on
the
this
time
one.
taking that flash out.
Especially with the double flank behind.
Is taking a long
Koi are
time
going to be
for
happy with the
mid.
damage
Team
done.
Liquid
There's a chance
still
they could win.
should be
Shados
able
has
to
a
close
good
this
gun.
out, given that they've got rifles galore. Shadows got an upgrade.
Did Grabino spotted here too. One snake bite down for the count.
Shados was hoping they were playing out in Snowman, at least deep in that position where he could have gotten a kill, but unlucky with the timing.
All three players back towards Snowman here, and a recon available for Enzo.
Last player standing.
And with Shados dropping, the only one with a
Okay,
gun.
nicely
There's
done.
nothing
Still
he
think they're
can
going to be
do.
happy
He
with the
can pick
damage
it up
done.
here.
One armor
Greeding
rebuy, 2 gun
greeted by
rebuys.
Led
Means we get a
to
massive
the
swing round.
heart. And Team Liquid get guns, and they get around.
Good here. Again, the back and forth, right? You expect Team Liquid to win that one out now.
30 seconds left.
Seen the save coming in here. Koi, you got the fact that Operator now up for Camo. How aggressive does he get with it though right now? Set up, okay, he's got one of those TPs to head all the way back over towards B if he needs to make a quick rotation. Gonna go aggressive with his
Odin.
op.
Odin. Op.
Very aggressive, actually, but that's not the position that's being covered from Team Liquid right now.
Yeah,
Instead,
and
it's
Liquid
the
does
upper
go for the
ground level
5-person
and
over
taking
towards
a few
A.
more seconds to push towards the left-hand side entry of A. But Camo by that time repositions.
Going a little bit
Now,
safer
the
to
operator
clear
has
the
been
angles.
integral for Team Liquid on defense. Koi, not so much.
Get shot early so it doesn't clear these. Instant
See
drone
Camo
back.
holding that big gun.
Nats has his ult.
Fell back
Everyone
though.
else 2 away pretty
Spotted
much.
out
No one's
probably 2.
no one's 1 away
I
at the
think
moment.
would be the guess coming out from Shadow.
Here.
Just based on what was shot out
Cutting
and
through.
what he was able to see.
Plan B for Camo enabled.
Oh boy, they've
Everyone
got
still
nothing but
saying, "Nobody
bodies
here,
to turn this
guys.
corner with.
Stick to your positions. The threat is imminent, close to this action. All Team Liquid players grouped up together. It's going to be a 5-man collapse, and Camo no time to get out of it.
That was a
Stark
nice
instead
peek.
to find the trade onto Enzo, and he will be trying to close up the gap even more, and he's able to get
And they have an Odin back of sight. Yeah, and they have to go through the slow wall and the Viper wall. That is a disgusting little combo though.
bullets all over the Team Liquid
Can't force
players,
through
and the
that.
round goes to Koi.
Yeah, and that's the
Stark
big buy
shows
rounds. 2
utility,
people
an
now can't buy for
unsung
Liquid.
hero within this matchup as well. Those
Gonna be-
reckonings have been
yeah, this seems to be a good timeout.
absolutely deadly for Team Liquid, and it just buys so much time. A
Stark
timeout's
so,
been
oh
called
man,
this
he
time
did so
around.
well.
Both of these teams have been really good calling
How'd he
out
get
these
an extra
timeouts
one?
as soon as things get out of hand. As soon as they feel that things should be going their way and there's some sort of misinterpretation of the opposing play, they get on the case straight out of the bat. These coaches are on it. They can't afford a team to gain unnecessary leads, unnecessary
Yeah,
streaks.
and that's what it means
And
to them,
Koi
especially
right
with
now
the
has
eco
been
that
able
has
to
to
shut
happen.
down Team Liquid's buy opportunity. Economical reset. And they cannot let them run too far away. You can't blame Emil bringing out this timeout.
No. Looks like going to be a force here on the side of Team Liquid from the buys that we can see on our screens. I know you guys don't get the chance to see that right now, but there is that Viper's Pit available here for Nats. So that opportunity to try and cut off likely A sites if, I mean, you could choose towards B main, but I think A is typically the more standard one if you're going to use that early Viper's Pit and run it with that Spectre in pocket. But again, it all depends on if Team Liquid are even able to find that
really
site
does.
in the first place.
It really does. Team Liquid scratching their heads here. Not too far away. 7-9, not difficult. But they're trailing behind not only in rounds, but in the map score as well. They're on the back foot. Koi win this map, it's game over. Out of kickoff.
Wait, they force?
And what's big here is we saw that speed up in pacing coming out from Team Liquid
What's
in
big
the
here is
last
they
round.
force.
I want to see that again because they were able to punish Camo on the angle before he could TP out that time. They've got to replicate it.
Well, forcing
this is
into
so
this
all
round.
in.
Only a couple of pistols for Team Liquid, but hoping they can secure it nevertheless. It's a gamble. Let's just say that. It's a big gamble. If it doesn't work,
Portal closed.
they'll be in a world of hurt. They might be confident in this one.
It's a game of chicken right now.
It really is.
Just patience across the board.
This looks a lot more like the coin Team Liquid that we saw before.
Oh, big time. But this time, Camo's got an operator and is looking at the right direction. Team Liquid move in here. There's a big chance they'll be trading out kills in Koi's favor. Aldroin finding out Grubinho, but doesn't give a chance for Camo's position to be telegraphed.
Yeah, they baited this one in. Rifle shoots it nice and early.
Left side though is huge.
But
when
Camo
does he
needs
decide to
figure
check
out
left?
whether he switches his position or hopes that Grubinho can hold his
What
ground.
is that?
TP out,
Yeah,
that allows
real close.
Grubinho to delay the push with snake bites as he drops back and calls for
101 with the
reinforcements.
damage.
This upper angle here for Kiko as well. We're not seeing the same explosive entries from him now on the attack.
And we're talking about 30 seconds in the making, and Camo's already got
Oh
an
man,
pick.
and
That's
Mystic
really
can't
important.
swing off
Enzo
this because
not
of the
able to put
molly.
that Hunter's already good use, and there's still a player in yellow that's wrapping all the way around. Look at Grubinho. He hasn't been spotted.
Oi, Mystic's making outrageous plays.
That is immaculate. Bringing one to life, but they need to get the spike down. 2 versus
That was
3. It's Mystic, his turn.
outrageous.
The tide's completely in their favor.
Right now you've got a cascade.
Does Nats have a good ult?
And
He's
Shadow
at least got
might be able to find a
lineups.
gap across this
They do
smoke.
have a cove.
As soon as it falls, Shadow not able to treat it or trade it. Inwards, Mystic down.
I mean, Mystic's
in a
done enough.
1v2. Oh, it's so tough. He's walled off as well. He's going to have to go all the way around from yellow, break the wall, and that's going to buy so much time from Team
Man, that
Liquid
was
here.
such a play, by the way.
Save the operator.
He has to.
Every
That's
round
got
has
to
been
be
so
the
close.
round
Yeah,
for
shout out to
Team
Mystic.
Liquid. Getting
Been having a rough
themselves
game,
an
but like
extra
you always
one.
do on Sage on
Leashing
this
up
map
onto
anyway.
Koi,
That's what's
pulling
meant to
in their
happen.
direction, not letting them go.
And again, changing
part of the
that
comp.
tempo, trying to
That
catch
was
out
unreal.
Camo on that. Sure, again, we haven't seen the same sort of explosivity that we saw from Kiko as we did the first time that Team Liquid and Koi faced off. But they didn't need it. Mystic going vertical there with the wall, the full battle stage situation to completely flip that when we saw Shadow get 2 with the Hunter's Fury.
Mystic has popped off in
Oh,
so
it
many
was so
occasions today, but
nice.
this one takes the cake.
Actually,
Uses his
so
own
nice.
wall to
Especially
find
like
a
the
couple of
little
kills
jiggle
and
peek and then
jumping
full
over
swing.
yellow as well. It's been insane. Emil can be proud of that one and happy for the Mystic pickup. Old Fnatic boy.
And
Back
it
in the
was such a,
VCT,
I'm telling you,
where
it
it
was
should
such a
belong.
bold call, but it
Team
really does
Liquid
pay
now.
off.
Off the back of the previous round success.
Speaking of bold calls, they pretty much do the alpha. Yampy's watched an alpha demo and he's absolutely sent it through middle.
Koi as well. Shadow showing himself, but he's got the likes of Shadows.
This time they have 2. I think if he dies
in the
here,
proximity to help out Yampy,
Nats
it's an
might.
off-angle.
Oh my
I
god.
don't think they'll expect that. The
Drone?
Aldrin might even check it. I think it
3
has.
people
And
coming his
Nats
way.
will be in
That's as
trouble.
good to get 1.
Shadows trades it out, but in the
Kiko, did
meantime,
he
it
just
finds time
dive
for
on
Team
him?
Liquid to push across this A site, and Kiko's done so much. It's a 2 versus 3 favoring the
Yeah, is
Blue
they're
Stallions.
hyper-focusing over towards
and
middle.
Camo
Kiko, I'm
trailing
pretty
behind.
sure just dashes on
Exactly
top.
what Team Liquid wanted right now, 2 taking the upper
Yoru
angle,
ult
but the
gets
big
used in a
thing was
2v3.
just
Dude, how many
getting that
ults are we going to
space
see
here
in
on
like
A.
man
Camo looking to find information
disadvantages?
for his team, but it does
What
leave
the?
Grubinho exposed to the elements, and then Mystic is a hell of an element. 1 versus 3, and Camo, he hasn't found many clutches this tournament so far.
2 flashes.
Is it enough for him? No, it's not, because Mystic is lurking in the
That was
shadows.
nice. Shout out to
finds the
Kiko on this one.
opportune moment to
Nats,
pick.
I mean, Nats getting a kill there
Always
is
above you.
criminal as well. I have no
9
idea
to
he
9
does
now
this.
as we tie things up here once again. Now, Koi on the back foot, don't have the money to buy into this round.
Yeah, he actually is. He's Mystic's playing a different game. You're not right. I mean, not wrong even.
Quite a few of these ultimates. Again,
Yeah, he
we still
does
have
dash on
Nats
him.
With that Viper's Pit. That was disgusting.
It's insane.
Bro, this whole round was disgusting. What game
Kiko
is
was
this?
able to do on that A site. The distraction from mid, the push from A, all of it together just put so much pressure onto Koi. Emil was just waiting. What's going to happen? Are they going to close it out?
2 fists up, ready to fight.
He doesn't want to be too early to the celebration. I respect that.
It's fair enough. Can't get too ahead of ourselves. It's time out to be called now here from the side
Readying
of
the
Koi,
celebration.
and
Yeah, he was
where are
winding
things
it up.
going wrong?
Yeah, that's the big question here. It feels like Team Liquid have been overwhelming them left, right, and center. Koi, it's been a few rounds. Even the round that they did win, it did come close. They need to find something their way, whether that is some sort of an aggression play. They just need to stop losing players early. I think that's the fact of the matter. But for now, it seems like it's going to be a difficult endeavor for them. A real difficult one, considering how far behind they are economically.
It would be nice to see Koi playing a little bit more forward. I think Team Liquid have found the advantage as far as just, you know, Yampy and Nats being on those lurk positions, drawing so much of the attention of Koi away from those sites, and then that's the green light for the rest of Team Liquid.
Okay, Liquid's chance to take the lead on this one. We get a hero judge from Starkzo. Going back over towards B, close. Oh man, this is not scary as well. Drone comes in, into swing. Lovely cover.
Aggressive. Kiko's got it all locked and covered. Starkzo not going to be finding any kills this one.
No TP out. It's going to send that away now. But again, you've only got a Sheriff in hand. So patient.
Here.
Clearing out every angle.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. Camo doesn't have much to his disposal apart from his teammate.
This guy could definitely set his team up with a flash if he wanted.
Oh. And he could just
does he TP out and then flash for them?
Have going for them is a lot of player nearby, and Shadow's able to close up the
Bro, surely this guy should be flashing for them.
Good enough. Team Liquid clean up the house. Andalucia flawless and double digits.
Yeah. Sure.
Crowd chanting in the back here for Team Liquid as they find the momentum into the second half. 3 rounds chained together here for the Stallions. And no need to use any of these ultimates quite yet.
I mean, yeah, Liquid get away with a lot of people surviving there. This could have been way worse. 3 people ready to swing. All they need is a lovely flash.
It feels like Team Liquid have got Koi red at this point. They expected someone to push through there.
Yeah, money's great after this one.
Didn't hesitate a second to pull that trigger.
Koi, oh, they miss. Yeah, they missed the jump out as well and just tanked the molly. Recon doesn't get shot as well, so Liquid Nova is close.
But you throw down that snake
Alarm bot at middle.
It makes you just so vulnerable when you're trying to back off towards
They're using a different smoke. Smoke to block mid, and it blocks a bit of an angle here.
It has to be a gamble stack. There is no other way. They need to win the fights in terms of gun.
I think they just missed their smoke.
Because if they leave too many
I don't think that would be on purpose. You have a whole line here. Yeah. It missed up a smoke, and literally Nats is saying, watch out, there's a gap on the right.
Knowing that there's a lockdown waiting on the other side.
You should run.
And Koi, with the placement that they have, the treatment is the same. They do drop back, but Shadows has got a lockdown available of his own.
Yeah,
what is the decision on this? They have a small chance if they want to get the plant in. They go for the plant, they put the ult in, and Yampy goes super aggro, kills the ult and gets a kill, but what a hero play on this. Do they expect mid? Yes, they do, even though the alarm bot's down. Yeah, and because they get the kill on the Killjoy, just everything is down.
Bringing his team back, but is it enough? They need to find more, and within this Viper's pit, it is Mystic's domain. Camo and Grubinho have actually turned it all around, but Mystic has done so much for Team Liquid. All he has to do is do it again. One shot, not
has he done 10-10 on this?
To find Mystic's head.
A lot of ult used as well. Money's still here though.
Square things up for yet another time.
They stopped the bleeding.
Who's the guy that got the kill in?
So good coming out from Team Liquid,
who killed the guy in kitchen? That was
mid,
that was a
knowing that there was
big
going
kill.
to be another lockdown in response.
This one.
And they weren't
Who's
going
this,
to let
Grubino?
Koi take that space, but Grubino doing so
on top of
much
it.
with that late rotation from the B side, being able to catch out Enzo, just changes the game in there. 10 now.
Oh dear, that's not
Yeah,
good.
they're kind of just like, especially when the Killjoy goes down, there's someone here, there's someone here. He is just kind of like, how the hell have we got away with this one? And this is a nice. This is nice. They kind of work out now that the turret's over here after seeing it once the Killjoy died, and Molly goes in. Looks good for it. Yeah, Molly takes down the turret. That creates a lot of pressure. Up now on attack. Back up knives.
Cheeky angle to hold.
He hasn't been here on a buy.
No, he hasn't.
The 3-person setup, they did this before though.
Not gonna check it, is he?
I mean, with an
Yeah, they did this last time.
And it's an upper angle, so Starkzo wasn't ready for it. Camo has to draw back here, and so does Grubinho. He's in trouble, but doesn't vacate the area soon enough. Mystic, wonderful shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can do a bait play like that once you've shown it once, or at least not straight after.
Someone to be around the Aldro, not clearing it, only now
Didn't they do
making
the
his
bait
way.
setup against them as well?
They pinged this position,
I think.
but he doesn't have a TP to get out of there.
It is set over towards orange, but you do see Team Liquid, they decide to back up anyways. Camo, it was important to keep that space. The rotation now being made. Seeing pings from the defenders as well, though, knowing that there is danger over towards that A site. They could have walked through with the lack of utility there. Instead, you've just got the nano swarms to delay that.
And they picked the right site.
Not
they
close
have
enough.
Yampi
Koi aren't
inserted
gonna
to
be
get a
able
lot
to
of
hear
info.
that
Toad's been
signal.
put back up though.
I think the
But
calls
he's
are
going to hear all the
already made
rotators
here
as
for
they
Koi.
come
I
back.
don't think they can
And
afford
Koi
to
managed
go
to
for a
win one,
fight
but then
here.
they lose the next
Otherwise,
rounds.
they'll be really far behind. So they're going to drop back. They're going to allow the spike plant to take place.
He
The
must
rounds
have.
for Team Liquid.
So when he
Allow
heard the
them,
molly
their
land and
opponents
the
to
molly
gain the lead,
popped,
and that's
he
got to
for
hurt in
sure
their
just
heart
picked
and
it
their
up.
guts, giving their
I
opponents
thought it
the
killed
lead
it, but he
after
picked
they
it up.
themselves have
Because
just brought the
when someone throws a
equalizer.
killjoy molly, you always have
But
time
it's
to
testy.
take it back, and you get
When
it
the
back in
money
20
situation
seconds.
is just that rough to deal with. Knowing that
So
you need
shout out to him.
everything to work in your favor, because even worse would be to lose all of those guns. Let Team
100%.
Liquid head to 11, and then you're fighting out for match point without anything in your pocket.
Cast those feelings aside, take an extra breath, use this time towards this end of the round to discuss what you can be doing the next one. For now, their task is to keep themselves alive, Team Liquid on the chase. It's not that they can afford to go after them too much. They've got another buy in them, yes, if they do lose a weapon, but it's still a long way to go. Team Liquid, the lead, and 2 rounds away from finding themselves into a third map.
Resurrection here for Mystic available. Looking over on the side of Koi, again, there is going to be...
Yeah, what do they go for? Because there's two
Viper's
people. I mean,
pick
this guy
here.
can
So you
drop.
see the judge coming in, now
But he
expecting
kind of
that
wants
to
it.
come out
Weird situation
early.
for him. He kind of wants
You know what
the.
excites me the most here, Ash? The Kiko
He
operator.
does a drop instead of a drone. Oh man, and he's one away from his
It's
ult.
scary. If you're Koi right now, you don't want to
That
be
is
faced up.
savage.
No, he'll be
Thinks the
so
Viper
aggressive
over
with it,
towards
but
B.
the Viper's pit at the very least cuts off the angle. Right
It really
now,
does.
Rubinho has to dodge the owl drone, though.
Yeah, and he's done this really well.
Up revealed over towards that B site as well. Look how quick the rotations are coming in, and you just have Yampi's just
Yampi
been
goes close.
sitting
He's the
at mid
alarm bot. Nothing
whole
much he can do
time
about
here.
this.
He's been chilling. He knows that there's an alarm bot nearby and doesn't want to trigger it. He wants to make sure he's in the silent position as long as possible.
At the same time, a lot of extremity control here for Koi, because you
They
also have
push
Camo
down
pushed
tube.
up
What a
towards
weird
Nest
round
on
this
A.
is going to be.
He's
Does
just
he
sent
get
out his
timed over
TP
towards
as
B?
well.
So he's gone out for the lurk.
This is all Yampi.
Yampi catching off Shados. His patience
Yeah.
is
But this guy
rewarded.
can definitely win the
Starks
round
is also
right now.
nearby. He himself is going to try and beat
Here's
Menace, but
1,
he's let
2.
them all cross
Jet
forwards.
in
The
middle.
outdrone, the alarm bot won't be triggered as Shados
Stops
has found his demise.
everything.
And Team Liquid on the front foot as they enter this B site. Hunter's Fury from Shadow trying to deny any of these players, but this time he's unsuccessful in finding anyone. Finds some chip damage onto
It's the
Shadow.
planter.
Onto one of
Wall
these
goes up.
players,
Plant
but it's
heavy
quickly
for
replenished
orange.
back into
What a
life.
weird
Kiko
round
holding
this
off the
one is.
mid-play,
The
and that's
Vipers are
exactly
having a
what Koi wanna
Viper
play
off.
into. And that's exactly where Kiko falls.
The timing there is sublime.
Oh, Grabinho, that is dirty!
Classic.
And then 3 versus 3, Koi might have a chance
Wait,
here.
wait.
Shadow on the off angle. Enzo didn't expect that at all. And Koi
Mystic has his
two players,
raise,
Shadow
but
and Starkso, playing this one together.
he doesn't want to let them know he's
can
here.
deny them for a little bit, but it's already diffused halfway. They might be sticking up, and Mystic from behind. They've got no idea. Mystic
Lovely from
saves the
Mystic.
day yet again. The star player for Team Liquid
Yes.
today.
All his
does
kills
it
have had
one more
really
time.
big impact.
Nail in the coffin now, hitting this match point here for Team Liquid. Looking
They're sitting
to
at
take
like,
us to
what,
the
2-4?
decider in this best of
2,400?
3 in Group A. Now, looking over.
Man,
or Group
Icebox
B,
is
sorry,
such a
but
messy
now looking
game
over towards
sometimes. It's such a
Koi.
messy map. Look at that.
It's tough buy. You've got 2 Guardians alongside the Vandal, and then you've also
Yeah.
got the Bulldog. Yampi's. Okay, whoa. That energy. Love
Okay,
to hear
2.
it for Team Liquid.
2 chances.
Oh, they've only got
But
one round
damn.
left.
And
Him and Mini Boo gotta go on
yeah,
the screen.
1 away from the Yoru ult,
One
so
round
they want
left,
to make
but
sure they
it's
punish
potentially
this.
split.
Recon
2
goes
rounds
in.
for Koi, potentially overtime.
At least gets a scan off so they know it's
Thing is,
clear.
Koi,
Starkso
they
jumps
struggle
straight
on
back
the
to the
defense.
pause.
This
No,
is their weak
almost.
point. It's really the attack, and they didn't find the advantage that they were looking for in the first half.
3 people
Tend to
walk
fight straight
aggro.
exactly where they can find the most pace, but Camo, that is beautiful. Finds himself back in on top, and the fact that Starkso gets one, albeit the
It's my,
resurrection, Koi has still got the
it's my
numbers
molly
advantage.
lineup on this one. That's
Heal
nice.
coming up here as well. That
Had to
recon
re-clear.
already
This was very
used.
nice from
Still an owl drone to work
very
with.
nice
Yampi on the
from
luck, though.
Koi.
This could be crucial. There's nothing to
With a res,
alarm
they come up on top.
Koi here from this flank.
No, nothing towards Boiler. It's
Camo
only the
also gets a
alarm bot
kill, so
over.
instead of the ult that they were trying to deny, he actually just gets the kill for his ult, and they're going to get good info at 50-second mark. He's going to
So
see
all
only
Team
one
Liquid
pass
are
in
doing
A.
right now is trying to buy the time to wrap
You
around
can see
here.
both of these.
Let
We need to keep an
Yampi
eye on
get in a
Yampi.
great
Yampi
position to
has
change
walked
the tide
all
of this
the way
round.
through.
Scouting good here for Camo at the very
He He is getting spotted though.
Camo's shown
Big
his
jaw
ground.
coming up. I mean,
They
there's so
know
many big
he's
jaws. There's
ulted
this one and there's one
nearby.
over towards their
Team
spawn
Liquid
as well.
look to run away from it. Oh my goodness, Grabinho then waiting, but it's got to get
Camo gets 4. Yeah, there was a duel at both spawns.
And out of nowhere,
The weirdest round.
Such a read coming out from Koi, expecting now. Honestly, it took a little bit too long for comfort for me. I think Yampy has gotten way too much value on his mid lurks, and Koi haven't really given that respect and paying enough attention. But what shots to come out from Camo. The hype. Barber's like, how?
Yeah, how? Just simply
Okay,
how.
1
Camo
chance
rejuvenated.
from 2
Back on the server,
in
exactly
half.
where Koi wanted him to be. And the bright moment as well. 1 round between themselves and overtime. Now for Team Liquid, you could say the same thing, but with a map win, they'd love it.
That's an early drone over towards A.
Team Liquid buying into that one for the Sentinel. The attacking side again, this mid control here instead. Nats is the one on that kitchen.
Yeah, and
lurk.
Yampy's been lurking all the time, so it's nice for Nats to do it. They were all over this mid. Both the lurkers get taken down with a B push as well. It is a 3v5. They do Fnatic wall, they at least get to plant top of sight. Enzo has 2 shocks, that's about it. And Darkso has his cove for the diffuser. This is probably done.
Only just enable the dash. Snakebite nearby, but avoided by Kiko. Wanting to go even further. He doesn't really have
He's a little bit scary with the knife, though.
Held back. And Enzo going all the way around. Kiko no more. Koi might actually have done it. Mystic on top. Has to drop back. It's not all done until Koi are able to deliver this defuse, and Mystic is so good on these clutches so far. He's able to find one. Shaders drops it right back
Cove
up.
misses, but we insta-stick this one.
And they're sticking the defuse, stopping it, but no!
Oh, that was close. Yeah, they kind of rushed their Cove, and that's been happening a few times. They rushes his Cove.
Body block coming out here for Koi. 12
2
to
chances
12.
down to nothing.
First overtime round. We're seeing a glass cannon operator in the hands of Kiko here as well, as we swap sides with Team Liquid back on the defense and Koi on the attack.
The fake diffuser, he saw him a little bit as well on the left, like only ever so
I really
slightly.
like the fact that Koi are taking the supremacy on their own defense to take the initiating fights themselves, dictate how the round is played out. Don't allow Team Liquid to set up the way they would have liked themselves.
I mean, for Koi, they were giving too much respect on the defense initially. At the beginning of the second half, they weren't taking any of that control. It was a free playground.
Op comes in, no armor.
What they have to do is
over
replicate how much
towards
success
A.
they've had on the attack. And
On the
use
floor,
their learnings
aggro.
from the
Drone
defense
needs to get
to
shot by the
themselves 2
rifle.
rounds in a row. The same could be said about Team Liquid. 2 consecutive ones on each side.
And they
of
drone
the
back
field
to set this
is what
up.
is needed to pick up a map win here. He knows, but he's run out of a dash,
Enzo
so
did a
can't
good
play
job
as
to bait
aggressive
this one
anymore.
in.
Walking over now towards
Smoke to stop normal plant.
Stall with some of these
Is this
things
an
that's here
alarm
for
bot?
Nats.
What is this?
Yeah, I think you can see how important it is
Yeah.
for Team
So
Liquid.
this is pretty cool. They know that
don't
they
push
like
too
to
far
wrap
forward.
rounds heavy
Now
like
this one's
this.
very deep
They have a
in,
bit of a
so
kill setup, and he's ready to
Nats
molly off it as well.
comfortable.
Molly into
To
a
hold back for now. Snake
into
bite
alarm
and
bot
poison
into
cloud enabled. And
another
that's
molly.
brave. Starkso down. Team Liquid. All they do now is rotate around. They know Koi is nearby, and they get someone at the flank.
This delays them so much that the wall goes down.
But Koi
This
are
was
patient.
nice.
And while they are patient, in the
I don't know if they
meantime,
tried this
Team
in
Liquid are
regulation,
getting
but
pick
it would have
after
been
pick.
great. It's definitely a
3
sick
players off
change
of
up.
Snowman. If there's no smoke covering it, they're doomed.
Like a perfect setup for what Koi was doing.
Gotta make the difference. Enzo is just off the screen. And Yampy finds himself the backstab, and that's all is needed. Team Liquid might actually be getting a very clean round.
This was a
here.
really,
In
really good
overtime,
ante.
Nats with another one,
I
making
can't
it
believe they were
2-3
holding
in
on
this
to
round.
this.
Grabinho is all that remains, doubles up with 18 seconds. Surely not. And 30 points of health. This is looking nigh impossible.
With a plant, he gets the pick.
10 seconds left.
Will it be enough though, as they're chasing right after him, not allowing him to do it? He gets 1 kill, goes for another spike plant, but Kiko's right behind him with a shorty to the back. 13-12.
Yeah, 6
Map
setup.
point opportunity.
To get another
here
chance at
for
it.
Team Liquid for a second time.
Great stall,
Oh, it
great
is
delay
alpha.
coming out from Nats, and just Starkso being mowed down. They're breaking that cove right off the gate. No safe plant in sight. And that's also the trade-off. Sure, you get the Cove here within the harbor for Stark, and then for Mystic, you've got that Sage Wall if you want to opt for that B plant. Otherwise, Yampy's having fun.
Man, there is so many
otherwise
good
it's
clips
too
from the
dangerous to
EMEA
plant their over
replays.
B. But the Cove,
It's outrageous right
a
now.
lot less damage to break versus that wall.
Yeah, importantly for Team Liquid, spirits are high. They're not the ones on the hot seat, it's Koi instead. I mean, look, both of them are under pressure. Let's not beat around the bush here. Koi aggressing, taking down the bot. Some information
Wait, they
now
had two different
denied from
guns.
the attacking side.
That's actually
they also know
huge.
that Koi have struggled here on defense, right? So feeling confident after winning their defending
Yampy, you
round.
had two different guns. Why are you walking over towards middle?
Someone walks past it.
Well,
with a push
you
towards
got
A,
one.
means there's a pick per side.
But then you've also got delay here. Koi, with these mollies, are looking to just force Team Liquid to stay in towards maze.
Yeah, and they do the Fnatic
on
wall, but also, shout out to Koi on this one. They have
into
a
A.
molly
Like
that
Koi
stops them
wanted it
wrapping
with
rounds,
Natia,
and they
they're
have
wary
the
of such
Insta
presence.
Odin to spam the wall.
In the swing,
No
but
wall
because
to
it's
plant.
actually
It's
so
a
close
lot
to
down
them,
to
so I don't
Nats. He
think that
saw
can
the
be
gun
spent.
barrel.
He goes, and it's Stark, so
Maybe
that gets
not.
the pick instead. Spike planted now for Team Liquid, but they're at a numbers deficit.
Kiko has to go for something early.
He feels the need, he needs to go for a pick. Cloud bursts to the left-hand side as he aggresses forwards, finds some damage, dashes out. Enough of that fight. Still, it's Starkso on the other end that tries to find a shot, but does bait him. But it's Kiko to come out on top. Mystic!
my God.
The brilliance of this man to come
Dude,
alive with the
I
best
swear,
moments for Team
Mystic and
Liquid.
Kiko on this one.
This round could be it, unless Grabinho can say otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, we
But
got
there's
it,
three
right?
players
Surely.
spread apart. There's no way you can find them all at the same time. Kiko
That's a little bit
with the
scary.
final
Okay,
blow.
nicely
We're
done. They go to
going
third
to
map,
split.
which,
We're going
chat,
to a third
what
map
is that?
Because Team Liquid are
What
not
is the third
done
map?
with Koi yet.
14-12, the second overtime for us.
Dude, Mystic
today,
was
but
everything
what
on
a way to
attack.
close things
Split.
out here. Kiko really coming alive in the second half of this matchup, but man, despite that, my eyes are on Yampy. His lurks found so much value.
It's been brilliant to see Team Liquid come back, but they've got a chance to close out the series right after this.
And close game. Chat, someone give me a America's update. What's going down?
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask
C9,
about
MIBL 1 up, C9 5-7.
I, the Lord of Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you.
MIBL doing alright then.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Did I watch the
Careful
EDG
of
game?
the
No, I didn't watch the EDG game. It's on the to watch. It's on the VOD review list.
Hey guys,
We got
it's
a couple
Jimmy
of
Lin.
Chinese games
In this
on the
series,
VOD
I'm going to walk you through
the
attack
VOD
on
list.
Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle.
Okay,
You're
I'll
going
be
to
right
be
back,
able to
chat.
fight this.
More, yeah. I'll see you in a bit, bro. Thanks for the dinner.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah. I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it. Yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup.
I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. So I spotted a wild alpha here in the crowd, in the general vicinity of the Team Liquid fans. Can I now conclude that you are in fact a Liquid fan, or are you just, you know, scouting the enemies?
I'm just fan of Liquid, I guess, because they have two ex-teammates.
All right. So you're actually cheering for them?
Yeah, I cheer for Enzo and Mystic. It's me and Yampi, sorry, my brother. And it's me and Liquid.
All right. So how do you see their chances in taking it home here?
I think, after the first map, they prepared themselves in second map, and third map will be good for them.
All right. Why is that?
I don't know. It's mental
It's
game.
just gonna be good, man. It's just gonna be good. All right. So if it's not Team Liquid, though, do you have a favorite player, like someone you're like low-key always cheering on and want to do good?
I will say Ness.
Why?
Because he's like really a good sentinel, and if he stay top 3 sentinel, we'll put Ness. That's why I cheer for him.
Right on. Now, I see you hanging out here in the crowd, and that's lovely. I love that for you. Does your coach know you're just bumming around here? Like, aren't you supposed to like practice or do something?
That's what I say to the guy. I don't want to do interview because of this. My coach doesn't know I'm here.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, well, tough luck. Sorry, I outed you. But we're all happy to see him here, right? Yeah, Wild Alpha here in the crowd. Thanks so much for taking the time, even though you absolutely did not want to. And we're now getting ready for map number 3 of our last elimination series. So let's make some noise once again for both of those teams as they're fighting for their lives.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Alpha. I wonder where he puts himself in that top 3. You know, if Nats is in the top 3 of Sentinels, is Alpha saying that he's number 1?
I think he's just being a little bit humble in that. So maybe not even top in 3. I don't know.
Hey, just make sure that nobody snitches. Yeah, nobody tell Elmer Putty that Alpha is here with us today. He seems to be hardcore cheering for Liquid and things as split. They could take that. What do you think, Lothar?
Look, if you think you saw some crazy stuff happening on map 1, map 2, well then you have to be prepared for split, because we're in for some insanity. We have seen previously split being played by Liquid. They also started on attack here, and they play a composition with Viper, Omen, and Cypher as a core of that composition, which relies on denying vision in a lot of extremities on the map. We see a typical setup on B from the Viper, then the cages from on A by the Cypher, so they deny a lot of potential default players on those sides, but then they do the execute, and that's where the insanity starts. We have seen so many TPs from the Omen into random spots on B main, double TPs into like extreme positions.
How is that game going to be done before this game?
But still we're like able to convert the runs because it's liquid, and as we have seen on Icebox, they're able to go and just do some heroics. We have seen Mystic actually pop off on Icebox, and hopefully he's going to be able to do the same on Split. But bear in mind, when they swap the sides to defense,
I love that, man. I can spot a guy that's been here for a while. C9 looks like a completely different team. He knows he can't flame, but he's like he's got it in there. And honestly, that's my kind of guy.
Composition with the
that can be interpreted. It can be interpreted as anything, and you kind of nailed it.
Two other agents will
you actually nailed it, man.
Sky in this case, right? So you have so much util to stop potential pushers, so much util to get early info.
You worked it out, man. You sussed the system.
On the other hand, we're gonna have Koi, who on Split are playing.
They don't run the Cypher.
Exactly.
They don't want it.
That's what I want to say. This is the thing that they don't.
Pretty much.
They have a big gap in the defense, and even with
you
that,
did
they
good,
still
dude.
have a very positive win rate on the defense, 67%. But I feel like what they are lacking, they need to be understood by Liquid to expose that gap, right? So fighting for mid
we gotta check out the sign as well after this on some.
No changes, no surprise. I don't think they had enough time to make major changes coming into this as well. But this is the first time Lothar Koi will not start on attack.
Yeah, and this is with a Liquid. Actually, I think like that more crazy side of Liquid here might give them the advantage, specifically also because of their past performance on the defense, which was not effective at all, right? So. And if I remember exactly, Josh made the same point.
Koi,
is a more
in terms of their comp, I mean,
I think this
I like both of these comps.
Up the alley
both of these comps are good.
They're coming off a win,
this has a weakness in terms of the fact that you can just slow play against it, which we're probably going to see in terms of Koi, and you can bait out all the util. And then obviously the no sentinel over towards
on the Icebox.
Koi's side.
But we know he's capable of getting some crazy rounds in here.
Yeah, of course. It is very, very late here at
Breach
night.
is nice. Yeah, I feel like Breach with any other initiator just is very strong.
Whoever loses this map
especially the
will
ults.
be out.
That is indeed very, very true. Who is able to take over this series is determined by this map right now. If one wins it, they move into play-ins. The other loses it. Well, that's goodbye for them in kickoff. Team Liquid and Koi face up against each other on the final
when I switch
map
over
of the day. It's
to Americas, someone remind me to restart the YouTube stream.
For Koi,
I'm gonna forget. I can feel it.
We've seen a lot of,
okay, Koi in defense, Liquid on attack. Koi do an eye out over towards A. It spots no one, and then they smoke like they're taking deep control. Over to how many times, man? How many times do I have to say it? No joke. I haven't seen a split pistol where we haven't had some kind of mid push or mid trap.
That B site is
every single pistol.
There's only one player looking in that direction, but because of the fast swing from Kiko, he's not going to be able to do a thing. Grubinho going to have to look
Ball
away.
Pass and fast rotate over towards here. Do they take any map control?
Oh,
it's a nice nade. Do they flood in? Yes, they do. Oh, the Omen flash is outrageous. They held on to it for the drop down.
But it's still Nats and Yampi to come out on top of these trades. Spike not yet
and maybe
respecting Koi's attack.
Let's
that's
wait.
good for a reason as well, because Shadows and Camo have brought things right back into a fathomable collection. And Camo keeps on giving on the top.
Wait,
this
is getting real close. Yeah, Kiko takes a lot of damage from that nade as well.
Puts Koi to relax for a
I love this mix-up by Koi as well. The double push towards spawn after making presence heaven. Oh my god, they both have the same idea.
Time has been expended. They can only imagine that there's a push coming in from behind. It's still a 1-for-1 trade, and now a 1v1 for the first pistol round win. Kiko holding it back. Waiting for Shados to swing.
Oh, the dink on dink, the armor, the pickup.
Triple for the man, and first blood for Koi.
Pistol in pocket here
Big.
for
Dude,
Koi.
Liquid had such a good pistol. It ended up being a 3v5 as well. That was impressive.
Split though.
I still love the pistol. They walk over towards B, they get in with minimum util, and then the Omen flash for when they get into when they drop down.
These teams decide
and then
to take, but into the replay. Just a quick and
kinda
dirty
fell
fight
apart.
there towards site. See, Koi very much so.
The nade stopped the plant, and then
100%. And I
then it
think
was everything.
Team Liquid starting the attack is actually pretty decent. Yes, they do lose that first round, but you know, given they've been unsuccessful on the defense so far, it's Team Liquid that've got a chance to, you know, spread their wings early
what's
on
the
this
pistol
attack,
record?
try
I've
and
lost
find
count.
some extra
Someone give me a pistol
damage here.
record.
Something they weren't quite able
If I was
do
to guess, I would
against
say
Na'Vi.
3-2.
That also means that they have to find a very big lead here on this first half.
Dude, he's done it again, by the way.
100%.
He did this the last eco. Just strolled into
tough.
B.
And there might even be a chance
3-2.
in this one. Shadows closing up the gap into mid. Poison Cloud dropping. That will be surprising for him. So Starkso is the one that is forced to get the trade. Koi trailing behind in numbers, but not for sure for,
Yeah, and
for
Kiko's
longer,
just
because
Stark
Shadow
here.
is doing quite a lot of damage with the Bulldog in mid. Now, there is a lurking Yampi, and they know they vacated B for long. And Camo is looking in this direction. But at least it's been open for long enough for the spike to go down. And do you really expect Yampi to have this off position? Usually it's defenders in that angle, not attackers.
Oh, this
And then they should expect
No
this.
one's gonna check it. Prowler. Oh, only now spotting out Yampi. So Koi have got the read, at least on one of these players. Nat's repositioning into the middle of the site, so at least that info isn't handed
They
over.
spot the plant,
But
so they're
Camo
probably
is
going to
there
heavy
lead
think the other
charge.
guy's B
Yampi
main.
on the cross, shut down where he stands. And Nats is trying to be sneaky as he could ever be. Oh my god, that's a double. And only one left. This could be really the impossible clutch for Nats here, and it'll be the perfect way for Team Liquid to find themselves on the board, but Camo is going to stick the defuse, but
bro,
does
Camo.
get off it as soon as
That was
he
a really nice
spots
try.
out Nats.
Yeah,
That's gonna
they
be the
just
round
thought,
win for
especially with the
Koi, an
jump peak
expensive
that
one,
spotted
but
the
one
spike,
that
they really
get
thought he'd be over
nevertheless.
towards
I
B
mean,
main.
so costly there. Team Liquid finding so much value. Yampi with the first blood over towards B main as well. But you can't be surprised because back on Icebox, sure, Kiko, 7 first bloods on the second map of the day here for Team Liquid. But Yampi matched him. 7 of his own. The lurk positioning was king there for the Viper player. And well, the Viper slash pseudo
Okay, good damage to
Sentinel,
this,
because we do
I mean,
also
this
see
buy
him on
is-
the other role as well, but on that last
It
one,
is
but
probably one of the worst
yeah, I mean,
bonuses I've seen so
exactly.
far, I would say.
Viper definitely not the main controller by any
So,
means.
not that it's still not
Now.
scary because they have light armors as
Best of
well,
both
but
worlds, right? That's why you see Viper so much. But for this one, Koi, decent third round buy. I guess there's a rifle in there. Not much you would expect. Team Liquid, this is the time to find themselves on the board, as always, on this third round. Mid push coming in, but for Koi, I think this is a pretty decent approach. They've got
another
a lot
4
lying
pass
in way.
and punish over
Two
towards top
different
mid.
places from which these defenders can pop in from. Off of the stun, it seems that Team Liquid are expecting it, anticipating it, getting a pick in the meantime, and the players that are concussed hold back. No reason to peak those moments.
Falling back forces so much utility here. And both teams, just a trade throughout mid. Now taking the space back here on the side of Team Liquid. Look at the hop, skip, and a jump here from Koi to regroup over towards
Yeah, and the
B.
call is to go A.
Look at this
And Grabina has
rotation.
early information over towards A.
Fabinho alone.
And they're definitely going to stick to this
Information
one.
will be given about this anchor with that neural theft.
It's the right decision to make. Enzo calls us out well. Onto this A site they go, and it's only one to defend.
Oh.
It's Grabinho. This paranoia could be perfect though.
Wow.
And might find himself an opportunity
30
to get a
seconds,
kill,
yeah,
but
I
it's
think he
out
had
into the
to-
open, guided
I
by
think
his
he had to
response.
relax
Was
there a little
immaculate,
bit.
And Team Liquid find
he
themselves
thought
on
it was
site
better than it
without
actually
an
was.
issue. With the spike going down, Koi have found themselves on rotation, but you need to be careful of Nats on the flank. Getting that position covered, but Shados
Against
does
the
have
Nico.
it covered. Does
I
he have
don't know
time
about
to
that.
get the weapon? He does, but it's going to buy some time for Team
giving him
Liquid
a
to
gun.
reposition, grouping up their players up into elbow. You can see Yampi is away from this fight, checking if there's any luck in the making out in A main. The stun comes through, and Mystic's angle is not checked out, which means Team Liquid can stay
Nice
on
cut
top.
and nice,
Enzo,
cover
bullet to
from
the head
Enzo
of
here.
Shadow, and I believe this has to be
Okay.
it. Shadows,
They at least
there's
did good
no
damage
way
in
you have
terms
enough
of
time to get three
Koi,
players
so we get
and
to
the
see a big
defuse
buy
Yampi
round.
on the sidelines,
Big
and Team
buy
Liquid
rounds. 2
on the
people
board.
can't buy, and everyone over towards Koi can't buy next.
Decent picks there on the side of Koi at the very least to take 2 of those weapons out of the
So the
hands
swing
of
round
Team
is
Liquid,
here.
but nonetheless,
And I don't think anyone has any
Team
ults.
Liquid clean into
Dude,
the
look how much
placement.
util there was in middle
And this
there.
utility trade towards mid forces a lot of that re-clear util, that stall util out from the likes of Koi, but you also have to trade where Team Liquid have to... Okay, there we go. Listen,
That's
you
one
need
way
your
to motivate
IGL to
it.
hype you up. You're in the last map of the series. It's been a long day.
It really has.
Playing the last best of 3 of today too.
Of course. And it's exactly what you want to
The
hear.
Prowler over towards B and one way.
Team Liquid looking to see if they can win this buy round. Now it's both teams on Phantoms and Vandals. And that's moving in. Dry Peak galore. He does have help of Yampi, but this is...
Yeah, they have no idea he's
Does
here.
manage to find
As we can
himself
see, he could walk over towards the site, but it would be pure madness to try that on the biggest buy round there is. Fade still getting info over towards B main. Does a Fade eye to it. Checks it, and we get a 4-person duel in Benz.
Hold it down himself, tries to open up on the zip line,
Yeah,
but
and
it's
the stun hit both of them.
Hello,
They have no
Coy's
idea
found
about
themselves
Nats,
on
and
top,
that,
but not for long as
mate,
Nats is
look
in
at
the
this.
fight, but it's messy. This Heaven control is heavily debated, and Koi are still ahead in numbers, and no one is allowed on this A or B site.
Team Liquid have to regroup now. Yampi and Enzo to find themselves back in towards A Heaven. And now you've got Koi, Shadow, and Grabinho rotated over towards screens instead. They put the lurk wall back up over towards that B site.
Team Liquid are definitely looking to head inwards now, and Koi respecting it. They know as soon as the spike goes down, they can play the
Look at the
both
timing on
swing out
that.
simultaneously.
Lovely
You couldn't
1,
have
2, 3
coordinated
swing.
better. It's a symphony at this point. And Enzo, the captain, left to do it alone a moment ago, was shouting out for his teammates that they are really freaking good. But for this one, he's got to do it all by himself. Finds one, 7 seconds, hasn't time to get the
Very
spike
nice.
down, especially
Very,
with
very
Shadow
nice from Koi.
spreading his bullets upon him. And Koi keep on the streak. They get themselves an even bigger lead.
I mean, great reposition
Yeah, this,
from Camo into Vents to even...
Man, yeah, look at
help
the stun.
up in
And then
that
they
fight
both
because Jails,
jumped.
Sure, was sought out, but they only saw the one
They
player.
both
felt
jumped to the same
comfortable.
pause.
And now that's also the showstopper cycled into this next round here as well for the side of Koi. Team Liquid again. this is the
C9,
half
yeah,
we
I
want.
heard
So
it
the hot
wasn't.
start
I heard
out
it wasn't
from
pretty.
The Liquid squad.
And with Camo having so many
I
good
think we,
performances here, he already
I
has a
think we dodged the
showstopper.
bullet.
I'm really happy to see him perform, especially lining up his performances from the previous map. Seeing him present on Split as well is something a lot of people have been looking forward to.
Not over yet. Okay, give it some time.
Close angles there, so. We saw it on Icebox, why not see it on Split?
Oh, right. Yeah, okay.
Closer quarters to work with, too.
History does tend to repeat itself, though. But the judge is the perfect weapon here for Stark, so all he has to do is wait and hide and get a double kill himself.
With the stun as well, one bullet.
And the spray from the judge is even better.
Oh man,
putting them in the dirt.
it's too much of a fan of this gun, bro. Why is it in the game? Why is it in this game?
To play this round
This doesn't
for a
make any
single
sense,
second.
but at the same time, I love it. But I just hate it so much. But at the same time, it's so fun to watch.
Health on him, and especially passing the toxic screen here, but I think they just want to secure it, not give away any more weapons, not take any more chances. Yampi fighting damage, but it's only 2 kills. The round still goes to
And he
Koi,
gets an upgrade
they
on
will
this.
be increasing that
Lovely
lead
stun
even
though.
further.
Yampi getting 2 there, even though it's something that shouldn't have happened. 4-1, Team Liquid.
I hate that. I love it. Yeah,
they're
that's
back
probably
onto
the
a bye
summary.
now. That's the difference. They didn't have the weapons to really contest, and that's why you saw the comfort in Starkso to just be able to chase them down there. But these picks were massive because now you're cycling into that Nightfall. You've got a Rolling Thunder, you've got a Showstopper, a perfect recipe for a retake here for Koi, or to even full stop and
Oh, it's gonna be
any sort
hard.
of execution.
This is like 3 of the strongest ults as well.
Brilliant. Team Liquid on the other hand.
Koi have one of those. Koi have one of those strong
They do
ult
have ultimates with explosive,
comps.
but Camino uses Showstopper straight out of the bat,
Wait,
trying to
did
get all
Mystic
of the
just
ticks, but no.
absolutely
Trade of the omens,
own
and that's
that?
aggressing. Will end up losing
Nice
his
trade. I
life.
tell you what, this
He gets
Grabino
one for
guy
it.
is
Does open time
pretty
for Team Liquid
consistent.
to traverse towards his left-hand side, and they will be able to freely cross over unless Shadow is able to peek out in time. But there is a flank now in the making.
Yeah, there is a lot going on. Ult goes in.
Flank on a flank as Enzo is
Fast.
also in the chase.
Yeah,
Viper's bit
fast.
important
They have
for
no
this
idea
Team
about this
Liquid,
guy over
and it
towards
might just be
spawn as well.
exactly
This
what
is
they
a
need to
weird,
do.
weird round. Someone probably needs to walk spawn to bait some time here.
And Yampi's going to wait here. Shadows little does he
5
know he did so much
HP.
damage to Yampi. He swings out himself and
Yeah,
catches him by
and he
surprise.
saw the guy be main. Someone on if someone's on his POV, they can
Might turn
tell.
this whole thing around, but Shadow says otherwise. Viper's pit no more. They need to read that Kiko's close by to this area. Shadow's trying to be
Just as
collective, but
Grabino
Kiko
went to
gets
smokes
Grabino
at the
instead.
spike.
This guy is crazy. And Shadow left alone against 2 former teammates. Both of them
The
have seen
preemptive
the highest
satchel,
of highs and the lowest of
the
lows,
dog.
but now he's got to do it all against them.
6 bullets.
Can he lead from the front?
2.
And running
Okay,
out
nicely
of
done.
bullets, he cannot do a thing. Team Liquid secure the round by adapting on their fly. And that's Team Liquid back in contention.
Again, the timing, everything there as well.
Yeah, what was
that
this on
Rolling
Heaven?
Thunder
Did
also
Mystic
expended
TP
just for
early
being
or?
main instead of being utilized on the Viper's
I would
pit,
have to watch
where
that again. There's a
plant
chance
was
Mystic made a big
secured
play.
by Team
Like
Liquid.
TP aggro.
It's trying so hard to guarantee that Grabinho would be able to find one, not knowing that Enzo was so far behind the play that he was ahead of it.
Okay, everyone's got to pay attention. We're getting another one of those swing rounds.
The timing there was perfect.
Double singular razor. Sorry,
Stop
Enzo one
available
away.
here for Kiko
Insta
off
Viper
that
ult
last
towards
kill
middle.
in
What
the
the?
last
Look at
round
this
as well.
spread. How did it, dude?
Viper's pit
Some of the
out
Viper
to
ults this
nine
this season are
full
leveled up
teams,
heavy.
5 towards the
Look at how much room he
Yeah,
has
they're
over
placing a lot of
towards here.
importance on that mid push, because Team Liquid could crunch on multiple directions on both of these sites. And it definitely denies them from that, but Kika now with a showstopper, will aggress forwards. There's one on site that he has spotted, and
Yeah,
Camo
I
is
love this one-way
deleted.
smoke over towards spawn.
Grabinho's thinking of pushing out of the smoke here, but he needs friends. He's not going to cut it alone. Maybe he can. 10 points of health and he gets away. No freaking way he's
Haven't been
allowed
able to
do
plant for Heaven as well. They have to go for a safer plant.
That's a great read
20
by Nats.
HP. Some of these duels are close. 20 HP, 10 for
This skill
Gabino.
theft is massive though. It's going to read all of the positions of the Koi players, and there even
Does.
is a push coming through from Nats to stop them from pushing.
Stark so
even
want to
more.
use his ult into
Surely
this.
it's just a save now in this 3v4.
No.
I don't think the Prowler spotted Nats.
And
at
they
all.
go
It's
for a
gotta be
save, so
safe
Liquid
for
are laughing with that one.
They've got no
Double
clue
armor
where Team
rebuy,
Liquid
but
are.
they
They've got
needed
the
some
numbers available
money.
to them. It's the retreat call to be made as they look to save these
This guy wants to
rifles.
take
Grabinho
one
wants to
more
take
and 10
one before he
HP.
backs off. But that's Team Liquid keeping it
This guy is so confident.
2 ultimates used there for Team Liquid to secure this third
They might be
round
R2
for
nilled them.
themselves, and
Damn man, the
Nats
coach
Low still
effect.
hunting ships in the night.
No,
They
they
don't
just
notice
passed each other. That's awkward.
The fraud bazooka effect.
Oh, he hears him.
Yeah, that's it. That's the round. So that's the third round for Team Liquid. And this game is looking to be close. Now, we saw Sunset at 13-11.
Overtime
This
and then
Icebox
13-9 as
14-12.
well.
What on earth is going to be the score on this one, given how toe-to-toe these two teams are?
So what do the other two do that can't buy here?
But again, to temper expectations, Lothar talking about it on the desk.
Yeah, I
the
think
fact
both
that
of the
Team Liquid
I think
once
both
you
of the
swap
two
sides, that's
pickups,
where
these two,
you have to be really concerned.
they're
That's why
looking decent for
catch
sure.
up is good, but we need
Okay, so the
more
two people that couldn't buy just go
We
Sheriff
need
armor,
them to find some
and
sort of
they're making sure they
advantage
can buy
here on
next
the
round.
attack. If
Liquid,
history is to
at least
repeat itself,
Enzo's got good money. Other than that,
Enzo with
pretty
the
low.
Seekers
Has Yampi forgot to buy?
available here.
Did no one drop him?
Again, full stack over towards Zay, but look how aggressive Grabinho's
Did Enzo forget to drop
You can
him?
definitely tell this is an elimination match, and especially with Grabinho hiding out in the angle. He's going to catch them all off guard. Not quite the second kill as Enzo is able to trade
Well, there's a
it
gun
back
there
up.
that he can pick up. It's all
But
fine.
is it
It's all
good enough?
planned
Is it
just
gonna
to
delay
save
them enough?
money long
Because
term.
rotations from Koi have already come in. Yes, a little bit too far behind, and an opening for Team Liquid to move
Seekers.
in themselves onto this A site, but they don't know it yet. They're waiting for Nats to push through mid.
I've got your trail.
looking for that time. Seekers to come out as well to find that information.
Nats on the flank.
Yeah, I tell you what, Nats is having a lot of fun against
Player that the Seekers chasing
against the
down.
no Sentinel comp. He's pretty much been
He's
everywhere.
now gotten some space to move into.
The thing is, they don't have sight in that spike. Not down. Still lurking towards A main.
Camo on site is, I don't know when this breach stun comes up from his
That's
teammate.
exactly where they're looking to push
Okay,
through.
breach can definitely
There is a
save
hard
Camo
sideline
here.
to cover from screens and
Probably.
isolating the play into elbow that much easier.
done.
Shadow doing some
30
good
seconds
work with the
left.
Sheriff, but how much more can you do? Koi, Starkso, the only player with a rifle.
Why do they give up Heaven so
there is
easily?
one to be collected for Shadows.
Yeah, they
but
are.
is
It's
Team
either
Liquid
like
gonna allow
fight
them to do
middle or
that?
they just
There.
hold on to spawn
So
or
does
sight.
have his entire kit available here, including the Nightfall. 2v3.
I feel like Liquid have a pretty good read in terms of when they like the 4-1 that Liquid are doing in terms of like 4 and then Nats Lark. Like because they over rotate so much in terms of Koi, make a bit of sound, and then I just feel like Nats just takes so much map control on his own.
Some super heroics here, but with the time running out, I can only imagine this is for them to deny the saves of the guns. Enzo spotted, looking to exit another way, not
Yeah,
willing
another
to
round
take
where
the
3 of them
chance
survive as
losing this
well.
weapon for the next one.
The no drop,
With
the
the
Yampi
spike
paid off a
exploding
little
here,
bit.
we'll be seeing two
Enzo stacking the
teams on
cash.
even sides of the scale. Shadows giving his life to the spike explosion. Even footing on both sides, and a reset for both of these teams.
Ability to equalize here for Team Liquid. Again, Nightfall still in pocket. The buy able to come up here for Koi as well. Oh, you're... Okay, we saw We saw the op on Kiko
Was this a
on the
low buy from Koi here though? So now they get their full buy-in. Kiko has their op, and maybe
you don't have those cloud bursts to actually cover.
I was gonna say I thought this would be over towards B, but let's see what they got planned.
A bit more dangerous. So slowing things down, not gonna have that same kind of tempo, that pacing.
Koi opt for their retake wall over towards A as well. So
hit the gas.
I don't know if this is like an obvious read, but
it's been measured here.
we will see.
On the attacking side from
This is weird because they retake wall, but then they double push. I'm not sure Yamp's gonna be fully ready for this. Obviously, there's a trip in front of him.
Signal over to Yampy as well.
Shout out to Koi for at least playing a lot different from when they did this last time. Yampy has both of them run away though. While this is going on, I'm a little bit worried that Mystic is solo in vents. Smoker on his own.
They're so aware. Shadow's just watching, ready.
They know they've given the space away, which is why Shadow's looking in this direction.
And the thing is, Stark, so with his forward positioning, again, he has that Nightfall to work with.
There's a push happening in Garage simultaneously, so who wins out on these fights will be super
Prowler goes over towards A main, doesn't hit. Fatal
still
hits 2 in vents.
In the chances here for Team
Nat's
Liquid.
ready to
Still move
tell
to
them
this
they
B
can go over
side.
towards
So
B.
only mid-control
Early
they've garnered,
rotate from
and they've
Camo,
lost
still has
everything
nade,
they've
30
gathered
seconds.
Towards vents. And there's one covering it. It's Camo. And if he peeks this, he can do a hell of a lot of damage. Nats now pushing through Garage.
Nats is making so much pressure though. What a weird round.
Shados
Look at
is in big
Shados.
trouble, and Kiko finds a pick onto Stark. So finally, Camo makes his presence known. Shados peeks out from the smoke, and it's so good from Koi. They've crept up by surprise, and Kiko, this is not the best weapon to have in this situation. You're dirty.
Yeah, no time
with
on it, but
pick,
that was
there's not
impressive.
much else you can do. 5-4, Koi
Shados, man, Shados.
You've got the operator now
did so
carried
well.
over for free here for Koi, an investment unnecessary. Now that they've been able to just pick up the weapon and toss that over to Stark. So this time around, God, I just can't. This replay coming in here. The smoke was
How was map 2?
everything for
Oh man,
Shados.
it's just icebox, dude.
And he had to be so
Like it was
patient to pull the
close.
trigger,
Like it could have gone either way.
and, you know,
But it's
bullets
just
raining
icebox.
upon it from
You
main.
never see much new on it. It's just the standards. Especially when the comps are this
Paying dividends for
same-ish.
sure.
Oh, aggressive. Peak doesn't know that one is snuck on the other side.
Yeah, he's crept past them.
Toxin screen down.
Not holding the angle.
Yeah,
Hiding here.
No way! So he's gonna go for the swing, and he has the
He
pick.
gets
That's
an op.
upgraded weapon. It's
Oh my,
huge.
goes straight to
It's an
heaven. The
operator
best
at
gun
that,
for
so
him as
Yampy
well.
needs to take
He
use of
rarely
it.
gets to op
Needs to aggressive
these days.
further. There's one
Does he hit
peeking
the
right
shot on
now.
heaven?
Shados, who's gonna win that one-on-one? Well, there's a
Instant
push by
reaction.
Robinho that Enzo is gonna
Jewel
win
on
out by
heaven.
the end of it.
Does hit the
Yampy
shot, but there's a leg
aggressive.
shot.
He's done damage onto Shados, but not quite the kill he would have
Feeling
loved
fruity,
to
thank
pick
you.
that up.
With the prime, thank you for the 11 months.
Yampy.
Dude didn't wiggle his Prowler enough.
Often in these rounds, the fact that a lurker to rival Nats, and then you have 2 of them on your team in and of its own.
Oh man, Bar cam here.
Now the rotation to be called. Camo alone here on site has to find one.
He definitely does. They're playing from behind here massively. So that's one pick. Make that 2! The coordination from Team Liquid is rough there, so Camo was able to do everything.
Oh my god,
Camo, all is needed.
He's a
is
beast.
this man. Camo does it all by
Oh, the
himself. No
spacing.
matter how many players looking for the ace, Yampy stops it from happening. Well, with 20
Dude,
seconds
he's
and 2
really
players to
wanted
deal
that
with,
ace,
it's not
man.
all over.
Not happy on
Not
the
quite
web on the
yet.
cam.
He's put Team Liquid to bed, to quiet.
Wait.
And Yampy with 18 points of health has to read where both of these players are, and there's one circulating right around him. It's Shadow.
Damn,
That
really?
Yampy's able to read
Molly,
8
this guy
seconds
can't run
versus
through it
triple.
'cause he's low
Both
HP.
Viper players
Oh,
alone.
what is
might
this
be a
round?
topsy-turvy on top of another one. And with the
How is
spike
how has
planted,
Yampy made
can
this
just back
winnable?
off.
He doesn't know. He's not 100% certain on Shados' positioning right now.
Yampy's breathing fresh air right now, taking a breath. Shados has to regress forward, and Yampy gets the timing! A quadra kill on top of Camo's quadra!
Sick round from Yampy.
Liquid in play!
Sick round. Dude, Camo must be furious. Nice 1v3 on top of the timing over towards A as well.
One-man armies on both sides trying to save the round for their team.
Yeah, and he knows he's low because he legged him earlier.
Way to do it. Yampy, the player you want in that situation.
I can't believe that Camo was allowed to do
Yeah,
that.
and honestly, I would say that Shadow messed up
But
here.
Yampy turning it all around
The
himself.
1v2, he doesn't know his back of sight and he went for the
You
stun.
can definitely tell
Like,
there's a lot of pressure around
Yeah, that's all in the same rounds.
Emotion,
That is all in the same rounds. Timeout. Oh, mate. Gives them a timeout afterwards to think about it.
It's all getting a little bit too
Mills, Mills an absolute
the juxtaposition in between those
savage.
coach cams. You can see the difference between when Barbar and Co were watching Camo get that 4K, and then it's like, oh, man, guys.
Oh, damn it.
Come on.
Camo was not happy he didn't get the ace.
You can't not let that happen. And the thing is, they thought they had a good flank. They thought Shadow was able to pick it out, but Nat's intuition is out of this world. Absolutely incredible. So everybody in their thinking chambers.
Called it before Yampy clutch? Yeah, for sure.
Okay, equalize 5-5. What do you do on the side of Koi? It's an equal round coming in for them. Got maybe a hero rifle to play with because Camo, it did manage to scoop up those extra credits with the 4K that we saw into the last round.
It broke the
loss.
economy.
But otherwise, you're not working with much, so all eyes have to be on the duelist for Koi. Again, it's only 2 rounds here until we swap sides.
The Liquid's attack looked pretty good. It was their defense that didn't look great against Na'Vi.
They cannot afford to lose this round. I mean, come on. They've had a couple of seconds to reset from the previous one, because let's be honest, that was chaotic. And in these chaotic moments, it's anyone's game. So calculated play required for Team Liquid to close this out their way. 2-player stack.
How were the first 2 maps? Both like 50-50, really close maps.
There's not many weapons available for them. Camo's the only one who really could do a lot of damage theoretically with a Vandal. So Starkso here with just a mere pistol is only playing the delay game, and he's trapped in place.
If you're gonna rewatch any, watch the first. The second probably this is just standard Icebox, really. Mate, this Camo kid.
Koi is in play right now. Viper spit towards screens, denying Shados to move in that direction. So Team Liquid could funnel themselves into that position.
I mean, they only have 2 avenues now. It's going to be towards main, taking that ramps, and then heaven itself.
Wait, are they gonna get spammed?
What's still available to try and clear out into that Viper's pit?
Boombot into the Viper pit might work. Well, this might get him.
Everybody is Boombot available to them. One spotted, spray down.
Then they can spam off of it. They know where one is. They don't know where the other is.
Not missing.
No bullets.
It's Kiko all to himself. 30 points of health. It's so difficult. One gets to the spike, but they're both
nicely played from Koi. Dude, this Camo kid is making rounds doable that should not be doable.
It's Koi to be the first on 6. The first to at least guarantee a draw.
I didn't like how they played that ult.
I'm sure they'll want way more than that.
Off the back of it,
I mean, I kind of like the ult, but I feel like someone has to push into spawn.
When they had the numbers advantage off of the Yampy.
But I guess they don't know someone's either side. But is someone really going to wait until 1
Cameron was
HP?
like, guys, I got a 4K the previous round. Do I really need to carry every single round here?
14-9 there for the duelist. Now awkward buy here for Team Liquid. You can see the celebration for Koi. They know that Team Liquid have this
Liquid
last
just have
round
no
on the back
money
foot.
after this. They got Razor to bail them out. Maybe
going in, even if they
maybe a strat with the Omen ult. This is the first time with Koi.
Because they struggle on defense.
I've stacked a little bit heavier over towards B in terms of the bait setup.
Unless they've been able to fix all of their mistakes, I'm sure for them to float split, there must be good reason for it. Maybe they didn't think they'd be in this situation. Maybe they thought it would be a 2-0 already.
Still have the retake wall over towards A as well, so they could definitely play heavier over towards B with this.
Mid presence from Team Liquid, not quite aggressing that far. It's garage control that they're looking to exert power on so far, and it's a showstopper straight out of the bat for Kiko to gain
No one is
space.
following this one up.
Half
clear. Yeah, nicely done from Shadow. They were on top of this. Almost looked like they antied it.
Camo on the other end. Blast pack to the side, but it's Koi that wins every single one of these fights, apart from Camo's demise.
Okay, recovered at the very
Yeah,
least
gets
with
the
from
spike,
the shadows, but that leaves Mystic in a
1v4.
1v4. Fence control, but he is surrounded.
This guy bottom mid's done him.
Bottom mid.
Look, Mystic, this has been the best series.
What a comeback from Koi as well. That round prior to this, like if you're thinking where it all went wrong, that was the round.
At least for now. And back to a point where these teams need to put their heads together, think about what the approach is. The switch of half is about to come through. The switch of sides, that is.
Okay. pistol rounds. This is a must-need here for Team Liquid. They have to find success on the pistol. Try and equalize early on in their matchup
Corner clearing,
against
yeah,
Na'Vi. They ended the
has
half
been a thing for a
7-5
few rounds.
for
You're not wrong.
Didn't see a single one on defense go their way. And Koi, this is a team that also strives on the attack too.
Liquid, man, I'm telling you, chat.
Attack, right? So pair that up with Team Liquid's
I haven't seen every singular split. There hasn't been a pistol where 4 people from defense don't start in this box. Every single one in all of VCT.
Rounds here. Team Liquid take full pressure over mid. No one is there. So
It's just, it is the meta at the moment.
Okay, the push down towards mid. 4 people walking down towards sewers. But that also gets tricky with Yampy being the only one to retake here into heaven and pinched in a crossfire at that.
But why? I mean, it's good you can have fast flank, right? No matter where they go, you can have a reaction. And they just had trip to get info. Like, it makes a lot of sense. It's kind of like when the 4-1 Haven strat started being really common.
Yes, you'll delay it, but Team Liquid need a pick and they need it quick. Shadow up against it. He knows Kiko would push right past it.
It's a solid crossfire on this, and is he just going to send it?
That aggresses right after them, and it's Enzo or 2 himself. His teammates' bodies all before him. He has to trample over them. As Koi secure this round, find some damage, do what you can, but it's all over in this one. Koi increase their lead with this pistol win. It's 8-5 for Koi.
Oh my god, clinical post plant coming out from Koi after that round.
Double pistol?
Team Liquid, you saw the idea that they had there. They wanted to try and mow down on that flank that was coming through, and you had so much stall. Shadow buying so much time from ramps, and just even seeing this into the replay as well, the fact that Koi are not afraid to push forward.
What the hell? It's cut out
Early
again.
celebrations from Barbar, of course. The excitement, I feel like it's a roller coaster in that coach room at all times.
It really is.
Yeah, the noise of it going out at the end
here. I
here.
feel that they've got a genuine advantage in closing out this map as a whole, this series perhaps. I think Icebox was a bit of a different affair, a bit too topsy-turvy, a bit back and forth, but this is the real streak of rounds that Koi's creating.
You also can't get too
Bro's not
overconfident
even,
just based off the stats that you're seeing.
dude's not even turning around to get a better plant for B main.
Changes can be made, adaptations are possible.
If you give Team Liquid anything, they can make something out of it. Dribinho close to this trip, to the cage, rather. And he's got teammates as well. But Team Liquid rotating all the way around. They've only got pistols. And again, want to deny the orbs. Koi look to secure this here. There's no
Pistols,
way Team Liquid are going to
4-2.
go for the bounce on the fight. There's not much time remaining on it. They'll try maybe to deny any weapon, any rotation of it. But at least they'll secure them. There's no gun, well, there's no orbs going their way. A dink, perhaps, and then perhaps a collapse.
Oh, the blender?
To find
Some nice damage in the end. That's a good person to farm though for Camo. Definitely did good damage.
At the same time, Yampy dying to the spike leaves no survivors.
Incredible blender though into CT spawn, going for those
What on
exit
earth did
frags
Koi do
there
for this
on the
one?
side of Team Liquid, making
Just
it
all
very,
pistol
very weak
light
bonus on the
armor.
side of
It's better
Koi.
for
Half
that.
shields and
Normally
snares
it's better
come
for it to just
through
reset,
to try
to be
and
fair.
contest
There's
these
a world,
rifles.
some
To
teams
be
would
fair,
definitely
it is
force
split.
into this.
You have the opportunity to try and close
But I think with the
those
loss
gaps,
bonus,
and
they're
we've
better
seen
off,
what we can
yeah.
do, especially with playing the
This
numbers
is the
game
one.
with these SMGs. But a
Straight
great
over towards
play
B side
from him.
again, back to
That
back.
also though left Starks who just one away from the Nightfall.
I have a feeling Koi
Mystic,
something up
no
here after the
flash.
B side.
Couldn't afford a
Going
flash.
aggressively, but Mystic Smoke does show that he's aggressed even further, and that's a free rifle for this Koi
yeah.
side.
You
Oh
can't-
dear, and it's in the
you
wrong
can't
hands,
solo
isn't
play
it?
B with no
You don't
flash
want
here.
Camo if you're Team Liquid to holding that big gun.
Starks gets the Nightfall off the back of this plant.
Starkso, please face this other way when you're planting.
Post
Surely
plant.
not,
This
boss.
is a real
Surely
situation that
not.
Team Liquid need to be handling. And off of the back of the knife or paranoia thrown in, so no aggression is fought after. It's just a matter of buying time at this point. Team Liquid, they've got 2 positions they are working off of. They've got Heaven and they've got CT. And they're thinking of it, but it looks like they're backing away. No way they give it up so easily. They say it's a 4 versus 5 and just say no.
And they save.
We're giving it to
Oh,
Koi. This allows Koi
man.
to have double the
It's
amount
the
of power
best
Team
start
Liquid have.
ever.
And it's
And
danger
the
bells
good news,
in
the good
everyone's
news is
head
for
right
Liquid
now
here,
if you're
it's
Team
not
Liquid
that
and a
bad.
fan of
It's
this
not
team.
that bad just purely because they
this is a
don't get gun
terrifying
upgrades because they
prospect.
kind of
I
have to
understand the
either stick with the
decision-making at
guns
same
or
time,
force
though,
up.
for that call to come out from
Right, so they have to make a
because I
decision.
don't know what kind of crossfires are
There
waiting
is
for them
so
on the other
much
side, playing
pressure
those close
on winning the
quarters,
next
and
on
they
this
would
next round.
rather
It's
risk
not even
take
funny.
all of these weapons back into the next round, force Koi to stay on these stingers going into the next instead of being able to collect more value.
There's a lot of there is a lot of pressure on this round.
In which they can't get too excited,
They let him
too
have
overwhelmed
it.
with
Oh
emotion.
man, they didn't have enough money for an
Team
Omen
Liquid
flash.
get knocked off in kickoff from groups, from Koi. What a world would this be? It's 10-5, can't get ahead of ourselves. Still superior
They are
weaponry for the Team
spamming
Liquid side
B.
on this defense. But Koi have got themselves some extra upgrades and they're heading directly to this B site without thinking about it for a second.
I mean, full sight for the taking here for Koi. Team Liquid more than happy to play that retake. Try and deny this plan. Does
Everything on this round, and this time they've chucked in a luck.
Cameras find himself a corner he can work with. He's actually looking to aggress, but the Trailblazer is going to be an issue. Dark cover thrown out after him, and a Prowler as
Look
well
at
to
this
assist
util
in the
dump over
amount. The
towards spawn.
paranoia is going to make it too difficult for Camera to re-aggress, so he's going to have to hold it out in the end. Team Liquid looking to move in. They know where Camera is, so it's the
Yeah,
first
we need to
isolated
keep
kill
an
to
eye
go
on
their way.
Shados on
Sprays in
this
the
one.
smokes. Team Liquid can't
Here's a
hold
good
back
plan
in this
for
one. They
him.
need to go for the fight. Starkso looking to find damage for Koi, but nothing is being
Wait, it's not a good plan
collected
for
from
him.
this attacking side.
Mate, the
Grabinho
judge.
smashed upon, and Team Liquid
There's so much
succeed
vision
with a
block, and Mystic is
flawless
just
retake.
jumping around through
In
smokes to judge
situations like
kills.
these, it feels like Mystic is constantly that saving grace for the team.
Well,
Just flying in with
maybe
that judge.
it paid
find
off.
3 and then pick up a Phantom
If
of
they
his
lost
own.
this, it was
And
fully done.
Andalusia flawless coming out here from Team Liquid.
5 people
Might be just
surviving?
the
That's a
momentum
good amount. I mean,
beat
that
they
is
need,
literally
and
the
it was
best
a
it
great
could be.
call to save these rifles into this round as well.
Yeah,
Made
it-
all
when
the
when you
difference
get
here
this
for Team
round,
Liquid.
it is that, but it
I
is
feel
it
like
is
those
just the
stingers didn't
pure
have it
risk
in
of the
them,
round
but
prior.
At the same time, you know, you can look on the other side, and Koi are thinking, okay, it's okay to lose this round. We got rid of the stingers. We want to get rid of them anyway. So back onto the rifles on both sides.
They spam B again.
themselves a little bit
No
more hope
way.
here.
How many rounds are they going to do this? Liquid, change it up though.
Team Liquid, what have you got in you? You gotta start
Yeah,
chaining
Viper
these
Smoke
rounds
is going to make
together
this a
on
lot
the
harder, and I
defense.
think
Aggressive look for information towards A. 3 players walked all the way up. Shadows just around the other corner.
Oh dear me, I don't think Shadows knows there's so many people here. Go for the push, and he gets caught off guard. Team
yeah,
Liquid
and they do a
get
nice
themselves
deep
first
trip
pick,
on
the
this as well.
advantage,
That's
they
actually
drop
really
back.
cool.
Look how deep of
And
a
then they
trip
delay
Nax
the
gets
delay
off
the
of
ult,
that
do the
as
ult on
well.
top of this as
It
well.
is
Get
such an
info, they
early
insta
signal of
push
Koi
over
rotating
towards
back
here.
towards A.
This is a
Well,
nice
Theft as
flash
well
still.
gives them a clear picture of what this attack is looking like right now. Paranoia sent right in their direction. Kiko's Penchels are looking to do a world of it. Grabinho!
What?
Paranoia TP into your opponent's face, and that's one way to put Koi right back into the fight, but Team Liquid are having none of it. Everyone looking to defend this B side with their lives.
Surely he was on his screen.
4 players survive as they look to
That's
close this gap even further.
That's clean up though.
Starting to link these rounds together here on the side of Team Liquid. 1 away from that showstopper in the hands of Kiko as well. The
I like this
operator
push.
to
I like
come
the
out here
idea of
on
just
the
pushing
defense, but
anyway
this
when you have a
replay,
Cypher ult.
Again, I think that is something that we do have to point out. The difference in these compositions, you don't have a proper flank watch in that utility coming out from Koi. So even though Shados is playing so deep towards A main, he doesn't have a signal for anyone walking
Blinded,
up
yeah,
towards
but
him.
he still it's nearsighted. He still sees close. He doesn't hear the TP though.
Operator coming out from Kiko, and I can't wait to see what he's got to do with that. Oh my god, the timing.
Nice
Swings
timing
out,
on this
gets the
one.
kill nevertheless.
Doesn't get too greedy as
But he
well,
has
and
to
they
drop back
speed
and
it up.
respect it.
And
Camo
there is a
might be in
molly.
trouble. 10 points of help, but aggresses. Yep, he's quick enough to the trigger.
Dude.
Team Liquid.
Okay.
I think they put
Bob,
Koi in a
Bob
really
needs to
rough
call a
spot here.
timeout. Koi needs to
made them shake a few
relax. By
times,
the
and
way,
it's being punished.
what are some of these rounds? They're looking like Paper X or something. They are W keying like no other.
Starkso's alone with the spike right now.
Yeah, he's in an island somewhere, and if he drops, that's
I
the
was
round
thinking
for sure.
for some of it for last round, but this round was actually this round was more.
Oh, big pick coming out from Starkso. Now backing off to regroup with the team, but they're going into
Double
the
trip.
traps of Nax.
Omen goes over towards B main to get info.
Just checking out if garage.
I don't think that's going to change the setup, though.
I mean, gives a lot of information there, too. Koi walked up towards A, but again, Starkso leaning towards that B site, and there's 2 players waiting.
To be fair, Koi...
They really going to two-person fake. Wait.
Especially if Starkso's got this all covered. He's figured out 2 players are
30 seconds.
So what is the plan really here? Kiko on the back line, ready as ever. Starkso needs to pick 20 seconds though. He doesn't have much time, and Shadows is finding himself another angle. Enzo looking to hide, looking to run. Can't readjust in time, and we're back to square footing for both sides. 2 versus 2, and it's anyone's round for the taking. Kiko, though, throws out a showstopper.
On his own.
Will he be able to get a pick here, or is he going to wait for his team? I think he just stopped himself from getting over Zealous here.
Darkso's in a solid
That's
pause.
for good reason. Now grouped up with Nats, though. These are the 2 players from Team Liquid you want on the clutch. But it's also the 2 world champions on the other side. Oh, goodness me, this is pressuring. Nats predicts Shadows' position. And it's all down to Starkso. Do you expect him as well to be behind the box? Does Nats go for another pre-fire? A spray? Starkso all the way around, 8 bullets. That's 2 bullets expended and a kill collected. Knowing where one is, but runs out of bullets. Nats put a bullet between the eyes of Starkso, and Team Liquid keep closing up that gap.
What a clutch to come out there from Nats.
How on earth has he won that?
Of Team Liquid
Literally
as well.
a fade eye there.
2 rounds dividing these 2 teams. Koi started off hot with 3 rounds in a row here on the
I want it in slow-mo. I want to see it in slow-mo. I just don't understand.
As well, but Team Liquid now looking to bite back. A timeout now to be called from Koi. They've got to go back to the drawing board.
I mean, even though we're seeing
Dude,
heroics,
just body shot her.
you know, the performance can't be... The players can't be all too comfortable
Yeah,
with it.
okay, there is a timeout getting called right now.
And the mistakes on both sides, don't get me wrong. Both of these teams have got things to look back on. But it's so stressful. And in these final moments of a series, you've got to be the team that stays on top of your emotions.
Yeah, Starkso put everything into that round as well.
Yep.
But we have seen him. He has been one of the players to get very
The whole team is reactive. Yeah, dude, smashing up monitors. Cloudbar's walking around the room. Chairs are going flying.
He nearly did. Heroicus to come out from the player.
Yeah, I think there's just been too many of these rounds. Too many of these back and forths. Now, credit to the players that can
It does
bring
feel
out
like
miracle moments.
the last couple of rounds, and like Camo's been playing insanely well, but it does feel like they're trying to force some stuff too much.
It's anyone's
Like
game,
they're trying to
and Koi
force
need
the
to
plays. I don't think that
they're
they
still
need
in
to
the
do
lead.
that.
Still capable of a lot.
Like when you wanna
Looking at the
when you wanna
setup with
win so
weapons,
bad,
Kiko on the operator,
sometimes
you've
you
got to
you
be
end up
scared
trying to
of that.
make like the winning play, and sometimes the winning play is just
Nightfall is
playing
available
normal
here.
and just staying
Starkso
alive.
able to cycle that up with all
And that's
the
what it
picks
feels
that
like
he found last
Koi's trying to
round.
do.
Job though will be on the other side. No one on Koi to walk over towards it again. It will be
More
Nats
does
set up here
Camo, to be
towards
honest,
A.
in the last 2 rounds. Even though he's won them like the majority of the rounds.
Probably going to go for a fast crunch here. It looks like that's the case. Avoiding the tripwire, but it's Enzo with a pick. That's exactly what they need. Have a minute.
The util is too much
here.
here.
Not the case at all. They
Darkseid's
push into
just
this A
sending
side
it into sight.
and just get traded out. Team Liquid are comfortable on this defense. And Koi are going in for round 2.
I mean, Nats Trips did so much work there. Nats himself, and now Enzo to clean things up. A 3K
They don't have
coming
another
out from
pause,
Team
right?
Liquid.
Because this kind of looked exactly like what I was talking about. A little bit.
Yeah, the timing on that swing was perfect.
Not too much for Camo. He just got unlucky there was a trip
Okay.
here, but
This is the replay coming in, man. The fact that Nats just sticks
It's a nice
around
trade from
holding
Shadows.
that elbow angle,
Yep.
despite all of the utility that was used in an attempt to break out towards sight. And another time out to be called here on the side of Koi.
Wait, back to back?
rounds in a row here for Team Liquid. And Barber
Oh
has
no, it's
had
not.
enough.
It's
It
a
doesn't look
lie.
like it's a timeout. Must be
It's all a lie.
Of glitch on
Oh,
the
that's a great camera.
back
Sees
of
all
his
5.
face.
They can insta-react.
But for now,
Dude, they did this failed so bad, let's do it again. But there's double trips here this time.
The previous one, but this time no one is caught off by a trip or a cam either. Yampi tried to aggress off of it. Nats going in for more. Paranoia is insane by Grabinho. He's able to follow it up with a kill as well. It's a 3 versus 3. And honestly, Nats needs to do it from this backside. Mystic closing in on them. They collapse.
Nice is done from Mystic. Nats is everything right now. Double kill from Nats and then the ult to give them it.
The comeback has been made by Liquid.
But Liquid still not getting overconfident. You see those player cans so serious here on stage. cannot believe how tight that is. I like that Koi opted to take that higher octane play over towards A. They hadn't really full visited A before the last few rounds.
Yeah,
Only
Nats,
now understanding
Nats
the
did
way
incredible
Nats
on
is
this
setting
one.
up, and now Nats switches that up a little bit. Again, doesn't really
10-10, we get to the
expect
point
Koi to
where...
press the issue back towards that A
Oh
site
man,
once
Liquid's
again.
money's out of control.
So we'll actually end up throwing the same trips as before. Keeping that camera in pocket though. And so does have the Seekers available here as well. And back to a default stance here for Koi.
It's a bit of a crazy one. 5 rounds in a row here for Team
I like
Liquid.
these
This
kind of
momentum,
aggro trips
so
they've been
scary
doing
for Koi.
has
Dealing
been
with this
they've been pretty good.
is the
We
ultimate
did this one
priority.
earlier,
Winning
they're now
around,
doing this
breaking
one.
that tempo.
And a
Team
lot of the
Liquid
time
are on
it
a
is
roll.
just Shados playing like super
the way
passive.
that
He
Team
never
Liquid
actually,
just
even in the
made
last game, he
initiate
never
out the
actually
standard
like
trips coming out from
created
Nats
pressure
on that
over
A
towards
site, then
heaven
they
on
use
A.
Enzo's
So
utility, that Trailblazer,
I think
to
this
push past, put a deeper trip.
play
That
against it
safety
is
to now
is
stack
definitely
towards
a
being
smart
mid.
move. This is 5 in a row, right?
Seekers from that A site.
Seekers goes in.
It'll take a while until
See
you
what
find
the hell are
anyone
they
that's gonna
doing
be
there?
towards mid,
Okay,
giving a clear
I mean,
illustration
this guy's
of
just
the
going to shoot them all.
placement of all these players.
Again,
Ball broken.
it looks kind of stupid because remember they can only see their one.
And pivot towards that right-hand side. They
30
don't have much
seconds
time. Koi might be having time trouble yet again. They can't let it happen, and there's 2 defenders. Enzo and Nat
Fake.
fighting out 20 seconds. And they haven't
Two-person
even
fake,
aggressed
20
forwards.
seconds. They still
How
going
are
to
they
get
gonna
past this
deal
trip.
with
Early
this? The
information.
tripwire hasn't even been broken yet,
Guys.
and we're at 15 seconds, and Koi haven't found themselves on site. Enzo's there to interrupt them. All he has to do is kill the planter. Onto the side they go. Camo on the case to try and plant it. 7 seconds. Starkso back end granted. Mystic into his face, but the spike has gone down into the ground. Enzo comfortable to hold it. Shados putting his team back on top. Koi somehow have got the numbers. And we're looking at a 2 versus 3 with the captain of Team Liquid looking to close up the ground. Shadow up close and personal. Make sure that Enzo is no more. And Kiko, I'm afraid, might not be able to keep the
Damn, I
streak going for
can't
Team
believe
Liquid.
they win that.
He's only got an operator. 3 players, different angles. Definitely not the weapon for it.
The thing is, Koi's bank is running low. He's trying to find at least another pick.
Why did they not smoke
We'll be able to
this
find it,
Sky play
Koi.
behind?
Superb take.
Then
They
Nats
needed
comes
this.
through once they
needed
tap.
to interrupt this streak.
They're playing
for
like
a
they
long
played that
time
really
now.
individual Liquid.
And one thing they don't allow Team Liquid to do is take the lead themselves.
They played
Stop
so
deflating,
individual there.
going
The plan
back
can be
to
so much
what
better.
Works for Koi, they really do. Again, high risk, high reward, but they do thrive in those last minute plant situations, those last minute late executions for the side of Koi now.
Like most teams there,
Rolling Thunder
when they break
here
the trip,
for the side of Shadow,
they'll go for a
heading into the
spam, but at the
next
same time
round.
they'll do that smoke
gotta
over
keep the
towards site that
momentum
gives you
going.
freedom
It's
to
been
go
on the
behind.
side of Team Liquid
And
for
then
so
the
long
Sky
at
can
this
go
point.
behind here,
Just gotta
then you
fight
can
for his
flash
good to
through,
work
then
with
Nats
here
can
for
go
him.
through and you can play for anyone else.
Viper spit straight out of the bat, used in mid. Team Liquid.
Ooh, maybe Mystic didn't have a smoke.
Is Team Liquid going to be able to close this out themselves? Or is Koi going to take charge?
Cage triggered.
So far, Koi group.
It's a nice ult round at the moment though. All with the trip inside, this is very, very strong. So they don't have to worry about middle, they can have full control even when the lurk comes in.
Tripwire broken.
B gonna trip, gets broken over towards B, nice
Proceeds
lurk.
with the push, but there's a lot of
Lurk
defenders here
smoke
for
to get
Team
back a
Liquid.
sight.
There is an Omen, there's a Cypher, but the Rolling Thunder will
I mean,
try
that
to
literally
kill him.
only
Koi gets
hits
caught on
Nats.
it. That's not what he needed. He needed
Mystic
to
needs to go
aggressive the
pretty
back
big
of
back
it
a
to
sight.
allow Team Liquid to rotate it by so much time. Look at Team Liquid. They're not going to let them plant. They're not going to let them gain side control. But Koi don't care. They want to take it themselves no matter
Mystic's still
what.
here.
No one can tell them what to do. Mystic in the smoke has to do it all by himself. Really? By the time for Kiko. Moving in himself, Shorty in hand. Both of them
The
find
Shorty
kills,
brothers
but
nade
Kiko
goes
found
to a
himself
big
Phantom
1v1
to turn it
insta
all
ult.
around. Grubinho versus Kiko. It's a
Man,
1v1 play.
they are not on the same page with some of the stuff they're doing on these sites.
Open plant opportunity
Does
to
have a TP,
reposition
does
with
have a
the
smoke.
shrouded step, a smoke in
Kiko's here
hand
pretty
too.
early.
He stays on site, still a boom bot to work with here alongside the nade.
The
Sending
big
it over towards elbow. Grubinho has to tuck.
It's definitely going to figure out where Grubinho is. No, it broke in time.
Oh,
So
he got
Kiko
it
has
late.
no clue. He could be back of sight.
Got
he
it
could be
late.
elbow.
Oh no.
He could be
I mean, he's getting
main.
his knife out.
I love this reposition. Planted wide open here. Grubinho.
He doesn't have to peek this. But he will peek it, and he will get the kill instead! Koi,
2 chances.
12 to 10. again.
Oh man, over towards back at B site. They're like realizing they should flood in, but Mystic's maybe done a smoke that like blocks himself off anyway. They're trying to help someone that maybe doesn't need that much help.
2 rounds necessary for Team Liquid to tie things back up, take it over
And then
to
they're flooding into a
that
site that
OT.
didn't have a flash for.
Now, things are getting really, really tense here. Pavlos,
Oh man, over the moon.
These two, man.
I mean, stunningly excited, of course, but a timeout to be called here by Team Liquid as well. Trying, again, it's your last chance to try and shift.
I mean,
the
they're still
approach
still
towards this
two
defensive
two
side.
rounds away.
It's definitely
America's
a hard
is
one
waiting
here,
for me.
12 to
What's
10.
it doing? Is it
Koi,
tech
the
balls?
coaches as well, you could see it in the cams earlier on, they were like, compose yourself, this is not the end, this is not.
They're funny, these two, the
just
coaches. Oh
where
man,
this
they're
closes
some of the
out.
best.
Need one
Some of the best
more round,
replay
they
cams
say.
we've seen.
And Team Liquid trailing behind. Yes, they've
The
gotten
whole season
5
of these
rounds
two.
in a row, but can they get themselves back in those shrieking ways? 2 rounds away, arm's distance, not too far at all, but given that Koi is basically giving him a dilemma here. Make a mistake and you're dead. You're done and out of kickoff.
Out for a couple months. Just the fact that we won't see one of these teams and again until after Masters. Where do they post up Kiko on this operator over towards mid to hold the long angle?
Well, the flash is definitely going to deny Mystic's positioning into garage. Kiko spotted, but he's able to back out.
Nice reposition.
Nice util.
He's spending everything here. Operator revealed as well towards mid.
Stoxo's util's been good.
Now timing good here for Koi to push in.
Sometimes he's a sometimes he's a little bit
They're trying to be as methodical
loose
as
with his
possible.
life, but
Looking to regroup.
that util's really good.
With the reposition of Kiko over towards A, they feel comfortable. Again, moving over towards B.
He's a tilter. Yeah, that's
Team Liquid's got
that's actually
placement here.
probably
3 defenders and Yampi notifies the rest to take
that would make
notice
sense
of
from
this
what we've
heaven
seen.
push. Camo.
3 people
Very
on
close
site.
to the
Omen
fight.
flash
Mystic
misses.
not able to read it in time. Yampi trying to transfer his spray, but it's only good for one as he backs off. Is it
Enzo
good
needs
enough?
to go
That
big
one-on-one. Enzo, make sure he flashes his opponent.
get another.
Spike down so much information. The rotations are coming through, but Starkso
28
gets another
HP.
pick. Is this B site where Koi can end it? They've got the numbers, but all they have to
Kiko
do
has an
is
AWP to
cross that
retake.
finish line.
That's the cam.
Kiko's still stuck on this operator.
Starkso's got a very sneaky angle off of heaven here. Kiko with the operator
48
will
HP
never
now.
be able to spot him. Cam stopped, broken. Switching to a rifle. Better for the situation. 2 out into the open and Koi take the numbers advantage. It snaps 1 versus 3.
Yeah, nicely done. They're definitely together on this one.
Simultaneously.
And Koi,
Victorious sweep, but revenge
Koi
is
do it,
sweeter.
man. Fair
And
play.
Koi keep their
Looks good.
ambitions alive in kickoff in VCT EMEA.
What a way to find revenge here for movie star Koi. The fact that last
Yeah,
time
they gotta
these
go
two
for the
teams
gauntlet
went
tomorrow.
head to head. It was earlier this week, that 2-0 for Team Liquid, and Koi bring it right back towards them. Smiles, excitement, the whole squad celebrating there down into the coach room too.
Yeah, Koi couldn't be happier, whether it's the players, whether it's the coach, whether it's the fans at home. This is an incredible moment for them, taking down Team Liquid, previously VCT EMEA champions.
Americas.
There was high
Yeah, the switch over.
expectations for them. A core of Apex
switch
that
over.
everybody thought would take everyone by storm. Surprise.
Insane amounts of
Oh,
consistency.
it's
with
not
teams
too
winning
bad
on their
timing-wise.
equal rounds. For whatever reason, in Americas, teams have just
Mr.
gone a lot
Pistol,
better
Lev. What
at
maps we
using the
got?
util,
Split
using the
picked by Sen,
classics.
Breeze, Binds.
It's not just in Americas
Alright,
as
why
well.
does this look
It's happening globally right now. King is pulling attention towards A. Sentinels have already rotated, expecting some kind of pivot.
Let me upload this
Nobody
photo
home on the A side. Yeah, but no rifle dropped. He was only running with a ghost, so it's not a huge opening in the round for Sentinels. They'll need a little more.
So Vitality,
Tech's
K-Corp,
gone
and
walking out, him and Aspas hunting for
Koi
some more kills.
Lions.
Love to fill up the ult meter. Guardian not getting the job done, but will he expect Tex tucked
Just a bit of bait. Swinging round 10. Oh my. Still good for the one, but eventually with the trade now. Dropping down onto the site. You can feel the pressure mounting.
Wait.
Onto Com. Has
Wait,
to
they're
really
gonna
adjust the aim here just for the
really close to the
damage.
Nico.
Definitely being pumped into them. Zelsis from the back here. Pull.
Astrosuck is still planning for B main as well. Time's getting a little bit low. Mazzino, look at the HP on that duel, 15.
And winnable. No planted. Out wide. Second with the ghost. That was earned a little bit earlier. Stick kick. Sassy.
Oh my. Oh my. What a shot. How on earth?
In the ecos. And I think the biggest playmaker, yes, it was still tight.
What a shot
towards
from
the end,
Zekken, by
but
the way.
The biggest playmaker in that round is Tens with a classic, in my
The
opinion.
belief.
Because the way
The
that he
belief
just
to stick
broke that
this.
hold, I mean, obviously King
Hill goes
early,
down
but
on
it's
his
this
own,
one.
gives them a gun.
Double headshot and so much damage there
10
onto
solos.
Aspas.
Dude, look at the pathing.
Broke
It's
Leviathan's
the
attempt
space
to go
it's
and take
falling.
some other portion of the map. These second round kind of eco wins have been more than 50% higher than they were last year. I think that's absurd. It's ludicrous.
Wait, that
I
is
think it's
ma-
because teams
That is
in a
mad.
weird kind of way are being forced to play around the utility instead of just relying
Yeah,
on
it
hero
literally is
plays.
that. It's the fact that everyone has a classic, so they have to make plans. And no one before in their ecos, like everyone in their ecos before, they literally just were just like, damn, dude, let's just
and of course,
play sheriffs in
Aspas
armor
could
and get
still be
headshots.
an incredible danger in this round too.
Refresh YouTube, yeah, thank you, thank you. I'll do it in a
The
sec.
rifle will be retrievable.
YouTube stream, I'm
Carnage is
gonna
cleared
reset.
out through mid. Leviathan